In a seemingly ordinary prime minister's residence, a frail and sickly girl one day became entangled with a charming creature known as the Backtracking Mirror, which revealed to her numerous hidden secrets. It claimed that the Prince of County was hopelessly in love with her, willing to become a clandestine lover for her sake, that the Crown Prince would forcefully claim her, that the young prince would conspire against the throne for her, and even that the once prominent scholar would become her devoted servant. The creature insisted that these men would fall for her, living and dying for her, and recklessly pursuing her. She thought to herself, what nonsense is this little creature spouting? Could it be a trick from her grandfather's political rivals, attempting to lead her astray? Chapter 001. What nonsense are you thinking? In early March, the peach blossoms bloomed. Today was an opportune day for flower viewing, as the Grand Princess had sent out invitations to all officials of the third rank and above, whose households included eligible young ladies. Naturally, Fong Ruotang, granddaughter of the current Prime Minister, was among those invited. Yet, she, a mere sickly girl in the Prime Minister's residence, was in fact the fated heroine of this world, a legendary figure destined to influence the trajectory of this realm. Such a fantastical notion was difficult for her to believe, but the little mirror spoke with such conviction and knowledge of secrets buried deep that she found herself compelled to believe, especially given the peculiarity of having a small child's voice conversing in her mind. There were indeed stranger occurrences to accept. However, the situation at hand was rather complicated. Hiding behind a tree, Fong Ruotang craned her neck to glimpse the small pond ahead, uncertainly questioning the mirror. You say the Prince of County loves me to the point of obsession, that he would cause chaos for my sake? Is that really true? I find it hard to believe. Indeed, it is true. The mirror chirped joyfully, but I do not even know the Prince of County. He should not even be aware of my existence. We have never exchanged words. Surely, you must be mistaken? After all, her frail health had kept her away from such gatherings in the past. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In his previous life, he was your man, and it was his reluctance to part with you that brought him to this realm. Fong Ruotang. That seemed even more far-fetched. The girl and the creature were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice three strikingly different men standing not far away in a pavilion. When they saw Fong Ruotang sneaking into the area, they chose to conceal themselves, never expecting to overhear such a conversation. The man in red, Gu Nancheng, raised an eyebrow in jest. Come now, when did you find this little lady? Why not bring her out for us to meet? Is this not a bit standoffish? The Prince of County shot him a disapproving glance, while the Crown Prince remained silent, gazing in the direction of the girl. Should we capture her for questioning? Let us wait a moment longer. The man clad in formal robes possessed an imposing aura that deterred ordinary people from meeting his gaze. With a furrowed brow, he spoke, his profound eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. Unbeknownst to Fong Ruotang, just moments ago, she had narrowly avoided being subjected to intense interrogation and imprisonment. She continued her argument with the mirror. Ugh, why is the Prince of County, a grown man, taking so long to appear? In this brief moment, I've already been bitten by mosquitoes. Enough of this waiting. You said he would fall for me at first sight. I'll simply verify this in the garden. Straightening her dress, she took a few steps forward when suddenly a shrill cry echoed in her mind. Ah! The Prince of County is coming. He approaches with the Crown Prince and the young prince. Fong Ruotang halted, lifting her gaze, only to see three tall and handsome men striding toward her. All three are destined to be your lovers. They will love you, live for you, and die for you, the mirror insisted. As she admired their handsome features, the mirror's words startled her, causing her to stumble forward. The three men, who were just in front of her, instinctively stepped back as if avoiding a plague, allowing her to fall to the ground. Ouch! Fong Ruotang gasped in pain, disregarding her image as she sat on the ground nursing her injury, all the while arguing with the mirror in her mind. Seriously, are you out of your mind? What makes you think I could capture the hearts of all three? Do you wish to ruin me? Though she was the youngest daughter of the Prime Minister's family, she lacked the grace and nobility of her elder sister and the talent of her half-sister. The only aspect in which she excelled over both was her figure, yet that was also a point of concern for the matriarchs, who feared their sons would become infatuated with her. I assure you, it is true. You must be dreaming. Open your eyes and see clearly. One is the Crown Prince, one is the young prince, and the other is the Prince of County. It is indeed true the Crown Prince will forcibly claim you. the young prince will rebel for you, and the prince of An County will willingly become an illicit lover for you. Fong Ruotang erupted into a stream of expletives, oblivious to the three men's increasingly dark expressions. I can't believe this. You must be a pawn sent by my grandfather's political enemies to trick me into making a mistake and implicating my family. You are shameless and despicable, the mirror. Suppressing her frustration, Fong Ruotang gradually stood up and respectfully greeted the three men, daring not to meet their gaze, yet keenly aware of their scrutiny upon her. Seizing the moment before they could speak, she hastily retreated. Gu Nancheng clicked his tongue. I find myself at a loss for words in her presence. I intended to refute her claims, but the moment I opened my mouth, I felt as if I were choking, nearly meeting my ancestors. The Crown Prince and the Prince of An County had similar experiences. The Prince of An County remarked, "It seems this remains a secret that she must not uncover." With a roguish charm, Gu Nancheng lightly nudged the Prince of An County. "Why don't you sacrifice your looks to investigate the situation? Why don't you go?" The Prince of An County shot him a glare. "Do not forget, you are also one of her suitors." Gu Nancheng's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The Crown Prince, with his dark eyes glancing between them, absent-mindedly fiddled with the ring on his thumb, speaking gravely, "Since we cannot approach her as potential suitors to learn her thoughts, it would be inappropriate to detain her for questioning." The Prince of An County let out a bitter laugh, understanding the Crown Prince's intent and refraining from opposition. After all, he too was curious to uncover the truth. As the three approached the archway of the garden, they heard laughter resonating from within. As they stepped closer, the Prince of An County and Gu Nancheng instinctively took a step back, while the others rose to pay their respects to the Crown Prince. "Rise. Today, I have come to admire the blossoms at the behest of the Prince of An County. Feel free to enjoy yourselves without restraint." As the Crown Prince finished speaking, a youthful voice piped up. The Crown Prince has a face that seems untouched by the world. Who would have thought his demeanor would be so amiable? Do you think the Crown Prince has any scandals? The mirror interjected. The biggest scandal of the Crown Prince is that he will one day forcibly claim you. I advise you to submit to him quickly. If all else fails, sleep with him a few more times and steal his essence. This way, we can earn points to unlock the marketplace. Do not forget, a year from now, the Great Yong will face a devastating drought lasting 3 years, leading to barren lands and widespread famine. Chapter 002. Use him to claim rewards. Everyone was still astonished, wondering who had the audacity to interrupt the Crown Prince while he was speaking. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, many turned pale, unable to suppress their exclamations, nearly fainting like the young prince. The atmosphere turned tense as people scanned the area, seeking the source of the audacious voice. The Crown Prince cast a glance and immediately discerned that these individuals could hear Fong Ruotang's thoughts, yet his attention was primarily focused on her inner voice. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you tell me this? I'm just an ordinary girl, merely 16 years old. How could I possibly save the world? Even if I were to sacrifice my chastity to climb into the Crown Prince's bed, I might not survive the encounter. The imperial physician has warned me that my health is fragile, and I must not experience excessive emotional turmoil. The Prince of An seems more refined. Perhaps it would be acceptable to engage with him. Alternatively, the young prince appears more approachable." Fong Ruotang was entirely absorbed in the words of the small mirror and failed to notice the atmosphere around her. She even dared to steal a glance at Gu Nancheng, meeting his enchanting, flirtatious eyes, which made her cheeks flush, and she silently protested in her heart. "No way. The young prince looks like a lecher. He might have already bedded many women. What if he carries a disease? I can't do this. Why not seek someone else? You should go to the emperor. He is the sovereign of the realm. He can have anyone he desires. Completing a task should be a mere formality for him. The young prince may seem charming, but he is still a novice. Besides, his attributes are quite impressive. You wouldn't be at a loss. You are quite the libertine." Fong Ruotang's face turned pale with panic, oblivious to the other women present, who mirrored her bashful demeanor. "Indeed, I have pictures to show you. Miss Fong." The young prince stepped forward, his ears flushed, interrupting Fong Ruotang's thoughts. He feared that if he remained silent any longer, his reputation would be tarnished. Fong Ruotang, bewildered, lifted her eyes, resembling a pair of spring waters. Upon realizing it was the young prince addressing her, her face reddened further, rendering her an enticing sight. He called me? How terrifying. Could it be that he truly has feelings for me? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Don't be fooled by his current dashing demeanor. He was still playing with his own urine at the age of 10. The young prince stiffened. Fong Ruotang suddenly became animated. Is that true? Please elaborate. At this moment, everyone in the vicinity realized they were privy to the thoughts of the esteemed young lady from the Fong family. Miss Fong Lu. The young prince's eyes were crimson as he gritted his teeth, calling out, causing Fong Ruotang to pause her gossiping, looking innocently towards him, while her heart quaked. Curious about the small mirrors and sights. Did you mishear? Is that so? Why does the young prince keep calling for me, yet remain silent? His intentions are so difficult to decipher. The young prince felt as if he might choke on his own blood. Ultimately, it was the grand princess who, unable to endure the tension, spoke up to divert Fong Ruotang's attention. However, the tense figure of the grand princess instantly transformed. Did you say the grand princess has only 6 months to live? That cannot be true. She appears quite healthy, and she seems to be a kind person. Look at how gently she smiles at me. I do not wish for her to perish so soon. Why is she destined to die? Can you save her? I cannot, but you can. She has developed a tumor in her brain, and it is quite severe. She frequently suffers from headaches and intermittent blindness. Once Fong Ruotang's words fell, everyone turned their gaze to the grand princess, observing her composed demeanor, leaving them uncertain of the truth behind her words. The crown prince and the young prince exchanged glances filled with concern and inquired silently with the princevan, whose expression darkened as he whispered to them. Mother indeed suffers from frequent headaches and has experienced short bouts of blindness. However, it resolves itself quickly, and the imperial physician has been unable to identify any issues. I can save her, but how? By sleeping with the princevan, you can unlock the marketplace. After all, if you sleep with any of them, you can access it. Sleeping with the Prince Oven specifically could allow you to procure medicine for his mother. 1 dose would cure all ailments and potentially extend her life by 20 years. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted. Fong Ruotang looked up in confusion, inwardly questioning the small mirror. No, they were all silent just now. Then why is everyone gasping? Should I join in as well, lest I seem out of place? The onlookers witnessed Fong Ruotang finish her thoughts before she discreetly gasped twice, driven by an inexplicable urge to participate despite her confusion. Mother, what is wrong? Are you experiencing another headache? I wonder what the imperial physicians are doing after so many examinations. They still haven't discovered the cause. As the Princevan spoke, he cast furtive glances at Fong Ruotang, hoping to glean more from her thoughts. Is it true that the imperial physicians have not recognized the Grand Princess's condition? Not exactly, they simply consulted the wrong physician, initially. Each physician has their specialty. The one they initially consulted specializes in gynecology and pediatrics. She should have sought the expertise of the renowned physician Li, who is responsible for the emperor's health. If he were to examine her pulse, he could identify the ailment. Furthermore, his senior brother possesses even greater skills. If he were to intervene, there is about a 10% chance of a cure. 10%? Fong Ruotang's heart screamed. 10% is already quite high. With a tumor in her brain, surgery is necessary to remove it. The medical practices in this realm have yet to advance to that level, and the risk of postoperative infection is 99%, so 10% is indeed significant. Is there no other option? There is none. If you do not save her, she is fated to die. According to the normal timeline, she will perish on the day of the beginning of autumn. The beginning of autumn? That is merely 5 months away. Did you not say she had 6 months? What difference does 5 months make? If you do not intervene, she is destined to die. Do not attempt to morally bind me. I assure you, I am devoid of ethics, and even if I wish to save her, I am incapable. The Princevan appears gentle but is, in truth, cold-hearted and dismissive of women. I have never heard of him treating any girl with special regard. Then forget it, pursue the Crown Prince. After bedding the Crown Prince, you will receive sweet potatoes as a reward. Sweet potatoes are a hardy and drought-resistant crop, thriving even under high temperatures, yielding over 3,000 pounds per acre. Truth be told, pursuing the Princevan is less advantageous than pursuing the Crown Prince, as more lives could be saved. The Prince of Anne's expression tightened, an inexplicable sense of competition surging within him, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Why does your reward change at will? Isn't it based on their needs? So, I am merely a delivery person? Losing my innocence with no benefits? I refuse to partake in that. At worst, if I cannot survive, I shall perish alongside the common folk. I will not comply. Woe is me. I implore you, please do it. If this little world continues along its destined path, it will be destroyed. Only you possess the power to save it. Please rescue them. Save me, I do not wish to vanish into the void. Fong Ruotang felt a shiver down her spine. I am but a frail girl, unable even to run like an ordinary person. What can I possibly save? I am incapable of saving anything. Driven to the brink of despair, Fong Ruotang suddenly had a moment of inspiration. She paused, then, when the time comes, you must give me the seeds of that sweet potato. As soon as the thought resonated within her, everyone present understood her choice was tied to the Grand Princess's life. Her expression remained unchanged, even as the Grand Princess cast a look of appreciation her way. Must I choose only one? Can I not have both? The Grand Princess once defended the borders with her royal stature, protecting the people of Daeong. She is truly a remarkable person. Cannot she also be saved? It is not possible. Moreover, marrying your cousin would be futile. He lacks the qualifications to unlock the marketplace. Ah! Is there discrimination involved here? The Crown Prince, the Young Prince, the Prince of In, Young Master Rong, General Hua, and Sir Yini of these 6 will suffice. You may choose any one of them, or even all 6 together. Do you have a problem? You intend to overlook the 6 most outstanding young men of the capital? Have you no shame? I dare not even listen to what you might say. What is there to fear? After all, those 6 were your suitors in your past life. Now that you have plunged into this realm, they have come in search of you. Do you believe that if you were to take your own life, they would immediately regain their memories and tear apart this world to find you? Is 6 too many? Do you not realize how many men would sacrifice everything for a mere glance from you? These 6, in their quest to follow you into this realm, have shattered their souls and risked their lives. The more Fong Ruotang listened, the more she felt that the little mirror was speaking nonsense. This did indeed capture the attention of the 3 male protagonists, but the truth of the matter remained to be seen. The Crown Prince, the Young Prince, and the Duke of An are not suitable. Perhaps you should consider Lord Yi. He is a scholar from a humble background and has now become the Minister of Revenue. Given your status, marrying him would be more than sufficient. However, this would be the least favorable option, for it is predicted that after marrying Lord Yi, the other 5 will gradually fall in love with you, leading to a fierce competition that would hasten the destruction of this already fractured world. No! In your tale, what kind of infatuated fools are they? Surely they cannot be so foolish as to forsake their duty to the state for a woman. Look closely. Do they appear to you as men who would go mad over a woman? Please do not be absurd. TSK, if you do not believe me, then try it. Do you think I jest when I say that the Duke of An will eventually be your paramour? Fong Ruotang could not help but glance at the Duke of An. Their eyes met, and although she could not decipher his expression, her heart raced. Oh, fear not. They are indeed rare souls, driven by love to the extent that they have weakened their own spirits and lost their memories. However, all 6 have left marks upon their souls, ensuring they cannot harm you. If you doubt me, let the Duke of An stab you. You. When did the Crown Prince arrive? I did not notice. Oh, while Fong Ruotang continued her musings with the little mirror, the attention of others was drawn to the dagger in the Crown Prince's hand, some having witnessed the entire episode. It is indeed true. A chorus of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd as they gazed incredulously at Fong Ruotang and the 3 male protagonists. Though the purpose of today's flower viewing was ostensibly to entertain the Duke of An, not all the ladies present were enamored with him. While the Crown Prince had already chosen his consort, the selection of his other companions had yet to be made, and the young prince had not a single lady in his court. Many of the women present had their eyes fixed on these 2, initially dismissing Fong Ruotang's claims as mere fantasy, unable to voice their rebuttals. Yet now, witnessing the Crown Prince's personal demonstration, where even a strand of her hair could not be severed, they began to realize that everything might indeed be true. Consequently, few of the ladies left the princess's estate with pleasant expressions. Seeing the situation unfold, the Grand Princess recognized that the flower viewing could not proceed any further. The gathering was hastily concluded, and aside from the bewildered Fong Ruotang, the others departed the Grand Princess's residence with heavy hearts. In the aftermath, Fong Ruotang's peculiar situation spread throughout the capital, reaching even the emperor in the depths of the palace, who promptly summoned the crown prince. Upon learning that the situation had not been exaggerated, the emperor, with an air of intrigue, remarked, "The elixir that extends life by 20 years and the grain yield of 3,000 pounds per mu truly poses a dilemma." The emperor inquired of the crown prince, "What are your thoughts?" "I have no particular opinion at present," the crown prince replied. The emperor cast a disapproving glance at the crown prince, expressing his disdain for his lack of discernment, and commanded, "Withdraw from the engagement with the Li family." "Your servant obeys," the crown prince replied. Dissolving the engagement was straightforward. He had no interest in a young lady from the Li family, who likely felt the same, as his covert informants reported that she was involved with another man, and they maintained a relationship of mutual non-interference. Subsequently, in the presence of the crown prince, the emperor dispatched covert agents to the prime minister's residence, accompanied by a decree. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Fong Ruotang appeared utterly bewildered, her large, innocent eyes filled with confusion. "Grandfather, what is the role of the court attendant, and why has the emperor suddenly conferred an official title upon me?" The prime minister gazed at his granddaughter with a complex expression, and after much contemplation, he could only utter, "Starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to court. When we arrive, refrain from overthinking or scrutinizing too much, simply record the emperor's words verbatim. Do not ponder further, nor engage in discussions about the emperor in your heart." "I understand, grandfather." Fong Ruotang cheerfully agreed, and the following day, she eagerly accompanied her grandfather to court. Given that it was her first time, she was brimming with excitement. As the prime minister, her grandfather was well respected, and by the time they reached the Great Hall, most officials attending the morning assembly had already arrived, with only a few arriving slightly later, such as the crown prince and several princes. During this morning assembly, all the officials greeted the prime minister warmly, regardless of their political affiliations or differing views. This is what attending court feels like. It's like a bustling market. Fong Ruotang thought to herself, and a peculiar silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, just as the crown prince and several princes approached. Chapter 004. A change of conditions. Everyone knelt in unison. Fong Ruotang obediently followed suit, instinctively pondering. Grandfather said that the attendants are responsible for recording the emperor's daily words and actions, but I'm already outside the hall and cannot hear what the emperor is saying. Oh no! I forgot to bring ink and paper. TSK, how could grandfather let me down? It's my first day in office. Surely he should have reminded me. Standing at the forefront of the officials, Prime Minister Fong's expression twitched. The emperor's intention to appoint Fong Ruotang was unmistakable. There was no way he would allow her to truly begin her duties on her first day. Being unfamiliar with the proceedings of the morning court, it was only due to the reminder from a senior official that she cautiously took small steps forward. As she stood in the center, she hesitated, contemplating. Suddenly, Fong Ruotang felt a thrill in her legs. Wow, how exceptional I am, already serving as a minister on my first day. The emperor truly has discerning eyes. Of course. Otherwise, why would he appoint you? True. Engaging in a conversation with the small mirror, Fong Ruotang remained oblivious to the Prime Minister's growing impatience as he nudged her with his eyebrows. When she glanced over, she was confused. Fortunately, the emperor spoke at that moment, instructing her to stand beside the attendant for guidance. Without much thought, Fong Ruotang complied, and order was swiftly restored to the morning court. What do you think? Standing here, doesn't it evoke a sense of responsibility, a desire to strive for the people? Not really. How can that be? It just isn't. As a favored daughter, with an elder sister who upholds the family name and a capable half-sister, I can simply relax and enjoy life. Besides, my health has always been poor. My parents have said since childhood that they would care for me my entire life and not allow me to marry. Well then, since you're already here, why not bind yourself to the emperor? With his position, he can choose anyone he desires. Accomplishing the task would be swift. After saying this, Fong Ruotang even nodded slightly. That's not possible. I can only bind to you, No one else can accomplish the task, and besides, this emperor is likely to die within a year. Then there's nothing to be done. With a nonchalant demeanor, Fong Ruotang expressed her inability to assist. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she finally reacted. The emperor is going to die? Fong Ruotang did not notice that ever since her conversation with the small mirror began, the entire hall had fallen eerily silent. Especially after the small mirror mentioned the emperor's imminent demise, no one dared to breathe. As the officials exchanged glances between the emperor's grim countenance and Fong Ruotang's naive innocence. Indeed, the emperor's health is critically failing. He can barely last a year. Don't you wish to save him? This could be a significant achievement, perhaps even earning a title. Not interested. Think again. There's nothing to lose. Look ahead, the fifth person behind your grandfather is the handsome Minister Yi. Aren't you moved? Surely you find his looks appealing? Curious. Fong Ruotang raised her eyes and met Minister Yi's gaze. He was young, appearing to be in his 20s, with bright eyes and delicate features that possessed a gentle charm, devoid of any aggression. He is handsome, but you shan't deceive me into making a mistake. That's not right. The emperor is gravely ill, and you aren't urging me to seduce the crown prince to save his father. Instead, you're suggesting I pursue Minister Yi? The small mirror feigned a mature demeanor, its voice sweet and innocent. But you said yesterday that if I were to be with him, the crown prince and others would forcefully take me. That's fine. As long as you don't marry Minister Yi, they will think they have a chance and won't go mad. Never mind. I feel as if you're trying to trick me into foolishness. How dull. Is the morning court always this boring? Two families' disputes needing the emperor's resolution. Do you have any gossip? It was yet another day where the small mirror failed to persuade Fong Ruotang. Unfazed, it pressed on. What gossip do you wish to know? Just anything. The small mirror eagerly shared. The Minister of Revenue, Lord Chen, has a room filled with gold. And he has this peculiar habit of hugging gold bricks to sleep every night. Is he truly that wealthy? Indeed. He embezzled a great deal of silver last year. The funds allocated for repairing the rivers in Jiangnan were mismanaged, and they are now on the verge of collapse. If they do, tens of thousands of families downstream will be left homeless. Suddenly, Lord Chen fell prostrate on the ground, his motion so exaggerated that even the distracted Fong Ruotang took notice. What's wrong with him? Did he say something? No, I don't know. However, it's currently pouring in Jiangnan, and if the levees collapse tonight, it could result in thousands of casualties. What? It's that serious? Little mirror, do you have a way to save them? I do not, but you could. Don't jest. When lives are at stake, how could I possibly have the ability to save anyone? Really, if you go to the Crown Prince now, I will immediately help you contact the county magistrate of Wugu County to organize an evacuation for the citizens. You're morally coercing me again. I have already said I lack morals. You cannot manipulate me. At this moment, an official stepped forward to report Lord Chen for corruption, and the emperor, swift and decisive, issued an order to apprehend him and commanded the Imperial Guard to raid the minister's residence immediately. The speed was astonishing. I suddenly realize how efficient the court is. Why did my grandfather always look so troubled, taking days to enact a decree? Perhaps your grandfather is simply less capable. That makes sense. Prime Minister Fong shot a glance at his granddaughter, his teeth gritting in irritation, and stepped forward to report the severe storm in Jiangnan, expressing concern that Lord Chen's corruption during the repairs of the levees last year had not been properly addressed. Grandfather, your concerns are valid. But worrying now is too late. They will collapse tonight, and tens of thousands will perish in this torrential flood. You claim you can contact the magistrate of Wugu County. How will you do that? By opening the marketplace, where there are transmission talismans. I can relay the Emperor's order from here, and if I include a sound transmission talisman, we can communicate back and forth. Don't even think about it. I want to seduce them. Change your request to open the marketplace. No one's first task should be a royal bomb. It should start from easy to difficult. Then you must kiss each of the 6 of them 1 kiss each. Fong Ruotang erupted in a string of expletives, barely managing to suppress her anger. What kind of unseemly creature are you? Speak plainly. Are you sent by one of my grandfather's political enemies to ruin my reputation and tarnish the Fong family's name? Chapter 005. The Crown Prince's theatrical performance. The dialogue between Fong Ruotang and the little child stirred a sense of disbelief among the onlookers, who turned their gazes towards her. The Crown Prince and Minister Yi with astonishment. Some audacious souls even approached the Crown Prince tentatively, suggesting, "Your Highness, how about this? I could hold their hands. And you could open the marketplace to help me convey the message. What do you think?" "That does not meet the conditions for opening the marketplace," the little child weakly countered. Fong Ruotang huffed in her mind, "I don't care. If you agree to my task, I will proceed. If you refuse, the casualties in Wugu County will be on your conscience, and you shall be deemed a murderer, responsible for the demise of countless innocents." Moral coercion, who couldn't wield it? The little mirror, sniffling, reluctantly acquiesced. Fong Ruotang seized the opportunity, exclaiming internally, "See. I need not complete the task for you to open the marketplace. Yet you insist on complicating matters, compelling me to commit wrongdoings. You are no virtuous spirit. Because I have drawn upon a fragment of my primal power. My strength directly influences the peace of this realm. Should I dissipate, this world shall meet its end." "Ah." Fong Ruotang recoiled, feeling a rush of panic mixed with guilt. "Then, what should we do?" "Quickly complete the task, and I shall recover." Fong Ruotang's eyes darted, glancing surreptitiously at the Crown Prince and Minister Yi. "When the court session ends, I will stealthily follow Minister Yi, feigning a fall, and then seize his hand. What do you think?" "Agreed. Let it be so. But how do I contact the county magistrate of Wugu with the talisman I bought? I am at a loss for words. Moreover, how will I convince him?" "Worry not. Just give the items to your grandfather, and he shall handle it." "Little mirror, you are truly clever. Why hasn't the court session ended yet? If it doesn't conclude soon, we will miss our chance." Just as Fong Ruotang finished her thought, the emperor declared the court session over. She mentally showered praises upon the emperor and, as he exited the grand hall, stealthily approached Minister Yi. As Fong Ruotang's voice resonated throughout the court, everyone intentionally obstructed Minister Yi's path to prevent his escape, all while savoring the unfolding drama with exaggerated reluctance. "Minister Yi's hand, what is it?" The little mirror grew anxious, fearing that Fong Ruotang might have second thoughts at this critical moment. "It's so large." Minister Yi, momentarily distracted by her tone, felt a slight tremor in his fingers. This minuscule hesitation went unnoticed by Fong Ruotang, who composed herself and internally shouted, "I'm coming." Instantly, Minister Yi slowed his pace, hesitant to move his arms, afraid that Fong Ruotang might not accurately grasp his hand. As he held his breath, he felt no warm hand in return, but instead heard a girl's playful call from behind, creating a ruckus. Minister Yi glanced at the distance between himself and the two girls, a fleeting frown crossing his brow as he surmised the reason for the Crown Prince's sudden intervention. "Why is it the Crown Prince? Who told you to be so foolish? You're still far from Minister Yi. If you fall, you won't even touch his clothes. Fortunately, the Crown Prince is nearby to catch you. Quick, hold on to the Crown Prince's hand." Fong Ruotang, her face flushed, reached for the Crown Prince's large hand resting at her waist, stammering, Thank you, Your Highness." The Crown Prince lowered his gaze to the girl nestled so close to him, her cheeks tinged with a hint of baby fat, looking utterly charming. Her clear, watery eyes revealed her inner turmoil. "Is this enough?" The Crown Prince glanced at her tiny hand gripping his, its delicate fingers pressing slightly against his. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Fong Ruotang hurriedly released his hand, stepping back and stumbling from nervousness. The Crown Prince instinctively wrapped his long arm around her, pulling her into his embrace. The warmth and fragrance of a young girl enveloped him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Once she steadied herself, he promptly let go and stepped back. "Miss Fong, be careful." "I'm sorry." Fong Ruotang's face burned with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Let us go. Oh, what? Startled, Fong Ruotang instinctively looked for her grandfather, only to realize that the area was crowded with people, nearly the entire court present. Terrified, she shrank back, spotting her grandfather and quickly taking refuge behind him. Grandfather. The elder, with an indescribable expression, looked at his troublesome granddaughter. Walk properly. Understanding the reason for Fong Ruotang's antics, he bore no real anger, only casting a displeased glance at the crown prince, feeling as though a delightful dish was about to be spoiled. As they made their way back to the minister's residence, the crown prince casually shared a carriage with the grandfather and granddaughter. Thankfully, the carriage was spacious enough to avoid feeling cramped. However, Fong Ruotang paid little mind to the surroundings, her focus entirely on the marketplace. Purchasing requires points, and you don't have enough. Why are points necessary? What are points? Completing tasks grants you points, the little mirror explained quietly, and Fong Ruotang listened, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Quickly, this is a great opportunity. Pretend the carriage is jostling, and fall into the crown prince's arms to complete the task for 10 points. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly tumble over my grandfather and land in the crown prince's embrace? Opportunities like this are fleeting. 100 points for the vitality elixir. Once consumed, it will cure all ailments, freeing you from the burdens of heart disease. The little mirror activated the page, and Fong Ruotang's heart was instantly captivated. Though her condition wasn't too dire, the suffocating pain from her heart did cause considerable discomfort, particularly since the physician had warned that it could shorten her lifespan. Longevity elixir. Are you certain you don't want to obtain one for your grandfather? And for your grandmother, who loves you dearly? Fong Ruotang, let us go for it. It was not her lack of principles, but rather the tempting offers from the little mirror that swayed her. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she plodded, unaware that the two individuals discussing state affairs were actually focused on her. Minister Fong's thoughts were a jumble. He wished to avoid having his granddaughter throw herself at the crown prince, yet he craved the vitality elixir. Over the years, despite providing the best care, Fong Ruotang had suffered from severe illnesses during seasonal changes, each time barely escaping with her life. Health took precedence over all else. In an instant, Minister Fong grasped the situation, even contemplating how to assist. Tang Tang, your grandfather has matters to discuss with Nyo Air. You should sit opposite. Nyo Air, the coachman, naturally occupied the front of the carriage, while inside, the seating arrangement placed the crown prince in the center, Minister Fong to his left, and Fong Ruotang beside her grandfather, close to the carriage door. Seizing the moment, Fong Ruotang stood up, deliberately swayed a couple of times, and lunged towards the crown prince, her soft and fragrant form enveloped in his arms once more. Chapter 006. The Emperor's intent to arrange a marriage upon the completion of her task. Fong Ruotang was filled with delight at the prospect of earning 10 points. Let me see what I can exchange for these 10 points. The Chancellor, with a complex expression, reached out and gently extracted Fong Ruotang from the prince's embrace, urging her to sit properly. With a silly grin, she turned to the prince and said, I hope I didn't hit you too hard. The prince merely cast a blank glance in her direction. Unperturbed, Fong Ruotang gleefully perused the marketplace, only to feel a surge of frustration as she realized she could afford none of the items she desired. Tilting her head, she feigned innocence, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Little mirror, since we have only just met, being a product of a higher civilization, will you not offer me a token of our acquaintance? Of course. Little mirror's generosity took her by surprise. Overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving her novice gift pack, she could hardly contain her joy, leaving the prince and the chancellor momentarily speechless. Wow, so many items. Thank you, little mirror, you are truly wonderful. The items included 1 cleansing essence pill, 1 beauty pill, 1 strength pill, 1 vitality pill, and 1 longevity pill. Just hearing their names allowed Fong Ruotang to infer their purposes. You should first take the vitality pill to heal your ailments, followed by the strength pill to reshape your bones. Using the cleansing essence pill afterward will be much easier. Your grandmother's condition is stable. She will recover in a few days. Focus on your own health and do not waste valuable resources. Fong Ruotang bared her teeth at Little Mirror, her eyes darting about with myriad thoughts evident on her face. She realized that while the Little Mirror urged her to entice men, it was not overly harsh. In fact, it seemed to show her kindness. She mused that if she consumed the pills herself, the Little Mirror might not offer her more in the future. But if she shared them with her family, it was likely that the Little Mirror would continue to provide her with more. Is one longevity pill equal to 10 years of life? Might I have a few more? I wish to share them with my grandparents. There are quite a few family members, and one pill would not suffice. Little Mirror remained silent. Fong Ruotang nudged the Little Mirror in her mind, undeterred by its lack of response, contemplating how to coax it into providing her with more treasures later. Very well. I shall give this longevity pill to my grandfather for now. Can I let my second brother take the cleansing essence pill? He is a skilled warrior, and I believe he can withstand the pain of the cleansing process. Although the Chancellor was a scholar, his eldest grandson had chosen the path of a warrior. The divide between scholars and warriors had always existed, albeit softened by the fact that his eldest daughter-in-law was the daughter of a general. As Fong Ruotang rambled on, arranging the pills in her mind, the Chancellor felt a mix of pride, concern, and embarrassment. After all, the prince was sharing their carriage, and he was acutely aware of Fong Ruotang's little schemes. The mere possession of a longevity pill was a treasure coveted by many, and he feared that the Emperor would be angered should he learn of this matter. Upon reaching the Chancellor's residence, Fong Ruotang pulled him aside. The Chancellor's heart raced, fearing that his innocent granddaughter might demand he take the longevity pill. He cast a furtive glance at the prince. "Do you take me for a fool?" he thought. "Did you not sense divine intervention on our journey here?" With a complex gaze, he played along with her dubious act. "A celestial being revealed to me the matters of Wugu County and bestowed upon me 2 artifacts, a communication talisman and a transmission talisman, instructing me to give them to you. The celestial being said you would know how to use them." After delivering this message, Fong Ruotang simply patted her bottom and departed. The Chancellor, at a loss for words, found himself wishing to inquire further, but the opportunity had slipped away. His granddaughter had entered the world amidst a spectacle of colors and sounds, but her birth had been fraught with difficulties, revealing a heart condition early on. As she grew, her family noticed her slightly naive demeanor compared to other children, prompting them to avoid pressuring her academically, hoping only for her health and happiness. Little did they know, in a single night, everything had changed, and the future of the entire Duyong kingdom now rested upon her shoulders, filling the Chancellor with dread. In the council chamber, several ministers were engaged in discussions. Prior to their arrival, the Chancellor had dispatched disaster relief officials to gather supplies. Although the Emperor was encountering the communication and transmission talismans for the first time, he remained composed and, in the presence of the ministers, personally inscribed a decree, placing it upon the transmission talisman, after which the items vanished. The magistrate of Wugu County, having been startled into a state of panic, drank a pot of calming tea but now acted like a marionette, obediently following the Emperor's orders without daring to question. The situation in Wugu County was temporarily resolved, and at that moment, reports arrived regarding the investigation into the Minister of Revenue, revealing a trove of gold, silver, and jewels within his estate. With irrefutable evidence, the Emperor immediately sentenced the Minister of Revenue and his entire family to execution, assigning the prince to thoroughly investigate the case, declaring that any official guilty of corruption would face severe punishment. After concluding state matters, the Emperor suddenly inquired, "Minister Fong, what are your thoughts on the Crown Prince?" The Chancellor's heart sank, feeling a wave of displeasure, yet he dared not show it. Instead, he cautiously replied, "The Crown Prince is indeed exceptional. Miss Li is intelligent, graceful, and virtuous, making them a splendid match." The Li family, a prestigious lineage with a history spanning centuries, had produced numerous esteemed officials and literary figures, holding significant sway in scholarly circles. Miss Li had long been promised to the crown prince, awaiting an auspicious day for their union. Although his own family lacked such a legacy, the chancellor had never considered marrying off his granddaughter. Now he could never allow her, endowed with divine powers, to become a concubine in the Eastern Palace. The emperor raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely posed a casual question, and then returned to discussing other affairs of state. Meanwhile, the crown prince, contemplative, absently twirled the jade ring in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Little Mirror, displeased with Feng Ruotang for gifting the pill to her grandmother, urged her to complete tasks to earn more rewards. Skeptical of Little Mirror's claims, she was nonetheless intrigued by the prospect of glimpsing their past lives. Such an opportunity was too enticing to ignore. Chapter 007. The female streamer and her loyal brother's time fleetingly passed, and the screen projected by the little mirror in Feng Ruotang's mind had dimmed. The resemblance between her past self and her present self was striking, perhaps 6 or 7 parts alike. She had once thought that her heart condition rendered her existence tragic, only to realize that in her previous life, her ailment was far graver, leaving her mind rather clouded. She barely survived to the age of 18 before her life abruptly ended. For the first 16 years, she was confined within the walls of her home. Despite the immense love showered upon her by her parents and brother, and the various private tutors they hired, she found no joy in the careful attentions of those around her. The friends her family selected for her, young girls of similar ages, feigned compliance while harboring jealousy and pity behind her back. It was only after she ventured into the online realms that she began to forge genuine connections, taking her friends' advice to create an account for chatting and singing. In that digital space, no one regarded her as a fragile doll, nor did anyone perceive her as foolish. Most who admired her did so for the beauty of her voice, and many older brothers and sisters treated her as a cherished little sister. During that time, a group known as the Crown Princes became her foremost supporters. On her 18th birthday, they orchestrated a grand online gathering to celebrate with her. Perhaps due to the constraints of her previous life, these princes, while protective, had not expressed romantic feelings before her untimely demise. Her life was extinguished abruptly, claimed by a winter rainstorm, leaving her to ponder what might have transpired had she lived, yet the little mirror unveiled the aftermath of her death. Her parents and brother, though heartbroken, eventually found their way back to life, while the crown princes tragically faced their own calamities, departing this world within a week. Do you now believe my words? They came for you, the little mirror asserted. Feng Ruotang's expression darkened as she lowered her gaze, her eyes reddening. I feel as though I am a monster. The little mirror paused, seemingly at a loss. What are you saying? Wiping away her tears, Feng Ruotang continued, Is it not true? Everyone's fate should rest in their own hands. In my past life, despite their care, they each had their own lives. My sudden departure may have saddened them, akin to what my parents and brother experienced, but they should have been able to rise again and lead fulfilling lives. How could I have died so inexplicably? As if it were a scripted tragedy? It's utterly repugnant. The little mirror grasped her meaning, feeling both proud and delighted. In this life, I seem to lack wisdom as well, Feng Ruotang admitted, biting her lip. Though improved from her previous existence, she could not deny that among her family's offspring, she was the least intelligent. Learning came to her slowly, although her family never openly remarked on her shortcomings. Over time, she became aware. Before you entered this realm, they foresaw a great calamity approaching. However, to adhere to the laws of this world, they could not retain their memories. Thus, they channeled their essence into you, lending their strength to assist you. Should this realm face destruction, while Feng Ruotang would not perish, it would leave a significant mark on her already fragile spirit. Although their lives were boundless, they understood the gravity of time. Whether 1,000 years or 10,000, their choices were deliberate. Hence, they paid a price to gain an advantage. So you belong to them. No wonder you urged me to seek them, Feng Ruotang huffed, finally understanding why the little mirror hesitated to bind with the crown prince. The little mirror pouted. You're siding with them. I no longer want you. With a hint of indignation, the little mirror wept. I haven't. I will always be your best companion. You aren't. You didn't even provide me with medicine for my ailment. I did, but my grandmother consumed it. The little mirror faltered. Speechless. Whom can we blame for that? With a mix of resignation and indignation, it produced the nourishing and strengthening pills. Fong Ruotang, with a look of cleverness, took the medicine and swallowed it with warm tea from the room. The nourishing pill had a faintly fragrant essence, dissolving effortlessly in her mouth without bitterness, indeed. It was slightly sweet. She smacked her lips, unable to discern much flavor. Once ingested, warmth spread through her body, providing a sense of comfort. Is my illness cured already? Yes, you are remarkable. A single pill has alleviated the suffering that plagued me for 16 years. Do you have the recipe? The little mirror, observing her not-so-bright yet scheming demeanor, could only smile in amusement. This is a pill from the realm of cultivation. The recipe would be of no use to you. It differs greatly from ordinary remedies, and the physicians in this realm could not comprehend it. Oh! Fong Ruotang relaxed, ceasing her insistence. She inquired about the cultivation realm and learned that she hails from a world superior to that of cultivation. Should this small world evolve successfully, it might establish a passage to the realm of cultivation, allowing ordinary individuals with spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. During this time, she also consumed the strengthening pill, experiencing a sensation as if her body might burst, a discomforting yet manageable pain. With determination, she persevered through the ordeal, eventually breaking into a sweat. When she stood again, it felt as though she were walking on clouds, reborn. After such tumult, Fong Ruotang quickly fell into slumber. Due to her inquiries during the effects of the strengthening pill, much of what transpired slipped from her memory. However, the shadow guards surrounding her retained every detail, and once she fell asleep, their conversations found their way to the emperor's table. The emperor's expression was complex, a mixture of joy and contemplation. That very night, he summoned the crown prince to the palace for a discussion. What transpired between them remained a mystery, but the following morning, the crown prince's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Fong Ruotang. Oblivious to the attention directed her way, she excitedly chatted with the little mirror. Is it truly that scandalous? Does he enjoy watching his wife being toyed with by others? Upon hearing her words, the entire court fell into a stunned silence, save for one individual whose complexion paled as cold sweat broke upon his brow. How disgraceful! He holds the position of Minister of Rights, yet engages in such shameless acts. His wife must be suffering. His wife is the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Inspector Chow, renowned for her decorum and propriety. If this were to come to light, her life would be forfeit. Beasts! A sudden roar echoed through the hall as an official struck another across the face with a ceremonial tablet. Chapter 008. A blessing in disguise, are you not aware? Fong Ruotang cast a surprised glance at him. Could it be that he, like herself, had been distracted during the court assembly? Cease this at once. The emperor suddenly rebuked with a sharp voice. The ministers, who had feigned to mediate yet secretly conspired against Deputy Minister Do, swiftly dispersed. Chow Yusher adjusted his official cap and abruptly knelt down, his voice hoarse as he pleaded. Your Majesty, I implore you to uphold justice for this humble servant. What has befallen him? Fong Ruotang prodded the attendant beside her. The attendant, with a stern expression, monotonously replied, This is Chow Yusher. He has just been brutally assaulted by his son-in-law, Deputy Minister Do. Fong Ruotang's eyes gleamed with intrigue as she absorbed the scandalous narrative, and she couldn't help but mentally criticize goodness. Truly, there is no limit to depravity. What kind of man, who has been known to peep at the widow next door while she bathes, could possibly be virtuous? Such a man has not only passed the imperial examinations, but has also garnered the favor of his superiors, ascending the ranks. This scoundrel is unworthy of holding office, or even of being human. Let me see if there is any dirt I can unearth. Ugh, he's inhuman. To rise in rank, he has allowed numerous men to share his wife's bed. No, I cannot contain myself. I must end his life. Fong Ruotang surveyed her surroundings, seeking a suitable weapon. Enough. Chancellor Fong could no longer hold his tongue and, disregarding the decorum of the court, stepped forward to admonish her in a hushed tone. What are you doing, swaying about like a monkey? Fong Ruotang, with tears brimming in her eyes, called out, Grandfather. The eldest daughter of the Chow family is far too pitiable. Is this something I can speak of? If this matter spreads, her reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. And she will not survive, sob. The assembly fell into a heavy silence, leaving only the muffled sounds of Chow Yusher's suppressed sobs. He wished fervently to end Do's life, yet he could not help but direct his ire toward Fong Ruotang. Though she remained silent, her thoughts spoke volumes, and he lamented the bleak future for his unfortunate daughter. Please rise, the emperor said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. After listening to Fong Ruotang's heartfelt musings, he noted that she had not accused Do of any wrongdoing akin to her public denunciation of the Minister of Revenue. This indicated that, despite Do's moral failings, his competence in governance remained intact, and it would be unseemly for the emperor to intervene in the domestic affairs of his subjects. The emperor cast a glance at Fong Ruotang, wishing she would refrain from such thoughts, as it was indeed a delicate predicament. Your Majesty, I must expose Deputy Minister Do's moral failings and his mistreatment of a minister's daughter. He is unworthy of his position, and I beseech your Majesty to allow her to return home. Deputy Minister Do, do you have anything to say? The emperor's countenance was cold as he regarded Do. Do dared not utter a word, his body aching and too intimidated to make a sound. He merely accepted his guilt, pleading for the emperor's mercy. Although such moral failings were not the gravest of concerns for those in power, a man treating his lawful wife in such a manner was indeed despicable. Moreover, Do had long been perceived as a devoted husband and family man. No one could have anticipated such shameless behavior beneath the surface. Given this, I shall take it upon myself to grant the request of Chow Yusher. From this day forth, the bonds of marriage shall be severed. As the emperor delivered his verdict, Fong Ruotang was not idle. Little Mirror, you are quite capable. Can you assist Miss Chow? I fear for her survival. No. Of course. Her family's lives were of greater importance. Could you help her forget the past? Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled with a bright idea, as if she had struck upon a brilliant notion. Little Mirror, isn't that akin to burying one's head in the sand? Fong Ruotang pouted, displeased. Little Mirror, taken aback by her lack of empathy toward the emperor and the crown prince, realized that Miss Chow was indeed a formidable character. If Fong Ruotang were to offer the medicinal pill she possessed, Miss Chow would undoubtedly take on tasks for her family in return, prompting Little Mirror to eagerly encourage her. If she cannot endure, it is because she feels sullied. If you give the cleansing marrow pill to Miss Chow, after its effects, she will be the epitome of purity, devoid of any impurities within her. Are you out of your mind? Is that the same kind of cleanliness? Besides, I intend to reserve this for my second brother. Do you not wish to help her? We are both women. I sympathize with her plight and wish to assist her. However, such a precious pill must be preserved for my family. I can offer her help later when I have more to spare. Fong Ruotang pouted, her discontent evident. Yet her eyes darted around the court, observing the ministers. How did Chow Yusher learn of Deputy Minister Do's actions, and why would he so foolishly disclose it in court? Is he truly attempting to drive his own daughter to despair? Chow Yusher struggled for breath. Why had he made such a scene in court? It was no longer a secret. Had there been even a shred of doubt, he would never have spoken out. If you save her, she shall live. If you do not, her life is forfeit. Why can you not comprehend? Do you enjoy moral coercion? Furthermore, the cleansing marrow pill is of immense value. I possess but one. How can I give it to her? I empathize with her, but I do not know her. Fong Ruotang felt a pang of discomfort, unable to suppress her frustration. This cleansing marrow pill was not essential for her second brother, and Little Mirror's suggestion of cleanliness could indeed save Miss Chow's life. Yet, she hesitated to part with it, having never been so miserly before. What is it to be precious? To you, it is merely an inconsequential item you discard daily. You could throw away hundreds of thousands over the years. You claim to lack intelligence, yet you're so hard to persuade? Little Mirror, taken aback by her harshness, retorted in a teary voice. What did you say? Fong Ruotang blinked, as if she had just heard something remarkable. Nothing. Little Mirror, feeling downcast, failed to notice the slip. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled as she tentatively proposed, "If you assist Miss Chow, I shall undertake tasks under certain conditions in the future." Really? Indeed. You must not deceive me. Should I be tasked in the future, I expect my credits back. Fong Ruotang clutched the cleansing marrow pill that had just come into her possession, nonchalantly responding with a few affirmations. It appeared that her earlier thoughts were indeed not a figment of her imagination. She gazed at the pill in her hand, occasionally bringing it close to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The entire assembly held its breath, some unable to suppress their greedy expressions. Unlike the emperor and the crown prince, the ministers viewed Fong Ruotang's innocent demeanor as a guarantee that she would eventually share the pill, for in this era, imperial power reigned supreme. Quickly give the cleansing marrow pill to her. Are you not concerned that public opinion may drive her to despair? Once she consumes the pill, there will be no one to pressure her. She will transcend her mortal existence, her mind sharp, absorbing knowledge effortlessly, and if she chooses a life of tranquility, her children will undoubtedly be more astute than ordinary ones. What ordinary person would not desire exceptional offspring? Cough, Chow Yusher, what do you think of my new son? The speaker was Lord Yongchong. In his youth, he had been capable, but regrettably, no standout descendants had emerged from his lineage. As he aged, the decline of the Yongchong family became increasingly foreseeable, and it was evident that he could not enjoy his twilight years in peace. Chow Yusher regarded Lord Yongchong with a complex expression. Lord Yongchong's face flushed with embarrassment, recognizing the impropriety of the discussion. Yet he felt that ensuring the prosperity of his family was of utmost importance. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, even the crown prince was at risk of becoming subservient to others. With Fong Ruotang's presence, the dynamics between men and women were bound to undergo a profound transformation in the future. Miss Chow, having traversed this ordeal, not only escaped the mire but also gained tangible benefits. With the successful evolution of the heavenly path, Miss Chow became the first individual in this world to embark on the journey of cultivation. Conversely, should the evolution of the heavenly path fail, even the most inconspicuous benefit would be the potential for her to bear a Qilin child. Despite the old-fashioned nature of such claims, the tangible advantages are evident, and many would desire both outcomes. With their audacity, they would be the first to vocalize their wishes. Chapter 009. The odor of the cleansing elixir as dawn broke. Fong Ruotang contemplated requesting her mother to send an invitation for Miss Chow to visit. Although the imperial censor Chow was known for his integrity and uprightness, he was still a father at heart, and it was only natural for him to dote on his daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, he requested the esteemed Prime Minister Fong to join them for a banquet. Prime Minister Fong graciously accepted the invitation, and as they departed the palace, he and his granddaughter took a carriage to the residence of Censor Chow. Little Mirror, I realize I am quite fortunate. Whatever I wish for seems to come to fruition. She mused. Little Mirror, there are some things that should remain unsaid. Perhaps it is best to let her revel in her joy. According to custom, Fong Ruotang would typically pay her respects to the venerable matriarch, Madame Chow, upon arrival. However, Censor Chow did not summon anyone to announce their presence, instead directing the servants to escort the Prime Minister and his granddaughter to the flower pavilion. He hurried to the rear courtyard, where he briefly explained the situation to his wife. Madame Chow was so taken aback that she fainted. Fortunately, the household physician was present, and after administering a couple of acupuncture treatments, she regained consciousness, only to be overcome with tears, lamenting, "Oh, my poor daughter. How will she survive this?" Censor Chow quickly detailed the matter concerning the cleansing elixir. Fong Ruotang's miraculous abilities had become common knowledge, especially since she had been present at the banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. Is it true? Madame Chow wiped her tears and clasped her hands in prayer. Miss Fong is truly a benefactor to our family. Once this matter is resolved, I shall visit the temple and offer a longevity plaque in her honor, to be venerated daily. Censor Chow was momentarily taken aback, but did not oppose his wife's inclination towards superstition. When the family of three finally gathered, the couple exchanged glances, pondering what to say, but it was Miss Chow who, upon seeing her mother's swollen eyes and her father's furrowed brow, felt an overwhelming sense of concern. After a hearty meal, Fong Ruotang was contemplating how to present the cleansing elixir to Censor Chow, persuading him to administer it to Miss Chow, when she noticed Censor Chow approaching with his daughter in tow. I have matters to discuss with Prime Minister Fong. You may entertain Miss Fong, he instructed. Miss Chow was taken aback. She had an unmarried sister at home, and she was over a decade older than Miss Fong, with whom she had no prior acquaintance. Although puzzled by her parents' intentions, Miss Chow was always well-mannered and composed, suppressing her curiosity to graciously host. Regardless of what Miss Fong offers you, simply accept it, Madame Chow instructed succinctly before departing with Miss Fong to the rear courtyard. She knew her daughter well, no matter the circumstances. She would never tarnish the family's reputation in public. However, this matter was one she found difficult to broach. Miss Chow was somewhat reserved, lacking the vivacity typically found in younger women. Thus, she appeared older than her actual age, resembling a woman in her 30s. Moreover, having been married for a decade without bearing children, her countenance bore the weight of worry. After all, her situation had compelled the Deputy Minister Do to resort to clandestine measures to prevent her from conceiving. Miss Chow, Fong Ruotang greeted, causing Miss Chow to pause in surprise. After more than a decade of marriage, she had been referred to as Madame Do, and later as Lady Do, following her husband's rise in rank. How might I persuade Miss Chow to consume the cleansing elixir? Would it be strange if I presented it directly? Surely, she would not refuse? Refusing would be foolish. Thus, it would be a waste to not respect her choice. Is that so? Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While she felt sympathy for Miss Chow, she also wished for her family to partake first. It was a delicate balance between willingness and reluctance. Therefore, should Miss Chow refuse outright, she would not press the matter. Fong Ruotang's thoughts were optimistic, yet upon observing Miss Chow's stern demeanor, her brows knitted in concern. Such a person could easily bring about their own demise, even in the absence of malicious gossip. Miss Chow gasped, fearing she might be afflicted with an incurable ailment, much like the Grand Princess. However, since Fong Ruotang had failed to save the Grand Princess, how could she possibly present a life-saving remedy to her? Their families had never shared a profound relationship, and she was personally unfamiliar with Miss Fong. This is quite troublesome. I must devise a plan. What if I pretend to be a celestial being? In that case, others will seek my assistance rather than me scheming to administer medicine to them. Presently, it feels akin to poisoning. Fong Ruotang pouted, resolved to act. Miss Chow, to be candid, I have received guidance from an immortal and possess knowledge of matters unknown to others. In her youth, Miss Chow had not favored overly exuberant individuals. Now, with the passage of time and the absence of children, she found herself drawn to the spirited nature of Fong Ruotang. Observing the concern etched on Fong Ruotang's face, a smile flickered in her eyes, realizing this young woman was quite endearing and wished to alleviate her burden. No wonder I found Miss Fong to be so ethereal. It seems she has indeed received celestial guidance. I am humbled, Miss Chow replied, her smile slightly faltering. I perceive a connection between us. I possess a cleansing elixir and would like to bestow it upon you, Fong Ruotang declared, presenting the elixir. Miss Chow hesitated momentarily, recalling her mother's instructions, before accepting the elixir and placing it into her mouth. Fong Ruotang, having never used the cleansing elixir before, was unaware of its effects, setting aside her reluctance in favor of curiosity. Does it take effect so swiftly? I hope Miss Chow does not encounter any adverse reactions. She will be fine. The cleansing elixir does not claim lives, it merely brings one to the brink of existence. The process of cleansing can be quite agonizing. The Chow family may suspect that I have poisoned her. I should take my leave. Prime Minister Fong was also eager to observe the effects of the elixir. But with the Crown Prince and others present, he could not depart, choosing to ignore Fong Ruotang's outburst. Neglected, she muttered anxiously to herself, fearing imprisonment, while Little Mirror continued to incite her to flirt with the Crown Prince. The noise irritated Prime Minister Fong and the others, yet they could not silence her. Fortunately, before long, a maid arrived to report on Miss Chow's condition, providing the onlookers an opportunity to witness the event firsthand. However, while they were curious, they were also respectful enough not to intrude upon Miss Chow's chamber, halting just outside her courtyard. Yet, as they drew closer, a foul stench assailed their senses. Chapter 010. Like her servant Ugh. Fong Ruotang could not suppress her retching, internally lamenting, "You never mentioned how foul the cleansing elixir would be." Ugh, oh my heavens. Of course it stinks. All the impurities in the body are expelled. Moreover, Miss Chow has been unable to conceive for years because Minister Do administered contraceptive drugs to her. Her body has long been damaged. Without this cleansing process, she would never have the chance to become a mother in this lifetime. What a vile man that Minister Do is. I must have a serious talk with my grandfather and ensure he brings Minister Do to justice, perhaps demoting him or worse. Though he may bribe superiors and engage in favoritism, my investigation revealed he hasn't committed any grave offenses warranting execution. His corruption is relatively minor, something the emperor might tolerate. I will urge my grandfather to rally more ministers to petition against him. Even if execution is off the table, he must be demoted. And as for Inspector Chow, being Miss Chow's father, he ought to contribute significantly as well, especially since this is precisely his area of expertise. Inspector Chow's expression was a blend of complexity and peculiarity. His earlier outrageous behavior in court was merely an attempt to persuade His Majesty to demote someone. However, upon hearing about the cleansing elixir from Fong Ruotang, he refrained from pursuing Minister Do further. After all, the importance of the elixir could not be overstated. If the moment passed, it was uncertain whether it would ever reach his daughter. Thus, he persistently invited people to his residence, seizing the opportunity while Fong Ruotang was fervent, ensuring he secured the tangible benefits at hand. After all, this was something that could save his daughter's life. Missing out would be catastrophic. Quick, step back. The Crown Prince is delivering goods, standing right behind you. Embrace him for 10 points. Think of the cleansing elixir. Go for it. No way. What if he doesn't catch me? This is my first meeting with him, and I can't fall in front of him without even a glance. Of course he wouldn't save you. This medicine isn't common fare. If he had more of it, he'd surely give it to his own kin first. You too. Next time something as tragic as Miss Chow's situation arises, don't share it with me. If I help, I'd appear saintly. And if I don't, my conscience would trouble me. Receiving a cleansing elixir for free pained Fong Ruotang's heart. After all, her Little Mirror was akin to a shrewd merchant, demanding 10,000 points for a single elixir. Each task she completed only earned her 10 points. Who knew when she could possess another? Inevitably, she would have to barter with the Little Mirror again. Fortunately, with some coaxing, the Little Mirror would usually relent. As Fong Ruotang contemplated, she exaggeratedly glanced back to confirm the Crown Prince's position, feigning a dainty gasp before slowly stepping back. The Crown Prince's composed visage flickered with complexity. If he weren't able to hear Fong Ruotang's inner thoughts, he would have preferred not to indulge in this charade. Such a degree of intimacy made him appear somewhat foolish. Miss Fong Lu. The Crown Prince caught the exaggeratedly acting Fong Ruotang. He gazed down at the delicate figure in his arms. Her eyes darted about, clearly concocting some mischievous idea. Yet, her expressive face betrayed her intentions more than her thoughts. Wow, the Crown Prince's chest is so firm. Do you think he looks like those male deities you showed me yesterday when he removes his clothing? Absolutely. If I could obtain a nude portrait of the Crown Prince, I would share it with you. Yes, please. The Crown Prince tightened his embrace around Miss Fong Lu. Suddenly, She felt a powerful grip, lifting her slightly. Bewildered, she looked up at him, tilting her head in innocent curiosity, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was internally demanding the Crown Prince's nude portrait from the little mirror. The Crown Prince, with a darkened expression, admonished, "Miss Fong Lu, there are matters that should remain unseen. Do you comprehend?" "Oh!" I sense that continuing this line of questioning might lead to more than just discomfort in my waist. My waist feels like it's about to break. Fong Ruotang grimaced, attempting to pry away the Crown Prince's firm grasp. Simultaneously, she continued to negotiate with the little mirror in her mind. Quick, I'm holding his hand again. And he's embracing me. It's more challenging for me to embrace him. I even touched his chest. Add some points for me. Fine. Let us make it 100 points. The little mirror was generous, and Fong Ruotang felt elated. The Crown Prince found it odd. This product of a higher civilization seemed devoid of any decorum, at least in front of Fong Ruotang, where she appeared to command him with ease. It seemed as though she was coerced into tasks merely to earn points for various elixirs, yet it felt more like playfully indulging a child in their whims. Of course not. The human body has its limits. The laws of nature are absolute. 300 years is the utmost limit. Fong Ruotang, contemplating this, cast a disdainful look at the Crown Prince, only to realize they were still in each other's arms. She blinked twice, momentarily bewildered. Why is the Crown Prince holding me? You fell into his arms, and he caught you without hesitation. That's possible. TSK? I have no interest in a man who would ruin a woman's reputation only to seek her hand in marriage afterward. Fong Ruotang pushed the Crown Prince away, raising her chin with a hint of disdain. The Crown Prince's fingers, now lowered, lightly brushed against one another, observing the proud little girl before him, akin to a petulant kitten, and felt an unexpected itch in his hand. Chapter 011. The Extraordinary Grand Master. From the moment the Crown Prince was born, he harbored a heart as cold as ice, impervious to the affections of even his own parents. Yet, upon cradling the little girl before him, an overwhelming sensation almost escaped his lips. It felt as though a fragmented part of himself had finally found its counterpart. The last time he held her, his emotions had similarly surged, but he had attributed it to the novelty of such intimacy with a girl. After all, he was a normal man, subject to the usual physiological reactions upon rising each day. This marked the third occasion he had held her, and given his stoic nature, it was unbecoming to exhibit such youthful excitement. His resolve, already firm, was further solidified. He understood the necessity of seizing the initiative, as foretold by the little mirror. He had long been accustomed to dominance. The Crown Prince's gaze fell upon Fong Ruotang, noting her alarming lack of awareness. She seemed entranced, stretching her neck to peer into the courtyard of Miss Chow, where maidservants hurriedly fetched water. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Is Miss Chow ready? Can she receive guests now?" Her curiosity was entirely understandable. The maid had already observed a throng gathered at the entrance, led by her father and a cohort of officials, though she was oblivious to the cause of the commotion. Before long, Miss Chow emerged, transformed, her skin aglow and her hair as dark as ink. The wrinkles that had prematurely adorned her eyes had vanished. She resembled a youthful maiden of 17 or 18, albeit nervously standing before the crowd. "Yudi?" Without regard for the hierarchy of those present, the Minister Chow pushed forward, gazing at the young lady before him in disbelief, questioning whether this radiant figure could truly be his daughter. "Father!" Chow Yudi exclaimed, her tumultuous emotions settling upon seeing her father. Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror, startled by her own transformation. "This is astonishing. How did you become so youthful? Have you had some extraordinary encounter?" The gathered individuals were astute, yet they required a catalyst to prompt Fong Ruotang to disclose the truth. Chow Yudi served as that impetus, upon her father's subtle encouragement. She glanced at Fong Ruotang, who displayed no reaction, and proceeded to share the tale of the celestial being and the bestowed elixir. Fong Ruotang puffed out her chest, assuming a childlike demeanor as she waved her hand, Addressing the assembly, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from an immortal, and thus acquired a touch of celestial fortune. She feigned brevity, attempting to embody an ethereal presence. However, the little mirror within her urged her to reveal the matter of the heavenly evolution. This world was not hers alone to save. In these dark times, with calamities abounding, Fong Ruotang pouted, but recognized the gravity of the moment. It was not the time for her to play at being coy. Her lips moved as if reciting lines, echoing the mirror's urgings, and after concluding, she nodded towards the crown prince, conveying, such is the situation. A hint of warmth softened the crown prince's otherwise stern visage, almost coaxing a smile from his lips as he noted the little girl's earnest attempts at grandeur, which fell somewhat short of the mark. The assembled ministers shared a tacit understanding. The elixir seemed to have been easily acquired by Fong Ruotang, suggesting that the fruits of advanced civilization favored her. "Is there a means by which one might obtain this elixir?" the crown prince inquired. The little mirror promptly urged, "Quickly inform him. Let him become your favored consort. If he consents, I shall grant him a bountiful harvest, but time is of the essence. Otherwise, many lives will be lost." Fong Ruotang suppressed the mirror's insistence within her mind. As she spoke untruths with wide eyes, a silence enveloped the crowd. Eventually, the crown prince shattered the stillness, stating, "Should the celestial being issue further decrees, I implore Miss Fong to convey them truthfully, regardless of the cost, for the assistance of the celestial being is paramount." His words were laden with implications, as he suspected that the young girl before him might not fully grasp their significance. Yet, Fong Ruotang remained oblivious, having deliberately concealed the mirror and its assigned tasks, thus failing to interpret the crown prince's intentions. The other seasoned officials, however, comprehended the underlying message. Aside from the irate Prime Minister Fong, who fumed in silence, the rest appeared relieved, having feared the crown prince would refuse to acquiesce. The excitement had subsided. After a long day of court duties, she felt both exhausted and weary. Fortunately, she had wisely consumed a vitality elixir the previous day, otherwise, her frail constitution would not have endured such strains. "Are you leaving already? Will you not exchange a few words with Chow Yudi? Will you not accept her as a disciple?" "I shall not. It is too much trouble." "Very well. I perceive her potential is lacking. If you choose not to accept her, then so be it. I had thought you might offer her the cleansing elixir as a sign of regard. Before today, I did not even know her. What regard could I hold? Your indifference is noted. It is merely unfortunate that she lacks such fortune." Yet, the other astute officials discerned the underlying truth. That afternoon, invitations to a banquet fluttered into Fong Ruotang's small courtyard like snowflakes. Simultaneously, the emperor's decree arrived, announcing her elevation in status. In concise terms, she had ascended from a mere attendant to the esteemed position of extraordinary Grand Master, her rank soaring. Overjoyed, Fong Ruotang yearned to flaunt her newfound status, carefully selecting several banquets to attend with the assistance of the little mirror. The following day, as she rose early to attend court, the women of her household, despite their fatigue, joined her to witness her remarkable transformation. Unfortunately, after 2 days of excitement, she found herself in a stupor, being carried into the carriage and subsequently to the grand hall. Upon entering, Prime Minister Fong observed an additional chair set for the emperor. His expression a complex mix of emotions. As the grandfather stood, his granddaughter took her seat behind him. Chapter 12. Thank you. Prince with a romantic mind, the young girl appeared languid and unkempt, a demeanor that one would presume the prince would find utterly distasteful. Yet, as he observed her drowsy countenance, he found her somewhat endearing. He stepped forward, while Minister Fong wore an expression of utmost vigilance. The prince remained silent, merely casting a glance at Minister Fong, and effortlessly drew the girl before him. Fong Ruotang, having been born with a heart ailment, was never constrained by her family, allowing her to grow wild and free. Thus, in the presence of others, she resembled a child of 5 or 6 clinging to her grandfather. and she felt no shame in it. "What are you doing?" she uttered softly, her arm clasped in the prince's hand. The prince's palm slid down to grasp her small hand, subtly squeezing it a couple of times, relishing the delightful sensation. "Sit here." "Huh?" She looked up in confusion, her small face tilted. "Am I allowed to sit here?" During court meetings, only the emperor was permitted to occupy the dragon throne. Even the prince stood at the lower end. As a newcomer, did she truly have a seat? Fong Ruotang found it rather astonishing. "Yes, if you're tired. You may rest a while." Fong Ruotang cast a doubtful glance at the prince, poking her little mirror in her mind. Nothing has changed. She is only becoming more affectionate. From her previous life, she had learned the meaning of affection. She blushed slightly and stole a glance at the prince. Could it be that he has feelings for me now? What could he possibly like about me? "You are beautiful and can present miraculous elixirs. Is it not natural for him to be fond of you?" Upon reflection, Fong Ruotang realized this to be true. Instantly, she straightened her back and beamed at the prince. "His taste is indeed remarkable. Of course, even a blind man would admire you. You are so exquisite that no one can resist. Who would not be smitten? Your taste is commendable as well." This master and servant duo, one daring to speak and the other willing to listen. The prince paused for a moment, feeling a genuine fondness bloom within him. For the first time, a girl's mere words brought him amusement. Other ministers present could scarcely contain their laughter. Some even approached Minister Fong with queries about how he had raised such a naive and innocent granddaughter. Minister Fong shot a glance at them. His precious granddaughter, though endowed with beauty, bore a heart condition. Within the Fong residence, everyone cherished her dearly. Who could bear to impose mundane societal rules upon her? Having prepared to raise her in the household without the expectation of marriage, nurturing her innocence seemed harmless, especially since Fong Ruotang's mind was not overly complicated. Before long, the emperor arrived. Fong Ruotang attempted to stand, but the prince pressed her shoulder down. She glanced at him and pouted, her big eyes filled with an unspoken plea. "You allowed me to sit here. If the emperor scolds me later, you must assist me." The prince found the little girl exceedingly easy to comprehend. Even without hearing her thoughts, he could guess her intentions with remarkable accuracy. The throne room suddenly accommodated an additional chair. Without the emperor's consent, who would dare? Such privileges were, in essence, meant to please the young girl. Only when she was content would the treasures in her hands be revealed. The emperor's first order of business in court was to express gratitude for the miraculous elixir bestowed by the newly appointed national master, concurrently granting a series of rewards. Gold, silver, and jewels were the least notable of these. Among them were fiefs and substantial provisions, with the most significant being that she would no longer need to kneel before the emperor in the future. Fong Ruotang joyfully expressed her thanks, realizing that her previous feelings of insignificance upon being named national master were due to the lack of appropriate rewards. Today was different. This emperor is rather gracious. Did my grandfather's elixir truly alter his fate, extending his life by a decade? Not necessarily. Typically, the elixir can extend life by 10 years. But your emperor has brought ruin upon himself by consuming a poison concocted by sorcerers. His health has already deteriorated. "Oh!" Fong Ruotang surreptitiously observed the emperor, speaking earnestly to her little mirror. "I don't think he appears to be dying. The potions crafted by sorcerers are laced with mercury, cinnabar, and other toxins. Some even contain the blood of women. Consuming any one of these ingredients can be fatal, you know?" "Oh!" Upon hearing about the use of women's blood, Fong Ruotang could no longer bear to look at the emperor. The emperor himself felt an urge to retch. Determined to conclude the court session, he ordered the sorcerers to be executed without delay. "The emperor's tastes are rather peculiar. Perhaps we should offer him a cleansing elixir? It might extend his life. I recall my grandfather mentioning that the emperor is a diligent and commendable ruler. Having him is preferable to the prince's ascension. Just as the prince has only now begun to take an interest in me, this could lead to trouble." The prince gazed at the little girl, who was loudly chirping in his mind, at a loss for how to respond. The emperor raised an eyebrow at him, thanking the prince for his romantic inclinations, which had resulted in the acquisition of a cleansing elixir. The prince frowned. It was clear that his father had instructed him to curry favor with the 6th young lady of the Fong family. Very well. You strive to fulfill your tasks. I have. Just a moment ago, the prince held my hand for quite a while. Surely that merits a cleansing elixir. Moreover, this is to save the emperor. Saving him means saving many others. Fine. I shall grant it to you. The assembled ministers exchanged glances, murmuring, "See? It is evident that this miraculous elixir is easily obtainable." Fong Ruotang, upon receiving the cleansing elixir, did not hesitate to present it to the emperor. After all, he had just rewarded her handsomely, and reciprocity was only polite. However, after offering the gift, Fong Ruotang felt a pang of concern. The emperor must find a secluded spot to consume it, for the aftermath would be quite foul. The emperor, having received intelligence from his covert guards regarding the effects, was not oblivious to the results of the cleansing elixir. He had even summoned Xiao Yu to the palace the previous night to witness its efficacy firsthand. Thus, at this moment, no matter what Fong Ruotang had to say, the emperor remained pleased. He was unafraid of the stench and could endure it. With a formal decree presented, the court session commenced. However, the inspecting minister Chao, who was inherently astute, could not hold back. As the inspector tasked with overseeing the conduct of officials, he moved forward, compelled to act against the deputy minister of revenue, Dosun, for his blatant disregard for ethics, engaging in bribery, abusing his power, failing to manage his household, and allowing his kin to seize others' lands. The gazes of all ministers fell upon the substantial memorial in Inspector Chao's hands. Dosun felt the realization wash over him at last. At that moment, Emperor Jiankong was in high spirits, casting a glance at Dosun that resembled the scrutiny one gives to refuse. The eunuch presented the memorial. The emperor neither verified its contents nor granted Dosun an opportunity for defense, swiftly condemning him to demotion, relegating him to the most impoverished county, serving as a mere 9th-rank official. Dosun's face turned as pale as a ghost as he accepted the decree with trembling gratitude. He had not risen to such heights by being foolish. The emperor had made it abundantly clear that he wished to be rid of him, and any further words would be futile. Chapter 013. The dashing young lady. Moreover, the emperor has been particularly diligent these past few days, not adhering to the usual practice of attending morning court every 3 days, but rather to eavesdrop on Fong Ruotang's sentiments. Will you be visiting the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence shortly? Upon the emperor's departure, Fong Ruotang was eager to leave, only to be halted by the crown prince who wished to converse. I shall accompany you, the crown prince declared. Very well. Fong Ruotang replied with apparent delight, though an inner voice chimed in simultaneously, the crown prince is a bit clingy. Indeed, the crown prince observed the young girl before him, whose demeanor did not match her heart. At 19 years of age, he had never felt so speechless. If you invite the crown prince to dine, he will feed you vegetables and grant you 10 points. All right. Fong Ruotang tilted her face upward and asked, May I treat you to a meal? The crown prince would not harbor any displeasure over such a trivial matter. From the moment he discovered her extraordinary abilities, the royal family had already gathered information about her life. Furthermore, the prime minister had long since entered the palace to explain Fong Ruotang's circumstances. She was inherently different from ordinary individuals, and thus he could not reproach her. All he could offer was boundless tolerance. Having received the crown prince's approval, Fong Ruotang tightened her grip on the small pouch containing only herbal medicine and hurried towards the prime minister. The prime minister cast a glance at the crown prince. Ever since he sensed the crown prince's covetous gaze, his respect had dwindled, and he felt a peculiar sense of disdain. After all, the crown prince was a young man. It was inappropriate for her to dine alone with him. Moreover, as a man, how could he expect her to pay? Who decreed that when a man and woman dine together, the man must pay? It is utterly unreasonable. Hurry and bring forth the silver, Fong Ruotang declared, as she playfully snatched the prime minister's pouch. Upon inspecting its contents, she discovered a banknote of 100 taels, some small silver coins for tips, and a few gold leaves. Having seldom ventured outside throughout her life, she was unaware of the purchasing power of silver, but the amount seemed substantial to her, and she presented it to the Crown Prince. "Is this enough for our lunch?" "Quite sufficient." The Crown Prince, perceiving her intention, naturally took her hand, fostering an intimacy that stirred within him a secret joy. This emotion was entirely unexpected. He gently rubbed the back of Fong Ruotang's hand with his finger, his senses enveloped by her faint, sweet fragrance, reminiscent of candy rather than the overpowering floral scents typical of young ladies. He held my hand again. "Should I not receive a reward?" "Hand-holding is no longer an option. Perhaps you should consider holding Lord Ye's hand instead." The suggestion from the small mirror prompted Fong Ruotang to instinctively search for Lord Ye's figure. However, as soon as her gaze wandered, her attention was drawn back to the Crown Prince. "After our meal, we must visit the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. You appear inappropriately attired for such an occasion. Allow me to accompany you to Yuchong Pavilion for a fitting." "Yuchong Pavilion? I wish to go. I have never been there. Afterward, we can select a few pieces of jewelry at Jin Yumantang." "Wonderful." Fong Ruotang lifted her face, utterly delighted. The two conversed intimately as they strolled hand in hand. The officials and Lord Yi, left behind, gazed at their retreating figures, while others merely felt envy towards the Crown Prince. For Fong Ruotang was no ordinary girl. She was a golden doll capable of producing elixirs, and they yearned to be in her favor but found no opportunity. "If you do not act now, you shall miss your chance. The Crown Prince will not permit you to compete with him." Some onlookers were unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Lord Yi appeared warm and inviting, yet no one could discern his true thoughts. Yuchong Pavilion spanned 3 floors, with the uppermost level dedicated to nobility. Naturally, the Crown Prince led Fong Ruotang to the 3rd floor upon their arrival, where they discovered others already present. A gentle-looking lady was draping garments over a young woman, lamenting incessantly, "It is all your father's fault. Look at your current appearance, so dark and unappealing. These pastel colors are beyond your reach. I had selected dresses for you long ago, yet here you are, carelessly damaging them while practicing swordplay. Now, in haste, you seek suitable attire. How could that be possible?" The young woman, clad in practical attire, bore no resemblance to a typical lady, her stature considerably taller than most, only slightly shorter than the Crown Prince. "Someone has arrived," the girl announced, her voice ringing clear, instantly revealing her gender to the previously nagging lady, who then noticed the presence of additional guests. Upon recognizing the Crown Prince, she hurried forward to pay her respects. "Your Highness," she greeted, adjusting her garments and standing beside her mother. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Highness." The young woman was El Shangnan, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Unlike ordinary maidens, she had inherited her father's innate strength from birth, and as a martial man, her father had nurtured her like a son. El Shangnan had accompanied her father to battle at the tender age of 11 or 12. Even earning military accolades, she was the second woman, following the eldest princess, to serve in the military and hold an official position. "Wow, what a beautiful young lady!" Fong Ruotang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at El Shangnan. El Shangnan raised her brows slightly, observing the small girl who spoke without opening her mouth, finding her rather endearing. "She is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wei Yuan." "Oh, then I shall be dining at her home shortly." Indeed, her mother has invited many eligible young men from the capital, seeking a suitable match for her. "That seems quite challenging," Fong Ruotang remarked, causing El Shangnan to assume that Fong Ruotang looked down upon her, causing her previously warm gaze to cool. "Such an exceptional young lady. Is there truly a man worthy of her in this world?" El Shangnan paused, her eyes brightening with amusement. She prided herself on surpassing most men, yet regrettably, society often scrutinized her. While she did not succumb to inferiority, she grew weary of dealing with their judgments. Chapter 014. The allure of a female A and male O. Her mother's efforts were in vain. She ultimately did not marry. Being single is quite delightful for her, just like for me. What do you think about me befriending her? Fong Ruotang's upbringing instilled in her the belief that marriage was unnecessary. Therefore, she saw no issue with remaining unmarried and reveled in it. That's fine. She possesses a commendable character. However, she is unlike you. She is the sole descendant of her family. If she remains unmarried, the Wei Yuan Marquisate will die out, and their hereditary title will end with her. Quite a pity, really. Is it truly that dire? Are there no suitable young men for Sister L? Indeed. The heir of the Duke's residence, Shenyu, is rather melancholic, and to the average person, he may seem unsuitable. After all, he is frail and often requires a wheelchair to move about. Please show me his information. Fong Ruotang was engaged in a silent conversation with her inner self, while the other three present refrained from interrupting. The servants nearby were completely oblivious to her musings. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. I wholeheartedly agree to this marriage proposal. It must be secured. Shenyu must marry Sister L. This is the perfect embodiment of a female A and male O in reality. I am determined to make Shenyu marry Sister L. They are simply too compatible. Fong Ruotang's thoughts caused a headache for the three others present. After all, her internal monologue resonated around the room, markedly different from her usual speaking voice. L. Xingnan raised an eyebrow at the Crown Prince. The Xin family of the Duke's residence was related to the Crown Prince, and Shenyu was his cousin. He was known for his indifference. Shenyu rarely made public appearances due to his frail health, and the two seldom met throughout the year, let alone develop any understanding of one another. Hello, Sister L. I am Fong Ruotang, the sixth daughter of the Chancellor's residence. You may call me Ruotang or Fong Xiaolu. I am L. Xingnan from the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Looking at the young girl before her with sparkling eyes, L. Xingnan felt that her introduction sounded somewhat cold. After a pause, she added warmly, It's a pleasure to meet you, Fong Xiaolu. Are you here to choose dresses? Sister L? I believe you look splendid in your current outfit. Fong Ruotang eagerly approached and linked her arm with L. Xingnan's. L. Xingnan was momentarily taken aback. Most noble girls found her rough due to her upbringing with swords, and having been sent to the borders at such a young age, she had little opportunity to interact with girls her age. Being so close to someone for the first time made her feel slightly dizzy, and she couldn't help but smile foolishly at the girl clinging to her arm. What are you doing? L. Xingnan glanced at her empty arm, feeling a slight loss of warmth and joy, and looked back at the Crown Prince. We've chosen the dresses. We still need to visit the Jin Yuman Tang for jewelry, and then we must dine at Jinxiu Tower. Time is rather pressing. Besides, Lady L and the others are the hosts today, and I'm sure they have plenty to attend to, so we should not delay them. Fong Ruotang considered this and found it reasonable, thus refraining from crowding L. Xingnan further. She tilted her face up and said, Sister L, I want to hinder you any longer. I will come to your residence during the Xin hour to seek your company again. All right, I'll wait for you. After L. Xingnan spoke, she noticed the Crown Prince's displeased gaze and felt a hint of amusement stir within her. The Crown Prince had previously appeared cold and aloof, as if nothing in the world could capture his attention. Now, however, he seemed transformed, with a livelier expression and more to say. Fong Ruotang was soon captivated by the array of luxurious garments. The outfits the Crown Prince selected for her were all to her liking. After trying on several pieces, she settled on her favorite, a pink cross-collared skirt that accentuated her already adorable visage, adding a touch of vivacity. By the time she made her choice, L. Xingnan and the others had already taken their leave. Despite the Marquis's idealistic intentions, reality was harsh. With no suitable dresses available at home, they had gone out to shop, yet ready-made garments seldom catered to those of her height. When the Crown Prince settled the bill, the shopkeeper mentioned that the Wei Yuan Marquisate had already paid. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Fong Ruotang, however, was elated. She tilted her face up with excitement and exclaimed, "Sister Elle must really like me, right? This is our first meeting, and she gifted me a dress." The crown prince smirked slightly but remained silent, forcefully handing over the money and instructing the shopkeeper not to charge the dresses to the Wei Yuan Marquisite's account. He then took Fong Ruotang to Jin Yuman Tang to select jewelry. Anything Fong Ruotang lingered on was wrapped up to be sent to the Chancellor's residence. Fong Ruotang, with her childlike disposition, was drawn to shiny objects and selected numerous pieces. Afterward, she glanced shyly at the crown prince. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. Fong Ruotang pouted, "You must like me too." The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of playful teasing arise within him. "Shouldn't it be you who likes me?" Fong Ruotang widened her eyes and counted on her fingers. "Of course not. Look at how you bought me clothes and jewelry. You must really like me. If I liked you, I would be the one buying gifts for you." The crown prince was somewhat persuaded by her logic. "Then, if you invite me to lunch, does that mean you like me too?" Fong Ruotang pondered for a moment. Poor crown prince. I want to tell him that I'm just here to reap rewards from him. After all, he's rather nice. The crown prince, "All right, enough said. He already knows." The two arrived at Jinxiu Tower, which belonged to the young prince. It was customary for the crown prince to have a reserved room here. "What would you like to eat? Is everything on the menu available?" Fong Ruotang picked up the menu, noting many dishes that her family forbade her from eating, especially the spicy ones. The crown prince, though not entirely aware of her preferences, had grasped enough to point out the items she should avoid. "These are not allowed." Fong Ruotang pouted, as those were precisely the dishes she wished to try. Her health had been frail in her youth, before she turned 10. She was often out of breath. Despite numerous physicians in the palace, none could help. Eventually, a wandering healer diagnosed her with a heart condition that was not as severe as believed. Her weakness was largely due to being overly pampered. From then on, her family stopped coddling her, allowing her to run about the residence, and her health gradually improved. "But I want to try." Fong Ruotang's eyes twinkled with mischief as she instinctively understood how to charm the crown prince. She pinched his sleeve and said, "If you let me have a taste, I will like you, okay?" The crown prince's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to respond, the young prince appeared uninvited, sporting a mischievous grin. "Ah, who do we have here?" Sneaking around and flirting with the young lady. Chapter 15. Acquiring sweet potatoes in an instant. The prince's previously melted expression reverted to its usual demeanor, akin to an unassailable snow lotus atop a glacier. Fong Ruotang glanced at the newcomer, her spirits lifted. For points beckoned to her, and the little mirror in her mind screeched like a groundhog. He has arrived, and he brings points with him." The smile of the young prince, once carefree, faltered slightly as he regarded the blooming smile of Fong Ruotang, a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp. "Would you mind if I joined you?" he casually inquired before seating himself, disregarding the prince's sour countenance, for by virtue of their standings, the prince ought to address him as uncle. "Hurry up. Strike up a conversation with him. Touch his hand, and you'll earn 10 points. This makes me seem rather lewd." "What are you afraid of?" "He is a man who would rebel for you." The prince raised an eyebrow at the young prince, momentarily forgetting that matter. The young prince shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. After all, he would not acknowledge something that had not transpired, and his royal brother would not execute him over such triviality. "I have heard many tales regarding the esteemed national master of late, yet I cannot ascertain their veracity. Might the national master deign to demonstrate a thing or two?" The young prince took the initiative, extending his hand across the table, teasingly addressing Fong Ruotang. "Once, a master told me my fate was bleak, destined for a life without a wife or children. Is that truly the case? Am I allowed to touch?" "Hurry up. What are you hesitating for?" Fong Ruotang blinked and placed her small hand atop the young prince's larger one. After a moment of contemplation, she felt it inappropriate and instead cradled his hands, exploring them delicately. The young prince was taken aback, a flush creeping to his ears. The girl's innocent gaze belied her rather unrefined movements, stirring the imagination. The young prince's hand feels delightful, the girl exclaimed, her delicate fingers exploring his palm, intertwining with his fingers, and soon she grasped his hand firmly. The young prince's heart raced, and he coughed lightly to regain composure. The prince, witnessing the scene unfold, scowled, displeased, and intervened by prying their hands apart. Unperturbed, Fong Ruotang remained focused on her task, oblivious to the silent conflict between the prince and the young prince, engrossed in bargaining with her little mirror. I not only held the young prince's hand, but also meticulously examined it. Surely that warrants more than just 10 points. The little mirror. Speak up. What do you desire? Give me the sweet potatoes you mentioned. No refusals, otherwise I shall cease my tasks henceforth. Fong Ruotang threatened playfully in her heart. You think holding the young prince's hand is worth sweet potatoes? That's rather. I don't care, I want them. Worst case. I will sleep with one of them and forgo claiming rewards from you. The little mirror, seemingly outmatched by Fong Ruotang, perhaps unaware of its own authority, acquiesced to her demands. To the prince and the young prince, it merely appeared that Fong Ruotang was being cheeky, and the little mirror had yielded without principle. Shouldn't you prioritize your own needs first? Sweet potatoes can wait. The little mirror advised sincerely. Fong Ruotang fell silent for a moment, her thoughts growing somber. Though the failure of the heavenly order's evolution is not my fault, in the future you witness. The prince and others vie for me at the expense of the common folk, leading to disaster and suffering. I do not wish to be a woman who brings ruin to her nation. Very well. Then grant me more. So we can cultivate them on a larger scale and distribute them to the counties before calamity strikes, ensuring that the common people have a means to survive. Okay. Fong Ruotang, oblivious to her own audacity, continued to extract demands from the little mirror until she successfully obtained a nourishing pill. Hee. I'll give this nourishing pill to Sister L, and then she can marry young Master Shin. How wonderful! The prince. The young prince. Indeed, those who are satiated are oblivious to the hunger of others. With the medicine in hand, she felt empowered. Although both men found Fong Ruotang's casual gift of medicine rather excessive, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as it was her possession to bestow as she pleased. Moreover, it was a testament to her favor that someone would proactively offer her medicine. At the very least, the recipient had to be a commendable individual, as well as fond of Fong Ruotang. Do you perceive anything? The young prince waited until Fong Ruotang's thoughts became less turbulent before inquiring, as if his previous patience was to allow her to gather her words. Fong Ruotang could not predict fortunes, but was adept at cheating. With the little mirror present, ordinary individuals were laid bare before her. Tell him not to fear. Although he cannot wed you, you can bear him 10 or 8 children. I possess pills for both sons and daughters, as well as those for multiple births and safe pregnancies. Varieties abound. Do you take me for a fool? I have no intention of giving birth. Besides, my heart condition prevents it. Before she could finish, the little mirror interrupted her. Your heart condition has been cured. It no longer poses an issue. Your current health surpasses that of Chow Yu-di and the Emperor, both of whom have consumed cleansing pills. Though the prince and the young prince may appear more robust, their internal health pales in comparison to yours. Moreover, I can provide you with painless childbirth pills, making the process as easy as a mere bowel movement. Stop. How disgusting. TSK, I'm merely offering suggestions. Here's the deal. Bear a child, and I'll grant you whatever you desire. Fong Ruotang turned her face away, unwilling to be swayed. For now, childbirth was unnecessary. She could still receive what she wished, requiring only a few persuasive words. Furthermore, she was no longer the person she used to be, having gleaned much from her past experiences. She was aware of the risks associated with early childbirth, which could endanger her life. Although the little mirror would safeguard her, she had no desire to become a mother so soon. After all, she was still but a child herself. Turning to the young prince, who awaited an answer, Fong Ruotang found herself at a loss for words, just as the waiter arrived with their meal, prompting her to mumble, "Everything is quite good." The young prince could not hide his amusement. Feeling somewhat helpless, the girl was far too easy to understand. During the meal, Fong Ruotang and the little mirror deliberated briefly, ultimately deciding to broach the subject of sweet potatoes. Thus, after finishing their lunch, they wasted no time. The trio hurried towards the palace, selecting a spacious area where Fong Ruotang promptly revealed the sweet potatoes. This miraculous display left even the seasoned prince and young prince momentarily stunned. It was simply astonishing. Had they not been restrained, both would have eagerly tugged at Fong Ruotang's sleeve to uncover the secrets hidden within. Fong Ruotang, however, was one to sever ties once her gift was given. Having bestowed the sweet potatoes upon the prince, she hurriedly exited the palace, intent on visiting the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. The prince, unable to leave, could only grit his teeth and cast a warning glance at the following young prince, signaling him to refrain from any reckless actions. TSK, so protective over his food? You may be clever, but I am not foolish. The young prince chuckled to himself. Having recognized that Fong Ruotang's intentions were indeed commendable, he thought it wise to secure her for himself, regardless of any budding affection. Chapter 016. The arrival of the future brother-in-law on the journey to the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence. The young prince listened to the incessant chatter of children and found it rather amusing. Although he possessed the temperament of a child, he harbored grand ambitions. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Fong Ruotang's intellect was beneath that of an average person. Perhaps it was precisely her lack of worldly sophistication that highlighted her kindness and beauty. Does the young prince smile at you because he has developed an affection for you? Fong Ruotang glanced at the young prince, whose countenance was already imbued with a romantic charm, now even more pronounced. Is it so soon? Of course. This affection is inscribed within the very essence of one's soul. Fong Ruotang, though bewildered, felt a profound impact. Upon reaching the Wei Yuan Marquis's estate, the young prince was the first to leap from the carriage, not allowing the servants to set up a stool, but instead stood beside Fong Ruotang, extending his hand. As soon as her hand touched his, he gently pulled her into his embrace, gracefully lifting her down from the carriage, even twirling her around in a delicate manner. At that moment, several other carriages arrived and halted nearby. Witnessing the young prince's intentional display, the men felt a pang of envy, while the women looked on with admiration. Fong Ruotang placed her hands on the young prince's shoulders, gazing dazedly into his enchanting phoenix eyes. Startled by his sudden movement, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably. He is enticing you. The young prince's charming smile faltered slightly. He embraced me. Can I earn points for that? Oh! Fong Ruotang pouted and patted the young prince's shoulder, signaling him to set her down. With no exchange to be had, she saw no reason to complete the task. Little six. A voice as melodious as a yellow oriole interrupted Fong Ruotang's reverie. She looked up to see her family carriage approaching, and the first to disembark was her elder sister. Elder sister. Fong Ruotang joyfully bounded towards her. Since the Guogua temple was located on a high mountain in the outskirts, the women of the family had not brought her along for the pilgrimage, as her frail constitution could not endure the climb. It had been 5 or 6 days since the sisters last met. A new target has appeared. A new target has appeared. Fong Ruotang nearly stumbled as she leapt, but her sister Fong Zhengtang caught her just in time, preventing her from embarrassing herself in public. It is young Master Rome. He approaches like a deity descending from the clouds. Upon hearing her sister's unspoken thoughts, Fong Zhengtang instinctively looked up to find young Master Rome, often regarded as an untouchable flower on a high ridge, standing a distance away, appearing somewhat apprehensive. The position they occupied was rather fortuitous, as anyone wishing to enter the Wei Yuan Marquis's estate would inevitably pass by them. Charge. Embrace him. Quickly embrace him. A look of fear crossed Fong Ruotang's face, her inner voice shouting in disarray. Have you lost your senses? Young Master Rong is my future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Do you understand what that means? He is my sister's man, my sister's man. Fear not. If you rush forward, he will be yours. Snatch him away. Snatch him, how absurd. Fong Ruotang exclaimed furiously. Fong Shengtang transitioned from shock to calmness within mere breaths, followed by a frown of concern. Where had her sister learned such a plethora of vulgarities? It was rather excessive, and she felt embarrassed to listen. Why are you so fierce? Little Mirror's voice sounded pitiful. It is merely a man. If you express your affection, I am certain your elder sister would yield him to you. From what I understand, your half-sister truly cares for you. Fong Shengtang inadvertently met young Master Rong's cool gaze and instinctively averted her eyes. The voice hidden within her sister's body was far too presumptuous. Under normal circumstances, she would never consider relinquishing her fiancé, especially since she had waited until 20 to marry him. However, if Little Six was determined to wed young Master Rong, as an elder sister, she could not simply stand by and watch her sibling suffer. Moreover, given her sister's fragile health, which often confined her indoors, she could hardly blame her for causing a ruckus. There must be some rogue man enticing her, leading her astray. Not a chance. I would never do anything to betray my elder sister. Why are you so stubborn? It is you who are wicked, suggesting I entice my future brother-in-law, tarnishing my reputation. What about the other sisters in our family? The Prime Minister's estate was not devoid of young ladies, although her third sister, her biological sister, had married 2 months ago. Marriage did not signify the end of her responsibilities. Furthermore, her eldest sister had yet to marry, and as a daughter born out of wedlock, she faced challenges in finding a suitable match. She could not jeopardize her elder sister's prospects. Though the 8th and 9th sisters were still young, they too would eventually marry. While she herself might not seek marriage, she could not ruin the chances of her sisters finding good husbands. If her entanglements with the Crown Prince were unclear, she could still offer valuable resources to the nation. Thus, people would remain silent, for they relied on her possessions for sustenance. However, being entangled with her own brother-in-law would be a scandalous breach of propriety. What respectable young lady would overlook her own brother-in-law? TSK, why care so much? Just ask your elder sister if she consents to you taking her fiancé. Fong Ruotang was left breathless, her face flushed crimson, utterly incensed. Fong Shengtang watched in alarm, unaware that Little Six had already recovered and quickly supported her. Are you unwell again? Where's your medicine? Take one at once. Fong Ruotang shook her head, gripping her sister's arm while inwardly chastising Little Mirror. Look at how good my elder sister is to me. How could you suggest I betray her? Do you have no heart? If Little Mirror were human, it would surely roll its eyes in exasperation, but alas, it could not express itself thus. One longevity pill will ensure your elder sister's eternal youth. Why not ask her if she agrees? Shallow. My elder sister would never consent. Fong Shentang's gaze flickered, contemplating the argument being made on her behalf by Little Six. In truth, some matters were not entirely out of the realm of negotiation. Although she was uncertain about the exact nature of the items Fong Ruotang could offer, she had a general idea, particularly about the legendary cleansing marrow pill. Add another cleansing marrow pill. As she pondered, Little Mirror brought it up, and Fong Shengtang blinked, glancing towards young Master Rong, silently apologizing. Forgive me, fiancé. It is Little Six who has offered too much. Ahem. Fong Shengtang cleared her throat, preparing to speak when a young girl in a delicate yellow dress approached. The girl had a round face, and her smile revealed 2 delightful dimples, making her particularly endearing. Master Wisher, what do you think of my fiancé? She pointed her small hand towards a youth watching the commotion nearby. The young man, initially taken aback, soon realized who she was referring to, his face flushing with a mix of embarrassment, anger, and frustration. Chapter 17. The Arrogant Young Lady versus. The lowly mad stable aunt Fong Ruotang ceased her quarrel with the small mirror and gazed perplexedly at the girl before her, following her finger with curious eyes. Although she was unsure of the girl's intentions, she nodded politely in agreement, finding it quite agreeable. I shall relinquish him to you. The young girl's face lit up with anticipation, her excitement palpable to everyone present. It was evident that she sought to exchange this marriage proposal for a beauty elixir and a cleansing pill. With her outburst, the unmarried women present began to stir. For in comparison to an emotionless fiancé, the allure of the beauty elixir and the cleansing pill was far more enticing. Who among them did not yearn for eternal youth and unblemished beauty? Fong Ruotang tilted her head in confusion. What does she mean by relinquish him to me? I am not certain, but whatever the reason, it is best to refuse. He is neither as handsome as the young prince nor as powerful as the crown prince. What use is he? I refuse. You are utterly useless. You cannot even catch the eye of the national master. The expression of the already embarrassed fiancé turned crimson, as if he might explode in frustration. Yet, should he be humiliated like the girl before, it would be these men who would bear the shame. Actually, your elder sister's fate does not lie with young Master Rome, but with her stable hand, the small mirror suddenly proclaimed, startling everyone as their gazes shifted towards the stable hand by the Fong family carriage. This sight was shocking. The stable hand was tall and strikingly handsome, exuding none of the humility expected of a servant, but rather the aura of a warrior. His eyes, in particular, possessed a depth uncharacteristic of the lowly. Small mirror. How dare you insult my elder sister? Fong Ruotang was genuinely infuriated, while she could overlook the teasing about enticing her future brother-in-law. Suggesting that her esteemed sister be paired with a mere stable hand was intolerable. Her sister was of such worth that even the proud young Master Rong seemed unworthy. How could she be matched with a mere stable hand? Young Master Rong had once mentioned breaking off their engagement, yet Fong Shengtang had not consented, choosing instead to wait for him, a wait that extended for 3 years and counting. I have not insulted your elder sister. If she can indeed secure this stable land, it would be a joyous occasion, for while others ascend through numerous tribulations, she need only master this stable land. Do not underestimate him. This stable land is among the most esteemed in this realm, surpassed only by you and the crown prince. He was once a celestial being, sent to this world to experience a trial of love. Do you understand? Let me put it plainly. Everything you are doing now is to facilitate the evolution of the celestial path, bridging this realm with the world of immortals. In due time, the people of your realm will be able to venture into the world of cultivation in search of the Tao. You are powerful, yet your realm is higher than that of the stable land. The world of cultivation is beneath you. Its inhabitants cannot even fathom your existence. However, the stable hand is different. The ancient beings of the cultivation realm may recognize him. What does this imply? It means that your Fong family can leverage your elder sister's influence to thrive in the world of cultivation, establishing a sect. Do you comprehend? After the small mirror's speech, Fong Ruotang felt as if she had consumed a hearty meal, a dizzying sensation settling over her. Not just her, but everyone present shared the same fervent gaze directed at the stable hand. The stable hand, suddenly aware of the eyes upon him, felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Though his exterior remained composed, instinctively he glanced towards his young lady, who was tilting her head in curiosity, her gaze fixated upon him, igniting a warmth within him. The stable hand's background was formidable, and while Fong Ruotang quickly regained her composure, she maintained her defiance. What do you mean my sister would have many rivals? A man's virtue is the finest dowry. If he lacks even this basic decency, he is unworthy of my sister. Not quite. The stable hand's trial of love resides with your sister. Each time she dismounts, she treads upon his back, bringing him immense pleasure. How could he possibly desire another woman? A series of peculiar coughs erupted from the crowd. Fong Xingtang's cheeks flushed crimson as she suddenly pinched Fong Ruotang's cheeks, exclaiming in annoyance, "Hurry inside." The arrogant young lady versus the lowly mad stable hand. What do you think of this premise? Do you understand the thrill of striking a man and sending him into ecstasy? With such a madcap premise, would you not be captivated? Isn't this far more exhilarating than the female A and male O narratives you adore? Their struggle is far more blush-inducing than that of El Sheng and Chinyu. Fong Ruotang appeared dazed, clearly swayed, her expression resembling that of someone who had indulged in spirits. One could only conclude that people are inherently pragmatic. Fong Xingtang's embarrassment overshadowed her anger. for no young lady could tolerate her romantic affairs being so brazenly discussed. She secretly wished to make decisions for her elder sister. Had any celestial being possessed a more illustrious standing in this realm, she would have fearlessly urged their grandfather to wed her sister to him. While Fong Ruotang pondered her sister's situation, others eavesdropping on her thoughts shifted their focus. The purpose of today's banquet was well known, and they turned their attention to El Shangnan, who had been standing at the entrance, observing the lively scene for quite some time. El Shangnan approached Fong Ruotang with a composed demeanor. "I've waited for you for quite a while. Why linger at the door? Come inside. We have prepared a plethora of pastries, though I am unsure of your preferences. If you have any favorites, please let me know, and I shall ensure they are made for you on your next visit." Chapter 18. Sister San's unfortunate marriage when Fong Ruotang spotted Lu Shenan. She momentarily set aside her concerns regarding Fong Shengtang, for in her mind, no matter whom Fong Shengtang chose, life would invariably be satisfactory. It was hardly a matter of great significance. Fong Shengtang scrutinized Lu Shangnan with a slight furrow in her brow. Although they were of similar age, their families belonged to different spheres, one of literature and the other of martial prowess, and they had not engaged with one another previously, hardly even knowing of each other's existence. Lu Shenan met Fong Shengtang's gaze and offered a friendly smile. After all, Fong Shutsong could not compare to her standing in Fong Ruotang's heart. The two sisters had long competed for the affections of Xiao Lu, and now a stranger had emerged to capture Fong Ruotang's attention. If Fong Shutsong were to learn of this, she would surely find it amusing. As Fong Shutsong approached, accompanied by her in-laws, her previously demure demeanor transformed upon seeing Fong Shengtang's restrained expression. She couldn't help but smile brightly. The Fong sisters were adept at putting on an air of propriety in public, yet behind closed doors, their true nature was a different story. Eldest sister, Xiao Lu. Fong Shutsong called out, and Fong Shengtang tightened her grip on her handkerchief, casting a gentle smile. Third sister has arrived. She then performed a respectful greeting towards Madame Xia, addressing her as Auntie Xia. Following closely behind, Fong Wantong also paid her respects. It had been nearly 2 months since Fong Shutsong's marriage, and upon seeing her, Fong Ruotang exclaimed in delight, "Third sister." She then released Lu Shangnan, flitting towards Fong Shutsong like a joyful bird. While Fong Shutsong was accustomed to Fong Ruotang's childlike exuberance, her mother-in-law evidently disapproved, her feigned smile faltering, revealing a hint of displeasure. The bond between Fong Shengtang and Fong Shutsong was not frail, on the contrary. The sisterly affection among the Fong sisters was profound. "Xiao Lu, step aside and let Auntie Xia enter first," Fong Shengtang instructed. In the past, when Xiao Lu clung to third sister, she would intervene to reclaim her. Typically, Fong Shutsong would not yield, but at this moment, the sisters exchanged a knowing glance. Fong Shutsong, acutely aware of her mother-in-law's expression, felt a wave of irritation, though she masked it with a smile as she gently nudged Fong Ruotang. "Be a good girl and follow eldest sister. We shall reconvene shortly." Unbeknownst to Fong Shengeng, who had only stepped out briefly, Fong Ruotang had already recovered from her ailment, and Fong Shutsong had been married for over 2 months. She still treated her as a fragile doll to be pampered. Observing the mother-in-law greet Lu Shenan before entering the residence with her daughter and Fong Shutsong, Fong Shengtang's facade of gentleness began to crack. The Weiyuan Marquisate had invited numerous families today, but it was evident that alliances with families such as the prime ministers were not feasible, as the older generation sent their younger kin merely to participate in the festivities. This was not unique to the prime minister's household. Others followed suit. Yet families like the Xia household, with Madame Xia bringing her daughter and daughter-in-law, clearly sought prospective matches for their daughter. Despite the absence of elders from the prime minister's household, the Xia family, being in-laws with the Fong family, offered nary a glance, which was indeed infuriating. Fong Shengtang was not alone in her indignation. Fong Shutsong, entering with her mother-in-law, also felt her smile fade upon seeing her sisters. "Eldest sister, shall we not go inside?" Fong Wantong whispered, mindful that they stood in the entrance, their actions scrutinized. Should they reveal any displeasure, it would not affect them. But they were concerned for third sister's well-being. Fong Shengtang and Fong Wanong shared a silent understanding as they noticed Fong Ruotang still fixated on Fong Shuzong's retreating figure, fearing that her thoughts might betray their family's affairs. Just as Fong Shengtang was about to draw Fong Ruotang's attention, the latter's inner voice echoed. I do not like Auntie Xia, she is so rude. My eldest sister and West sister greeted her, and she ignored them. Fong Shuzong. Fong Wanong. How splendid, thank you. Now everyone knows that the Xia family looks down upon the Prime Minister's household. Are there any immortal beings like the horsemen who have endured tribulations? I shall let my third sister marry him. And then she too can ascend to immortality in one step. Do you think this is as common as cabbage? The small mirror retorted, exasperated. Is it not possible? However, I do not like third sister's mother-in-law. Previously, when Madame Gao was unwell, she threatened third sister with a marriage to bring good fortune, implying that our Fong family's daughters possess ill-fated destinies, thus bringing misfortune to their future in-laws. How amusing! I have heard of those who bring misfortune to their fathers, mothers, husbands, and children, but this is the first time I have heard of someone capable of bypassing parents to bring misfortune to future in-laws. If they fear being cursed, they ought not to form alliances with our family. Yet they are unwilling to part with the power of the Prime Minister's household. How repugnant. Fong Ruotang could not fathom such intricate matters, but she had overheard her aunt and mother discussing them. What noble daughter would be offered as a bringer of good fortune? Did they consider themselves royal? When the Xia family proposed it, the Prime Minister's household was displeased, yet third sister refused to allow her family to suffer, especially since eldest sister's engagement had been marred by the untimely demise of the crown prince's parents. If her own engagement were to follow suit, it was clear how the world would perceive the daughters of the Fong family. Third sister endured this for the sake of her elder sisters. Your third sister's mother-in-law is indeed not a discerning individual. Is that not the case? You agree with me. However, your third brother-in-law is quite admirable. He genuinely cherishes your sister and protects her at home. Although he cannot defy his mother in many matters due to filial piety, he has withstood the pressure regarding taking a concubine. Your third brother-in-law will only ever have your third sister. She is quite satisfied with this union. Is that so? Fong Ruotang's voice brimmed with sympathy, yet the other women present did not share her sentiments. What married woman was not subjected to her mother-in-law's trials? They feared being tested again, and with a husband who lacked tenderness, Fong Shuzong's situation was already commendable. Even Fong Shengtang, upon hearing this, secretly exhaled in relief and exchanged a glance with Fong Wanong. The two sisters, one on each side, guided Fong Ruotang to her seat, preventing her from dwelling on familial matters. While eavesdropping on others' affairs was thrilling, one must keep their own matters close to the chest. Fong Ruotang, with an insatiable appetite, was pampered by her two sisters, who fed her from either side, leaving her no time to ponder other concerns. However, her small appetite, shaped by a history of poor health and strict household regulations, meant that she quickly filled up. Once satiated, she began to engage in light conversation, shifting the subject away from her sisters. Why hasn't Chen Shitzi arrived yet? He wouldn't miss this, would he? He will appear. But the Marquis's wife does not favor him, so he and Miss Lu will undoubtedly miss each other. Nonsense. As long as I am here, they will not miss each other. Fong Ruotang mumbled, while simultaneously attempting to persuade the small mirror of the merits of a female A and male O dynamic. Whether the mirror understood remained a mystery, yet the other attendees blushed, each craning their necks in anticipation of the male lead S entrance. Chapter 19. Sweet confessions. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, young Master Qin made his entrance. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. Qin himself, taken aback, cast a glance at his attire. Though fashioned from pristine fabric, its hue lacked vibrancy. He harbored clandestine aspirations regarding General L, yet never dared to dream of drawing such a radiant woman into the quagmire of his existence. Thus, He had come today solely to catch a glimpse of General L and to see what manner of man might one day stand beside her, hand in hand. Is this truly young Master Chen? Indeed. Wow! He is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, he was striking, so much so that he appeared almost ethereal. Chen, startled, raised his head. His isolation from the world, compounded by the Chen family's uncertainty in securing the elusive Peiyuan pill from Fong Ruotang, had left him unprepared for the sudden exposure of his innermost secrets. Do you think young Master Chen attended in a wheelchair merely for the sake of familial bonds? No. It is love. Pure love. Wow, he is so in love. I adore this. Fong Ruotang cupped her face in her hands, once again immersed in the love of others. Chen's gaze fell downward, and without needing to search, he received a silent message from the crowd, directing his attention straight to Fong Ruotang. I can't even imagine how joyful Sister L would be if she were to have young Master Chen in bed. Boom. Chen's face ignited with embarrassment. He glared at Fong Ruotang, a stranger to him, unsure of her identity or how she had come to know his most profound secret. Moreover, what did her words imply? A flicker of hope ignited within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words, nearly choking in his confusion. He reminded himself to refrain from voicing his innermost thoughts in her presence and took slow, deliberate breaths. The girl's melodious voice rang in his ears, and instinctively, he complied. Once more revived, Chen glanced around, feeling as if a bright moon had illuminated the space, gripping the arms of his wheelchair in a panic. His face flushed with embarrassment. L. Xingnan approached him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She had observed young Master Chen for a while before finally stepping closer. To her astonishment, he mirrored Fong Ruotang's innermost sentiments, every facet resonating with her heart. She admitted to being captivated by appearances, her preferences diverging from those of ordinary women. Perhaps due to her experiences, she was drawn not to the rugged masculinity of men, but rather to those delicate enough to be easily ensnared. Like the enchanting figure before her, they exchanged glances, their eyes intertwining. Oh my! I love to see such beauty. Let there be more. By rounding up, I declare they have already consummated their union. Is that how rounding up works? I don't care. It's happening. Look at how Sister L gazes at young Master Chen. As if she were a dog fixated on a bone, there's a sense of possessiveness. L. Xingnan narrowed her eyes, casting a glance toward Fong Ruotang. There was no need for metaphors. Young Master Chen nervously pressed his pale lips together and called out, L, General L, call me Xingnan. Her original name was not Xingnan. Her mother had suffered complications during her birth, preventing further pregnancies, and her father opposed taking a concubine, leading to the perception that their line would end. After enduring much gossip, her father, in a fit of anger when she was 5, changed her name. Her original, endearing name was still how her parents referred to her. Chen's face grew warm once more, his lips parting and closing as he softly murmured, Xingnan. His voice was barely audible, yet L. Xingnan, agile and standing close, caught his whisper. What a lovely name you have! Her eyes sparkled, and in that moment, Chen was entranced. She was the one who resided in his heart. Akin to a melody suspended in the moonlight, suddenly approaching him, radiant and beaming. Though he knew not why, his eyes brimmed with tears. L. Xingnan squinted slightly, her gaze fixed intensely on young Master Chen. Indeed, a man's tears can be a woman's aphrodisiac. Sister L is becoming quite eccentric. Should we not step aside? What if Sister L loses control and wishes to consume young Master Chen? Would it be inappropriate for us to spectate? Fong Ruotang murmured to herself, though she had already risen and was inching closer, craning her neck to witness the intimate exchange. Unfazed by the situation, she waved her hand dismissively, urging, Do not mind me. Continue, continue. L. Xingnan chuckled, instructing her maid, Take young Master Chen to the flower pavilion for a rest. I shall join you shortly. So accustomed was she to commanding troops that she forgot to consider Chen's wishes until she caught a glimpse of the deep affection in his eyes. A gaze so profound it momentarily left her astonished. Young Master Qin was equally unprepared for L Sheng and S sudden focus on him, flustered. He glanced about before lowering his eyes, nervously fidgeting with his hands. L Sheng and suppressed the unexpected flutter of her heart and maintained her smile as she directed her maid, then took Fong Ruotang by the hand, leading her deeper into the gathering. Fong Ruotang cast a lingering glance at the young Master Qin being wheeled away, pondering that if not for his ability to hear her thoughts, one might assume she had feelings for him. As she observed the lovers' separation, her mind turned to the Peiyuan pill. Sister L, what do you think of young Master Qin? Quite handsome. I am the national master and possess the ability to discern fates. You are aware of this, yes? L Xingnan raised an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with amusement, already anticipating Fong Ruotang's next words. You and young Master Qin are destined for each other. Your union will bring great happiness. Should you miss this chance, you will face a lonely existence in this lifetime. I am not speaking out of turn, according to what the mirror reveals of the future at this banquet. Young Master Qin only stole a few glances at Sister L, while she remained oblivious to his presence. Thus, they naturally missed one another. Later, when Sister L went to the frontier, word of her demise in battle reached him, and that very night, the frail young Master Qin succumbed to bloodshed. What a tragic fate! Fong Ruotang's thoughts were drenched in sorrow, while L Shengnan felt a pang of concern for the ill-fated couple, though fortunately, such a fate had yet to unfold. The fierce woman, akin to an eagle, found her heart tightening at the thought of their predetermined conclusion, and many of the sentimental maidens present had already taken to dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. Chapter 20. The Prince of An County sells himself for medicine. Sister Lu. This is the Peiyuan pill. I present it to you. It can cure all ailments, so keep it for your protection. Fong Ruotang was not one to whimsically meddle in the affairs of love. Did you not say it was a gift for General Lu and young Master Chen's wedding? Indeed. If Sister Lu harbors feelings for young Master Qin, she would naturally gift it to him. However, if she does not, I cannot. Simply because I delight in their potential union, impose a Peiyuan pill upon them to force their togetherness. Truth be told, they are quite compatible. Despite young Master Chen's frail health, he possesses remarkable qualities. Perhaps his admiration for General Lu has spurred him to study various military texts. Should they wed, their partnership could flourish, with young Master Chen's intelligence serving as a brilliant strategist. Lu Xingnan raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the bashful young man from earlier, and found it hard to reconcile his apparent capabilities. I concur, yet I believe they will eventually come together. Just moments ago, Sister Lu's gaze upon young Master Qin mirrored that of an elder sister fixated on exquisite attire, her desire unmistakable. Whenever she bears such an expression, she invariably secures what she seeks. Fang Shangtang, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was taken aback to discover her own involvement and felt a twinge of embarrassment as she shot a reproachful glance at her sister. Xiao Lu, come here. General Lu is the host today. She will undoubtedly be busy. After delivering your gifts, do not intrude further. Of course. Fong Ruotang replied cheerfully, waving goodbye to Lu Shengnan. Sister Lu, you may attend to your duties. I shall manage well on my own. Lu Shengnan found Fong Ruotang's adorableness endearing and could not resist ruffling her hair. Given their height difference, the gesture was effortlessly executed. Once Fong Ruotang departed, Lu Xingnan found herself encircled by envious noblewomen who had previously wept over her and young Master Qin. They now clamored to inquire if the Marquis of Weiyuan and the Duke of N would unite their families. What if they do not form an alliance? Then the Peiyuan pill. Lu Shengnan adeptly handled their inquiries, feeling the warmth of the Peiyuan pill in her grasp. Who wouldn't be tempted by a miraculous remedy? Though she too felt an urge to keep it for herself, she understood that Fong Ruotang's generous gift was intended for her future with young Master Qin. Contemplating the young man whose eyes sparkled with adoration for her, she recognized that while her feelings may not be deeply rooted, she could not bear the thought of dimming the light in those bright eyes. Oh dear, General Lu and young Master Qin must truly cherish one another. As Lu Shangnan resolved her thoughts, the surrounding ladies began to reminisce about the couple's romantic tale, altering their discourse accordingly. Finally breaking free from the throng of admirers, Lu Shangnan made her way toward the flower pavilion, her smile unwavering. Upon spotting the eagerly awaiting young man inside, any lingering reluctance regarding the Peiyuan pill vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Fong Ruotang observed Lu Shangnan slip away and surmised that she was off to engage in a romantic rendezvous with young Master Chen. She felt an urge to follow and eavesdrop, but was quickly restrained by Fong Shangdang, who sensed her impulsive desire. If you cannot bear to watch others in love, why not pursue your own affections? The little prince and young Master Rong are present. Choose one. Fong Ruotang, engrossed in the unfolding events, had entirely forgotten about the two young men. The little prince seemed accommodating, while she had scarcely cast a glance at young Master Rong. Are you looking for me? The little prince approached, his posture slightly bent as he smiled warmly at Fong Ruotang. In truth, she had been searching for young Master Rong, as her last meaningful encounter with him had been years ago. In the past 6 years, young Master Rong had devoted himself to mourning, rarely venturing out, leaving Fong Xingtang with little opportunity to see him, let alone her future brother-in-law. No, I am not looking for you, Fong Ruotang retorted boldly. The little prince feigned a wounded expression, playfully clutching his chest. Little Rorio, I have been by your side, yet you have not spared me a glance. You have truly disappointed me. Fong Ruotang's large eyes regarded the little prince curiously. While it appeared that the others were engrossed in their own activities, all attention remained fixed on her, and the volume of their whispers fell to a hush. His Highness's affections seem rather cloying. A sudden voice echoed in Fong Ruotang's mind, and the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the momentarily stunned little prince. Moreover, his demeanor unsettles me. Does he seek the elixir from me for himself? Could he be unwell, or does someone dear to him suffer? No. Oh, is it not for himself? Yet something feels insincere. Why? Is he not akin to the crown prince? No, I sense a difference. They are not the same. Upon further reflection, Fong Ruotang found herself at a loss for words. Her mirror companion was equally perplexed, perceiving all 6 young men as quite similar. The little prince chuckled. Our Xiaolu has rarely left the confines of her home. Just recently has she begun to venture out. I advise you to tread carefully, Your Highness. Ignoring Fong Shangtang's caution, the little prince gazed pensively at Fong Ruotang, unable to discern the distinction between her and the crown prince. Having grown up alongside the crown prince, sharing the same birth date, he could not claim to know him fully. Yet he was confident that the crown prince was not easily swayed by emotions, especially not within a mere few days. Why was it that the crown prince could feel such fervor, yet he could not? At that moment, the Prince of An County approached slowly. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he sidled up to a friend to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the cause, he hesitated. His absence from Fong Ruotang's view in recent days was due to a family matter requiring a physician's attention. However, echoing Fong Ruotang's sentiments, even the most ordinary doctor had been unable to determine the cause of the crown princess's ailment. Physicianly had discerned the symptoms, but could offer no remedy. The Prince of An County has arrived, Fong Ruotang's mirror companion suddenly announced. The prince, who had been conversing in a corner, instantly became the center of attention. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Fong Ruotang. I have heard that the National Master possesses a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments. My mother, having fought in wars, suffers from an old affliction. Might the National Master grant me this medicine? After a brief pause, the prince added, I am willing to offer anything within my power to obtain it. I implore you, National Master, to assist me. Fong Ruotang had not forgotten the crown princess. Yet with only 5 months of life remaining and having not seen her recently, she had not sought the medicine from her mirror companion. Just as she was about to request the elixir, her mirror companion preempted her. He is hinting at selling himself for the medicine. Agree to his request, quickly. Promise him. Fong Shangdang, just taking a sip of peach blossom wine, found herself choking at the blunt words, her composure completely lost. Chapter 021. My dear girl. You have fallen in love. Fong Ruotang hurriedly handed a handkerchief to Fong Shengeng, all the while engaging in a mental spar with her little mirror. Silence. How unrefined of you. TSK, that's precisely what he means. Surely you can comprehend that? The Prince of Anjouan is a figure of grace and integrity. He would never be like what you suggest. Do not tarnish his reputation. A man who would take you as his mistress for the sake of love, what grace and integrity is that? Do not let his exterior deceive you. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Shengeng suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, casting a startled glance at the Prince of Anjouan. Is this for real? Is my sister truly this formidable? Fong Shengtang felt dazed, unable to believe it. Elder sister, be careful. Eat slowly. I want tea, snatch it from you. Fong Ruotang looked at her clueless sister with an expression of indulgence. Fong Shengtang stiffened slightly, wiping the corners of her mouth and sitting upright. She felt it was inappropriate to eat at this moment, as it was too exhilarating. Once her sister had settled down, Fong Ruotang shifted her attention back to the Prince of Anjouan, who was still awaiting her response. I currently have no medicine. No sooner had the words left her lips than she noticed the prince's expression darken. Fong Ruotang tilted her head and earnestly asserted, but rest assured. I will certainly find a way to obtain the elixir to save the crown princess, for she is the crown princess. A crown princess who is willing to forsake wealth and glory for the sake of her country and its people. She is deserving, is she not? What do you want? Give me the Peiyuan Dan. Seeing that the little mirror was not easily fooled, Fong Ruotang boldly extended her hand. I told you I have no points right now. It's not possible. You must complete a task. I want the Peiyuan Dan. You must complete a task. Peiyuan Dan. The two continued their argument. The Prince of Anjouan was eager to interject. He could cooperate in completing a task. To his knowledge, even the Crown Prince had already yielded, and it was merely a simple matter of holding hands, which was not out of the question. However, Fong Ruotang gave him no opportunity as she continued her spirited debate with the little mirror. Fine, I will complete a task. I will hold the hand of the Prince of Anjouan, and you will give me the Peiyuan Dan. The little mirror responded, holding hands is too simple, and it's just holding hands. I have never held the Prince of Anjouan's hand before. If you do not agree, I shall never complete a task again. All right, the little mirror sighed, this is too difficult for me. The onlookers who witnessed the entire exchange between Fong Ruotang and the little mirror could not help but wonder who had spread the rumor that Miss Fong Lu was not particularly bright. Was she not quite clever after all? She had skillfully maneuvered the little mirror. Had it been any of them, they would have already acquiesced to completing the task. For who could resist the allure of the elixir in the little mirror's possession? Fong Ruotang lifted her large, watery eyes and gazed at the Prince of Anjouan for a moment before suddenly standing up and, with her left foot stepping on her right, lunged toward him. The prince had been attentively observing every movement of Fong Ruotang and thus immediately sensed her intent. As a result, when the young prince attempted to intervene, he was swiftly blocked by the Prince of Anjouan, who embraced Fong Ruotang and sidestepped. The young prince sneered, When I first met Miss Fong Lu, everyone avoided her like the plague, and now they are all eager to assist her in completing tasks and let me help. Fong Ruotang tightly wrapped her arms around the waist of the Prince of Anjouan, and as she steadied herself, she playfully patted his rear, then grasped his hands. The entire sequence was fluid, and the Prince of Anjouan was momentarily caught off guard by the time he registered what had happened. He felt a burning warmth where Fong Ruotang had lightly patted him. All right, give me the medicine. I have just embraced the Prince of Anjouan, patted his behind, and held his hand, so besides giving me the Peiyuan Dan, you must also deduct the points I owe, do you understand? That was too quick, it doesn't count. Do it again. You never specified a time limit. Hurry up and give me the medicine. No tricks, or I shall cease to speak with you henceforth. The little mirror found itself thoroughly outmaneuvered and reluctantly produced the medicine. With a sense of contentment, Fong Ruotang received the Pei Yuan Dan, wrapping it in a clean handkerchief before offering it to the Prince of Anjouan. Here you go. Let the crown princess take this, and her ailment will be cured. After glancing at the Pei Yuan Dan in her hand, she turned to the astonished Prince of Anjouan, who had not immediately taken the medicine, and with her not-so-bright mind, she uncertainly inquired, "Do you want me to give you the kind of cleansing elixir for the emperor? Can you exchange it for me?" Of course not. Fong Ruotang had anticipated this, as the little mirror had previously emphasized the significance of the cleansing elixir. Unlike the Pei Yuan Dan, which she could secure through her antics without completing tasks. Give it to me. Quickly, I've made a big promise. I cannot let my words fall to the ground. The little mirror was exasperated but still indulged her. Fong Ruotang placed another pill on the pristine handkerchief. At that moment, the Prince of Anjouan looked at her with a changed gaze. The young girl before him, with eyes full of innocent naivety, evidently had been well protected, carefree, and pure-hearted, making one irresistibly drawn to her, wanting to draw closer and closer. Fong Ruotang could not understand the expression in the Prince of Anjouan's eyes, finding it somewhat peculiar, and hastily wrapped the 2 pills before stuffing them into his hands. The Prince of Anjouan suddenly smiled, beginning to understand why, even if he could not gain a title, he would still be unwilling to part with this person. The Prince of Anjouan already possessed an ethereal grace akin to jade and orchid. His typically gentle and aloof demeanor could captivate many young girls. Now, as he deliberately exuded charm and smiled enticingly, even the oblivious Fong Ruotang found herself stealing glances. His Highness, the Prince of Anjouan, looks truly handsome when he smiles, she murmured to herself while pointing out the 2 pills to him. And he used his handkerchief to wrap one as a means of differentiation. Thank you, esteemed National Master, for the medicine. I wonder when the National Master might be free to visit my residence. My mother often speaks of you since our last meeting. Fong Ruotang greatly admired the crown princess. Throughout the history of the dynasty, many princesses had existed, yet the crown princess was the first female general to be recorded in official history. Fong Ruotang shared a similarity with young Master Shen. Both had been frail since childhood and deeply respected the brave generals who defended the nation, as they embodied the robust physique they yearned for. Thus, Fong Ruotang was so insistent on persuading the little mirror to provide the medicine. All right. I too admire the crown princess. Just wait a few days until she recovers, and I shall visit her. Very well. My mother and I will await the esteemed National Master at our residence. Fong Ruotang tilted her head, looking at the Prince of Anjouan with confusion. Why do I feel so strange in my heart when I look at the Prince of Anjouan and speak like this? What feels strange? The little mirror, previously sulking, was now all ears. I just feel a bit afraid to look into his eyes. My dear girl, you have fallen in love. Is that true? Fong Ruotang gazed at the Prince of Anjouan with bewilderment. Huh. The young prince beside them suddenly let out a cold laugh. So, it seems everyone can have their chance. Except for him. He felt a sense of injustice. He would be the man who would rise against the throne for Fong Ruotang in the future. He dared to claim that he had no interest in that position now. If he were to rebel in the future, it would certainly not be for power. His sacrifices were far more noble than the Prince of Anjouan being an ordinary mistress. Chapter 22. The request for elixirs. The commotion caused by the young prince drew Fong Ruotang's attention, but upon a fleeting glance, she diverted her gaze, further aggravating the already displeased young prince. Junong lowered his eyes, a hint of amusement crossing his features. At this moment, he chose to exercise restraint in the name of friendship, which he considered an act of kindness. Master Gusher, shall we take a stroll in the garden? Wait. Let me inquire. Fong Ruotang boldly consulted her small mirror. Will you grant points? Yes, yes. Hurry and cultivate feelings. Make sure to give generously. The small mirror responded with silence. Fong Ruotang suddenly remembered her elder sister, who had been at the Hugua temple for several days, and felt compelled to reassure her. Elder sister, I have consumed the Yuan Dan given by the immortal, and my heart ailment has been cured. I am now able to run and jump without issue. There is no need for you to worry about me. Fang Xingtang was not overly surprised. She had surmised from the earlier conversation that Fang Ruotang had gained some advantages from her interactions with Junwang and thus did not intervene. My younger sister is still young and naive. I hope you will look after her and Junwang. Of course, it is only right, he replied. Though he thought Fang Lu was rather innocent and kind-hearted, and Fang Dajie was being overly modest. Here, have some. Thank you, Sister Shi. You are the best. A light cough escaped Fang Xingtang as she casually covered her mouth. Fang Ruotang immediately sweet-talked her, elder sister is the best. Fang Xingtang raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach. Fang Wanong chuckled softly, accustomed to Fang Ruotang's antics and the family's relentless competition for her affection. And Junwang led Fang Ruotang away, while the young prince, unwilling to be left behind, clumsily attempted to capture her attention. Do you enjoy pastries? I know a tea house that serves delightful pastries and tea. Shall I take you there tomorrow? Are there points involved? Yes. Very well. Fang Ruotang hesitated for a moment before agreeing, while the young prince feigned ignorance of her ulterior motive. He continued enthusiastically, I know many delicious places. I will take you there when the time permits. Sounds good. Having previously suppressed her culinary desires, now that her health had improved, she was eager to savor the delights the world had to offer. Master Guasher. Fang Ruotang felt a bit awkward with such a formal address, so she awkwardly suggested, You may call me Fang Xiaolu. It feels strange to refer to you as Master Guasher. And Junwang readily acquiesced, Very well, you may also call me by my name, Cui Shirshu. My name is Gu Nanchen, the young prince quickly chimed in. Fang Ruotang addressed Junwang by his name, but reserved a more respectful tone for the young prince, stating, After all, you are a young prince. It would be inappropriate for me to call you by your name so casually. Huh. The young prince let out a derisive chuckle. Both amused and exasperated, questioning, It's acceptable for you to call him, but not me? Fang Ruotang gazed at the young prince with her clear, innocent eyes, noting his displeasure. Although he was adopted, he remained the youngest son of the late emperor and, as such, was particularly cherished by both the late emperor and the current one. In the eyes of the current emperor, even the crown prince could not compare to the young prince, who, besides the empress dowager and the emperor, would dare call the young prince by his name? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ruotang replied, I will first consult my elder sister. The young prince, both amused and frustrated, remarked, It's merely a name. What is the issue? Fang Ruotang turned her back to him. Unfazed, he compromised, All right. If you do not wish to call me by name, what should you refer to me as, considering I am older than you? Fang Ruotang hesitated, Uncle? After all, despite the young prince's youth, he held a higher rank. And Junwang chuckled lightly, casting a teasing glance at the young prince, and approvingly suggested to Fang Ruotang, That works, but you need not call him uncle. You may address him as little uncle instead. Little uncle? Fang Ruotang pondered this relationship for a moment, finally grasping the connection. Forgetting that the young prince was also Junwang's younger royal uncle, she recalled that he was the youngest brother of the eldest princess. Now that the relationships were clarified, Fang Ruotang felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Little mirror. You are frightening. Their relationships are so complicated, so messy, and you expect me to develop feelings for both of them simultaneously. Neither the young prince nor Junwang had anticipated this twist. Upon Fang Ruotang's mention, they exchanged an awkward glance and hastily averted their eyes. Cough. Yet, neither was willing to concede. That was simply out of the question. After all, even without affection, there were interests at stake. Moreover, they had already verified the truth of Fang Ruotang's words. No one would dare take a gamble. If, in the future, as Little Mirror suggested, deep feelings developed, they would regret losing their place by Fang Ruotang's side now. Thus, protectively, they made the same tacit decision without discussion. Fang Ruotang, feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, followed the two aimlessly through the garden until she suddenly heard her third sister's voice. You are her biological sister. If you speak up, how could she refuse you? You wouldn't want that, would you? Is there a daughter-in-law like you? Believe me, I could tell Jin Yen to dismiss you. Fang Shuang maintained a calm demeanor, appearing impervious to the provocation. Before marrying into the Xia family, she was well aware of her mother-in-law's true nature, an illiterate country woman who had once saved her father-in-law, who had suffered a head injury and lost his memory while on duty. Years later, when he regained his memory, he had already had Xia Jinyan. The Xia family did not wish to acknowledge such a daughter-in-law, but they could not resist the fact that Mr. Xia was a person of integrity, and Mrs. Xia adored her intelligent and sensible grandson. For the sake of her grandson's good reputation, they had no choice but to accept the marriage. However, Mrs. Xia was far from impressive. Mr. Xia even hesitated to bestow her the title of madam, yet she still managed to become the subject of ridicule in the capital. In the past, when people spoke of the Xia family, they regarded them with admiration. Now, the first thought that came to mind was Mrs. Xia's coarseness. I will not give you anything. You forced my sister to cheer up, and now you threaten to dismiss her. Humph, what can you do? I can certainly find a man far better than Xia Jinyan for my third sister. Fang Ruotang's inner voice rang out abruptly, causing Fang Shuang to quickly glance towards the west, where she spotted Fang Ruotang with the young prince and Jun Wang. Startled, she hurried forward to greet them, but Mrs. Xia paid no mind, believing that if she could control Fang Shuang, she could control the rest of the Fang family. She turned her ire towards Fang Ruotang. Look at you, little girl, lacking in manners. Do you not know how to behave? What sort of upbringing did your in-laws give you? The elder daughter does not attend to her mother-in-law, and the younger daughter is utterly rude. Mother! Fang Shuang exclaimed sharply, her expression darkening. Chapter 023. The prince's status is different. Come here. The young prince, shedding his previous nonchalant demeanor, called out as two figures suddenly leaped out from the shadows. Teach this lord what words are permissible for Madame Xia and what words are not. Fang Shuang's expression darkened momentarily, but upon seeing her irate little brother, she shifted her stance without uttering a word to intervene. The young prince's command to strike Madame Xia was, in essence, an affront to the Xia family, and as the new bride of the Xia clan, she should have been the one to stop it. Yet, due to Madame Xia's contempt towards her and her maternal family, she found herself reluctant to intervene. In the Xia household, when her mother-in-law imposed rules upon her, she remained indifferent, knowing that the more her mother-in-law troubled her, the more she could retaliate against Xia Jinyan. However, her mother-in-law had crossed a line by insulting her beloved little brother. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If Xia Jinyan dared to confront her over this, she could easily follow through on her little brother's suggestion of returning home in divorce. Having contemplated the consequences, Fang Shuang not only refrained from stopping the altercation, but took a step back, opting to observe the unfolding drama. Sister-in-law, you must stop them. Tell them it's all a misunderstanding. Mother didn't mean it. Xia Xiaoyan hastily released her mother, anxiously grabbing Fang Shuang's arm. Fang Shuang disdainfully shook off Xia Xiaoyan's hand. This little sister-in-law was someone she held in utter contempt. Perhaps having grown up under Madame Xia's influence had turned her into a mirror image of her mother. Not only had she never shown respect to Fang Shuang as a sister-in-law, but she also had a penchant for pilfering small items every time she visited Fang Shuang's courtyard. Although the Xia family was not among the most affluent, it was indeed a scholarly lineage with a rich history of scholars, boasting numerous officials in the current court. Despite most of the Xia clan being scattered across various regions and holding relatively low positions, the family's deep-rooted heritage remained undeniable. Xia Xiaoyan, being the legitimate daughter of the household, had enjoyed a life of luxury from a young age, which made Fang Shuang wonder why she had developed such a greedy character. With swift precision, the hidden guards executed their orders. Huh! Fang Shuang scoffed, once again shaking off Xia Xiaoyan. Madame Xia was in agony. clearly unable to comprehend the young prince's words. The young prince frowned, perplexed by the incompetence of the matriarch of the household. What was Feng Ruotang to the current emperor? She was the esteemed national advisor, and if he did not take action, his elder brother would certainly send someone to do so. With that thought, the young prince grew weary of further conversation, impatiently waving his hand. Get out of here. He then summoned the hidden guards, instructing them to keep watch and expel the two women. Young prince? Xia Xiaoyan gasped, horrified at the prospect of being thrown out in public. What face would she have left? In the midst of her courtship, how could she expect any respectable family to consider her after such a disgrace? Madame Xia, still in pain, wanted to curse but was deterred by the young prince's stern expression and the guards ready to strike. She could only glare at Feng Shetong with resentment. Feng Shetong frowned, regretting marrying Xia Jinyan for the first time. Do not bully my sister. If you dare to bully her again, I will have the emperor punish you. The emperor took my cleansing elixir. He would hardly refuse my request to punish Madame Xia. How dare you, little? Before Madame Xia could finish her retort, a swift kick from the prince landed a stone upon her mouth. Instantly, her lips swelled and a mouthful of blood, accompanied by 2 shattered front teeth, spilled forth. Ah! The prince, in disgust, warned, cover your mouth and get her out of here. Tell the Xia family that if they seek justice, they should come to the princess's residence. The young prince expressed his dissatisfaction. I am the one who dealt with her. How dare you claim credit? Inform the Xia family that if they have any grievances, they should come to my residence, and I will entertain them properly. With her mouth silenced, Madame Xia could not utter a sound, while Xia Xiaoyan stood frozen in fear, shrinking behind her and no longer daring to plead. Feng Shetong did not genuinely feel miserable in the Xia household since Madame Xia had no real authority there. I am grateful to the young prince and the Prince of An for timely defending my little brother. I apologize for the trouble caused to both of you. After soothing Feng Ruotang for a moment and noticing her sobs had lessened, she finally turned to express her gratitude to the young prince and the Prince of An. Both men dismissed her concerns, their gazes filled with worry for Feng Ruotang. Do not cry. If you continue, your eyes will swell. The Prince of An truly believed that Madame Xia's audacity stemmed from the lack of proper upbringing among the men of the Xia family. He did not wish to pursue matters with a woman but felt compelled to address the men of the Xia household. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as Feng Ruotang faced trouble, her guards were rushing to the palace with news, prompting the emperor to summon the Xia father and son to the palace for a reprimand. Upon receiving word, the crown prince promptly set aside his affairs and personally made his way to the Wei Yuan marquis residence to fetch them, arriving just as the banquet was concluding. He saw the young prince and the Prince of An trailing behind Feng Ruotang and, with a mere glance, understood their intentions. Are you unharmed? I heard in the palace that you were bullied at the Wei Yuan marquis residence, so I hurried over. El Xingnan, who was seeing guests off, was momentarily taken aback. Unaware of this incident, how could anyone truly bring dishonor to the family of Miss Feng? Otherwise, even if she were right, she would be seen as wrong. Madame Xia bullied me. Feng Ruotang pouted, feeling wronged, which drew the concerned gazes of the young prince and the Prince of An, causing a twinge of discomfort within them. Although they had been present and had helped alleviate her anger, Feng Ruotang had not voiced her grievances to them. Yet, upon the crown prince's arrival, she spoke up. Why? Is the crown prince's status different in your heart? The young prince and the Prince of An could not help but ponder this, casting curious glances at the crown prince. Chapter 024. Reluctance yet not much lonely intended to teach her a lesson, and would soon speak to the empress about bringing her into the palace for admonition. The crown prince, fearing that Feng Ruotang might not comprehend, further explained that as a man, it was inappropriate for him to be the first to reprimand a minister's wife. Could she be prevented from residing in the Xia household? She would bully my sister there, Feng Ruotang inquired with an innocent yet cruel expression. Feng Shetong was taken aback. From her understanding of Xiao Lu, it seemed she wanted Madame Xia to move to another residence. Xiao Lu, Fong Shutung hastily interjected, shaking her head slightly. Let us allow my sister to handle this herself, shall we? Fong Ruotang pouted and reluctantly agreed. Very well, but if she bullies you again, you must tell me. My relationship with the Crown Prince is quite good now. He can help us resolve this. Fong Shutung cast a glance at the Crown Prince and gently coaxed Fong Ruotang a couple of times, which made her relent and abandon the idea of forcing Madame Xia out of the Xia household. The Crown Prince did not express any intention to speak further with Fong Shutung. He trusted that the Xia father and son would make their own decisions, as he could afford to show leniency towards Fong Ruotang, but his father would certainly not. If a precedent were set, anyone could take advantage of their familial ties in front of Fong Ruotang, and Madame Xia would inevitably become the sacrificial chicken to frighten the monkeys. Xiao Lu? Sitting in the carriage, the Fong sisters had been waiting for some time and peeked through the curtain at the entrance, looking for the delayed arrival. Fong Ruotang immediately turned towards the sound and saw her elder sister already waiting by the carriage, while the coachman, unsure if the young lady wished to disembark, had already bent down to kneel beside it. It seems he truly enjoys being stepped on by my elder sister. I never agreed to persuade her about this. Don't be foolish. Before your elder sister emerged, at least 10 young ladies and coachmen had flirted with him, and no fewer than 5 young ladies intentionally dropped handkerchiefs in front of him. If your elder sister doesn't act soon, she might lose him. Fong Ruotang widened her eyes in surprise. Fong Shengtang also curiously looked at the coachman. The coachman, sensing their gaze, lifted his eyes to meet Fong Shengtang's and hesitantly asked, "Young lady?" Fong Ruotang, with her simple nature, grew anxious upon hearing Xiao Jingzi's words, and she hurriedly approached the coachman, looking down at him. You belong to my elder sister. You cannot be taken by other young ladies, understand? The coachman, who had never had much opportunity to converse with the 6th Miss, was suddenly admonished by her. Although he was unaware of her intentions, he had never considered leaving the young lady, instead worrying that she might dismiss him. I understand. This matter has already been discussed with me by Yusheng, Fong Shengtang interrupted, though her meaning differed from Xiao Jingzi's. One must be devoted. If one loves someone, one must love them wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it is irresponsible. Fong Ruotang puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Yusheng. Yusheng was startled and quickly knelt down. Please spare me, Mississippi. He had concealed his feelings well, so how could the 6th Miss discern the thoughts of such a lowly person? The thought that the young lady might despise him and dismiss him caused him great distress. Fong Shengtang shot a reproachful glance at Fong Ruotang and lightly scolded, "Be quiet." Fong Ruotang pouted, huffing in displeasure as she retreated to one side, muttering, I am only looking out for my elder sister's well-being. She can choose not to want him, but others cannot take him away. The Crown Prince had been absent and was unaware of the situation. Was this Fong Shengtang not the fiancée of young Master Rongsher? You may rise. I do not hold it against you, Fong Shengtang said awkwardly, truly wishing to avoid discussing such matters in front of others, especially with so many spectators nearby. Among the carriages that had not left, every one of them had pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Yusheng, surprised, raised his eyes and quickly glanced at the young lady, only to see that her expression not only lacked disdain, but also bore a hint of shyness, igniting a flicker of joy in his heart. Yet it was swiftly followed by guilt. A celestial being like the young lady should not be secretly admired by someone as lowly as him. It felt like a stain upon her sanctity. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had indeed only let her step on him, as whenever he had accompanied her and her sister in her carriage, he would always move the stepping stool for her after she disembarked. Fong Shutung watched the scene in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. She had previously sensed Yusheng's affections and had mentioned it to her elder sister. Although her elder sister did not seem to dislike it, she had not expressed any fondness either. If her elder sister did not feel defiled, as her younger sister, she certainly would not intervene. However, having been married for just 2 months, how could such a significant issue arise? Had someone caught her eye? Did the family know? What would happen to her elder sister's engagement? Fang Shutong's mind raced with thoughts, filling her with anxiety. Fang Shengtang coaxed Fang Ruotang to find their aunt, seizing the opportunity to quickly share Yuxing's background. Fang Shutong was taken aback and then resolutely stated, "Elder sister, you must not be foolish regarding such a fortuitous opportunity. Regardless of whether you like him or not, you must seize it. Promptly break off the engagement with young Master Rongsher, though it may seem unkind. We cannot turn down such a stroke of luck." Fang Shengtang hesitated. In truth, the matter with young Master Rongsher was not an issue. According to Xiao Lu's sentiments, he belonged to her. Fang Shutong questioned, puzzled. Fang Shengtang recounted the situation of Fang Ruotang and the 6 men. Fang Shutong was astonished. Xiao Lu truly brought honor to women. Fang Shengtang chuckled softly indeed. The fine young men of the capital have all fallen for her. I wonder how many young ladies at home are cursing. I see that the Crown Prince, the Duke of In, and the young prince have already made their intentions known. Fang Shutong laughed, but her mirth was short-lived as she anxiously remarked, "They wouldn't be after her for the elixir, would they? Can they truly have sincere feelings for Xiao Lu?" Fang Shengtang raised an eyebrow. Does sincerity matter? Regardless, they are all determined to devote themselves to Xiao Lu. Besides, if everything Xiao Jingzi said is true, they are pursuing her without fear of lacking genuine feelings. That is true. If so, it stands to reason that young Master Rongsher's affections will inevitably develop as well, Fang Shutong said, her heart fluttering with apprehension as she looked at Fang Shengtang. Fang Shengtang offered a small smile. "Do not look at me like that. I can discern the weight of matters. Do not be disheartened. Think positively." Fang Shutong understood that her elder sister was quite satisfied with young Master Rongsher. Otherwise, she would not have waited so long. Fang Shengtang tugged at the corner of her mouth, a hint of hesitation gracing her features. "Though I feel a tinge of reluctance, it is not substantial. Among noble daughters trained for their roles, few prioritize love, yet he is indeed the husband she has known since childhood. It would be impossible to accept everything joyfully. There is disappointment, yet not overwhelmingly so. In the face of such temptation, she is merely a mortal. For certain matters need not be explicitly stated. She is well aware that Xiao Lu possesses extraordinary treasures, and though she may not want them, they certainly will not belong to another woman. As for her own family, while they would not pressure her, they undoubtedly hope for her to be with Yuxing, as the benefits are all too clear. Who would not choose that?" Chapter 025. The harem fanatic. On this particular night, countless souls were rendered sleepless by Fang Ruotang's heartfelt musings, while she herself succumbed to slumber early. By the time dawn broke and she attended the morning court, she appeared still drowsy, listening to ministers discuss matters of state that eluded her understanding, discreetly stifling yawns. "Feeling sleepy, huh? Don't succumb to slumber. I shall show you something delightful." "What might that be?" "The most primal joys between man and woman." "HM?" Fang Ruotang was momentarily taken aback. By this time, Xiao Jingzi had already begun to vividly describe the scenario. After a considerable pause, Fang Ruotang covered her blushing face and stole a glance at the emperor, who wore a sullen expression for reasons unbeknownst to her. "Wow, lady, you possesses such audacity. Daring to cuckold the emperor. Is that crimson mandarin duck bellyband truly still adorning that madam's head? How dare they behave so brazenly in the emperor's harem, where, pray tell, is the morality in such actions? Where lies the boundary? And what is its precise location? Indeed, if we hurry, we might still witness it. No, I must take a peek. If I feign a stomachache, will I not embarrass myself before the emperor? Regardless, I must see." Fang Ruotang, undeterred by fear, boldly approached the attendant, expressing her desire. He, with downcast eyes, trembled as if caught in a storm, praying for mercy from this ancestral spirit. Completely oblivious to the nuances of human expression, Fang Ruotang poked the attendant again. "Why are you silent?" The attendant quickly glanced at Fang Ruotang, his expression one of utter despair. "HM?" Fang Ruotang tilted her head, failing to comprehend his meaning. Upon hearing rumors of debauchery within the harem, The crown prince paused momentarily, yet swiftly composed himself. Observing Fong Ruotang's self-assured coercion of the attendant, he feared that if silence persisted, the attendant might burst into tears. National Master? Huh? Suddenly summoned. Her startled reaction was met with the crown prince's gaze, prompting her to relax and offer him a soft, compliant smile. A flicker of amusement crossed the crown prince's eyes as he resolved to assist Fong Ruotang in fulfilling her modest wish. After all, what ill intentions could a young girl possibly harbor? She merely wished to witness the spectacle. Word has it that the National Master can read fortunes? Indeed, 3 months prior, the day lady was diagnosed with a dragon heir, an unusual celestial phenomenon occurred, leading to rumors that her child was descended from the Ziwei star. Might the National Master be able to offer insights? Fong Ruotang leapt from her seat in sheer delight, hastily approaching the crown prince, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. My fortune-telling is quite accurate. Let us go and see. Her eagerness stung the emperor. He observed her with a heavy gaze, longing to inquire if she possessed any sense of obligation. Just yesterday, he had intervened on her behalf against the Xia family, and now the first order of business was to bestow upon her the title of National Master of the Realm. Yet, this ungrateful girl seemed solely focused on the entertainment unfolding before her. The emperor transitioned from initial fury to a state of indifference within moments. After consuming a cleansing elixir, he had undergone a transformation, no longer tethered to base interests. His current pursuits lay in the realms of immortality and enlightenment. Were it not for the crown prince's failure to intercept Fong Ruotang, he might have willingly relinquished the throne to him, caring little for the whims of a woman he had never valued. The crown prince casually invited Fong Ruotang into the harem, prompting the emperor to follow with a humph. A group of inexperienced yet playful ministers hesitated momentarily, trembling as they followed suit, reassured by the knowledge that the law does not penalize the collective. Guided by Xiao Jingzi, Fong Ruotang soon located Lady Yu's palace. The entrance was eerily quiet, devoid of any guards. As they approached, they spotted a lone maid at the inner door who, upon seeing the group, turned pale and collapsed to her knees. Just as she was about to speak, the crown prince silenced her with a mere glance, rendering her voiceless. Encouraged by Xiao Jingzi, Fong Ruotang wriggled forward like a slippery fish, but the prime minister could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring the emperor's presence, he seized her by the nape of her neck and pulled her back. Such matters are not suitable for a young girl to witness. What are you doing? What do you intend? I must see. There are strange sounds from within. Though Fong Ruotang had been informed of the situation via Xiao Jingzi, her naive innocence rendered her oblivious to the implications. The alluring sounds did not evoke any embarrassment in her, unlike the others present, who were flushed with shame. Having consumed the elixir, the emperor, rejuvenated to his youthful vigor, entered with a stormy demeanor. Moments later, piercing screams of a woman and a quivering male voice calling out, "Father," echoed from inside. Wait, the madman is actually a prince? Didn't I mention? He is the third prince. TSK, he even spares his own mother. How brazen. Though restrained by the prime minister, Fong Ruotang craned her neck, yearning for involvement despite the inability to see anything. Don't squirm like a pig at New Year's. The prime minister lamented, exhausted by the antics of his grandson. How could you compare me to a pig? Fong Ruotang pouted, begrudgingly settling down but feeling disappointed that she could not see the main actors of the drama. She huffed and darted to the crown prince's side. Inside, anguished pleas echoed ceaselessly. The crown prince remained unfazed, knowing it was merely a matter of the usual affairs between men and women. Yet, when a small hand poked his lower back, he could not help but grasp it firmly. Fong Ruotang tilted her face upwards, sweetly entreating, "Shall we not go in?" The crown prince regarded her with a steady gaze, noting her genuine curiosity and marking her as a girl who delighted in the thrill of the moment. "Do you wish to see? Is that permissible?" Fong Ruotang, instinctively adopting a charming demeanor, softly pleaded, leaving the crown prince unable to refuse. He observed the inner chamber, noting that the individuals within had already donned their garments and led Fong Ruotang inside. The emperor's brow furrowed, exuding an air of authority, as a disheveled pair knelt at his feet. Upon witnessing the crown prince bringing Fong Ruotang into the chamber, some of the tension in his expression eased, though he disapprovingly inquired, "Why have you brought her here?" "To see the child within her womb," replied the crown prince, raising an eyebrow, prompting the emperor to grasp the implications. Fong Ruotang, under the impression that the crown prince sought to inquire about the Ziwei star, chattered excitedly with Xiao Jingzi, soon arriving at the conclusion. "Not at all. Lady Yu carries the third prince's child." Fong Ruotang, lacking any sense of subtlety, candidly declared, "It cannot be descended from the Ziwei star if it is not the emperor's progeny." "Spare us, your majesty, have mercy." Father, the chilling cries for mercy echoed, accompanied by the sound of deep bows, as Fong Ruotang's voice rang out amidst the turmoil. Chapter 26. Chaos in the Inner Palace. Drag him away. The emperor, disinterested, barely cast a glance. Instead of wasting time on such trivialities, he pondered how to deceive the national master into revealing the secrets of ascetic cultivation. He believed the mirror binding Fong Ruotang could be of use. "Father, she seduced me." "Father." The third prince, witnessing the emperor's indifference and lack of reprimand, grew increasingly anxious, instinctively shifting the blame onto Lady Yu. Lady Yu, stunned, turned her gaze aside, her heart sinking into despair. Yet, unlike the third prince, she dared not evade responsibility. Instead, she composed herself. Bowing low, she began to plead for mercy. "I am shameless, causing turmoil in the palace. I do not dare hope for your majesty to spare my life. I only ask that you spare my family, for they know nothing. Bring forth the poisoned wine." The emperor's command left the third prince in terror, clinging to the emperor's leg, weeping profusely. "Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall not do it again." "Father, I beg you to spare me this once." The third prince repeated his plea endlessly. The emperor, feeling humiliated, kicked him away, ordering his confinement in the dungeons, awaiting judgment. Soon, a eunuch presented the poisoned wine. Fong Ruotang turned pale, biting her finger, silently screaming in horror to the mirror. "Have I caused her death? If I hadn't come, would she have lived? Not at all. It has nothing to do with you." In the original timeline, her affair with the third prince was also discovered. Fong Ruotang's heart raced, panic enveloping her. "It's not my fault. She was foolish." As a consort in the palace, how could she still believe the third prince's sweet words, pursuing love? Such a woman deserves her fate. Her death is but a relief, yet it implicates her entire family. However, Fong Ruotang understood the reasoning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so furious when the mirror urged her to seduce Rong Shizhi. Some mistakes could not be rectified by one person's demise. The entire household of sisters would bear the consequences of her errors. Lady Yu's situation was graver, risking execution and confiscation of her family's assets. Do not overthink it. Lady Yu, daring to act thus, is not one who values familial bonds. Now, as she faces death, her feigned pleas for her family's safety are utterly futile. The mirror showed no sympathy for such a person. "Yet, I feel somewhat unsettled," Fong Ruotang confessed, secretly rubbing her chest. Initially, she was merely curious, wanting to witness such events, unaware of the consequences. Now, as she watched the emperor prepare to execute Lady Yu, she realized that revealing this matter would cost another life. The emperor felt a twinge of discomfort, but would not admit that his actions before Fong Ruotang were wrong. He merely lamented the third prince's foolishness. "Shouldn't you take the national master away? No need to indulge in such sordid spectacles. Let us depart." The crown prince hesitated, gently tugging at Fong Ruotang's sleeve. She followed him a few paces before glancing back at Lady Yu kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, it was the third prince who seduced Lady Yu. She did not entice him." Fong Ruotang paused, feeling it necessary to clarify. "Very well, I shall spare her family." The emperor waved his hand impatiently, having been cuckolded. He felt no rage as imagined. thus no need to resort to murder to quell his ire. However, while the death penalty could be avoided, their good days were over. Next time, remind me not to indulge in such spectacles. You were not wrong to witness. The fault lies with them. That is true. Yet uncovering the truth gives one the unsettling impression of having pushed them towards their demise. You are too kind. The third prince and lady, you are not virtuous individuals. In the original timeline, the Empress was the first to sense the anomaly, but was poisoned and killed by the two. The Emperor's subsequent rage led to a thorough investigation of the inner palace, exposing the events. Lady Yu was subjected to slow slicing, her family executed, and even the third prince met his end. The favored consort was banished to the cold palace, and her maternal clan faced repercussions as well. Although Emperor Jiankong was not known for his fidelity, the Empress held a unique place in his heart. Otherwise, the Crown Prince's position would not be so secure. In the original timeline, Lady Yu and the third prince sought to take the Empress's life, which the Emperor would not have tolerated, unlike his current indifference. The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he stared at the now breathless third prince, exuding an oppressive aura rivaling that of Emperor Jiankong's wrath. Just moments ago, the Emperor appeared unperturbed, oblivious to the green grass growing above his head, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, laughter born of fury erupting. The third prince, causing chaos in the palace, disloyal and unfilial. Intending to rebel, bring him forth, confine him to the royal tomb, and demote him to commoner status, never to step beyond the bounds again. The favored consort, failing to instruct her son, shall immediately vacate Jing'an Palace and be reduced to a mere consort. The third prince, pale and bewildered, collapsed to the ground. At a loss for words. What woman could the third prince not acquire? Why target the emperor's consort? For the throne, of course. Among the newcomers to the palace, only Lady Yu gained favor, and her influential family aided her rise. The third prince had met her several times prior, harboring intentions to bring her into his harem. Foolishness. If he desires the throne, he should pursue it honorably. If he proves more capable than the crown prince, the emperor and the court will choose him. What sort of man resorts to using a woman? Fong Ruotang felt a wave of nausea. The Fong family dreaded being entangled in such conflicts of succession. Hence their daughters were betrothed at a young age. Even the illegitimate sister, originally promised to her maternal uncle's children, had lost her match when her cousin passed away years ago. Indeed, the daughters of the Fong family faced numerous trials in their romantic endeavors, which was precisely why Fong Shutong found herself manipulated by Madame Xia before marriage. Let us set aside these matters. The emperor shall decide. I shall accompany you to the Li family gathering. On second thought, perhaps not. Fong Ruotang hesitated, losing her enthusiasm. Go. Today. The Li family presents a spectacular drama of fake and real daughters. You will regret missing it. Fong Ruotang paused, curiosity piqued. Fake and real daughters? Can children truly be swapped during childbirth? Why not? The father himself could switch the children. It promises to be quite a spectacle. The stage is already set. Are you certain you do not wish to see? Having been frail in her youth, Fong Ruotang had grown accustomed to the confines of the inner palace. Now that her health had improved, her curiosity blossomed, and her penchant for indulgence and revelry surfaced, exposing her youthful flaws. Chapter 027. The True and False Heir. Let us go. Fong Ruotang, without a hint of hesitation, eagerly informed the crown prince. The Li family is putting on a grand spectacle today featuring the true and false heiress. Would you care to witness it? I predict it will be quite lively. Very well, I shall accompany you. The crown prince, generally uninterested in such affairs, would have preferred if Fong Ruotang had muttered a few names of corrupt officials, urging him to unearth them and enrich the state treasury. Today marks the 12th birthday celebration of the Li family's eldest daughter, an event of considerable grandeur. Friends and relatives, essentially everyone they could invite, had gathered, creating a magnificent scene. Accompanied by the crown prince, Fong Ruotang could not maintain a low profile. She presumed it was solely due to his status, unaware that her own allure eclipsed his. In fact, just moments ago, Numerous ministers who had been captivated by the emperor's spectacle had followed her discreetly to the Li residence. Some ministers changed into casual attire, while others had not even had time to remove their official robes. "Your Highness, esteemed National Master, Mrs. Li greeted them with a beaming smile. Although perplexed as to why the Crown Prince would attend her daughter's birthday, she was glad for the honor it bestowed upon her family. "Where's Li Shiyun?" Mrs. Li cast a proud glance at Fong Ruoteng, secretly pleased that her daughter had garnered the attention of the National Master. "She is with her biological mother," Fong Ruoteng replied, avoiding direct eye contact. Mrs. Li's expression faltered, her surprise evident as she turned to Fong Ruoteng. Fong Ruoteng surveyed her surroundings, while the Crown Prince shot a warning glance at Mrs. Li, leaving her speechless. "Please summon the young lady to greet our guests," Mrs. Li instructed a nearby matron suddenly. Why has Mrs. Li suddenly called for her daughter? Could it be that she wishes to curry favor with the Crown Prince? A small mirror observed the divergence from the originally predicted fate. Indeed, the Crown Prince's presence in the Li residence is unprecedented. Who would not seize such an opportunity? Mrs. Li felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. She had not considered this, for her daughter was merely 12 years old, significantly younger than the Crown Prince. Furthermore, the betrothed Crown Princess was the true eldest daughter of the Li family. The head of their household was merely a branch of the family. How could she be so oblivious as to offer her daughter to face such humiliation? Moreover, given the Crown Prince's current disposition towards the National Master, it was likely he harbored intentions to sever the engagement. Offending even the main family was a risk they could not afford, and certainly they would not dare to insult the National Master. She had not lost her wits. "The Crown Prince is quite handsome," Fong Ruoteng mused, glancing at him as the mirror's voice echoed in her mind. "It is only natural for young women to desire to marry the Crown Prince," she added. "What are you thinking?" "In comparison to the Crown Prince's power, his looks are insignificant," Fong Ruoteng scoffed, unconvinced. "Beauty holds great significance," she declared. "Madam, our young lady requests your presence," a maid, who had been accompanying Mrs. Li, arrived, having met another maid on her way to fetch the young lady. Mrs. Li, prompted by Fong Ruoteng's thoughts, was eager to visit her daughter. Before she could greet the Crown Prince, she overheard Fong Ruoteng's voice again. "Li Shiyun is summoning Mrs. Li to reveal that her biological daughter has been swapped." "How astonishing!" Fong Ruoteng exclaimed, imagining how she would react if someone told her she was not truly a member of the Fong family. She would likely struggle to make a decision. Indeed, she possesses a sound moral compass, raised well by Mrs. Li, and is a dutiful child. However, she is unfortunate, born of a concubine's womb, with her very existence deemed a sin. Fong Ruoteng nodded in agreement, recognizing the sentiment. As a legitimate child, she could not possibly favor a concubine's offspring. Mrs. Li's heart sank repeatedly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she hurried towards her daughter's quarters, with Fong Ruoteng and the Crown Prince in tow. Her curiosity piqued. The appearance of the Crown Prince and Fong Ruoteng attracted considerable attention, and the crowd discreetly followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Li Shiyun stood pale and anxious at the entrance of her courtyard, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Mrs. Li, she rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Calling out, "Mother, what has happened?" Mrs. Li enveloped her daughter in a comforting embrace. Li Shiyun, longing for her mother's presence, took a deep breath, preparing to divulge everything, only to be confronted by a throng of onlookers. She swallowed her words, puzzled as to why her mother had brought so many people to her small courtyard, yet her troubled thoughts remained unvoiced. Is she about to confess? Indeed, the matter of the true and false heiress is one she must unveil herself. If she remains silent, her future may be fraught with challenges, the mirror observed. Expressing sympathy for the young lady, Li Shiyun's expression tightened as she grasped her mother's hand firmly. Mrs. Li, equally troubled, offered a gentle smile. "Do not fear. You can share anything with me, she reassured her daughter. Stealing a glance at Fong Ruotang, Li Shiyun steeled herself and spoke, "Mother, just now. Father brought a woman to my courtyard, claiming she is my true mother and that I am not your biological daughter. He swapped me with your real daughter at my birth." Mrs. Li staggered, her complexion draining of color. Fong Ruotang's words triggered her suspicions, but she never imagined her husband had orchestrated such a deceit. If Li Shiyun was not her daughter, then whose child was she? "I am the daughter of my father's concubine," Li Shiyun continued, as if anticipating Mrs. Li's unspoken questions. "The concubine is my father's cousin." "Cousin?" Mrs. Li frowned, recalling such a person, and asked in a hushed tone, "The widowed one?" "Yes," Li Shiyun replied, her demeanor faltering as she added, "They also have a son." "Mrs. Li swayed, her body weakening. Fortunately, Li Shiyun and the nearby matron quickly supported her, preventing her from collapsing. "This Li young lady is quite bold to reveal it all." Fong Ruotang admired her courage. "Why so? How many possess the audacity to denounce their own parents? Moreover, she stands to gain from this. She is attempting to ingratiate herself with her adoptive mother at the expense of her biological mother." Li Shiyun's expression flickered. I never intended to do that. I merely wished to prevent my mother from being deceived. She is only me as her daughter. And my father and biological mother wished to seize all of her dowry through me. My heart aches for my mother, and that is why I exposed this truth." How absurd. Mrs. Li has cherished her for 12 years. It would be a betrayal not to inform her. If Li Shiyun faces a dire fate, could it be that Mrs. Li, in her foolishness, would take out her anger on her? Chapter 28. The Water Element's Single Spiritual Root. Lady Li, as the head of the household, should find her life manageable, especially if she values Li Shiyun, shouldn't she? Indeed, in a household, a matriarch's standing often depends on the esteem granted by her husband. Moreover, Lady Li has no son, and Master Li has made it abundantly clear that he favors his concubine over his wife. The maids and servants would naturally act in accordance with the head of the family's sentiments. If the master does not favor Li Shiyun, how could she possibly enjoy a good life? In the original timeline, Lady Li found herself overwhelmed with her own troubles, and Li Shiyun wished to avoid adding to her burdens, merely hoping for a peaceful marriage in the future. Unfortunately, before she could wed, Lady Li passed away, and her disdainful biological parents could hardly be expected to find her a suitable match. How tragic! Fong Ruotang gazed at Li Shiyun with sympathy. She could not be as carefree as Li Shiyun, for she could never leave the Fong family, yet she admired such a person. Fong Ruotang muttered to herself. As the head of the household, Lady Li had initially been flustered, but had since regained her composure, gently patting Li Shiyun's small hand in silent reassurance. Meanwhile, she fervently resolved that such a well-behaved daughter, regardless of her origins, would be lovingly cared for under her name. She would protect this daughter and prevent any tragedies from occurring. Altering her dismal fate is quite simple. Her kind heart and cultured demeanor ensure that if she marries a decent man in the future, her life will not be wretched. Fong Ruotang pondered the words of the small mirror, glancing again at the cherubic-faced girl before her. Though still youthful and unrefined, there was an undeniable charm about her, perhaps stemming from the kindness in her heart. Marriage? Why must it be marriage? Placing all hope in another, relying on their whims for one's happiness, seems a rather precarious path. Fong Ruotang pursed her lips, influenced perhaps by the teachings of her upbringing. Her first thought was not of marrying a good man. This is not your past life. A woman need not marry. Yet in this world, remaining unmarried may not be tolerated by one's family. Do you believe everyone is as accommodating as your Fong family? Fong Ruotang's eyes brightened. Yes. She could join our Fong family. That is not feasible. The prince interjected before the small mirror could respond. Fong Ruotang looked up in confusion. What? Refrain from such thoughts. Her status does not warrant it. The prince regarded Fong Ruotang with a hint of exasperation. She seemed unaware of how coveted the Fong family's offspring currently were. Not only was her biological brother under scrutiny, but even the marriage prospects of her half-brother attracted countless admirers. After all, the harmony between the two branches of the Fong family was well known, and it was evident to any discerning eye how advantageous it would be to marry into the family. Fong Ruotang was astonished. Is there such a high standard for my followers? Followers? The prince was equally surprised. Yes, as the national master. It would not be unreasonable to take a few individuals as my disciples to serve me, would it? The prince had not anticipated Fong Ruotang's line of thought. The small mirror was also taken aback, recalling that when he had previously asked Fong Ruotang if she wished to take Lady Chao as a disciple, she had outright refused. However, since Fong Ruotang had changed her mind, he would support her decision. Here, let Li Shiyun give this a try. What is this? It's for testing spiritual roots. Fong Ruotang had heard the small mirror mention spiritual roots before, but did not fully understand, though she sensed its significance. Small mirror, you are truly kind to me. Of course. Whatever you wish to do, I shall assist you. If Li Shiyun possesses a spiritual root, you can take her under your wing, and later, you could even bring her to the cultivation world. The small mirror's words ignited envy among the onlookers, all casting jealous glances at Li Shiyun. What merit does she possess? Yet, they also grasped a profound truth. The so-called celestial affinity was simply Fong Ruotang's discerning eye. As long as Fong Ruotang favored someone, the spirit object accompanying her would offer assistance. Miss Li, could you please hold this? Fong Ruotang presented the spiritual root testing stone. Neither the master nor the servant were particularly astute, failing to explain the stone's purpose, but fortunately, Li Shiyun understood. Li Shiyun pressed her lips together, her cherubic face now serious as she trembled slightly while cradling the testing stone, which soon emitted a brilliant blue light. Ah! It turns out to be a single water spiritual root. Were you not saying that single spiritual roots are quite remarkable? Indeed. In the cultivation world, such a spiritual root could gain entry into a major sect as an inner disciple. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled as she regarded Li Shiyun. You are truly impressive. Li Shiyun's face flushed with excitement, her hands trembling uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting her unfortunate background, gazing at Fong Ruotang with a silly grin. You may directly accept her as your primary disciple. I will provide you with some cultivation techniques suitable for water spiritual roots. Once the evolution of the heavenly Tao is complete and the two continents are connected, in your mortal realm, there will be few extraordinary individuals, preventing it from becoming a slaughterhouse for demons. Fong Ruotang pouted, visibly displeased. If the evolution fails, this continent will be finished. If it succeeds, it will merely become a place for the lowly to suffer humiliation. Neither scenario is favorable. The laws of the world are such. It is not solely your realms that experiences these trials. Moreover, this realm has already reaped considerable benefits due to your birth. It is not I, but you. Fong Ruotang did not believe she could offer much assistance. It was all thanks to the small mirror's remarkable gifts. The small mirror felt a surge of pride. When had he, a mere spirit object, received such praise from the master, especially when it came to the one she cherished? If we do not wish to remain inferior, we should establish our own sect and seek out talented individuals to cultivate. However, as the spiritual energy has not yet revived, beginning cultivation now would require substantial spiritual stones for arrangement. Once the passage is opened, seeking a nearby sect for protection would also be beneficial. This is the norm for all mortal realms. The small mirror believed that Fong Ruotang would not remain in this realm permanently, finding the suggestion unnecessary. Yet, Fong Ruotang had different thoughts. Having restored her spirit, she could depart, but what about her family? This is not ideal. Seeking protection resembles being a vassal state. Furthermore, mortals are regarded as mere ants in the eyes of cultivators, with their status even lower than that of the subjects in a vassal state. As the small mirror divulged more, Fong Ruotang began to understand much more. Fortunately, she harbored such aspirations, and the small mirror did not mock her for her ambition. Rather, from his tone, it seemed that achieving these goals would be quite simple for her. Fong Ruotang could not help but feel a sense of pride. Her true self must be an extraordinarily powerful being capable of effortlessly creating a small world. Chapter 29. Taking disciples. Would you care to become my disciple? Fong Ruotang inquired, fiddling with the spirit-testing stone in her hand, somewhat perplexed. Despite the impressive claims of the little mirror, it appeared that she possessed no spiritual roots at all. Master, please allow me to pay my respects, Li Shiyun interjected, kneeling down without waiting for Fong Ruotang to finish and earnestly bowing her head 3 times. Fong Ruotang nodded, retrieving the small mirror and gently pressing it against Li Shiyun's forehead. How does it feel? She asked, curiosity piqued as it was her first time performing such an operation. Li Shiyun's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, suddenly, a complete cultivation technique appeared in my mind, along with a wealth of knowledge. It's quite remarkable, Fong Ruotang, intrigued, glanced at the bamboo slip and even pressed it to her own forehead, instantly comprehending the profound sensation Li Shiyun described. Wow, this is delightful! She laughed with excitement, raising her hand towards the prince, who bent his head in compliance, his typically indifferent demeanor momentarily replaced with surprise. Isn't it fun? It feels as if a little person is dancing in your mind. That is not dancing, the prince replied, bemused. The onlookers, who had long been restless, rushed forward en masse, like chicks emerging from a coop in search of food. Master, may I have a look? Master, let me see. Fong Ruotang thought for a moment before generously handing over the bamboo slip. You may all press it to your foreheads, but it may not be of much use to you. The spiritual energy has yet to revive, rendering your cultivation impossible. You cannot even perform the basic technique of drawing energy into your body. Unaware of the potential sting of her words, she then produced a ring and handed it to Li Shiyun. If you place a drop of blood on this ring, it contains the technique for drawing energy into the body, along with some spirit stones. Study it, and if you have questions, feel free to ask me. Fong Ruotang maintained a composed facade, appearing knowledgeable. I hope she doesn't come to me with questions. I'm not certain myself. She won tea, after all. Being a singular spiritual root means she is no fool. She is a talent for cultivation. If she cannot comprehend even the foundational techniques, there is no need to concern yourself with her. The little mirror's words pulled Li Shiyun back to reality, and she resolved to grasp the knowledge independently, vowing not to disturb the master. Madame Li observed Li Shiyun with a thoughtful expression as the girl excitedly donned the ring. How marvelous! This ring can change size to fit my fingers. At merely 12 years old, it was Li Shiyun's first encounter with such a wondrous object, and she tried it on each finger in turn. Master, Madame Li stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Though my daughter is still young, she is meticulous and caring in her tasks. Having received your guidance today, if it pleases you, might you consider keeping her by your side as a servant? Li Shiyun's smile faltered, feeling a bit awkward. Didn't you say that Madame Li treated her well despite her background? Why now is she eager to send her away? I am uncertain as well. The little mirror, being an artifact spirit, was oblivious to human emotions. The prince, glancing at the scene, understood the underlying sentiment. Do you wish to part with your daughter? She will become formidable in the future, far more devoted than your biological daughter, who has already strayed from the path and finds it difficult to reconnect with you. No, Madame Li quickly refuted, catching sight of Li Shiyun's anxious expression. She grasped her hand and turned to Fong Ruotang, asking, Master, may I have a moment to speak with you privately? Fong Ruotang agreed without hesitation, following Madame Li into Li Shiyun's chamber. As soon as the door closed, Madame Li knelt, prompting Fong Ruotang to spring forward to assist her. While she accepted Li Shiyun's kneeling as proper, after all, the girl was her disciple. Madame Li was a respected elder. Master, I know my words may cause you inconvenience, but I have no alternative, Madame Li said, rising to her feet. She wished to express her respect, not to threaten through prostration. You value my daughter, accepting her as a disciple and gifting her such extraordinary techniques and a ring. I am truly grateful. However, she is still young and unable to safeguard these treasures. Our home situation is not ideal, and I fear it will be more challenging for her there. Therefore, I humbly request that you take her under your wing, allowing her to serve as a small disciple who fetches tea and water. Li Shiyun, perceptive and understanding of her mother's intentions, no longer feared being sent away. She obediently stated, "I will serve my master diligently, ensuring I do not cause any trouble." Should I accept her? Is it appropriate for her to serve me? That seems a bit unfair. Of course. What is wrong with it? Isn't that how disciples serve their masters? Moreover, having her by your side allows you to guide her regularly. If she feels humiliated, then she lacks wisdom, and you can simply discard her spiritual roots and send her away. Li Shiyun, filled with excitement, shook her head fervently, eager to voice her thoughts. She was no fool. She understood the importance of respect. She treated the tutors and seamstresses at home with courtesy, let alone a master who would guide her in cultivation. To be honest, given the opportunity, she would be delighted to serve her. Do not be too accommodating. They are still ignorant and unaware of your exalted status. Securing an audience with a celestial master in the cultivation world is no small feat. Fong Ruotang, indeed, did not possess an air of superiority. The comments of the little mirror were somewhat vague to her. "Thank you, master." "Thank you." Madame Li expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her tone laced with anxiety. "I will have Shiyun ready to accompany you shortly. Later, I will send her belongings to your residence. Is that acceptable?" "That is fine," Fong Ruotang replied non-committally. As the Prime Minister's residence was vast, you two share your heartfelt words. "I shall wait outside for a moment before departing." Fong Ruotang was considerate, aware that much had transpired in a short time, leaving the mother and daughter little opportunity for private conversation. "Thank you, master. I will just have a few words with Shiyun, and it will be quick," Madame Li assured her with a flattering demeanor. Fong Ruotang hopped out of the room, and the prince asked, "Have you decided to take her on?" "Indeed. She wishes to serve me as a small maid, but I have no need for a maid. I will let her stay at the Prime Minister's residence as a guest for now." Chapter 30. The emergence of a competitive atmosphere. Why are there so many gifts? Fong Ruotang stood at the entrance, observing her aunt, Madame Cui, accompanied by maids and servants as they counted the gift boxes, feeling a sense of astonishment. Upon noticing Fong Ruotang, Madame Cui smiled, and when she saw the crown prince standing beside her, she promptly handed her notebook to a nearby servant and approached to pay her respects. "These are all for you." "For me?" Fong Ruotang pointed incredulously at her own nose, her voice tinged with disbelief. To put it bluntly, throughout her life, aside from her family, she had never received gifts from anyone else. Not even a handkerchief had been bestowed upon her. Given her frail health since childhood, her family kept a close watch over her, and the young ladies from similar backgrounds were too wary to approach her. After all, if they were to invite her out and something were to happen, they risked being tainted with a bad reputation, leaving them with nowhere to lament. It was a novel sensation for Fong Ruotang, and she eagerly reached out towards the pile of gift boxes. "This butterfly-patterned golden hairpin is truly exquisite." She casually opened a brocade box, and the first hairpin captured her attention. "Is it beautiful?" Indeed. The crown prince, having never before sought to please a woman, felt a surge of warmth at the joyful expression on Fong Ruotang's face. He contemplated gathering even finer adornments for her in the future. Fong Ruotang admired the hairpin in her hand and exclaimed, "I think it's lovely. My elder sister would look stunning wearing this." It was also a rather troublesome matter. Had those young ladies not been so disinterested in such trinkets, they too might have ended up as mere offerings at the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. However, with the Crown Prince present, Madame Cui refrained from mentioning this to Fong Ruotang, casting a casual glance at the honest and straightforward eldest daughter of the Li family, who stood nearby. Why? Although Fong Ruotang had no connections for social exchanges, she had often observed the handling of such matters while staying in the residence of Madame Xu. If a mere second wife managed affairs in such a manner, how much busier must Madame Cui, who oversaw the entire household, be? It was Fong Ruotang's first encounter with the concept of returning gifts. They bring gifts to seek your assistance. If you accept these items, what if they later put you in a difficult position? Fong Ruotang clearly did not grasp the intricacies involved. If you like them, just keep them. The Crown Prince saw no issue. If those beneath him wished to show their respect, keeping what appealed to them was a matter of face. Madame Cui was momentarily at a loss for words. I do not fancy these. And, please return them. Regardless, I know you will buy me what I truly like. This was no exaggeration. Madame Cui managed the household's finances with strictness. However, Fong Ruotang was an exception. Everything she possessed was of the finest quality. As Madame Cui spoke, she gently caressed Fong Ruotang's jade-like cheek, her eyes filled with affection. Very well, thank you, Aunt. Fong Ruotang playfully nudged her aunt's head with her soft little one. It was a childish gesture, but that was simply her nature. This intimate action brought a smile to Madame Cui's face. But aware of their surroundings and the Crown Prince's presence, she exchanged a few more words before preparing to invite guests into the manor. At that moment, the emblematic carriage of the Long Princess gradually approached. Beside it rode the Duke of An on a magnificent steed. Fong Ruotang, standing next to Madame Cui, peered curiously at the sight of the Duke arriving with a convoy of 3 carriages laden with several large boxes, her eyes widening in surprise. Are you also here to present me with gifts? After dismounting, the Duke of An smiled gently at her inquiry. Madame Cui's lips twitched imperceptibly, casting a meaningful glance at Fong Ruotang, who remained oblivious. Yes, I have come to offer you gifts as well, the Duke replied, his smile widening. Fong Ruotang shrugged. Please don't. My aunt says I cannot accept. Madame Cui's expression resembled one who had bitten into a bitter herb as she glanced at Fong Ruotang, wishing to shake her awake. How could this be the same? The individuals who had visited earlier to present gifts were seeking Fong Ruotang's assistance with medicine, while the Duke had come to express his gratitude for her life-saving intervention. Nonetheless, such a gesture felt somewhat excessive. Those unaware might assume the Long Princess's residence was there to propose a marriage. I am deeply grateful for the assistance of your esteemed 6th young lady, who saved my mother's life. These gifts pale in comparison to her life, and I hope that Madame Fong will not refuse them. My mother intended to come today as well, but an unexpected guest arrived just as we were about to leave. She will certainly visit personally to express her gratitude next time, and I hope your esteemed household will not take offense. The Duke's voice was smooth and melodious, naturally drawing the listener's attention to his words. His words hold weight. Madame Cui began, but Fong Ruotang's inner voice interrupted her, pausing before she continued to engage the Duke in pleasantries. You saved the Long Princess's life, yet you haven't even grasped the Duke's hand. What a missed opportunity. Hurry up. I did not save the Long Princess for the Duke. My admiration for her is genuine. I don't care. You must approach him today and make contact. Otherwise, I shall never provide you with any more medicine. The little mirror in Fong Ruotang's mind was in a frenzy, throwing a tantrum. The Duke of An, who had been conversing with Madame Cui, suddenly fell silent as Fong Ruotang's gaze inadvertently lingered on his lips. He subtly pressed them together and then swallowed lightly, causing his throat to roll gently. The Crown Prince, noticing this, furrowed his brow and let out a faint snort, his demeanor shifting to reflect the unique aura of authority, altering the atmosphere around him instantaneously. Ziki, father wishes for you to handle the matter of the new grain. You must enter the palace to meet him. The sooner new grain is planted, the sooner the people shall be spared from hunger. The Duke of An avoided Fong Ruotang's innocent yet piercing gaze and raised an eyebrow at the Crown Prince, finding the situation somewhat amusing. He was thankful for Fong Ruotang's life-saving act and would not object to offering himself in return. However, he could not possibly act so abruptly at the entrance and tarnish her reputation. Although Fong Ruotang had already lost her good name due to the leakage of her thoughts, salvaging even a fragment of it was better than none. Chapter 031. Brother is worth 10 points. Ziki, is that your courtesy name? Fong Ruotang inquired, her curiosity piqued, oblivious to the subtle rivalry between the two men. Previously, Prince Anjuan had merely informed her that his name was Cui Shirshu. Indeed, my surname is Cui. My given name is Shirshu, and my courtesy name is Ziki. Henceforth, you may refer to me by my courtesy name, he replied. Prince Anjuan paused deliberately, adding, I am a few years your senior. You may also call me Brother Ziki. Since you saved my mother, I shall treat you as my sister. How peculiar it is to call him Brother Ziki. Are we that close? Fong Ruotang mused internally, unable to conceal her thoughts. Prince Anjuan's brow slightly furrowed, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. I did not mean to impose upon you, Miss Liu. I merely felt a sense of familiarity given your heroic act in saving my mother and wished to cultivate a friendship. Ah, it's nothing. Fong Ruotang was one who could be swayed by both gentleness and firmness. Moreover, seeing such a distinguished prince appear as forlorn as a drenched dog, she felt reluctant to deny him. Tilting her head to scrutinize Prince Anjuan, she tentatively called out, Brother Ziki, and his countenance brightened, a smile returning to his face. This form of address is delightful. I shall grant you 10 points, he declared. If only you had mentioned points earlier. My moment of hesitation was a disservice to the concept of points, she retorted. Prince Anjuan gazed down at the young lady whose emotions were laid bare upon her face, amusement dancing in his eyes. It was the first time he encountered a noblewoman unrestrained by societal conventions, akin to a bird soaring freely. Brother Ziki, sixth sister, Fong Ruotang repeated, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. It was merely a title, and for the sake of points, it was hardly inappropriate. The crown prince scoffed coldly. Does she not have a brother? Why permit her to address you as such? Prince Anjuan's brows lifted. I have no sister. Then remember, she is your sister. The crown prince warned, his tone icy and devoid of expression. The crown prince seems jealous. Perhaps you ought to soothe him. Is that so? Fong Ruotang finally noticed the low pressure surrounding the crown prince. Considering that he was of the same age as Prince Anjuan, she hesitantly called, Brother Crown Prince? I also called you Brother Crown Prince. Where are my 10 points? That is not permissible. One task warrants but a single point. Otherwise, you would exploit it 6 times. Each person calling once to gain an advantage. What manner of status do you possess that you look down upon the crown prince? Do you believe that what Prince Anjuan has, the crown prince cannot? Do you not fear that I shall inform the crown prince and have him crush your head? I am currently within your consciousness. To strike me would require you to first strike yourself. Inflicting 10,000 upon yourself while wounding the enemy by 800 is unwise. Fong Ruotang was indignant, engaging once more in a quarrel with her little mirror, oblivious to her surroundings. Although Prince Anjuan felt slighted by the crown prince's opportunistic behavior, he could not help but find amusement in the crown prince's discomfited expression. The crown prince shot a glance at Prince Anjuan. Are we not returning to the palace? Prince Anjuan raised an eyebrow. You truly wish to assign me the task regarding the new grain? If not, then what? The crown prince's face remained impassive. There had been an implication all along, merely seizing this opportunity to express it. It was imperative to disperse these individuals from the capital, as it would serve to build goodwill among the populace. Will you not attend to it personally? Prince Anjuan prompted again. A flicker of impatience crossed the crown prince's stern visage, clearly irritated by Prince Anjuan's verbosity. Prince Anjuan chuckled softly. Observing Fong Ruotang and her little mirror still bickering over the 10 points, he lightly tapped her on the head. Although Prince Anjuan had no sister, it did not imply a lack of social connections. During previous gatherings, he had witnessed young ladies flying kites, an activity he found rather tedious, yet, seeing their radiant smiles, he suspected Fong Ruotang would also enjoy it. How splendid! I have never flown a kite. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to her delicate health in the past, she had been unable to run or jump. Each time her sisters flew kites, she would sit on the sidelines, and whenever she expressed a desire to join, her 3 elder sisters would treat it as a serious matter. Observing their reactions, Fong Ruotang felt embarrassed to insist on participating. The crown prince tugged at Fong Ruotang's sleeve, gently pulling her away from Prince Anjuan, and coldly remarked, How did I fail to notice before that you possess such a lack of decorum? Prince Anjuan's brows slightly rose. Observing that the crown prince merely grasped her sleeve, he was taken aback. For they were all aware that they could hear Fong Ruotang's thoughts, and that physical contact with her could yield points. Understanding the crown prince's implication, Prince Anjuan's warm smile faltered slightly. He realized he had been presumptuous. He patted my head. "Grant me points," Fong Ruotang declared. Prince Anjuan. Such disregard for propriety left him in a difficult position. The crown prince felt similarly, casting a complex glance at Fong Ruotang, but ultimately refraining from commenting, for it was her choice. Initially drawn to her inherent treasures, they could not in good conscience take undue advantage of her naivety. In this era, women ultimately bore the greater burden in matters of relationships. "Are we not departing?" The crown prince's voice was cold. Prince Anjuan chuckled lightly. "Let us go together. I have matters to discuss with the crown prince as well." As they spoke, Prince Anjuan glanced at Fong Ruotang. The crown prince did not refuse, intending to enter the palace together, for they could not leave her behind now that she was at their doorstep. Moreover, he had been handling the new grain affairs until now. The two exchanged farewells with Fong Ruotang and nodded at Cui Shi before departing. Their manners were impeccably courteous, unlike the current crown prince and the only legitimate son of the grand princess. "Aunt, let us proceed inside," Fong Ruotang chirped, linking arms with Cui Shi, her demeanor resembling that of a small, clingy cake. Cui Shi regarded Fong Ruotang with a mixture of joy and concern, intentionally probing her sentiments. "I observe that both the crown prince and Prince Anjuan treat you differently. Do they harbor affections for you?" "The crown prince admires me." Prince Anjuan is likely unaware and wishes to indulge in a drama of owing a debt of gratitude, Fong Ruotang replied confidently. Cui Shi was momentarily taken aback. How self-assured. "And you? What are your thoughts on them?" "Well, they are both rather handsome, I suppose." Fong Ruotang exhibited an unmistakable lack of romantic inclination, causing Cui Shi to feel both worried and pleased. She did not wish for her obedient little darling to be led astray. "What does your aunt mean? Does she intend for you to choose one to marry? How could she think that? Only children make such choices. You are a mature adult now. Why not have both? It is but a trifling matter." Cui Shi blushed, feeling embarrassed by such audacious words. Fong Ruotang disregarded her little mirror and, inspired by its words, recalled Fong Xingtang's marriage prospects. "By the way, I learned some skills from the immortal and can read fortunes and discern fates. And are you aware?" "And then? What is it?" Cui Shi's brows furrowed, likely realizing what Fong Ruotang was about to convey. This matter had already been discussed with Shang Tang. She had also met Yu Sheng. To be frank, aside from his handsome appearance, which set him apart from the common folk, she had discerned little else. At the very least, without Fong Ruotang's words, she would never have considered marrying her daughter to a man who was merely good-looking and possessed nothing else. Although Shang Ang had shown kindness by sheltering Yu Xing in his youth, it did not change the fact that he was merely a servant of the Prime Minister's household. Chapter 032. Wishing to change my sister's husband, I confide to you in secrecy that Yu Sheng shares a profound connection with my elder sister. Do not be deceived by his humble status in this life. He is a celestial being who has descended to experience the trials of love, possessing an inherent nobility. Fong Ruotang, what have you done? Have you carelessly revealed Yu Sheng's identity to your aunt? Did I not instruct you to refrain from interfering with the tribulations of the immortals? I did not interfere. I merely spoke of it. Such a splendid opportunity. Even a fool would recognize the necessity of assisting my elder sister in securing him for herself. Oh heavens! You informed your aunt. And you dare claim it is not interference? My aunt may not even believe it. You had best pray that your aunt does not believe it. Otherwise, it could endanger your sister. What do you mean? At that moment, the small mirror wished to transform into a person, standing before Fong Ruotang and rolling its eyes incessantly. Are you truly this Navi? He is an immortal. After undergoing trials, if he cannot perceive your schemes, then even if he has deep affection for your sister in this life, he may not seek her out and bring her to the celestial realm. What should I do then? Concerned for Fong Xingtang's future prospects, Fong Ruotang felt an overwhelming anxiety. Cui Shi, standing nearby, dared not breathe, fearing to disturb Fong Ruoteng. What now? I've already spoken. Do you possess any treasures that can erase my aunt's memory? Cui Shi responded, that is entirely unnecessary. Very well, it is said. And what can be done? Fortunately, there is a successful precedent. The little princess of the Fox clan once fancied the war god of the celestial realm. Aware that her kind could not match the war god, she learned of his impending descent to endure trials and utilized the Fox clan's treasures, persuading several elders to exhaust their powers to open a passage. She followed the war god through 7 lifetimes, entangling him for 7 lives before he finally opened his heart. 7 lifetimes of trials, 7 lives of pursuit. Any fool would see the issue. This contradicts what you just said. The war god was manipulated. Did he not care? Fong Ruoteng felt bewildered, yet Cui Shi grasped the implications. After a moment of contemplation, she made a silent resolve. Thus, Fong Xingtang was compelled to learn various skills of charm and allure, embarking on the path of captivating beauty. Your aunt will undoubtedly believe you. However, we are mere mortals, living within this earthly realm, and must adhere to the perceptions of the world, especially since your sister is already betrothed to the esteemed young Master Rong. This is indeed true. Fong Ruoteng discreetly inquired of the small mirror, discovering that young Master Rong harbored no vices, and marrying him would grant happiness and ease. After all, the Rong household currently has only an elderly lord remaining. If Fong Xingtang marries into it, she would assume the role of the mistress without the burden of a difficult mother-in-law, ensuring a comfortable life. Well then, let your sister ponder her own matters. Do not burden our little Ruaro. Cui Shi patted Fong Ruoteng's hand, relieved to have distracted her, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as the matter concerning the elder sister was set aside, soon after, the issue of the third sister arose, for the third brother-in-law, Xia Jinyan, had come to fetch her. Taking advantage of her favored status, Fong Ruoteng stood beside them, refusing to allow them to converse privately, and quietly criticized Xia Jinyan in her heart. Is there truly no other immortal undergoing trials? No. What a pity. If there were. My third sister could divorce and marry an immortal undergoing trials, and once this life concludes, she would be taken to the celestial realm. The small mirror interjected, so all the good fortune in the world is to be monopolized by your family? Wait, my third sister cannot go to the celestial realm. What will happen to her? She will grow old and die, and I cannot accept that. Fong Ruoteng's heart suddenly erupted in turmoil. Xia Jinyan, who had just darkened his expression, found himself at a loss, knowing how dearly his little lady cared for this sister. He dared not show anger and could only look at Fong Shuting with a sense of grievance, hoping she would show him the same affection as before. Unfortunately, he had never triumphed in Fong Ruoteng's eyes. What is wrong? Why do you appear as though you are on the verge of tears? Fong Shuting immediately embraced Fong Ruoteng, gently patting her back. There, are you worried your sister's life will be difficult? I assure you sister will live well, all right? Fong Shuting subtly altered the subject. Xia Jinyan picked up the shattered pieces of his heart and immediately vowed, Sixth sister, I promise to treat your sister well. If I ever err, you may scold me as you wish. I will accept it. Fong Ruoteng sniffled twice, somewhat disdainfully retorting, you cannot even manage your own mother. She bullies my sister. And you do nothing. Xia Jinyan's expression stiffened, falling into silence. Finally, Fong Shuting felt pity for him, offering a gentle gaze of reassurance while still cradling Fong Ruoteng to soothe her. Do not speak such nonsense, as long as your brother-in-law is at home. I shall never be wronged. He cannot choose his parents. Do not let your thoughts wander. Besides, aside from my mother-in-law, everyone in the Xia family treats me exceedingly well, especially my husband. Xia Jinyan forced a smile. A remark from the little sister rang true. He could not manage his mother. You make it seem like my sister suffers because of your mother. How detestable. Fong Ruoteng spoke with a sharp tongue, but Fong Shuting, who had always indulged her, unexpectedly adopted a serious demeanor, calling her by her full name. Fong Ruoteng, apologize to your brother-in-law. Humph. I have not spoken falsely. Fong Ruotang stood tall, but her gaze discreetly shifted towards Fong Shudong, noticing her displeasure, feeling both hurt and angry, convinced that her sister no longer cared for her as before. Do not say such things. Your sister and brother-in-law share a strong bond. In the original timeline, when the Heavenly Order failed to evolve, the world's essence was plundered by other lesser realms. Along with countless natural disasters and calamities, monstrous beasts from other planes invaded. Your brother-in-law was torn apart while protecting your sister as they tried to escape. Fong Ruotang burst into tears, closing her eyes and wailing, "Brother-in-law, you are so weak. But you are so tragic." Woo-woo. The couple exchanged glances, their hearts stirred as they met each other's gaze, their eyes reddening. But before the atmosphere could fully develop, they were interrupted by Fong Ruotang. Both were left in a state of helpless laughter, scrambling to comfort Fong Ruotang. Amidst her cries and sobs, Fong Ruotang did not forget to reach out to the small mirror in her mind. "Give me 2 cleansing pills immediately." The small mirror replied, "I truly owe you one." Chapter 33. The spy from Bailong. Fong Ruotang effortlessly procured 2 essence cleansing pills, placing one in the mouths of Fong Shutong and Xiad Jinyan. "Brother-in-law, do your best to protect my sister. And sister, you too, otherwise you might have to witness your husband being torn to pieces by the beasts." Fong Shutong and Xiad Jinyan exchanged glances. "Thank you, but there's no need for such vivid imagery. I must take my leave now. You both should quickly find a room to hide. Remember to have the maid prepare water, just in case." With that, Fong Ruotang dashed away, unable to endure the foul stench any longer out of affection for her sister. She was considerate enough to avoid soiling her sister's bridal chamber. Fortunately, the maids moved quickly, preserving the couple's dignity and sparing them the embarrassment of appearing too disheveled in front of one another. After all, few would wish to display such vulnerability before someone they cherished. Fong Ruotang's actions were anything but discreet. The commotion quickly spread throughout the household, and even the female members at home didn't seem to mind the odor, with even the grandmother joining in on the excitement. Fong Ruotang resolutely refused to look, calling out from a distance to her family, "Don't look. It's so foul." Madame Shu gazed at her troublesome daughter from afar, feeling utterly helpless. Such a precious item given away so easily. However, with Fong Shutong standing in the way and speaking well of her son-in-law, she managed to suppress her concern for Fong Shutong, refraining from directing her ire at Xiad Jinyan. The household of the Prime Minister was simple, lacking the intricate scheming of others. With the abundance in the household, each courtyard had its own small kitchen, especially Fong Ruotang's, where the kitchen was always bustling. Given her previous frail condition and small appetite, the household required that her kitchen always have meals prepared. Whenever she felt hungry, there would be something ready. "Xingbai, please inform the small kitchen that there's no need to prepare medicinal soups every day anymore. My health has improved. I would prefer some flavorful dishes to tantalize my palate." Fong Ruotang savored the fragrant soup, relishing her request. While every master in the household had a small kitchen, only her courtyard was staffed by a highly sought-after imperial chef, a rarity in itself. "Very well, I shall convey your message," Xingbai replied with a smile, pleased to see her mistress's healthy appetite as she exited the room. Fong Ruotang then instructed Tao Hong, "Go find Aunt and have her arrange a courtyard for Miss Li, ideally." She initially intended to suggest one close by but reconsidered, saying, "Never mind, let Aunt decide." She counted in her mind that, as the treasured darling of the family, the surrounding courtyards had already been claimed by her sisters, leaving no additional space available. Li Shiyun promptly rose and, addressing her as master, added, "If you don't mind, I would prefer to be called Shirshir, just like my mother." "All right, Shirshir. Please sit down quickly. There is no need for such formality here. Just enjoy your soup." As a fragile girl, no one expected her to adhere to perfect etiquette. In a crowded setting, not making a blunder was already commendable. Her family would not be overly critical, which is why she appeared a bit languid, quite different from the typical noble ladies. After a busy day, Fong Ruotang enjoyed another restful night. Not the least bit curious about her third sister's situation, having seen it once already, which was largely the same. The following day at court, Fong Ruotang arrived in a daze. As the ministers deliberated, she found her attention wandering. Must we attend court every day? Although the Emperor of Jiankong is diligent, he does not go to such lengths. Historically, it has been customary to hold a small court meeting every 3 days, with a grand court every 10 days. Fong Ruotang was instantly alert. Is this a small court meeting or a grand one? This is a grand court. Did you not notice the officials nearly crowding the entrance? A small court typically involves only those ministers favored by the emperor, who meet in the imperial study. The emperor is targeting me, Fong Ruotang huffed, glaring in the emperor's direction. Upon meeting her gaze, the emperor could not help but chuckle, bemused by the whimsical nature of the national master. However, he acknowledged that the early hours could be quite taxing. Fortunately, he had undergone the essence cleansing process, imbued with boundless energy. Days of uninterrupted visits to the inner palace had not left him fatigued, unlike before when a single visit would require days of recovery. However, since the national master had expressed dissatisfaction, he could not allow her to remain displeased. He contemplated that once the matters regarding the new grain were settled today, they would revert to a 3-day court schedule, albeit this would reduce their opportunities to eavesdrop on the national master's thoughts and expedite the cleansing of the court. It seemed the crown prince would need to take the lead, praising each minister before the national master, knowing that any discrepancies would certainly provoke a rebuttal from her. While the emperor pondered these matters, he finalized the personnel responsible for dispatching the new grain. Your Majesty, this is truly remarkable. Among so many capable ministers, you choose to appoint a spy from a rival nation. Do you not think the spy will simply cart away the new grain you have dispatched? A spy? Who? That would be the gentleman from the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Fu, whom you just appointed. He hails from Bailiang. What? A spy from Bailiang infiltrating our Ministry of Revenue? Isn't that akin to releasing a mouse into a grain bin? How could the emperor be so blind? No wonder the heavens have turned against us. Despite De Yong's vast territory and populous nature, we have met our swift demise. The emperor's expression darkened, casting a deadly glare at Lord Fu. The other ministers echoed his sentiments. Only Lord Fu, appearing pale, struggled to maintain his composure. Rumors regarding Fong Ruotang's thoughts had already circulated among the ministers, and Lord Fu had heard of these matters, yet he was unable to discern the sentiments of Fong Ruotang. Later, when they gathered privately to discuss, they confirmed that her thoughts were indeed targeted, protecting ordinary citizens and servants from hearing them. However, they, the spies, were left in the dark, rendering them quite passive. And Lord Fu, not a fool, could easily deduce that he had been exposed. Chapter 34. How Yi Qing views the Emperor Fong Ruotang is not an official in the traditional sense, nor has she undergone any pre-service training. When she has something to express, she does so with a gentle call and a slight wave of her hand. Do not select Lord Fu from the Ministry of Revenue. He is not a good man, but rather a spy from Bailiang. Bring him in. The emperor showed no hesitation, promptly issuing his command. Fong Ruotang hesitated as she followed the protocol. I have some knowledge of physiognomy and fortune-telling. It is clear he is not a good person. This was an immense disgrace. A spy from an enemy nation had infiltrated the position of an official in the Ministry of Revenue, which not only slapped the emperor's face, but also trampled the dignity of the entire Daong dynasty underfoot. Indeed, Daong had its own spies in the other two nations, similarly permeating various sectors, and some had even infiltrated the court. However, such details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the number of spies dispatched by Bailiang and their identities. Beyond Bailiang, was there any influence from the Western Zhou that had seeped in as well? This matter was to be jointly handled by the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court. I give you 3 days to uproot the forces behind them. The emperor, though furious, understood that these spies were deeply concealed and not easily unearthed. He turned to Fong Ruotang, as the national master adept in fortune-telling. I hope you can assist in this matter. Very well, Fong Ruotang replied with a nod. As a citizen of Daong, it was her duty to safeguard its interests. Natural disasters may arise, events beyond human control, but man-made calamities can certainly be averted. The first step must be to cleanse the court. This was beneficial for the people of Daong and a responsibility Fong Ruotang could not shirk. Could you examine the officials appointed by the emperor for supervising grain distribution? Are they suitable? Not particularly. None of them are honest officials, Little Mirror remarked, prompting Fong Ruotang to cast a doubtful glance at the emperor. What was this? Not a single capable person had been selected? The emperor coughed lightly, signaling the national master to temper her gaze. After all, as the emperor, should he not care for his dignity? The emperor's expression was grim. Today was not going well. He had once believed that under his governance, Daong was thriving. Better than his father had ever managed. Yet now, the court was riddled with corruption. Bring them all down. After verifying their crimes, let none escape punishment. The emperor felt he had lost face, his tone harsh and aggressive. As he dispatched new grain to various provinces, he wondered if anyone would dare to volunteer for the task. He no longer felt confident in selecting individuals, scrutinizing the ministers below him as if they were mere cuts of meat. All the ministers shrank back like quails, including Prime Minister Feng. Who among them did not have a few unworthy relatives? Matters that were once unimportant could now turn into a disaster. If they were implicated, there would be no place to weep. The Feng family was a prominent clan, and just as Fong Ruotang had pointed out the land usurpation by a certain minister's family, such phenomena were commonplace in contemporary society. The emperor was aware of this. It was not that he did not wish to improve the situation, but rather that he found it impossible. Many issues were left unaddressed, often ignored. From what he understood, the Feng family had not directly occupied any good land, but they had amassed land, sheltering many dependents. Hence, even Prime Minister Fong dared not speak up at this moment, let alone the others. The entire court fell into a heavy silence, heads bowed low, fearful of attracting the emperor's ire and being exposed by the national master for grave crimes. Humph. The emperor scoffed coldly, a look of disdain plastered across his face, making the ministers uncomfortable. They knew too well the struggles of those who had risen from humble beginnings, after a decade or more in office, who among them remained impoverished. Such officials were rare, akin to phoenix feathers. Father, why not appoint Lord Yi from the Ministry of Revenue as the head of this operation? He is a man of integrity and would surely manage the distribution of new grain effectively. The Crown Prince suddenly proposed. Lord Yi did not move, his eyelids barely flickering. No. Absolutely not, Little Mirror interjected sharply. Fong Ruotang glanced in Lord Yi's direction, somewhat surprised. She had assumed the men chosen by Little Mirror were of the highest caliber. It seemed not all were as they appeared. Is he not a good official? Fong Ruotang's voice carried an unintentional disappointment, which did not escape the notice of both the Crown Prince and Lord Yi. The Crown Prince looked at her intently. Curiosity etched on his face. Fong Ruotang had never spoken to Yi Wuxia. Where had her expectations come from? Was it true, as Little Mirror suggested, that she would eventually become his wife? The Crown Prince, deep in thought, unconsciously twirled the ring on his finger, feeling a wave of discomfort. He is indeed a good official, but he cannot go. The task would take 2 or 3 months. How would you expect him to earn points for his assignments? Fong Ruotang remained silent, taken aback by such reasoning. Aside from him, there are many others who could effectively handle this matter, such as the youngest son of Lord Gu, the young master of the young Marquis, or the second son of the loyal general's household. Little Mirror listed names one by one. The relatives of those mentioned wore peculiar expressions, as did other officials aware of these individuals' true natures. Are they truly capable? Oh, not really. They are all notorious rakes in the capital, having lived a life of ease and indulgence, supported by competent elder brothers. They know no hardship, somewhat akin to you. What of their capabilities? New grain is of utmost importance. If they screw it up, many lives will be lost next year. Fong Ruotang selectively ignored Little Mirror's last comment. Pondering deeply, she nodded, She did not know those young masters well enough to recommend anyone to the emperor. The fathers, uncles, or elder brothers of those young masters in the court all wore expressions of bewilderment, as if asking, "Who am I? Where am I? What is the national master saying?" It was hard to believe their unworthy rakes could handle such a task. The emperor, however, had no doubts and allowed Fong Ruotang to name her choices. Trusting little Mirror's judgment so far, she complied with his suggestions and submitted the list. The emperor nodded. "Very well, let it be them. Shilai, you shall personally deliver the decree. Crown Prince, ensure the oversight of this matter. General Zheng, you are tasked with dispatching troops to ensure the safety of those undertaking this mission. The new grain must leave the city within 3 days." The Crown Prince bowed. "Father, these individuals are taking on significant responsibilities for the first time. To avoid mistakes, I request that Lord Yi accompany them to oversee the matter." The emperor understood the Crown Prince's intentions and would not thwart his plans. "How does Yi Qin see this?" "I humbly request your decree." Yi Wuxia bowed his head, knowing exactly how to respond, keeping his gaze low, for who could challenge the authority of a superior? Chapter 035, believing that the future will adore her after the morning assembly. Yi Wuxia did not rush to leave. The persistent thoughts of Fong Ruotang echoed in his mind. Initially taken aback by the revelation that she would one day be his wife, Yi Wuxia's astonishment quickly faded upon learning that their marriage would be fraught with infidelities. Consequently, he began to question the necessity of this union. Perhaps it would be better to remain unwed or allow another suitor to claim her hand. However, the Crown Prince's recent maneuver to eliminate potential rivals and drive him from the capital stirred his resentment. "Go on. Present him with your sachet and wish him a safe journey." How peculiar. Which virtuous maiden would bestow a gift upon an unfamiliar man without cause? "I refuse." The internal conflict tugged at Yi Wuxia until he felt numb, his thoughts wandering as he deliberated whether to present the gift. If he hesitated any longer, he would miss his chance. There were many pressing matters at hand. The significance of new grain was indisputable. Although the Crown Prince sought to manipulate him, he could not forsake the common folk and was determined to see this matter through. 10 points? That will not suffice. 20 points? Still unacceptable. Pray tell, when will you undertake your tasks? The points owed shall be settled in one fell swoop. Do not bring it up again. The small mirror, gritting its teeth, acquiesced. Fong Ruotang, gleefully clutching the small sachet, approached him. The Crown Prince's countenance darkened momentarily as he observed silently from the sidelines. "Lord Yi, this sachet is for you. It contains various herbs effective in repelling snakes, insects, and vermin." "Thank you, esteemed National Master." Yi Wuxia smiled. His heart lightened at the prospect of finally embarking on his task. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the Crown Prince's displeasure, prompting him to lower his gaze and gently inhale the fragrance of the sachet. "It is delightful. I truly appreciate it. You just had it nestled in your bosom." He caught a whiff of your scent. "Silence, please." Yi Wuxia had intended merely to tease the Crown Prince, unaware that the sachet would come to rest so intimately against him. His fingers trembled slightly as the warmth of the sachet radiated through his hand, causing his ears to redden involuntarily. Initially seeking to divert the atmosphere, he regretted speaking those words. What was the nature of their relationship that he would utter such a thing? Yet he could not be vexed. The little girl's expression of joy was gratifying. "Really? Will you bring me gifts?" "Indeed. What would you like?" "I shall procure it for you. I have been unwell and have not tasted many delights. Could you bring me some delectable local specialties that have a long shelf life?" Though Yi Wuxia had not traveled extensively, he had perused many texts and already had a list of culinary delights forming in his mind. "Very well. I shall bring them for you. Is there anything else?" Nothing more, nothing more," Fong Ruotang replied bashfully. "You are undertaking a journey for business, and yet still think of me. How burdensome. Quickly, give me a strong body pill and a vitality pill. Since Lord Yi is bringing me gifts, I cannot be stingy. Though they are mere mortals, their spirits are formidable. You need not worry about them. Lord Yi will undoubtedly return safely from this journey. I understand, but presenting gifts is my heartfelt intention. I cannot refrain simply because he possesses them. After exchanging a few words with the small mirror, Fong Ruotang beamed as she presented the 2 pills wrapped in a handkerchief to Yi Wuxia. He paused, momentarily taken aback. As he regarded the future wife before him with newfound clarity, she was quite easy to understand. And he found himself beginning to believe that he might indeed grow fond of her. After all, what gentleman could remain indifferent to the smile of such a grateful and gentle maiden? At the very least, he could not. A simple and radiant girl would surely be the object of desire for many with complex and dark thoughts. Have you finished? The Crown Prince stepped forward, his expression inscrutable. Unaware of the subtle tension, Fong Ruotang approached him with a bright smile, oblivious to the Crown Prince's lingering presence. Crown Prince brother. Indeed. Her radiant smile widened as she waved to Yi Wuxia. We are departing. Wishing you a successful journey. Very well. Yi Wuxia parted his lips, intending to further irritate the Crown Prince, but the words did not escape him as he saw Fong Ruotang eagerly inquire about their dining destination. He tightened his grip on the sachet and pills, deciding against dampening her spirits. The Crown Prince had his own obligations. Managing to spare a lunch hour was already a remarkable feat, having been raised in opulence. The Crown Prince had likely tasted and seen countless delicacies. Any establishment he chose to take Fong Ruotang to would undoubtedly offer exquisite fare. As Fong Ruotang contentedly set down her chopsticks, the Crown Prince handed her a glass of mouthwash, followed by a pristine napkin to wipe her mouth. His actions were so instinctive that Fong Ruotang, accustomed to being pampered, did not immediately react. Only after the routine was complete did she realize, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Have I eaten too much? The Crown Prince noticed her slight discomfort, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, though his expression remained impassive, careful not to embarrass her further. You are too slender. You ought to eat more. Fong Ruotang felt shy, as a young lady, to consume more than a grown man. Yet, she could hardly be blamed. She had only recently begun to savor rich foods, while the Crown Prince had indulged for many years. Care to accompany me for a stroll downstairs? Chapter 036. Lovers ultimately become siblings. Mother, I truly cherish San Nyong. I beseech you to bless our union. A young man in splendid attire knelt before the gates of the Minister of Rites. A throng of onlookers had gathered, primarily composed of the esteemed families residing in the vicinity, as common folk seldom dared to frequent such an illustrious area. Thus, when Fong Ruotang arrived, she immediately drew attention. And even those engrossed in the spectacle became aware of her presence when her thoughts echoed. Are they truly fated for one another? Lady Guanglu's complexion turned a shade of green as she gritted her teeth behind the grand entrance, torn between the desire to remain hidden and the urge to chastise her son for bringing her such humiliation. Upon hearing Fong Ruotang's thoughts, her heart raced. For a fleeting moment, she entertained the notion that if they were indeed destined lovers, she might acquiesce. Although her son might struggle in life, at least his marital prospects would be fulfilled. Alas, they are not. The voice of the little mirror resounded, causing Lady Guanglu to exhale a breath of relief, mingled with a sense of melancholy. How could it not be? They appear so devoted. Who could possibly waver in their affections, be it the man or the woman? It is not a matter of fickleness. Rather, there exists no thread of fate between them, for they are siblings. Fong Ruotang stood frozen, unable to comprehend the revelation. As the little mirror continued, they are siblings born of the same mother, akin to fraternal twins. Do you understand? Fong Ruotang stared in disbelief at the kneeling pair, while the crowd around them exhibited expressions of shock. You're speaking nonsense. The young man sprang to his feet, stumbling slightly due to the prolonged kneeling. The young woman beside him suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. He had petitioned his mother for days, yet she had remained unyielding. Today's commotion was intended to elicit the endorsement of the National Master regarding his relationship with San Nyong, only to be met with this devastating revelation of their sibling bond. What is happening? Lady Guanglu erupted, her voice piercing through the crowd. Fong Ruotang craned her neck to catch a glimpse. Her position was fortuitous in such situations. Even if she arrived late, the crowd would part, granting her a clear view. She felt immensely fortunate. Long life? Lady Guanglu gazed tearfully at the young girl who had collapsed. Indeed, she had sensed a peculiar connection with the girl. Despite her initial disdain for her son's infatuation with a girl of no standing, it seemed that maternal instincts transcended her aversion. How did Lady Guanglu recognize that this was her daughter? In the original timeline, she had failed to identify her, ultimately yielding to her son's wishes to take this girl as a concubine. Lady Guanglu's complexion oscillated between pallor and ashen, having already endured days of distress from her son's antics, and now she felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. Mother! Huang Jinrong rushed forward to support her. The young girl on the ground, splattered with droplets of blood from Lady Guanglu's mouth, felt a burning sensation on her cheeks, accompanied by a metallic taste. She looked up in bewilderment at the pale, distressed noblewoman, her lips moving soundlessly. Unlike Huang Jinrong, who had long been aware of Fong Ruotang's singularity and had orchestrated this encounter, she was encountering this revelation for the first time, as if her very soul had been extracted. The words spoken were utterly bizarre. How could she possibly be the daughter of the Minister of Rights? And how could Huang Jinrong be her brother? San Nyang cast a pleading glance toward Huang Jinrong, but his instinctive reaction was to withdraw. While she remained oblivious, he understood all too well. Fong Ruotang had never erred in her heart's musings, and indeed, he had a sister born of the same mother. Yet she had perished at birth. How could this be? The sudden reappearance of a sister thought lost to time should bring joy, yet he found himself unable to smile, tears welling in his eyes. The only solace he found was that, although he and San Nyang harbored mutual affection, they had remained within the bounds of propriety, never crossing into impropriety. They are so unfortunate. Fong Ruotang's small face contorted with sympathy as she gazed at the trio before her. Yet one cannot entirely fault them. This phenomenon is known as hereditary attraction. What does that mean? It implies that if siblings are raised apart and remain unaware of their blood ties, their likelihood of falling in love with one another is significantly higher than with others, as it is a matter of ingrained genetics, an uncontrollable impulse. Fong Ruotang's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she absorbed this peculiar knowledge, her sympathy for the young couple deepening. What if other long-lost siblings also found themselves drawn to one another? Indeed, and the probability is quite high. How terrifying! Parents must oversee their children's upbringing, ensuring they are raised together, otherwise they could unwittingly cause great harm. Lady Guanglu coughed up blood but remained conscious. Upon hearing this, she felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart, overwhelmed by guilt toward the two children. It was all her fault. Suddenly, a voice of disdain echoed within Fong Ruotang's mind. If I had not been raised alongside Xiao Qi, might I have developed feelings for him? That little brat? Xiao Qi, Fong Ruotang's younger brother, was but 10 years old, a time when many children exhibit disdain for others. The little mirror responded, "You have quite the imagination." The onlookers, initially sensing the somber atmosphere, found themselves unable to suppress their laughter at Fong Ruotang's antics. I find these families rather peculiar. I recall when Aunt Hui gave birth to the 8th and 9th sisters, my mother guarded the birthing chamber closely, prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. How is it that children go missing in other households? The disappearance of children from the Minister of Rights household was due to the midwife being bribed. Years ago, Lady Guanglu and her sister also had twins. They married around the same time, but shortly after her sister's marriage, her husband passed away, leaving her resentful toward her sister. She exchanged her sister's child, wishing to make her experience the pain of losing a loved one. Fong Ruotang's expression was one of utter confusion, as though her questioning thoughts had taken physical form. Not only she, but even the matriarchs who had rushed out to witness the commotion upon hearing of Fong Ruotang's presence struggled to comprehend the connection between these events. It was fortunate that they were seasoned individuals, accustomed to the tumult of life. They attempted to trace the origins of these circumstances, but found themselves at a loss. Lady Guanglu recalled that her midwife had been sent by her sister, yet how could she possibly guard against her own blood? In truth, her sister had initially sought to exchange for a male infant, but Lady Guanglu's twins arrived prematurely. Unable to find the recently deceased male infant in time, her sister settled for a recently deceased female infant, believing the loss of a male child would be too devastating, yet she too lost a child. Fong Ruoteng. The crowd. Huang Jinrong cast a guilty glance at San Nyong, realizing that the hardships she had endured over the years were all for his sake. The child who should have been taken away and discarded in the wilderness was he. San Nyong stared vacantly, lost in thought. "Mother, let us enter the manor." Huang Jinrong spoke, his voice heavy with anguish. With the truth laid bare, he wished for their family to retreat from the spectacle, no longer willing to serve as entertainment for the crowd. Chapter 037. Encounter with assassination. Should I reveal the truth to them? They remain blissfully unaware. And their ignorance does not impact others. If they do not have children, it poses no issue. However, should they choose to procreate, there is a high probability that their offspring will be intellectually deficient or physically flawed. Is it really that grave? Fong Ruoteng understood the prohibition against intermarriage among those sharing the same surname, yet she remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Indeed, it is not merely siblings. Even cousins and distant relatives share a significant risk of producing offspring with impairments. Given the affection her cousin and uncle exhibited towards her, even if she were to marry into their family, she would be free from obligations, perhaps even free from relocating her residence. However, upon noticing Huang Jinrong and the others approaching the residence, Fong Ruoteng could not afford to pursue her inquiries with the small mirror. She hesitated to allow them to depart. Gently tugging at the prince's sleeve, she whispered, "Could you please convey a message to Lady Guanglu? Inform her that this woman is her biological daughter, and urge them to refrain from uniting." She paused, nervously adding, "If they must be together, let them not bear children, as long as they remain childless. All will be well." The prince cast a complex glance at Fong Ruoteng, gaining a deeper insight into her bold thoughts. "Very well, I will address it. Do not concern yourself further." "Oh, all right." Fong Ruoteng was relieved to avoid the embarrassment of delivering the message herself. "You believe their children will face issues?" The prince pondered this, not overlooking Fong Ruoteng's implied reference to cousins. Suddenly, Fong Ruoteng displayed her wit, bringing this matter to light. Those standing close to her caught her words, their expressions varying in complexity. Even if they had not sought out cousins, what of the children in their families? Or their nephews? Some thought themselves fortunate, claiming their families had never produced any intellectually deficient offspring. Yet others recalled children who had perished early, suffered from poor health, or exhibited sluggishness, children who had not thrived. Indeed, the prince should enact a law prohibiting consanguineous marriages. For even if one were lucky enough to give birth to a healthy child, the next generation might still produce offspring with deficiencies. More critically, there was a high likelihood that their children would die young or, worse still, they might remain barren post-marriage. The prince tightened his lips, his expression grave. He did not doubt Fong Ruoteng's words. He could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should this matter be made public. Given the countless families across the realms that formed alliances through distant kinship, what shall be done about these individuals? Fong Ruoteng gently tapped the prince's arm, puzzled by his sudden distraction. "All right then. It is best to address this sooner rather than later. At least those yet to bear children can return home and seek new marriages, which is preferable to producing offspring afflicted with ailments." After expressing this, she heard the small mirror caution against early marriage and pregnancy, a sentiment she refrained from sharing with the prince, urging him to command the populace to delay marriage until the age of 18. In her previous life, the average lifespan of individuals was over 80 years. While in their current world, it barely exceeded 60. Marrying at the age of 15 was regrettably common. However, once the natural order evolved and spiritual energy revived, Physical robustness would prevail, rendering such concerns trivial. Furthermore, in that era, the pursuit of progeny would likely not be the primary ambition. With a cheerful bounce, Fong Ruotang approached Mrs. Xu, whose countenance shifted upon witnessing her daughter's exuberance. She stepped forward to admonish, "Please refrain from jumping. It may provoke your chest pains again." "Mother, I am well. Have you forgotten?" Fong Ruotang laughed, entwining her arm with her motheress, nuzzling her head against her shoulder, embodying a picture of youthful charm. Mrs. Xu's expression softened, though years of habit were difficult to change. She gently patted Fong Ruotang's hand, offering a few tender reminders before addressing more serious matters. "Why, pray tell, would Princess Anning, such a proud individual, come to serve me as a maid?" Mrs. Xu regarded her daughter, who had been sheltered due to her health, and was now free to speak candidly. "It is undoubtedly due to the valuables you possess. Those who offer unsolicited kindness often harbor ulterior motives. You must exercise caution in whom you trust." "Yes, yes." Fong Ruotang nodded vigorously, adorably feigning innocence. "But the things are not mine, mother. I must tell you secretly. I received a divine artifact." Mrs. Xu looked at her naive daughter, bemused. "There is no need for secrecy. It is already a well-known fact." "You, Mrs. Xu playfully tapped Fong Ruotang's forehead, refraining from elaborating further. Some matters were beyond a woman's purview. "This was sent by the virtuous prince to congratulate your grandmother on her recovery from illness." "Why would congratulations for grandmother's recovery be delivered to you instead of directly to grandmother, or even to aunt in the main house?" Fong Ruotang's eyes widened, despite her innocence. She grasped some truths. Although her mother assisted aunt in managing household affairs, external relations were typically handled by aunt, as a household could not present two conflicting voices without causing chaos. "Everyone has their own agendas," Mrs. Xu hinted. Fong Ruotang pouted, exclaiming, "These people are so bothersome." She detested their scheming ways to exploit her. For instance, Princess Anning had bullied her in the past, deriding her as a frail, short-lived creature. While the virtuous prince had a respectable reputation, he had never engaged with her directly. This indirect approach made her feel pressured by his status. Would it mean that those with greater power than the prime minister's household could employ similar tactics to extort her? Her possessions were not inexhaustible. Fong Ruotang, quick-witted, promptly reported the matter during the next morning's court session. Of course, the emperor would not permit Fong Ruotang to suffer indignities. He immediately reprimanded both the virtuous prince and Princess Anning's father, leaving them both in dismay. Yet, to her dismay, as she emerged from court and encountered her sisters at the prearranged street corner, Fong Ruotang found herself embroiled in an assassination attempt amidst the daylight, besieged by a throng of masked assassins. Chapter 38. The Divine Power of Protection. Do not worry, miss. A group of shadow guards has unexpectedly emerged to intercept these assassins. Fong Shangtang lifted the carriage curtain slightly, suppressing her fear as she observed the fierce battle ahead. Noticing that the number of assassins was still increasing, she mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario. In a moment, seized the opportunity to flee towards the palace with Little Six. These shadow guards must have been dispatched by the emperor to protect her. I trust that soon enough, the emperor will receive word and send reinforcements. Remember, ensure her safe arrival at the palace. Fong Shengtang had not appointed Yuxing as her coachman without reason. Rather, Yuxing possessed innate strength, having already demonstrated a portion of his prowess in his youth. At that time, she had hoped Yuxing would follow her second brother, who also had a penchant for martial arts, believing that he might achieve greatness by doing so. However, Yuxing was unwilling, insisting on remaining by her side as a humble attendant. Her second brother had also advised her, suggesting that having a skilled martial artist nearby would prevent her from being bullied when venturing out. Thus, Fong Shengtang acquiesced. Yuxing, remaining by Fong Shengtang's side, took every opportunity to learn martial arts from the second young master when she was away. He dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately surpassing her second brother in skill. Miss? This is an order. Fong Ruotang, initially murmuring to her small mirror, was taken aback by Fang Xingtang's words. No, how can I abandon my sisters and escape alone? Yuxing should drive the carriage and rush forward with us. Listen, your life is far more precious than the three of us combined. Take care of yourself. Driving the carriage makes you a conspicuous target, and those assassins will pursue you relentlessly. We cannot ascertain whether there are other ambushes along the way. However, if Yuxing takes you away amidst the chaos, your chances of survival are significantly higher. Our carriage can serve as a distraction. Having witnessed Yuxing defeat her second brother in a spar, where he dominated without giving him a chance to retaliate, Fang Shengtang recognized the formidable strength he possessed. It was precisely because she trusted Yuxing's abilities that she dared to propose such a plan, believing that he could successfully escort one person to safety. Fang Shengtang was, of course, afraid for her life. Yet, aside from Fang Ruotang's significance in this world as a sister, she could not bear to see little Six come to harm before her eyes. No, I cannot leave my sisters behind. It is absolutely out of the question to ask them to sacrifice themselves for me. Little mirror, do you have any ideas? Fang Ruotang spoke to her small mirror in a tone of urgency for the first time. Why are you so anxious? Did I not say that no one can harm you? When did you say that? Back when we first encountered the Crown Prince and his companions. Fang Ruotang pondered for a moment, her heartbeat gradually calming, her expression one of disbelief. You only said they could not harm me. Well, considering their status, what could these mere mortals possibly do? Is there anyone in this world capable of harming you? Upon hearing these words, the three sisters in the carriage collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Due to his status as a servant, Yuxing could not hear Fang Ruotang's thoughts. He merely observed her giving orders before falling silent, his gaze fixed on little Six. He did not urge them. Instead, sensing an arrow approaching and promptly drawing the long knife concealed beneath the seat to deflect it. He was not a servant of the Prime Minister's residence. He remained there for the sake of the eldest young lady, and he would never abandon her to flee alone with little Six. You should have mentioned this earlier. You nearly scared me to death. Fang Ruotang slumped back, gesturing towards her three sisters with a look of relief, as if she had survived a calamity. It's all right. I have divine protection. Those assassins outside cannot harm me in the slightest. While you possess the protective power bestowed upon you by the Crown Prince and his entourage, your three sisters do not. You will not perish, but they might. Fang Ruotang's eyes widened in alarm as another long arrow pierced through the carriage, narrowly missing her third sister's head. She shot upright, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" She did not bother to conceal her thoughts, and the words spilled from her lips. Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, distracted, and nearly struck by the arrow. Fang Ruotang waved her hand nonchalantly, and the arrow fell as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. Although Yuxing would not heed Fang Xingtang's command to flee with little Six, he also dared not act independently and abandon her. Yuxing, we must leave. Fang Shengtang urged through gritted teeth, and Fang Shutong and Fang Wantong remained silent, not hindering her. They had all witnessed Fang Ruotang's earlier actions. Rather than remaining there and distracting Fang Ruotang from her protection, it was wiser to safeguard their own well-being. After all, no one could harm Fang Ruotang. But if they were captured, the assassins could demand that she harm herself for their release. Aside from Fang Ruotang, who was raised with innocence, the other three daughters of the Fang family, despite appearing poised and graceful, possessed the discernment befitting noblewomen. Even the illegitimate daughter, little Six, was no exception. Yuxing, seizing the moment, leaped onto the carriage, driving the dagger into the horse's rear, causing it to bolt through the encirclement. A few assassins instinctively began to pursue. But Fang Ruotang shouted, "The person you seek to kill is me. I stand right here. Today, I shall see who possesses the capability to take my life." The assassins had always aimed for Fang Ruotang. With her standing in plain sight, they would not prioritize chasing a carriage. Instead, her declaration drew their focus towards her. Their murderous intent palpable. Those positioned above, shooting arrows, had already ignited the tips, yet none could injure Fang Ruotang even slightly. Instead, they were left pale and terrified. This is witchcraft. Many assassins cursed inwardly, feeling both fear and dread. Just as the battle raged on, another group charged forth. Fong Ruotang had not yet seen them, but her small mirror informed her ahead of time. Lord Rong is here, leading the guards to rescue you. Lord Rong rode in on horseback, his gaze instantly catching sight of a delicate young girl standing amidst the chaos of battle. She craned her neck to look westward, her expression pale and fragile, clearly terrified. However, seeing her so conspicuous stirred his heart to a quicker pace. With determination, Lord Rong spurred his horse forward, galloping towards Fong Ruotang and pulling her onto the saddle. Anxiously asking, "Are you injured?" His subordinate pressed down, his expression peculiar as he admonished, "Do not fidget." The horse was not large enough to accommodate both of them comfortably. Their bodies were already pressed together, leaving no room for her to squirm in his embrace. It was quite presumptuous of her to treat him as if he were no stranger. Chapter 39. The Rat in the Gutter. This marked the first occasion when young Master Rong found himself in such close proximity to a woman. Deliberately disregarding the warmth and softness in his embrace, he coolly and distantly remarked, "You ought to seek shelter." "I am perfectly fine," she replied. "The little mirror informed me that before you were reincarnated, you bestowed upon me protective divine power, hence no one can harm me." Although young Master Rong was unfamiliar with the concept of protective divine power, hearing her assurance that she was safe eased the anxiety that had gripped him upon his arrival. As more of young Master Rong's companions joined the fray, order was gradually restored, and soon the Crown Prince and the young prince arrived with their own entourage. The assassins were swiftly subdued, and seeing their escape was futile, they chose to bite down on the poison hidden within their mouths. The Crown Prince and his companions aimed to capture a few for interrogation regarding the mastermind behind the attack, ultimately managing to leave 3 alive, albeit severely incapacitated. In a brief span of time, what had once been a bustling street now lay strewn with corpses. The Crown Prince issued a few commands to his subordinates before stepping forward to stand a few paces in front of young Master Rong and Fong Ruotang. "Are you not coming down?" he asked in a deep voice. Fong Ruotang glanced at the bloodied ground and then at her delicate embroidered shoes adorned with exquisite pearls. She shook her head defiantly. "I shall not descend." Young Master Rong maintained his aloof demeanor, neither offering to assist Fong Ruotang down nor attempting to dissuade her. As if he were completely unaware of the young lady in his arms, the Crown Prince frowned. "Are you injured?" "Not at all. The ground is filthy, and I've just put on my new shoes," Fong Ruotang pouted, feeling aggrieved. She had changed into this beautiful attire after court, intending to enjoy a lovely outing with her 3 elder sisters, never anticipating an assassination attempt. The Crown Prince's expression softened, and he extended his arms. "Then allow me to carry you. Young Master Rong is, after all, your future brother-in-law. It would be improper for you to share a mount with him," he insisted, not granting Fong Ruotang the opportunity to refuse. Embracing her waist, he lifted her as though she were a child, settling her comfortably in his arms. "I just rode with young Master Rong. Remember to count the points." "All right. Make it more." "Fine." The Crown Prince gazed at Fong Ruotang, who was clutching his jade crown while bargaining for points for another man, and he could hardly suppress a chuckle at her audacity. With a slight tug, his crown nearly slipped off. "That won't happen. I'm holding on tight," she declared. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and turned his attention back to the impeccably composed young Master Rong, whose expression remained cool and detached. Young Master Rong, feeling somewhat displeased but without the standing to voice his grievances, merely pressed his lips together and gestured to his own guards before departing. The Crown Prince watched young Master Rong's retreating figure, his gaze profound. Earlier in the palace, he had experienced a fleeting moment of turmoil, suspecting it might be due to Fong Ruotang. He had scarcely received word from his secret guards about the assassination attempt before he rushed to her aid. While young Master Rong's residence was indeed closer than the palace, his timely arrival raised questions. Could he possess such intuitive abilities? The Crown Prince deemed this a troubling notion. He paid young Master Rong no heed and simply carried Fong Ruotang away. Ensure all the bodies are disposed of properly, and keep a close watch on the living ones. We cannot afford to lose anyone. Go to the Dali temple and wait for me, he instructed. The two continued their banter, oblivious to each other's musings. The young prince chuckled in irritation. Very well, you are impressive. After all, you are the crown prince. Fong Ruotang, observing their verbal sparring, could not help but laugh. Her earlier fear from witnessing the assassination dissipating as she cheerfully waved at the young prince. Thank you for your efforts, young prince. Of course. Who plotted to kill me? Oh, the list is long. Besides the spies from Bailong and Shizhou, several officials from Daong were involved, including those connected to the third prince. Hasn't the third prince been relegated to commoner status? Indeed, but as you mentioned, being a commoner does not prevent him from seeking vengeance. Fong Ruotang huffed indignantly. Vengeance? What does that have to do with me? Had the third prince been able to control himself and not pursued the emperor's woman, would he have faced such a fate? The crown prince narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness in his gaze. You should inform the crown prince. It will save time on their investigation. A thorough search will reveal the conspirators, all of whom are corrupt officials. We must act swiftly to prevent you from falling into their grasp. Fong Ruotang became even more incensed, shaking the crown prince's head in frustration. Just as his anger was rising, her antics seemed to freeze the fury within him. Enough, he said, grasping her small hand and moving it away. With her elevation in his arms, Fong Ruotang felt insecure without something to hold onto. When he removed his hand, she instinctively grasped it again, fervently listing the masterminds behind the assassination. The crown prince could only surrender to her vivid expressions. Wishing to lower her slightly but aware that such intimacy would be deemed inappropriate, despite the closeness they already shared. Once they exited the bloodied street, the crown prince set her down. Fong Ruotang pouted, still fuming as she recounted her grievances. They are truly despicable. To conspire with spies from other nations to kill me is treasonous. They must be punished severely, their assets confiscated for the state. Her words were not mere fabrications. The little mirror had informed her of the corrupt officials either held by the spies from Bailiang or Shizhou, making them easily swayed in their conspiracy. After all, they already intended to eliminate Fong Ruotang, so additional support was naturally welcome. However, they had not anticipated that the emperor would go to such lengths to protect her, deploying all available royal guards for her safety. It was precisely their presence that allowed young Master Rong and the crown prince to arrive in time and turn the tide in her favor. Very well, the crown prince said, his tone unusually gentle as he reassured her. Do not let such matters anger you. I shall ensure they are punished, ensuring they never threaten you again. Yet, he could not guarantee that such an incident would not recur. Fong Ruotang's abilities would undoubtedly bring benefits to some, but they would also expose the hidden rats lurking in the shadows. When cornered, even a rabbit may bite, let alone the cunning and treacherous rats. I will find someone with a physique like Li Shiyun to accompany you, so she can study the arts of immortality alongside you. Would that be feasible? As for Li Shiyun, she would be monitored, and she had quickly learned to harness her qi, a fact not hidden within the royal circles. That sounds agreeable. Fong Ruotang responded indifferently. The crown prince, aware she had not fully grasped the implications, cautioned her delicately. In future outings, you must take Li Shiyun with you, understood? I possess the protective divine power you provided. No one can harm me, Fong Ruotang reassured him, sensing his concern. The crown prince intensified his tone. Promise me, will you? All right. She pouted, reluctantly agreeing. Her aversion to having someone shadow her stemmed from her frail health in childhood, where she was constantly restricted from various activities. Although she understood their concern, it felt like a shackle nonetheless. Chapter 040, A Grand Bed. Once it was confirmed that Fong Ruotang was unharmed and had consumed the calming soup, the crown prince reluctantly departed to attend to his duties. As soon as he left, the three sisters from the Fong family hurried in, each with swollen eyes and a haggard appearance. In just that brief moment, the once lively sisters had transformed dramatically, startling Fong Ruotang. She quickly retrieved rejuvenating pills and urged them to consume them. The three sisters, initially anxious, now held cups of water while exchanging glances, feeling it a waste to not eat, yet reluctant to do so. Under Fong Ruotang's intense gaze, they had no opportunity for mischief. Do not fret over me. As a celestial envoy, I am inherently different from mortals. You must have noticed that I am impervious to harm. Nothing in the mortal realm can injure me. So, please refrain from crying so excessively next time, all right? Fong Ruotang, pleased by her sister's concern, could not help but express her feelings. She sensed that such situations might arise again in the future. We won't cry like that again. But what about you? Were you frightened just now? The three sisters, as if having regained a precious treasure, surrounded her, their hands playfully pinching and prodding her, causing Fong Ruotang to erupt in laughter. This innocent gesture dissipated the lingering shadows of fear. When others from the Prime Minister's residence arrived to visit, Fong Ruotang's small face had already regained its rosy hue, and she was laughing and joking with her sisters, showing no signs of having faced death. That day, the two sisters-in-law had gone out to settle accounts, which is why they had not been there to care for Fong Ruotang right away. By the time they received news, she had already returned safely, yet they rushed home with anxious hearts. Seeing Fong Ruotang's smiling face eased their worries. They exchanged glances and approached her to examine her closely, relieved to find she was unharmed, though they did not press further. Following her words, they grasped the spirit-testing stone and, upon seeing her wistful expression, set it down again. Fong Ruotang quickly perked up, saying, "The Crown Prince mentioned that I have too few people around me and suggested finding someone like Shir to attend to me. Although it is said to be attending to me, it doesn't mean they must do maidservant tasks. Mother, could you and Auntie see if my cousins would be willing to come and try?" Naturally, Fong Ruotang wanted to consider her family in such a fortunate situation. "Well, Auntie will thank them on your behalf." Mrs. Cui was certainly agreeable, as the news had already circulated from her family seeking to provide assistance. However, she did not wish to put Xiao Lu in a difficult position. She knew Xiao Lu would not refuse, but as a mother-in-law, she did not want to pressure her niece. "All right, I will have your cousins come over to give it a try." Mrs. Xu's situation was similar to Mrs. Cui's. Both cared deeply for their own children, yet despite their affection for their nieces and nephews, it paled in comparison to the love they held for Fong Ruotang, whom they had nurtured for 16 years. After instructing a servant to run an errand, it wasn't long before the young ladies from the Cui and Xu families arrived, their urgency evident, as they had not bothered with makeup. "Ruario, are you all right? I heard you encountered an assassin. You weren't hurt, were you?" The carriages from the Cui and Xu families arrived in quick succession, bringing together 5 unmarried young ladies, 2 legitimate daughters and 3 illegitimate ones. Unlike the Prime Minister's residence, these families had many children, clearly distinguishing between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The 3 illegitimate girls followed their legitimate sisters, hesitant to speak out of turn. "Cousins, come and give it a try. If you possess a spiritual root, you can cultivate immortality in the future." Fong Ruotang had heard from her eldest sister that the sisters from the Cui and Xu families were not as harmonious as they appeared. Yet these elder sisters had always treated her with kindness. Therefore, Fong Ruotang disregarded their familial disputes, which were merely trivial matters like vying for flowers or garments. "Oh, now that they have reached marriageable age, perhaps there will be an additional rivalry over suitors." Fong Ruotang surreptitiously glanced at Cui Xiao, the illegitimate daughter of the Cui family. "What stage is Xiao cousin at with Chiu Kairui?" Having just held the spirit-testing stone without any response, a disheartened Fong Xiao suddenly heard her fiancé's name and looked up in shock, quickly understanding the implications behind Fong Ruotang's question. She directed a startled gaze toward Cui Xiao. Cui and Xu had been seated nearby, smiling as they watched the room full of vibrant young ladies. However, upon hearing Fong Ruotang's words, their expressions darkened instantly. "It has reached the point of sharing a grand bed." "What?" Fong Ruotang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Cui Xiao's face turned pale, her lips quivering as she swayed slightly. appearing on the verge of fainting. With no maidservants present, everyone could hear Fong Ruotang's heartfelt words, and all eyes turned toward Cui Xiao in disdain. Everyone in the family knew that Chiu Kairui and Cui Xiao were to marry next month. What could her sudden approach signify? Xiao cousin, you know I can read fortunes. Right? Fong Ruotang's first reaction was not contempt, but genuine concern as she grasped her hand firmly, saying earnestly, "You must cease any association with Chiu Kairui. He is not a man worthy of lifelong commitment." While speaking, she did not forget to address Mrs. Cui, "Auntie. Please inform Aunt Cui to withdraw the engagement of Xian cousin. Chiu Kairui is not a good man, and Xian cousin would not find happiness marrying him." Cui Xiao's lips trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. "Trust me, my predictions are accurate. I could even discern the emperor's infidelity. I am not deceiving you," Fong Ruotang said earnestly, her large eyes filled with sincerity. Cui Xiao found herself unable to cry, feeling a wave of panic. Could such a private matter concerning the emperor be spoken of so openly? Did she even deserve to hear it? "Do not speak nonsense," Mrs. Xu chastised lightly, her expression filled with helplessness. Fong Ruotang pouted, wanting to assert that her words were indeed true, but seeing the fearful countenances of those present, she prudently refrained from further comment. Chiu Kairui, knowing you are to be his future sister-in-law, still maintains an ambiguous relationship with you. What good can he be? Ultimately, you will not only fail to marry into the Chiu family, but will also be cast away to cover up the scandal. Cui Xiao felt exposed, as though stripped bare in public. Although Fong Ruotang was the only one offering her comfort, the silent disdain from the others bore down on her, sharper than any words, piercing her deeply. Chapter 041. The Marriage of the Illegitimate Daughter. Who is Xiao's cousin's true match? "Do you fancy Chiu Kairui?" she asked. "Very well. I shall exchange affections with you. I will relinquish Chiu Kairui to you, and I shall marry the scholar Kong." Cui Xian's sudden proclamation left Fong Ruotang astounded. The others present, however, perceived the underlying motives, their gazes laden with complexity. Cui Xiao's expression wavered, caught in hesitation. "Not at all. This scholar Kong is a genuinely upright man, and the Kong family is harmonious. Any sensible girl who marries into their household will find happiness." I see. Then would you also find happiness if you married into the Kong family, dear cousin?" Indeed. Fong Ruotang was genuinely at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. She quietly released her grip on Cui Xiao's hand and stealthily approached the Cui matriarch, recounting the insights she had gathered. The matriarch, equally troubled, chose to abstain from intervening. After all, as a married daughter of the Cui family, could she truly dictate the marriage of her nieces? Yet, given her sister-in-law's temperament, Cui Xiao's regrets might now be in vain. The matriarch cast a weary glance at her niece, feeling a mix of irritation and concern. Desiring to marry into a prestigious family was not inherently wrong, but sacrificing the family's reputation for the sake of one's ambitions was a grave error. Moreover, there were countless highborn families in the capital. To fixate on her elder sister's fiancé was, to put it mildly, suspect. Cui Xiao's face turned pale, her legs trembling as a maid assisted her in exiting. "And is Xiao cousin all right?" she inquired, thinking of the dire path Xiao cousin had chosen. Marrying a man of deplorable character who indulged in vices and ultimately met a tragic end. Xiao cousin had strayed from the right path, and she hoped her aunt would spare her life when administering punishment, rather than completely severing her means of survival. The matriarch of the Cui family, as a legitimate daughter, is disdained by an illegitimate daughter. Her stance is not without merit. However, an illegitimate child has no recourse under a legitimate mother's reign. It is not wrong for her to carve out her own path, but to covet her elder sister's marriage and disregard the family's reputation. This is a folly even I recognize. Yet Xiao cousin remains oblivious, a grievous mistake indeed. Fong Ruotang muttered her thoughts inwardly as Cui matriarch's face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. Shushi, annoyed, nudged Feng Ruotang's arm, signaling her to desist from her inner musings and quiet down. Unfortunately, Feng Ruotang remained oblivious, continuing her chatter with the small mirror in hand. Yet with the sweet potatoes you provided, should the drought arrive next year, perhaps fewer lives will be lost and chaos will not ensue. Would the Kong family still be considered a suitable match then? The state of the world does not affect the harmony of the Kong family. Moreover, for a peasant to excel in the imperial examinations and rank highly is a testament to his exceptional nature. Your family possesses 3 libraries, with collections exceeding tens of thousands of volumes, while a farmer would scarcely recognize their titles. The disparity is akin to a chasm. Yet he has managed to surpass most scholarly heirs. Such a wise and resilient student will inevitably rise to prominence. You seem to hold him in high regard, Feng Ruotang noted, sensing something amiss. When had the mirror ever praised anyone? Because in the original timeline, the Chui family abandoned this union, and Scholar Kong was subsequently appointed as a county magistrate. In times of turmoil, he protected a region's peace, earning commendation. I see. Feng Ruotang twisted her fingers, timidly inquiring within, you mentioned originally did the marriage between the Chui and Kong families not come to fruition? Do you think he would make a suitable brother-in-law for me? The mirror fell silent. The others in the Fong family exchanged glances, also enveloped in silence. The Shushi sisters subtly shrank back, wary of drawing attention, casting discreet looks at Fengshi, whose cheeks had flushed. To have made such an impression on Feng Ruotang, claiming a marriage that could rival her sister's, must signify remarkable qualities. What of them? The Shushi sisters each entertained their own thoughts, casting down their eyes. Feng Ruotang's words appended the sentiments of those present. The Kong family is indeed admirable, yet they are genuinely impoverished. One would undoubtedly endure hardships upon marrying into such a family. However, with a dowry, the struggles may not be insurmountable, but if one wishes for a comfortable life, it may require utilizing the dowry, possibly even supporting the Kong family. Are you willing for your sister to endure such hardships? That won't do. My sister is far too gentle. Given her nature, she could never be selfish. In due time, she would likely use her dowry to improve their circumstances. No, we must reconsider. After all, there are many worthy families. The Kong family, while commendable, is simply too destitute. Feng Ruotang's thoughts shifted like the wind, her initial resolve dissipating. The others collectively exhaled, relieved. In her current standing, Feng Ruotang's opinion held weight, and none dared to oppose her. Feng Wantong, too, felt a sense of relief. She had no desire for the Kong family and sensed that entanglement would only bring more trouble. Unlike Chui Xiaoxiao, she was not anxious about her marriage prospects. Though already 17, she understood that her legitimate mother would secure a suitable match for her. Her aunt was her mother's maid and the daughter of her mother's wet nurse, thus both her aunt and the wet nurse were devoted to her mother. As a result, her mother treated her and her brother with utmost care. Her legitimate brother was trained in martial arts, while her younger brother pursued literary studies, and the ministerial residence was known for its literary prowess. Her mother never held reservations against her brother, even sending him to the finest Bailu Academy in the capital for his studies, while this year, she had also sent the legitimate son of the second branch. Even in dealing with illegitimate children, her mother exhibited such grace and commitment to their development. How could she possibly meddle in the marriage of an illegitimate daughter? Thus, Feng Wanning typically adhered to her family's wishes, unlike other illegitimate daughters who schemed and plotted. Feng Ruotang toyed with the divination stone, her thoughts drifting to her second sister-in-law's family. Very well. Since Anne has said so, I shall leave it be. I will ask my 3 sisters. If any of my cousins are unfit, do you have friends who might wish to try? They may come to test their luck. My mother and aunt feel the same. If anyone approaches you with requests, allow them to try, but if they lack spiritual roots, I hope they do not bear resentment. For the time being, I will only accept one person. Even if they possess spiritual roots, they must have good character and win my favor. Feng Ruotang was not entirely ignorant. Her household was bustling with visitors, and she had certainly taken notice. Chapter 042. You are truly impressive, as Fong Ruotang exhaled. The threshold of the Prime Minister's residence nearly bore the brunt of eager visitors. It was her first revelation that there existed so many girls in the capital of comparable age to hers, with over 50 being closely acquainted with her family. However, it was somewhat regrettable that among these individuals, none possessed remarkable talent. This realization illuminated the rarity of Li Shiyun's exceptional constitution. Are you jesting? In the realm of cultivation, Li Shiyun is indeed a prodigy worthy of entering the inner sanctum of a grand sect. How could such brilliance be commonplace? Well, if none exist, so be it. Fong Ruotang resigned herself, having already dispatched someone to deliver the spirit-testing stone to the Crown Prince. She chose to distance herself from the matters at hand, for no one could inflict harm upon her. It was merely a matter of enduring some distasteful scenes, and with time, one could grow accustomed to them. Exhausted, Fong Ruotang retired early, oblivious to the turmoil enveloping the capital, where the dungeons overflowed with prisoners. In the morning, one could be exalted nobility. By afternoon reduced to a common convict, and by nightfall, heads rolled in the streets. The Crown Prince personally oversaw the investigation. Although he had acquired incriminating evidence from Fong Ruotang, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he spent several hours gathering all the evidence before proceeding. Thus, when Fong Ruotang accompanied the Prime Minister to court the following morning, she was unusually alert. Grandfather, do you detect a faint scent of blood? Her enhanced senses, a result of the body's strengthening elixir, surpassed those of ordinary individuals. She could surmise the extent of the carnage without needing to witness it firsthand. Indeed, some of the heads rolling were those she had commanded to be severed. A chaotic era loomed on the horizon, with undeniable evidence of wrongdoing. The usual procedures were cast aside, primarily due to the overcrowded cells and uncertainty over how many more would be implicated. Those officials involved in the assassination attempt on her had already been apprehended and executed, leading to a more pronounced scent of blood. The Prime Minister did not conceal the truth. When they convened in court, these matters would be openly discussed, leaving little room for deception. After a restful slumber, Fong Ruotang, with a carefree demeanor, momentarily forgot the assassination plot, nodding absently. Well, it's good they were killed. They were all scoundrels, bringing ruin to the nation. Did you not rest last night, grandfather? Not at all. My health is excellent. A night without sleep does not hinder me. Fong Ruotang observed the dark circles under her grandfather's eyes and reached for her small mirror. Do you possess any pills that could invigorate someone who hasn't slept all night? You people of this realm are too feeble. No immortal would waste time developing such ineffective elixirs. From his treasure pouch, he rummaged through and produced a vial. Fong Ruotang took it, opened it, and was greeted by a sweet aroma. Sweet beans, a treat for children in the celestial realm, but for you mortals. The effect is immediate. However, your frail bodies should dilute it with water into 5 portions. I fear a single bean could keep you awake for days. She handed the entire vial to the Prime Minister, advising him on its use. Very well. He carefully accepted it, pondering the colleagues he had worked with the previous night. May I share this with my associates? Of course. It is yours to distribute as you see fit. Fong Ruotang generously replied. The Prime Minister understood that his inquiry stemmed from concern over the vessel spirit's opinion. Seeing it remain silent alleviated his worries. The ministers involved in the events of the previous night were the country's pillars, seasoned men who had ascended to high positions. Unlike him, they did not possess a capable granddaughter. The affairs of the state were pressing. They could not afford to lose these elderly officials. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the Emperor had not yet appeared. The Prime Minister summoned a eunuch to bring clean water and tea sets, dissolving the sweet beans to share with his colleagues. Upon discovering the delightful offering from Fong Ruotang, they eagerly consumed it, with some heedless enough to overindulge, channeling all their energy into dealing with the treacherous officials. During the court session, Fong Ruotang received several names of traitors from her mirror, as was her custom, and boldly reported them to the Emperor. As always, the Emperor steadfastly supported her, ordering immediate imprisonment before seeking further evidence, which would lead to confiscation of assets, beheadings, and exiles, a complete chain of punitive actions. Fong Ruotang's prowess stirred unease among the court, and few ministers felt genuine excitement, as most harbored their own clandestine secrets. As the court session concluded, the ministers departed, each appearing as though mourning a great loss. "Are you well after yesterday?" Yi Wuxia approached Fong Ruotang as they exited the court. Fong Ruotang gazed at the refined young man before her, her fingers fidgeting nervously. "I was in the outskirts when you encountered trouble and could not arrive in time." Yi Wuxia had been at the royal gardens with the Minister of Agriculture, overseeing the planting of the new sweet potato crop, a priority for the royal estate. While engaged in his tasks, a sudden unrest surged within him, his heart racing. He sensed a call to action, an urgent need to reach Fong Ruotang and protect her. In that moment, he acted with fervor, racing back to the city, only to find the streets had been cleared, yet the remnants of blood still stained the ground. On his way to the Prime Minister's residence, he was intercepted by the Crown Prince's guards and did not manage to meet the prince. However, he grasped the situation's gravity and recognized that he was not alone in his concern for her safety. He pondered whether the distant General Hua, stationed at the border, shared this bond, as he had never met Fong Ruotang and might remain unaware of her existence. "Do not worry, even in your absence, you all protected me." Fong Ruotang beamed innocently, waving mysteriously at Yi Wuxia. He bent slightly, feeling her warm breath brush against his ear. "I possess the protective divine energy you bestowed upon me. My mirror informs me that it is a gift from you prior to my rebirth, ensuring my safety from harm." Yi Wuxia suppressed the urge to caress his ear. Chuckling softly, his clear gaze resting on Fong Ruotang as he enchantingly remarked, "Is that so? I am pleased to know it safeguards you." Fong Ruotang met Yi Wuxia's bright, captivating eyes and felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze. For reasons she could not fathom, she averted her gaze and sweetly complimented him. "You are all truly impressive." Yi Wuxia chuckled softly, hesitant to respond, for he was unaware of the true nature of the protective divine energy. "I heard you intended to go shopping for jewelry yesterday, but had your spirits dampened by the sudden appearance of assassins. Will you venture out again today?" He tactfully shifted the topic. With a sigh, Fong Ruotang's face scrunched up in disappointment. Yi Wuxia perceived that this young girl was unlike the other noblewomen, as she genuinely cared for the well-being of her hidden protectors. Chapter 043, Offering the Empire to win your favor, could you pass me some medicine? "I shall deliver it to the shadow guards." "I truly owe you," muttered the little mirror as she deftly retrieved a vial of medicine. Her motions so practiced they were almost painful to watch, even neglecting to mention the points she could have earned. Fong Ruotang joyfully clutched the vial, hardly sparing a moment to converse with Yi Wuxia before dashing towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was preoccupied. Had it not been for Yi Wuxia's entanglement with Fong Ruotang, he would have already been investigating the case. Standing by, he appeared engaged in conversation with other ministers, yet his ears were keenly attuned to the dialogue between the two. How could such excellent medicine possibly be suitable for the shadow guards? He averted his gaze slightly, meeting the young girl's sparkling eyes, reluctant to disclose the truth. "By the way, I have given my grandfather many sweet beans that can instantly restore one's vitality. You all have been exceedingly busy and fatigued lately. Have him share a few with you." "All right. Did you receive the spirit testing stone I had sent yesterday?" "Yes, I have already located the candidates. Once found, I will send them to your side." "Wonderful." The Crown Prince, relieved to see Fong Ruotang smiling brightly, seemingly unaffected by yesterday's events, felt a slight irritation upon noticing Yi Wuxia had not departed. In light of yesterday's incident, while General Hua in the borderlands might be unaware of the circumstances, the five in the capital were certainly as troubled as a clear mirror. Fong Ruotang truly held their fates in her hands. She had survived an assassination attempt unscathed, yet their spirits were in disarray. If something were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under such circumstances, even the usually aloof and detached young Master Rome might join the fray to seize the young girl. for how else could he have arrived first yesterday without a hint of hesitation? However, recalling his emotions from the previous day, how could the crown prince hesitate? It was as though he were a marionette under someone's control, driven madly to rush before Fong Ruotang, utterly unable to restrain himself. After the incident, he confirmed the events, having inquired with the young prince and intercepted the delayed in Junang and Minister Yi due to official matters. I have uncovered significant news from the capital. Would you like to join the excitement? The little mirror suddenly interjected, interrupting the conversation between the crown prince and Fong Ruotang. General Hua has died. Who? The great General Hua Feng, who commands 100,000 troops. Fong Ruotang was unaware of who he was, but those surrounding her recognized the name, their expressions shifting dramatically. Startled by the abruptness of the revelation. Is it true that this General Hua is feigning death? Why would he feign death? Because of you. Your divination skills are extraordinary. And he has fallen for the princess of the enemy kingdom, with so many officials recently executed in the capital. He fears encountering you and has prepared to fake his death to escape. Fong Ruotang? What on earth? According to the original timeline, he would have defected with the border defense map in a year. For the enemy princess? Indeed. I wish to offer the Empire to win your favor. Do you understand? The little mirror, an artifact spirit, had also adopted a tone of playful sarcasm. Fong Ruotang could not help but feel incensed. She had just listened to a romantic song with the little mirror the night before, finding it enchanting, yet now it made her feel nauseous. My heavens! Is the Empire his to offer? No way. I must personally visit the general's residence to pay my respects. I want to see what kind of beast would sell his country and family for a beauty. When Fong Ruotang was angry, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes glimmering, resembling a feisty little kitten, utterly adorable. Even amidst the knowledge of General Hua's treachery, the crown prince could not help but steal an extra glance at Fong Ruotang, only to be abruptly grasped by her hand as she earnestly rambled on. I can read fortunes, you know? The crown prince raised an eyebrow. There was no need for her to reiterate this every time, as he had never doubted her words. Speak. General Hua is pretending to be dead in his residence. He has fallen for the princess of Bailiang and is preparing to defect. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Fong Ruotang nodded vigorously. Although her family had never restricted her, loyalty to the emperor and love for the country were ingrained in the Fong lineage. Given that they had produced 3 chancellors, all of whom were well-suited to their respective sovereigns. Boldly, I shall go apprehend him, the crown prince declared, once again playing along. Their voices were not loud, yet Fong Ruotang's fervent spirit drew others closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The crown prince's gaze darkened, emanating the pressure of authority. Are you all idle? The ministers shook their heads and discreetly retreated. While the spectacle was enticing, one must also possess the means to witness it. Moreover, they were all genuinely too busy to spare a moment for a meal, deciding it best to refrain from attending and avoid becoming the next spectacle themselves. The crown prince shot a glance at Yi Wuxia and, seeing him wisely refrain from intruding, said nothing further. Gathering his entourage, as he and Fong Ruotang hastily made their way to General Hua's residence. The entrance to General Hua's residence was eerily silent, devoid of any morning banners. Why is there no commotion? Has the event yet to commence? Fong Ruotang wondered silently to the little mirror. The family simply wishes to avoid drawing your attention. A funeral cannot be ostentatious. They have long instructed the family to handle matters quietly and have ordered trusted subordinates to secretly transport his body out of the city. Ah, so that's it. With this confirmation, Fong Ruotang felt reassured and boldly strode with the crown prince into the general's residence. While the exterior appeared unremarkable upon opening the door, they found mourners hanging white funeral banners, and the previously dejected servants became terrified, kneeling upon seeing the crown prince and the national master accompanied by the imperial guards. The crown prince and Fong Ruotang proceeded directly to the main hall, where the mourning altar had already been set up. A woman clad in white mourning attire, her face etched with sorrow, lamented, "Why such haste? I have already received the general's wishes. Why inform close friends and family when the mourning is set for only a day? A remarkable figure, but is he truly more formidable than our national master? The two conversing were emotionally charged, while the maidservants outside had long been subdued by the crown prince's guards. Thus, they did not immediately notice Fong Ruotang at the door, allowing her to overhear their conversation before she interjected with an air of confidence. Does she know that General Hua is feigning death? Fong Ruotang, observing the weary lady before her, surmised that she likely remained unaware, yet to be certain, she still inquired of the little mirror. For this specific answer held the key to her very survival. Chapter 44. The young Master Rong arrives to break off the engagement unbeknownst to her. She too was a woman of unfortunate fate. In the original timeline, after General Hua's treachery, the entire Hua residence faced confiscation and execution. How tragic indeed. Fong Ruotang gazed at Madame Hua with sympathy, unable to bear the sight of her deception. General Hua had not perished. He had fallen in love with the Princess of Bailong and was preparing to elope with her, feigning death with a deceptive potion. If you do not believe me, inquire with the steward. Madame Hua turned abruptly to the steward, her eyes, already reddened from a sleepless night, now glinting with an almost ghostly hue as she hoarsely demanded, "Is it true what the national master has said?" The steward, bound by loyalty to the general and unaware of Fong Ruotang's extraordinary abilities, scoffed at the idea of a lethal poison. Why had there been no signs of illness until now? Suddenly claiming to be gravely poisoned while refusing medical attention. Calmly awaiting death? Fong Ruotang, in a fit of anger, rushed forward. The prince, who typically remained unflappable even in the face of calamity, visibly flinched, hastily extending his long legs to follow at her side. He feared that this seemingly loyal steward might lash out and harm Fong Ruotang. Besides, was it not his duty to protect the good officials who served the nation and the heroic general who safeguarded the people of Daeong? How could he refrain from intervening when they sought his aid? With her chin held high, Fong Ruotang felt compelled to assert herself, for she was shorter than the steward. Without this display, she would lose her commanding presence. Did they not know of the princess's predicament? Had they not heard of it? To still dare to argue. Brother Prince, seize this insolent servant. He possesses the antidote that can awaken General Hua. Fong Ruotang urged the prince for assistance. With a gesture, the prince commanded the imperial guards, who swiftly subdued the steward and indeed discovered the antidote on his person. Madame Hua staggered and collapsed heavily to the ground. The household physician was summoned promptly. Madame Hua had merely suffered from a surge of emotions and would recover after a few days of rest. The doctor waved a pill beneath her nose, and soon she regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Madame Hua appeared momentarily dazed, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on the prince and the national master. It dawned on her that what she had just experienced was no mere dream, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Last night, when the general succumbed to the poison, she had bravely comforted her children and managed the aftermath, suppressing her own grief. However, now, unable to contain her sorrow and fury, she wept silently before breaking down into heart-wrenching sobs, curling into herself. Brother Prince, will she be exiled? Fong Ruotang cast a sympathetic glance at Madame Hua, feeling her plight deeply. Her husband had betrayed her, and now she was to suffer exile as well. Was there truly no way to save her? She was so innocent. If only she could obtain a divorce or a letter of dismissal. But what of her children? That was a dilemma, for they too were General Hua's offspring. Fong Ruotang felt a profound pity for this family who had been condemned to death in the original timeline, now facing exile. They must have been cursed for generations to end up as part of General Hua's household. Had General Hua sought power and dominance, she would not have deemed the other members of the Hua family innocent, considering they enjoyed wealth and privilege. Yet now, for the sake of a princess from an enemy nation, he disregarded the lives of his own family, a truly abhorrent act. Suddenly, the prince gently placed a hand on Fong Ruotang's slender shoulder, guiding her away. Startled, she leaned back. I have yet to witness General Hua take the antidote. I wish to see what fate awaits him. Given the general's crimes, he could not escape the penalty of death. The prince dared not allow Fong Ruotang to witness such a gruesome scene. Ensure that the general's residence is secured. No one is to escape, or you will pay dearly with your heads. With this command, the prince half-dragged, half-carried Fong Ruotang away. Upon exiting the general's residence, Fong Ruotang's small face was filled with indignation, her lips pouting in displeasure. If it were not for my warning, you would have remained oblivious to General Hua's feigned death and treachery. How could you prevent me from witnessing the aftermath? It is not that I wish to shield you, but treason is a grave offense. The punishment will undoubtedly be severe. I fear you may be frightened, the prince replied, his expression devoid of particular emotion. Yet his tone conveyed a warmth that soothed Fong Ruotang's irritation. In an instant, her grievances melted away, and she regarded the prince with wide, curious eyes. What has changed? You seem different. When I first met you, you were so indifferent. The prince raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement flickering across his features. Are you revisiting old grievances? Fong Ruotang huffed playfully. Do you not remember how I stumbled in front of you, and you took a step back? I recall it vividly. Next time, I shall certainly open my arms to catch you. Would that please you? The prince mused, recalling their first encounter with a relaxed demeanor. Fong Ruotang's cheeks flushed, and she teased, should there be a next time, if you do not catch me, I shall refuse to speak to you again, nor shall I call you brother prince. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Though their acquaintance was brief, the prince had gained a fair understanding of this young lady's character. She was remarkably innocent, akin to a blank canvas, leaving him puzzled about how she had been raised in the prime minister's household. Upon returning home, Fong Ruotang learned from the servants that young Master Rong had come to visit. It dawned on her that he had rescued her with his guards the previous day, and she had forgotten to express her gratitude. Your audacity grows ever more brazen, the small mirror lamented, yet still offered the items needed. With a cheerful spirit, Fong Ruotang made her way to the main hall, where she found young Master Rong, along with the princess and an elderly lady, while her mother and aunt were attending to them. Mother, aunt. Fong Ruotang's joyous voice echoed in the main hall, and after greeting the princess and the others, she eagerly approached young Master Rong. Young Master Rong has come to break off the engagement. Fong Ruotang stared at young Master Rong in shock. She no longer felt inclined to thank him. Chapter 045. The mindless sisters praise Fong Ruotang was not adept at feigned politeness. After all, throughout her life, those unkind to her were never permitted to linger around her by the prime minister's residence. Surrounded by beauty and kindness, she had never encountered anyone she disliked, nor any matters she found distasteful, and thus had no need for pretense, always speaking her mind candidly. You wish to break off the engagement with my elder sister? Fong Ruotang furrowed her brow, resembling a kitten whose fish had been snatched away. The young Master Rong was strikingly handsome, with refined features and sharp contours that exuded an air of aloofness, making him seem almost unapproachable. Even in this moment of breaking the engagement, the indifferent aura he radiated felt detached from the mortal realm. However, when he gazed at Fong Ruotang, his eyes flickered, akin to pristine snow atop a high mountain suddenly infused with life upon being immersed in warm tea. This is a letter from your elder sister. Young Master Rong produced an envelope from his sleeve, gesturing for Fong Ruotang to read it. With a hint of skepticism, she opened the letter, which contained only a few brief lines, conveying that her elder sister harbored other affections and, to spare young Master Rong's dignity, had prompted him to initiate the break-off. Oh, I see. Fong Ruotang read the letter, crumpling it into a ball and tucking it into her sleeve, aware that such correspondence should not fall into the hands of others, as it could tarnish her elder sister's reputation. Young Master Rong lowered his eyelids, observing her discreet act of concealment without objection, as the circumstances surrounding them were hardly a secret in the capital. It was only this young girl who still endeavored to maintain a facade of harmony. I apologize, Fong Ruotang said, gently pinching her cheeks as she regarded young Master Rong with sympathy. "You are quite admirable, and my elder sister is wonderful too. But perhaps you two are not suited for one another. It seems like a near miss, so please don't be too saddened." She felt embarrassed for her earlier impulsiveness. "This elixir is for you, as a token of my elder sister's goodwill in breaking the engagement. I hope you won't hold it against her, and if you have any other requests, we at the Prime Minister's residence will certainly not refuse." Fong Ruotang sought out a small mirror to retrieve the elixir, though the hurt of a broken engagement might weigh heavier on a woman. It was clear that her elder sister had her heart set on another, which made the situation particularly detrimental to young Master Rong's honor. "Ah, little six," Cui Shi interrupted with a bemused tone, breaking Fong Ruotang's train of thought. Everyone present, except for her, was aware of the true reasons behind the engagement's dissolution. Young Master Rong was unlikely to quarrel with the Prime Minister's residence over this matter. After all, he merely transitioned from being the son-in-law of the main house to that of the secondary house, maintaining a familial connection with the Prime Minister's residence. Fong Ruotang cast a sympathetic glance at young Master Rong before moving beside her aunt, wisely refraining from inquiring about her elder sister's reasons for the break-off, as the timing was inappropriate. In this instance, both parties are pleased with the outcome. Do not fret unnecessarily about it, understand? Cui Shi affectionately patted her daughter's head, though her own eyes reflected worry. Had even one of the 6 eligible suitors been suitable, she would have rejoiced for her daughter. But to have 6 at once seemed preposterous. What was even more alarming was her inability as a mother to make decisions for her daughter, forced to watch events unfold helplessly. "Ah?" Fong Ruotang's eyes widened as she quickly turned to ask, "Do you not like my elder sister?" "Surely not. She is so wonderful." Her expression was candid, as if she wanted to poke young Master Rong's nose and ask if he was blind. The onlookers could not help but chuckle at young Master Rong's flustered demeanor. After all, it was common knowledge in the capital that he had rescued Fong Ruotang just the day before, even sharing a horse with her. Known for his fastidiousness, young Master Rong despised any close contact with others, preferring to keep a distance of at least 3 paces when conversing. It was no secret that he was particularly sensitive to the sense of those around him. At last, he found a woman worthy of his attention. Yet she remained unaware of his affections, treating him merely as an extension of her elder sister. To Fong Ruotang, young Master Rong was simply a possession of Fong Shengdang. "You are also quite good. Fear not, you will have other romantic prospects, though perhaps none as exceptional as my elder sister." Fong Ruotang was unabashedly extolling her elder sister's virtues, for in her heart, this cousin was even more precious than a biological sister. And thus she deemed her the finest in the world. Young Master Rong regarded Fong Ruotang with a knowing glance, and she felt provoked. Pouting but ultimately refraining from further remarks, recognizing that her previous comments had already been unpalatable and that continuing would only invite annoyance. Yet, she firmly believed that her elder sister was the most outstanding woman in existence, and no one could rival her excellence, a fact that young Master Rong evidently found disagreeable. "Your future romantic entanglements shall be with her," came the cheeky interjection from the small mirror. "I am not as exceptional as my elder sister." "That is evident to any discerning eye," Fong Ruotang retorted. "Indeed, what are you so proud of?" The small mirror seemed bewildered, while others erupted in laughter. Following the engagement's dissolution, young Master Rong had invited her and an esteemed elder lady from the clan to lend their presence. Although young Master Rong would now be in competition with her son, she was astute enough to perceive that none of the 6 suitors could claim exclusive possession. Not even the Crown Prince. "Do not mention it. It is a trivial matter. Is your health improving?" "Much improved. Thank goodness you were here." "It is because the princess is deserving." The Grand Princess squinted and smiled, having noticed how the young girl had conversed with young Master Rong. Her words as sharp as poison, yet now they were as sweet as honey. "I have procured a box of deep-sea pearls, each round and plump, perfect for adornment. Please take a look. I hope you like them." The Grand Princess had anticipated meeting Fong Ruotang and had brought a gift for her. Fong Ruotang opened the box to reveal exquisite pink pearls and exclaimed, "How beautiful! I love them, thank you, Grand Princess. You are truly wonderful. I am glad you like them. If you desire anything else, just tell Ziki, and he will procure it for you." The Grand Princess subtly endeavored to endear her son to Fong Ruotang. Yes, yes, Fong Ruotang nodded absent-mindedly, her attention wholly captured by the pink pearls. Counting them, she found 20, her face lighting up with joy as she asked, "There are so many. I cannot wear them all by myself. May I share them with my sisters?" "Of course, once given to you, they are yours to decide. If you wish for more, I shall send someone to find them," the Grand Princess assured her. "No need. This is more than sufficient. You are truly wonderful, Grand Princess." Fong Ruotang hugged the box, leaning her little head against the Grand Princess's shoulder. The Grand Princess paused. For she had only one son and had never raised a daughter. She was taken aback by how delightful it was to nurture a young girl. Chapter 046. The Power of Faith. In the ensuing days, the skies above the capital were thick with a metallic scent of blood. Edicts from the palace flowed forth, condemning the gravely guilty to execution, while those with lesser crimes faced confiscation of their properties and exile. The remaining officials entangled in the matter were dismissed from their positions, imprisoned, and likewise had their assets seized. After a thorough purge, not a single guilty party escaped the confiscation of their wealth, which swiftly filled the national treasury. Even the emperor could not restrain his glee, waving his hand grandly to announce the 3-year tax exemption, proclaiming to the nation that the national sage had foreseen a devastating drought in the coming years. The populace was both alarmed and apprehensive. Yet due to the emperor's prior tax waiver and the promise of new grain supplies, they harbored a flicker of hope rather than despair. After all, the series of decrees conveyed a clear message. The emperor had not abandoned the common folk, but instead displayed earnest efforts to address their plight. More importantly, they had a divine sage in Fong Ruotang, who, on the day she was attacked, had shown an invulnerability that many had witnessed. Despite the public's initial fear, some daring souls had peered from behind closed windows, and with the emperor's vigorous promotion of her identity, word spread rapidly throughout the capital that Fong Ruotang was a celestial being. The people, in their reverence, erected longevity tablets in her honor, seeking even the slightest protection from her. "Xiao Jingzi, my body feels so invigorated these days. It's as if I'm soaking in a warm spring," she exclaimed. "It is the power of faith that nourishes your spirit," Xiao Jingzi replied. From the very moment this force began to coalesce, Xiao Jingzi had sensed it. And he was delighted to see Fong Ruotang's weakened spirit being revitalized. "Is it because the people adore me?" she inquired innocently. "Indeed," he affirmed, observing the once fragile spirit within her now gaining strength. He longed to share this joy with his master, but alas, communication was not possible at that moment. "Is the power of faith truly this magnificent? Then grant me more new grain, and I shall have the emperor distribute it to the people, ensuring their continued affection for me," she suggested, her reasoning simplistic yet earnest. "Sweet potatoes are not a crop currently found in this small world. I have borrowed the power of the world's essence to obtain them," he explained. "Then let us procure more," she insisted, willfully ignoring the word borrowed as she extended her hand boldly. Although she vaguely understood the significance of the world's essence, which was tied to the rise and fall of this small realm, she prioritized the welfare of the people above all else. "Very well. Await my news," he replied. After all, with billions of small worlds existing, each moment saw worlds collapsing and new ones emerging. It seemed reasonable to seize a fragment of essence before their demise. If he did not act, other celestial forces would seize it instead. One more would hardly matter. Xiao Jingzi, having swiftly convinced himself, acted with urgency. As a higher being, he towered above the multitude of small worlds, making his task considerably easier. In normal worlds, he could not intervene. But in those where celestial forces had perished and were on the brink of dissolution, many others were already taking action. He simply needed to discreetly gather what he could. Thus, within a short time, he returned to Fong Ruotang with good news. having conducted transactions with her previous world to acquire a substantial supply of potatoes and corn. Xiao Jingzi, you are truly remarkable. I adore you, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Jingzi chuckled foolishly as Fong Ruotang led him to the palace, where, with a grand gesture, mountains of new grain piled high in the open square. The prince, having labored tirelessly for several days, now bore bloodshot eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, his body trembled with a mixture of joy and concern. How had such an abundance of new grain suddenly appeared? I asked the celestial being for it. Am I not impressive? Fong Ruotang raised her chin, wearing an expression that seemed to demand praise. The prince's mood had been far from delightful, considering the dubious character of most officials in the court. However, upon seeing Fong Ruotang's smiling face, he felt a sense of relief, his fingers idly rubbing together, filled with anticipation. Is it too challenging for you? He inquired, his face betraying no excess emotion, yet Fong Ruotang could sense his concern. Not at all. The celestial being said that once the grain is distributed to the people, they will be grateful to me, which will be beneficial for my spirit. I see, he replied, understanding. As long as there are no downsides. I have not eaten properly in days. Would you accompany me to the tavern for a meal? He suggested, having received new grain before. The prince immediately instructed an official from the Eastern Palace to oversee the distribution, following closely behind Fong Ruotang. Very well. Fong Ruotang glanced at the prince's reddened eyes. In recent days, the number of officials in the court had diminished significantly. Of course, she would never admit that it was due to her actions, attributing it instead to the misdeeds of those individuals. Perhaps I shall attend court tomorrow and refrain from reporting any grievances, she mused, eyeing the prince. Due to her presence, each day in court had seen 1 or 2 officials dismissed, and as time passed, the number of officials had dwindled considerably. Fong Ruotang pouted slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Moreover, the prince had not invited her to dine with him in recent days. You are doing a good deed, so there is no need for concern. The court will not lack officials. Many successful candidates from last year's examination have yet to be assigned positions. This is a perfect opportunity for them to rise. Additionally, my father has already decided to implement a special examination this year. The court will never lack officials. What we need are good officials who genuinely care for the people. A great calamity is upon us, and we must cleanse the court for the sake of the people's survival. I see. I wonder if my 5th brother will take this into consideration, she pondered, recalling that it had been 2 months since her 5th brother and 7th brother had returned home. They had not come back last month due to the major examinations at the academy. The prince was already well versed in the circumstances of the chancellor's household and knew of Fong Wu's scholarly achievements. Having only turned 15 last year, he had achieved the status of a scholar, though his ranking was low, which had deterred him from pursuing further examinations. As they conversed, they exited the palace gates. Upon arriving at the tavern, the young prince sought them out, clad in his customary red attire. His fair skin and striking features made him look radiant in red, like a flower blooming in summer, captivating and ethereal. Are you dining without me? The young prince said, leaning languidly against the doorframe, casting sultry glances at Fong Ruotang, reluctant to enter the room. The prince raised his eyelids slightly, sensing that the young prince had perhaps indulged too little. The young prince's expression shifted, and he stepped into the room, gritting his teeth as he addressed the prince. Your Highness, please remember that I am merely a frivolous young prince. I implore you not to abuse your position for personal gain, if you would be so kind. Chapter 47. The Return of the Second Brother and Sister-in-Law. Here I am, a living soul. A faintly cold smile graced the face of the young prince, as suppressed discontent hovered on the brink of eruption. Reflecting on the carefree days of his first 20 years, he lamented the treachery of the crown prince. As the heir to the throne, it was his duty to attend to matters of state, yet he not only busied himself but also schemed against his rivals. Tasked with investigating corrupt officials, he was fortunate to remain in the capital while others were dispatched to distant provinces by the crown prince. What kind of brotherhood was this? That for the sake of a woman, one could turn their back? When the Duke of N departed, he nearly lost his placid facade. The only one spared from becoming a mere pawn was young Master Rome. Yet, even he faced the Crown Prince's meddling when it came to the matter of his broken engagement with the Prime Minister's daughter. Had young Master Rome not remained within the confines of his estate, he too would have likely succumbed to the Crown Prince's machinations. As for the new grain, I refuse. Do not attempt to enslave me. I warn you, should this continue, I shall sever our ties and brotherhood will be a thing of the past. What are you saying, dear uncle? The Crown Prince asked calmly, placing a piece of food into Fong Ruotang's bowl, signaling the bright-eyed young girl watching the spectacle to partake in the meal as well. She took a bite, then resumed her observation of the quarrel, finding it quite amusing. The Crown Prince remained as steadfast as a mountain while the young prince flared up like an agitated rooster. Regardless, I'm merely a carefree individual. I refuse to labor, the young prince declared defiantly. The Crown Prince feigned hesitation, his insincerity palpable. The young prince, not falling for the ruse, noticed Fong Ruotang's growing displeasure. Did you not say you wished to be my friend, that I could seek your aid in times of need? Were you lying to me? The Crown Prince lowered his gaze, a flicker of amusement glinting in his eyes. The matter of the new grain was of utmost importance. Had it been a different time, he would have taken matters into his own hands. However, at present, he preferred to orchestrate events from the capital, maintaining control of the situation. The young prince hesitated, then explained, "It's not that, you don't understand. The Crown Prince deliberately reassigned us away from the capital when others could have easily undertaken these tasks. The new grain is vital. The Crown Prince trusts you, which is why you were chosen," Fong Ruotang countered, casting a disapproving glance at the young prince. Such an intricate scheme could only be crafted by the shrewd Crown Prince, who likely aimed to prompt Fong Ruotang to suggest their involvement in the task. After all, her acquaintances among officials were few, and her trusted allies even fewer. Unless she provided a list, the names she could recall were limited. The Crown Prince subtly guided the conversation, knowing Fong Ruotang would unwittingly fall into the trap. Moreover, with the endorsement of Xiao Jingzi in Fong Ruotang's eyes, these 6 individuals were the most formidable. Young Master Lu required the faith of the people, beyond securing the new grain. He needed them to spread his good name along the journey. The Crown Prince voiced his concerns. "I cannot entrust this to anyone else. If you are unwilling, I shall devise another plan." Fong Ruotang puffed her cheeks, glaring at the young prince in indignation. "What kind of person are you, deceiving me? Just the other day, when the Crown Prince was preoccupied, you promised to play with me, claiming you could assist me, yet now you refuse." The young prince inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as he shot a sarcastic smile at the Crown Prince. "You are quite formidable." Then, turning to Fong Ruotang, he ingratiated himself. "Had I known this matter concerned you, I would have willingly braved fire and water to assist." Fong Ruotang's bright eyes widened in excitement. "Really? Will you go?" "Certainly," the young prince replied through clenched teeth, feigning a smile. Delighted, Fong Ruotang beamed at him, saying, "Xiao Jingzi mentioned that this power of faith significantly aids in the restoration of my spirit. Did I not tell you all that I lack a complete soul? Which is why I'm not as clever as you. Once my spirit is restored, I shall surpass you all." She raised her chin, her face brimming with pride, directing her earlier remark at Fong Ruotang and the latter at the Crown Prince. Upon hearing Fong Ruotang's words in the palace, the Crown Prince contemplated delegating the task to the young prince and young Master Rome, preferring to avoid involving others who might not care as deeply. Some matters wise individuals need not elaborate upon. Following their previous tumultuous experience, aside from the temporarily absent General Hua, the others who had crossed paths in the capital were undoubtedly united in their hopes for Fong Ruotang and would never act against her interests. As both the Crown Prince and young prince's gazes followed Fong Ruotang, the young prince did not miss the opportunity to berate the Crown Prince for his lack of humanity. The Crown Prince cast a disinterested glance at him. "Such noise," he remarked, eliciting a laugh from the young prince, accustomed as he was to the crown prince's temperament. Why not keep the burdens to yourself? Indeed? The young prince raised an eyebrow. Go speak to young Master Lu yourself, the crown prince replied. You, the young prince pointed at the crown prince in exasperation. His jaw clenched before conceding, fine, I shall not hold this against you. The crown prince raised an eyebrow, scoffing lightly. There are two groups blocking the way ahead. Fong Ruotang, holding a sugar figurine, observed the suddenly crowded street. The crown prince and young prince quickly joined her side, as hidden guards emerged to discreetly encircle them for protection. Jumping up, Fong Ruotang spotted the carriage and waved excitedly, De Fu upon hearing his name. De Fu glanced around and spotted Fong Ruotang, exclaiming in panic, Miss Lu. Although Fong Jiji, riding ahead and negotiating with others, did not hear her, Lei Lingting, who appeared pale inside the carriage, Is young Master Lu out? She inquired, lifting the carriage curtain to look around. Second sister-in-law, I'm here. Fong Ruotang called joyfully, pushing her way forward. Lei Lingting quickly descended from the carriage, while De Fu anxiously warned, Madam, your health it's nothing. Quickly bring young Master Lu to me, don't let her be pushed around, Lei Lingting urged, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Fong Ruotang. Protected by the crown prince and others, Fong Ruotang easily reached Lei Lingting, her radiant smile dimming slightly as she asked, Second sister-in-law, are you unwell? You look so pale. Your second sister-in-law is not ill. She is pregnant, and the journey has taken a toll on her health. Second sister-in-law, you're pregnant? Fong Ruotang exclaimed in delight, carefully supporting her and urging her to return to the carriage. Mentioning the child she carried, Lei Lingting's lips curved into a faint, gentle smile amidst her pallor. Your second brother is currently in negotiations. Whose carriage is this? How impolite. The encounter of carriages from two noble houses in the capital was a common occurrence. The customary practice dictated that the lesser-ranked family yield. Since the Fong family's carriage did not retreat, it indicated that the opposing family was of lower standing than the Prime Minister's estate. It belongs to the left minister of the censorate. No wonder. Why haven't they yielded? Fong Ruotang anxiously craned her neck, observing her second brother engaged in conversation with 5 men, their expressions suggesting a heated disagreement. Chapter 048. The two courts compete for the path. The left minister of the censorate, a rank of the first class, seemed to regard the Prime Minister's office, which also held the first-class status, with disdain. Surely, the Crown Prince's intervention would not be unwelcome. Fong Ruotang's approach was somewhat brusque, yet it proved remarkably effective. As the Crown Prince stepped forward, the 5 young gentlemen from the left minister's residence, who had been obstinately lingering, immediately yielded, albeit with displeasure etched upon their faces. Fong Ruotang then noticed the long line of carriages behind them, a sight that perhaps explained their reluctance to move, for each vehicle was laden with baggage. However, a glance at their own entourage revealed a similar situation. Second brother, Fong Ruotang called out, and Fong Jia promptly approached, his face beaming with affection for his cherished little cousin. Why are you out alone? Is your elder sister or fourth sister not accompanying you? I heard some rumors about you on the road. Are they true? Indeed, they are all true. Fong Ruotang nodded vigorously, her small face brimming with pride, her chin held high like a peacock displaying its feathers. Our little Lu is truly remarkable. Knowing his sister's temperament well after years of affection, Fong Jia readily joined in her praise. Have you recovered from your illness? Initially taken aback to learn that his little sister had become a national master, he later hoped the rumors of her miraculous pills were indeed true, as such would mean her health could be restored. A warm current flowed through Fong Jia's heart as he gently ruffled Fong Ruotang's hair. Our little Lu is splendid. Thank you in advance. Not at all, she replied, her smile radiant. Will second sister endure the washing marrow pill while pregnant? If she survives, the child will possess extraordinary gifts. If not, the child may turn to mere blood. The agony of the marrow-washing process was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Otherwise, Fong Ruotang would have utilized it by now. Of course, whether she would use it or not was inconsequential, for this body was not her true self. Therefore, when Xiao Jingzi observed her struggle, he refrained from further persuasion. Oh, I see. What then? If second brother undergoes marrow washing, and it helps him draw energy into his body, their lifespans will diverge. How could they grow old together? You might let your second sister decide for herself, or wait until after the child is born to take it. A year's time is not a significant delay. Oh, that makes sense. Fong Ruotang's spirits lifted instantly, and she whispered excitedly in Lei Pingting's ear. Lei Pingting, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, listened to Fong Ruotang's chatter. In moments like these, she felt particularly fortunate to be part of such a harmonious family. Second sister, you look unwell. Let us wait in the carriage. Concerned for Lei Pingting, Fong Ruotang sought to acquire some pills from Xiao Jingzi. Feeling somewhat reassured, she followed Lei Pingting to the carriage, not forgetting to inform the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince nodded while the young prince leaned in, eager to exchange a few more words. I know, he muttered, somewhat petulantly. The Crown Prince shot him a glance, a slight scoff escaping his lips. Her awareness of you is merely that you exist. After a brief wait, as their adversaries retreated, the Prime Minister's carriage began to move, and they proceeded towards the palace. Once aboard the carriage, Fong Ruotang eagerly presented the washing marrow pills to Lei Pingting. Second sister, this is for you. Observing Lei Pingting's somewhat haggard countenance due to her pregnancy, Fong Ruotang reminded her of the appropriate timing for consumption and the associated pain of marrow washing. Considering that Lei Pingting was the daughter of a martial general, Fong Ruotang believed she could endure the hardships of marrow washing, which was why she had prepared it in advance. Lei Pingting, well aware of her own body, noted that despite the tiring journey, she felt no abdominal pain, indicating the child was stable. Is there a significant difference for the child born from using the washing marrow pill? Lei Pingting inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, there is a considerable difference. After marrow washing, the most basic ability is to remember everything at a glance. Even the most obscure ancient texts can be memorized after only 2 or 3 readings. In martial arts, one would possess extraordinary talents, while others toil for 10 years to achieve modest progress. One might surpass years or even decades of learning within mere months post-marrow washing. Fong Ruotang had a substantial say in this matter, especially with Li Shiyun around. While Li Shiyun was exceptionally gifted, even those with lesser spiritual roots, like Chao Yuedi, could still far surpass ordinary individuals. Is the probability of sustaining the child higher if used during pregnancy? Upon hearing this, Fong Ruotang surmised Lei Pingting's intent and quickly consulted Xiao Jingzi. For the early stages of pregnancy, it's about 50-50. However, once the fetus stabilizes after 3 months, there are virtually no issues. After all, marrow washing primarily improves physical constitution without harming the body. The process can be painful, but didn't your third sister endure it? Indeed. My third sister's constitution is even weaker than that of second sister. Fong Ruotang relayed Xiao Jingzi's insights to Lei Pingting in detail, concluding with a reassuring note. Should you wish to take it, inform me, and I shall watch over you. Even in the worst-case scenario, I can protect both you and my little nephew. Fong Ruotang did not exaggerate. She had long discerned the extraordinary capabilities of Xiao Jingzi, who was akin to a godlike presence in their world, omnipotent. As she spoke, Xiao Jingzi did not oppose her words, lending an air of certainty to her assertion. Chapter 49. The beloved protagonist. On the following day, the family joyfully shared a meal together, after which Fang Jia also consumed the cleansing pill. Those who had witnessed the scene quickly distanced themselves. Lei Pingting had initially wished to observe the kind of suffering involved, but the foul odor proved too overwhelming for a pregnant woman, causing her to flee at once. It was truly terrifying. She was merely grateful for Fong Ruotang's advice, which had prevented Fang Jia from using the medicine in their courtyard. Otherwise, their residence would have become uninhabitable. Fang Jia, having trained in martial arts from a young age, possessed remarkable endurance. Once Lei Pingting had retreated far enough to escape the stench and the commotion, when she next saw Fang Jia, her eyes widened in astonishment. Being a practitioner of the martial arts herself, she could discern the changes in him just by observing his breathing and movements. He was evidently transformed from the person he once was. Fang Jia clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement. How wondrous! Lei Pingting circled around her, yearning for the time to hasten to March, when she too could undergo a transformation. When Fang Jia arrived at the training ground to practice her punches, Fang Ruotang presented her with the martial arts manual, and Lei Pingting's anticipation reached its zenith. The joy she had felt about her pregnancy momentarily waned, as she found herself wishing for the child to arrive a few months later. It was somewhat unfortunate that Fang Jia did not possess a singular spiritual root, but rather a dual affinity for water and lightning. Nevertheless, it was still quite admirable, as she could cultivate lightning-related techniques. Fang Jia playfully handled the small bamboo slip in her hands, her eyes brimming with interest. Elder brother, practice diligently. In the future, this world will undergo great changes, and only by growing stronger can you protect our family. I will, Fang Jia assured her. Due to their grandfather being the foremost minister, he could not step back. Thus, both of his sons faced limitations in their political careers, opting instead to achieve merit in distant lands. Sixth Miss, there are guests visiting. The first madam requests your presence, suddenly announced a young maid. Fang Ruotang pointed to herself in surprise. Me? My aunt wants me to receive guests? She was bewildered, as she had never been tasked with such responsibilities before. After a night of rest, Lei Pingting's complexion had regained some color. Looking at her innocent and lively sister-in-law, she could not help but smile. Mother has called for you. It seems the visitor wishes to see you. I will accompany you to have a look. All right. Fang Ruotang was not intimidated. After all, she was someone capable of influencing the court, though she found it odd that this visitor, who was usually refused by her aunt, had sought her out. As the two women entered the main hall, their eyes were immediately drawn to the towering gift boxes. Then, a beautiful woman rose, beaming as she greeted Fang Ruotang. Fang Ruotang waved her hand. No need for excessive formalities. The woman promptly stood, introduced herself, and cautiously attempted to ingratiate herself. Yesterday, our household welcomed my newly widowed sister-in-law back home. My husband, concerned for her frail health, had a confrontation with the Chancellor's carriage on the street. I hope the esteemed national master can forgive us. Fang Ruotang dismissed the incident of the two households clashing as inconsequential, but noting the woman's cautious demeanor and the lavish gifts, she felt compelled to ease the tension. The obsequiousness was far too apparent. While Fang Ruotang was accustomed to it, Lei Pingting's expression flickered with surprise, but she soon comprehended the situation, given her sister-in-law's remarkable transformation and the Crown Prince's personal intervention the previous day. Regardless of the circumstances, the left minister's household needed to display its attitude. This newly returned sister-in-law from the left minister's household is extraordinary, as if she has stepped right out of a beloved protagonist's narrative. Beloved? Isn't that just like me? Mother and aunt have always said I am the most cherished darling of the household. My brothers and sisters also claim I am their most treasured little sister. Hee. Fang Ruotang beamed and smiled at Wanshi, feeling a sense of camaraderie between their two families. Upon hearing Fang Ruotang's words, Wanshi momentarily froze. When she saw Fang Ruotang smile at her, she forced a smile in return, not daring to express her true feelings about the returning sister-in-law. As the first lady of the left minister's household, she had married into the family long ago. Her sister-in-law was once quite young and troublesome, and, even after her marriage, she had been anything but peaceful. With her return home, the situation remained uncertain. Unlike you, her 5 brothers are mindless in their adoration, paving the way for their sister with their wives' blood. Her 5 sisters-in-law were abducted by villains and sullied, suffering the lightest of fates. Most were dragged back to their families, leading to their homes being confiscated and their families exiled, while some were executed and others mutilated and discarded. Fong Ruotang was left speechless, her smile frozen on her face. Meanwhile, Wan Shi, standing opposite her, turned pale, her lips quivering as she struggled to find words. But what had she just heard? Why? Why is that? Fong Ruotang's teeth chattered slightly. Because Ren Lingshan is the beloved. No, that can't be. It's not like that. I am also the beloved in my family, yet I do not behave this way. When my elder brother treats me well, I treat my sister-in-law even better. How could I possibly harm her? My elder brother would be heartbroken. Fong Ruotang? Lei Pingting was astonished. She acknowledged Fong Ruotang as the family's darling, for since her marriage into the household, she could not help but dote on this sister-in-law, always sending the finest things to her room first. Not only the garments and jewelry purchased by the household, but even the gifts from her own family were promptly delivered to Fong Ruotang's courtyard. She had never considered this to be anything out of the ordinary, for Fong Ruotang was deserving of such affection. When she had just married into the Chancellor's household, she had felt anxious, yet this sister-in-law, despite her frail health, was like a breath of fresh air, quickly helping her acclimate to the Chancellor's residence and establish her place within it. In a way, Fong Ruotang's fondness for her seemed to have endeared her to everyone in the household. Her husband, Fong Jia, also quickly warmed to her, as the two, originally brought together by arrangement, found common ground and soon built a bridge of understanding. It was not as if they had fallen in love at first sight. Rather, they had discovered each other's admirable qualities through this opportunity, thus deepening their appreciation for one another. Hence, while Lei Pingting did not articulate it, she expressed it through her actions. Chapter 050, Brother, divorce her. In the original timeline, the first unfortunate soul was indeed the Wan family. Before Ren Lingshan's marriage, her small courtyard was seized by her daughter. Although Ren Lingshan was pregnant with an illegitimate child, she chose to terminate the pregnancy and blamed it on the Wan mother and daughter. I truly have witnessed much, she thought. The one who was dismembered and drowned in a cesspit was her, and her daughter met a grim fate, sold into a mountain village by human traffickers. Fong Ruotang looked tearfully at the woman before her, who was in her early 30s, embodying the grace and virtue typical of the wives in the capital. Yet, she had not anticipated such a tragic ending. Madam Ren, I am the national master, skilled in fortune-telling. You are aware of this, are you not? Yes. Wan gritted her teeth, afraid to speak lest she succumb to tears or madness. Your household welcomed a calamity yesterday. If you wish to avoid unrest in your home, it is best to send this calamity far away. How is that possible? Divorcing her is out of the question. We cannot send Ren Lingshan away, a voice interjected, dispelling Fong Ruotang's naive optimism. The Prime Minister's residence cherished Fong Ruotang for her delicate health and amiable nature, earning her the affection of all in the household. Conversely, the left minister's family adored Ren Lingshan without restraint. This was due to the fact that their lineage had not produced a daughter for 3 generations, and Ren Lingshan was the long-awaited daughter born after 5 sons. However, to claim affection for a daughter when Wan's own was not favored was perplexing. All the love in the household was directed towards Ren Lingshan, yet she was not well raised, becoming selfish and self-serving. Perhaps you should voluntarily request a divorce. Take your daughter with you, or else you will perish. Your daughter will be sold, and your family will face extermination. Consider this carefully, Fong Ruotang bluntly informed Wan. Taking a deep breath, Wan suddenly knelt before Fong Ruotang, who stepped back in alarm but quickly approached to assist her up. Wan grasped Fong Ruotang's delicate hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she expressed, "Thank you, National Master. Your kindness is unforgettable." "No need for that. Simply live your life well." Fong Ruotang replied with a sympathetic expression, helping her to her feet. She pondered the situation regarding Ren Lingshan, incredulously stating, "I used to think she was quite a lovely girl, innocent and naive." Shu, being somewhat older than Ren Lingshan, had not played with her. But she had seen the girl during the matchmaking phase and remembered her charming smile and dimples, never expecting her true nature to be so dreadful. Indeed, My family once considered having my brother meet her, Cui added, shuddering at the thought. Mine too, she concurred. Renlingshan's reputation had been impeccable in her early years, and with the esteemed background of the left minister's family and the excellence of her 5 brothers, she had been a favored choice for many families of equal standing. Thank goodness that marriage did not come to fruition. Whoever marries her will be doomed, Cui murmured in relief. I must write a letter to my family to inform them of this matter. They must not be deceived. Although they lacked eligible male relatives, they feared their mothers might unwittingly act as matchmakers, which could lead to disaster. I shall write one too. Lei Pingting chimed in, eager to join the discussion. Her family was not located in the capital, making a match with Renlingshan impossible, but her mother enjoyed gossiping, and sharing this news would be delightful. I will inform my sisters as well, Fong Ruoteng added, recognizing the importance of sharing such information. She had avoided a slap, but could not escape the family's reproaches. In her moment of madness, she revealed everything Fong Ruoteng had said about Renlingshan being a calamity. What woman could remain composed and not go mad upon learning of such misfortune, especially with her family completely wiped out? The other 4 sisters-in-law initially attempted to soothe, but when Wan recounted their fates, none had met a good end, igniting a hornet's nest. When I went to apologize, I overheard Renlingshan's insinuations and felt it was my fault for not accepting her back home. How do you possess such skill? Wan exclaimed, seizing a vase from the hall and hurling it at the feet of Ren's family. And you, who have always been a troublemaker, marrying into the Ren family and enduring so much humiliation. You even deliberately caused the loss of your first child, and instead of reprimanding her, you blame me for not protecting the child. Indeed, I lost a child, yet she suffered the shock. How pitiful! Wan retorted sarcastically. The remaining 4 sisters-in-law rallied together in solidarity against Renlingshan, except for the 5th sister-in-law, who had married into the Ren family only after Renlingshan's departure. She had heard the whispers of her sister-in-law's ill repute, but had never crossed paths with her. Ultimately, the 3rd sister-in-law, still recovering from childbirth, had to drag herself to invite her into the family, and even she had not escaped criticism from her husband and the family. You are pregnant and do not care to give birth properly, nor do you inform us, yet you expect us to shoulder the blame for your actions. For the sake of that courtyard you occupied before marriage, you should reflect on how many years you have been married and how many people now reside in our household. If it were not truly uninhabitable, who would occupy your courtyard? It was the best courtyard in the residence, yet it remained unoccupied for Renlingshan's sake until her daughter grew older and moved in 2 years ago. Who could have predicted this would become the justification for Renlingshan's misdeeds? It is truly terrifying. Today, I will lay it out plainly. Either the Ren family sends this calamity away, or I shall request a divorce and return to my family, Wan declared, filled with resentment. Unwilling to remain in such a toxic environment, Renlingshan let out a cold laugh. If you want to leave, then go. Do you think anyone will keep you here? What are you to drive me away from my own home? With an air of arrogance, Renlingshan looked down at Wan, defiantly declaring, Brother, divorce her. She wishes to leave, but I shall not grant her wish. Chapter 051. Dare to defy the imperial edict. Rendage, in truth, did not wish to divorce. After all, the power of the Wan family was not inferior to his own, and over the years, the Wan family had committed no wrongs. Elder brother, why are you silent? Are you reluctant to part ways? Renlingshan twisted Rendage's arm with force. Little sister, the affection Rendage held for Renlingshan was ingrained in his very bones. Upon seeing her distress, he immediately urged Wansher, apologize to my sister at once and seek her forgiveness. The light in Wansher's eyes dimmed. Initially, she had harbored some hope upon seeing Rendage's silence, wishing he would understand and protect her and their daughter like a mighty tree. Yet, it was evident her hopes were misplaced. Apologize? What have I done wrong? If you refuse to divorce and wish to cast me aside, then so be it. I would rather be cast out than remain in this foul place. I will see what fate befalls your family for harboring such a venomous woman. Wansher was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The other four sisters-in-law, though they did not immediately join the uproar, gathered privately to discuss the matter. The eldest sister-in-law, known for her decorum, found it unacceptable that matters had escalated to this point, hinting she had received distressing news regarding the Grand Master. "Our fate will be the same," she declared. "I have sent word to my family to gauge the Grand Master's sentiments. He is inherently kind-hearted. If asked directly about such unpleasant matters, he will respond candidly." "I have done the same," echoed the others in unison. As the four women experienced their anxiety, their families swiftly took action upon receiving their messages. Having spent days in the capital alongside Fong Ruotang, their families wasted no time in preparing gifts to inquire further. Before departing, they did not forget to chastise their respective husbands. The Ren family held significant stature, and their connections were not to be trifled with. The scandal spread like wildfire throughout the capital, leaving all in astonishment, unable to comprehend the absurdity of a man discarding his wife to please his sister. Who would believe that a husband would toss aside his wife, the mother of his two legitimate sons, to amuse others in a military camp? To speak candidly, even if he did not value this wife, he should still consider the dignity of his legitimate children. Ultimately, this matter reached the Grand Hall, with the 5 relatives of the Ren family beseeching the emperor for justice. The emperor, having received prior whispers of this incident, found himself in a predicament, fearing the chaos would reach him for a decision. To his dismay, he could not avoid it. The 5 relatives unleashed their fury. The Ren family, standing alone against 5, could not withstand the onslaught, yet they remained obstinate, for events had yet to transpire. Fong Ruotang, seated in the high seat, felt vexed by Ren Lingshan, as she too was a favored one, now feeling that the term was sullied by Lingshan's actions. Previously, she had relished in the affection of her family, but now felt that this love was tainted by the presence of Ren Lingshan. "Grand Master, what is your perspective on this matter?" The emperor redirected the trouble to Fong Ruotang. Fong Ruotang rolled her eyes, displeased. "What do you expect me to see? I use both eyes to observe. They request that I decide. What does the Grand Master believe should be done?" The emperor's tone was obsequious, having already received benefits from Fong Ruotang. To be honest, he had little desire to remain in court, longing instead to pass the throne to the crown prince. Yet, the crown prince was unwilling to accept it. Thus, he bore the patience to sit there, now tasked with the trivial affairs of ministers' families, wishing to upend the table. Fong Ruotang instructed her mirror to investigate the connections of the left minister. It appeared that Minister Ren had no fatal flaws. He was a direct subordinate of the emperor. As for the 5 sons in the household, each had their achievements and no criminal deeds to speak of. At present, the entire family were loyal subjects of the emperor and virtuous officials to the people. However, when it came to the matter of Ren Lingshan, their minds seemed clouded. Most importantly, Ren Lingshan had previously only caused minor disturbances within her own household, harming only her kin. The true extent of her influence had yet to manifest. "Wait. The time is not ripe," Fong Ruotang cryptically remarked. "How long until Ren Lingshan encounters the Prince of the Western Zhou?" According to the original timeline, they have already crossed paths. The Western Zhou prince, injured, took refuge in her courtyard, where she sheltered and healed him. Her husband would discover this later, resulting in his sudden demise. And the child she carries? It belongs to her husband. However, she intends to terminate the pregnancy, seeking the opportunity to marry the Prince of the Western Zhou. Fong Ruotang was left speechless, casting a helpless glance at Minister Ren. Minister Ren was bewildered, unaware of these developments from his youngest daughter. He knew of his son-in-law's untimely demise, but could not fathom how it pertained to his youngest daughter. Thus, Minister Ren would ultimately betray us to support his daughter in becoming the Western Zhou prince's consort? Fong Ruotang scrutinized Minister Ren. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and the other ministers in the court also calmed themselves, for the forthcoming revelations would determine the fate of the entire Ren family. Not at all. Minister Ren remains loyal to the current emperor. By the time he learned of these events, his 5 daughters-in-law had already met a tragic end. At that time, the crown prince was in power. And to protect his youngest daughter's life, Minister Ren sent her to the Western Zhou. Later, when the capital fell, he sacrificed himself for his country. Feng Ruotang was left in a quandary. She sought assistance from the crown prince, who understood and approached with a bow. Feng Ruotang whispered to him regarding Minister Ren's situation. Observing her furrowed brow and worried expression, the crown prince gently stroked the air between them. You need not concern yourself with this. It is merely a trivial matter. Let them resolve it among themselves. The crown prince was not inclined to indulge these people, promptly chastising Minister Ren and commanding him to return his daughter to her husband immediately. Your Highness, Minister Ren was taken aback. Dare to defy the imperial edict? The crown prince's expression darkened, the weight of imperial authority bearing down. Though such words should not have come from him, the emperor's silence signified acquiescence. Minister Ren's face turned pale. Knowing that his youngest daughter would bring misfortune upon her 5 sisters-in-law, he had already sensed the peril surrounding his daughter. Now, it seemed this entangled his son-in-law's life as well. Her audacity to entangle herself with the prince of the Western Zhou was shocking. Previously, he had hesitated to believe that his daughter's willfulness could lead to the ruin of her 5 sisters-in-law's reputations. Only upon learning of the prince of the Western Zhou did he grasp the underlying motives. The 5 sisters-in-law were merely pawns, their family's destruction being the ultimate goal. Chapter 052, Encounter with the flirtatious older sister. As the sun set, Feng Ruotang cast her gaze upon the crown prince. Knowing that the Western Zhou royal son was in Deyong, it was only logical to devise a plan for capture and execution. This individual, akin to a sinister serpent, held such influence that without his support, Ren Lingshan, no matter how favored, could never hope to obliterate the family of her 5 sisters. The crown prince, having been raised within the confines of the imperial palace, never underestimated the capabilities of women, especially those driven mad by love, who would disregard their families' lives for their passions, leading to consequences that the ordinary mind could scarcely fathom. Take Ren Lingshan in the original timeline, for instance. No need. You carry on with your duties. I shall find my amusement, Feng Ruotang replied, her gaze towards the crown prince a result of habit formed over recent days. The officials within the court were so engrossed in their tasks that they scarcely had time to sleep. They were busy reforming the bureaucracy, sowing new crops, conducting population surveys, curbing land monopolies, and mitigating the aftermath of the floods in Jiangnan, all concurrently. Furthermore, spies from Beiliang and Western Zhou emerged like mushrooms after rain, launching wave after wave of attacks. To her knowledge, even Prince N, who held no official title, had been entrusted with significant responsibilities, leading a group to investigate the conditions of population and land in the strongholds of several noble families. After all, Prince N's esteemed status was incomparable to that of an ordinary envoy, and although this mission was labeled as a covert investigation, all accompanying officials hailed from prominent families. With Feng Ruotang as a formidable ally, the noble families, rather than withholding their resources, willingly contributed a portion of their wealth to ensure their own safety. For the first time, the once imperious noble families lowered their guard and cooperated, rendering Prince N's mission remarkably effortless. Otherwise, prior to leaving the capital, he would not have nearly lost his usual grace. However, the Crown Prince's words held weight, and as this endeavor was indeed for the nation and its people, Prince N could only grit his teeth and proceed. I hear a troupe from Jiangnan has been performing at Spring Day Garden for several days, and the response has been quite favorable. You should enjoy it. I have arranged for the afternoon performance tomorrow. A troupe from Jiangnan? Splendid. Shall I invite my sisters to join us? Make your decision. For tomorrow's afternoon performance, it shall be just the 2 of us, though you may invite a few more friends if you wish. Having recently survived an assassination attempt, despite the capital being turned upside down, the Crown Prince remained cautious, wary of any potential threats lurking in the shadows, and thus refrained from taking Feng Ruotang to crowded places. He cherished the carefree demeanor she displayed, which reassured him that the tumult of the world was not as daunting as it seemed. Currently, the emperor was preoccupied with few matters, practically leaving governance in the hands of the crown prince. His focus was singularly on cultivation, however. Given the widespread awareness of the resurgence of spiritual energy and the consequent reverence for strength, no one perceived any fault in the emperor's behavior. Their world required a few formidable individuals to safeguard against future calamities when the gates would open wide, exposing them to marauders. Moreover, the emperor, possessing considerable talent and dual spiritual roots akin to Feng Ji, had long harbored ambitions of immortality. Now, presented with an opportunity, he was disinclined to concern himself with mundane power and promptly delegated authority to the crown prince, entrusting him with full responsibility. "What are you two doing?" Feng Ruotang inquired, her large, expressive eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Yu Sheng, who was not meant to be in the courtyard. The two were exceedingly close, with the older sister's cheeks flushed and Yu Sheng's forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Startled by Feng Ruotang's sudden appearance, Feng Shengtang was taken aback, nearly falling to the ground, but Yu Sheng swiftly caught her in his embrace. "They are flirting. They are giving each other foot massages." Feng Ruotang's eyes immediately darted to Feng Shengtang's petite feet, concealed beneath her long skirt, yet her keen gaze caught sight of the nearby stockings. "Wow!" Feng Ruotang silently marveled. Feng Shengtang was mortified, nearly wishing to disappear into the earth, as she lightly pushed against Yu Sheng's chest. Yet, at that moment, he felt as immovable as a statue. "You have an injury on your foot," Yu Sheng explained in a low voice, yet he refused to release her. Feng Shengtang bit her lip, casting a playful glare at Yu Sheng. After their lengthy foot massage, she was well aware of her condition. Yu Sheng's handsome face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, unable to bear looking at the enchanting young lady any longer, yet his arms unconsciously tightened around her. "Elder sister, you smell delightful." The fragrance wafted irresistibly towards him. Moreover, he found himself captivated by the way she had looked at him moments ago, feeling as if his heart might burst. "No wonder I didn't see a single maidservant attending to you. Have I interrupted your private moment? Should I leave?" Feng Ruotang mused to herself, lifting her skirt and tiptoeing backward. Feng Shengtang, amused yet not offended, realized that before her younger sister, she could harbor no secrets. "Stop right there." Feng Shengtang called out to Feng Ruotang, then turned to Yu Sheng, urging him to release her. Yu Sheng, towering in stature, made Feng Shengtang appear diminutive within his embrace. He glanced at her and then at the stockings nearby. Suddenly, he bent down and lifted her, placing her onto a nearby chair, swiftly slipping her delicate feet into the stockings and embroidered shoes. His movements were fluid and practiced, revealing his familiarity with this task. "Your elder sister has already been candid with Yu Sheng," the little mirror remarked with a hint of displeasure. "She has informed him of her noble lineage and her desire to be with him. Let her speak." "My elder sister has always been forthright. Such a choice is entirely natural. Marriage is a matter of mutual benefit. Otherwise, why do we not see those women marrying beggars? Nor those gentlemen taking plain women as wives? If a person possesses no remarkable qualities, why would anyone seek to marry them? Some desire talent, others seek power, and some are drawn to beauty. Each has their own motivations, and no one is inherently superior or inferior." Chapter 053. The Power of Blessings. Feng Ruotang had 3 eligible sisters, and she had heard these simple truths more than once, feeling their validity deeply. Feng Shengtang was aware that Yu Sheng could never hear her innermost thoughts, yet she instinctively cast a glance in his direction, only to find his gaze fixed upon her. Upon meeting her eyes, he immediately bent forward, awaiting her command, as if, in his eyes, nothing else in the world existed apart from her. A tremor coursed through Feng Shengtang's heart. In just a few days, she had developed genuine feelings for him. Coming from an esteemed background, she was accustomed to the arrogance of young masters of comparable lineage. Her previous desires had merely been for mutual respect. Now, being cherished like a precious gem by a man, Feng Shengtang's heart burned with warmth. In the stillness of the night, When she recalled Yu Sheng's gaze, she found herself lost in thought, contemplating that even if he lacked an extraordinary lineage, his sincere affection in this lifetime was indeed worthy of her reverence. As for revealing the truth to Yu Sheng, this was a deliberate scheme devised by the Cui family and Fang Shengeng. She intended to openly inform Yu Sheng that she regarded him differently due to his remarkable background, amplifying his desire for her and igniting his ambition to possess her. However, she understood the disparity between the celestial and the mortal. On the day he ascended to his rightful place, he would see through her machinations at a glance. Rather than obstructing, it would be wiser to guide. "What brings you here in such a hurry?" Fang Shengtang quickly composed herself, and when she spoke again, apart from a slight flush on her cheeks, no other emotions were discernible. Fang Ruotang's large eyes darted back and forth between Fang Shengtang and Yu Sheng, before she cheerfully approached. "Elder sister, the Crown Prince has arranged for a theater troupe at Chuanri Garden tomorrow afternoon and said I could invite some friends over. Since I lack experience, I came to seek your assistance." "Chuanri Garden, is that the theater troupe that just arrived from Jiangnan? You are aware of it?" "Yes, I've heard. I haven't stepped outside these past few days and have received countless invitations." Whether genuine or feigned, she did not wish to differentiate. Regardless of whether they sought to befriend Xiao Lu through her or to entice Yu Sheng, she intended to dismiss them all outright, leaving no room for any form of engagement. Very well, having Chun invite second sister-in-law, third miss, and fourth miss over, Fang Shengtang instructed Yu Sheng to summon people. Then she beckoned Fang Ruotang closer and explained, "These past few days, we have received no fewer than 100 invitations, as nearly every household in the capital wishes to connect with you through us. Some families we can afford to slight, but there are many of equal standing that we cannot entirely disregard. Once everyone arrives, we can select a few to send invitations to those we are closer to." Though the Chancellor's household wielded significant power and Fang Ruotang was a national teacher, they were not solitary wolves. Everyone knew that one could not simply meet Fang Ruotang and expect to gain something. Repeated invitations and refusals were bound to offend people. Although the Chancellor's household was currently unafraid, there was no need to act recklessly. "All right," Fang Ruotang happily agreed, as she rather enjoyed lively gatherings. Most importantly, she could watch the performances when there were many people. Then send someone to convey our intentions to the Crown Prince and, if possible, extend the invitations. There's no need to ask, it will surely be fine, as the Crown Prince is concerned I might feel bored and asked me to invite others to join. Fang Shengtang insisted on having Fang Ruotang inquire. After all, Fang Ruotang's safety was the Crown Prince's sole responsibility. And there was a considerable difference between inviting a few friends and inviting 50. "Very well," Fang Ruotang called out, and a figure clad in black immediately appeared, obeying the command and swiftly disappearing. For individuals, each with close ties to several families, would gather a significant number of guests. As Fang Ruotang had few friends herself, she thought to call upon Li Shiyun to invite Madame Li to come and watch the performance. Considering that mother and daughter had not seen each other since their last visit to the Li household, Fang Ruotang also sent an invitation to Chao Yue. Although they were of different generations and unlikely to relate well, Chao Yue had visited the Chancellor's household frequently and resembled a devoted follower. Beyond these two, Fang Ruotang pondered who else to invite and decided to send invitations to her cousins. These invitations were to individuals Fang Ruotang genuinely wished to invite, and the Crown Prince had no reason to object, so she sent a maid to deliver them. The following day, after court, while the hour was still early, Fang Ruotang accompanied the Crown Prince to the Eastern Palace for a meal, after which she changed into a beautiful garment adorned with shimmering patterns. When the time was nearly upon them, the Crown Prince also lifted his gaze from the official documents, donning a black robe with golden embroidery. At first glance, their attire appeared distinct. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the embroidery on the Crown Prince's collar matched the pattern on Fang Ruotang's sleeves, discreet yet subtly asserting their connection. Upon arriving at Chuanri Garden, the theater had yet to commence, but the garden was already bustling with activity. When the two entered, everyone rose to pay their respects. The crown prince calmly gestured for them to rise and led Fong Ruotang to the central table, which offered the best view. It was Fong Ruotang's first banquet, and she felt a tingle of excitement, contemplating whether she should say a few words to welcome the guests. However, with a mere gesture from the crown prince, the performance began. She had no choice but to focus intently on the show. The performance was splendid, and it was no wonder it had quickly gained fame in the capital. Yet Fong Ruotang was not one to remain silent, with the encouragement of her small mirror. She could not help but whisper, "Is it true? The young lady from the Pingxi Bo mansion is indeed a lucky star?" Fong Ruotang, once a frail recluse, had heard the rumors about Wenrenya from the Pingxi Bo mansion being a harbinger of misfortune. Both Wenrenya and her mother tensed at once. The chancellor's household had not sent an invitation to the Pingxi Bo mansion. Their presence today was due to heavy financial investment in another's invitation. Although they had come to seek the national teacher's advice on altering Wenrenya's fate, they never expected to draw her attention directly. Indeed, as long as she sincerely prays and blesses others, empowered by her good fortune, achieving her desires is quite feasible. However, the recipient must perform good deeds and accumulate merit. Otherwise, the good fortune may backfire. Because no one knows her circumstances, and she consistently wishes for the well-being of those close to her, ironically. Those who draw near to her often encounter misfortune. In truth, she is not a harbinger of misfortune, but possesses a rare fate endowed with the power of blessings. Such a miraculous fate exists? In this vast world, wonders abound. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired eagerly, "What if we wish for her blessings for the smooth completion of the heavenly path's evolution? Do you wish for her demise? Ah, to have her, a mere mortal, influence the evolution of a small world's heavenly path, do you not wish for her death?" Chapter 054, Establishing the Sect. Fong Ruotang, with an air of cleverness, ceased her discussion with the small mirror and beckoned Wenrenya to approach her. At merely 15 years of age, Wenrenya bore a youthful apple-shaped face, brimming with innocence. Encouraged by her mother, she nervously stepped in front of Fong Ruotang and quietly offered her greeting, wishing the esteemed national master well. Fong Ruotang responded with a friendly smile and, after reciting her signature phrase, advised her, "Your abilities are somewhat unique. Use them with caution. If they fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. Remember to bless others and encourage them to perform acts of kindness. One of the simplest ways is to distribute porridge to the impoverished. Do you understand?" Wenrenya gazed at Fong Ruotang in awe. Though she was merely a year older, Fong Ruotang possessed a depth of understanding far beyond her own. "National Master, may I stay by your side to serve you?" Wenrenya, caught up in the moment, blurted out, her cheeks flushing crimson. She recalled her mother's wistful sighs when mentioning how Li Shiyun had been allowed to remain by the national master's side, wishing for a similar fortune herself. Faced with the national master's kindness, she could not restrain her innermost thoughts. Fong Ruotang appeared slightly taken aback. "You wish to serve by my side? There is no need. Your fate is special, and you can thrive without my protection." Wenrenya's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that Fong Ruotang had seen through her intentions. Her mother's aspirations for her to serve the national master were undoubtedly tied to seeking protection, making her feel like a person with ulterior motives. "If you do not mind her presence, you may keep her." The crown prince suddenly leaned in, whispering so only Fong Ruotang could hear. Confused, she blinked and, trusting the crown prince, did not question further. Instead, she replied, "If you wish, then you may stay." Wenrenya immediately cast aside her discomfort and exclaimed with excitement, "I would love to." Fong Ruotang beamed, "You are truly adorable." Wenrenya shyly pressed her lips together, realizing that with Fong Ruotang's silence, it was best not to linger and disrupt further. "I have already secured land on the outskirts of the city, and we shall soon commence the construction of our sect. You will be the sect leader, and when you encounter gifted disciples, you may take them under your wing." "What? I am to be the sect leader?" Fong Ruotang asked in surprise. "Shouldn't it be the emperor?" Aside from you, is there anyone else with the qualifications? The crown prince reassured her. My father has no objections and prefers to remain uninvolved in such worldly matters, content to be a nominal elder. Fong Ruotang was dumbfounded. But I have never expressed a desire to manage such affairs. You have me. I will assist you, the crown prince said suddenly, gently squeezing Fong Ruotang's small hand before quickly releasing it. Why not? Let us create a sect for fun, the small mirror encouraged. Fong Ruotang, still skeptical, asked. Are you certain I will not have to do anything? None at all, the crown prince assured her. Fong Ruotang reluctantly agreed, her spirits lifting as she queried, So, can I recruit anyone I wish? Can I include my sisters? The crown prince raised an eyebrow, his typically calm demeanor animated. Of course. How could it be otherwise? After all, aside from the exceptionally talented Li Shiyun and the most powerful emperor, how many possess strength surpassing that of your siblings, regardless of their talents? All of Fong Ruotang's siblings were qualified for cultivation and undoubtedly superior to ordinary individuals. What shall we name our sect? Fong Ruotang inquired. Her interest piqued as she momentarily diverted her attention from the performance. The crown prince, his gaze filled with admiration for Fong Ruotang's beaming face, replied as the sect leader. You may choose any name you desire. Me? Fong Ruotang tilted her head, pointing to herself. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively suggested, How about Tianyi sect? It implies the greatest sect under heaven. Is that acceptable? Indeed, it sounds promising, the crown prince affirmed. Fong Ruotang's face lit up with joy. Tianyi sect, Tianyi sect. That sounds wonderful. Your happiness is all that matters, the crown prince said with a gentle smile, his demeanor resembling that of someone coaxing a child, leaving those around them astonished at the unexpected side of the crown prince. They could only envy him. Wishing to usurp his position and bask in the benefits of being the favored one by the national master, the crown prince remarked, Those 5 individuals have the small mirror's endorsement. They are not easily dismissed. How dare you mere mortals harbor such ambitions? As the performance drew to a close, the fruits before Fong Ruotang were nearly consumed. The crown prince glanced at the empty plates on the table and then at Fong Ruotang's flat abdomen. I have ordered a feast from the Jinxiu building. It will arrive shortly. You should refrain from snacking too much. Are these dishes my favorites? All of them. She replied with satisfaction, clapping her hands to shake off the remnants. The crown prince took out a handkerchief, first wiping the corners of Fong Ruotang's mouth and then gently holding her small hand, meticulously cleaning it with care. Their intimate actions drew the attention of those present. Yet Fong Ruotang remained oblivious to the nuances of the crown prince's attentiveness. To her, it was no different from the service provided by the maids in her household. Have some water. The crown prince, having finished tending to her, tucked the handkerchief into his sleeve and poured her a cup of warm tea, assisting her to drink. Observing her glance around restlessly, eager to join her companions, he no longer restrained her. Go and play. As soon as the words left his lips, Fong Ruotang darted toward her sister's table like a bird released from its cage. The crown prince lowered his gaze, unable to hide his smile, realizing once again that she was just a little girl. Though she appeared mature, when they were together, he found himself hesitant to act on his impulses, for her bright, innocent eyes reminded him of a child yet to grow up. Among the group of sisters stood an unfamiliar young lady, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her graceful form and striking beauty captivating. National Master, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small token of my goodwill. The young woman presented a brocade box containing a palm-sized piece of red jade, its pure hue seemingly concealing a flowing liquid within, radiating brilliance. Who is she? Fong Ruotang hesitated to accept gifts and turned to the small mirror for guidance while seeking help from Fong Shengtang with her eyes. Fong Shengtang casually nodded, adopting an expression that suggested acceptance or rejection at her discretion, indicating the other party's modest status. She is the only daughter of the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. Had the third prince not encountered misfortune, she would have already become his concubine, Fong Shangtang explained. Fong Ruotang wrinkled her nose in distaste, noting that the third prince was not particularly impressive, yet the ensuing events were certainly noteworthy. Jin Wangguan has no other daughters, and fearing for his wealth being seized by his relatives, he arranged this marriage for his daughter with the third prince, offering his entire fortune. Fong Ruotang remarked. Jin Wangguan's judgment seems rather poor. Chapter 055, Accepting the Wealth of the Jin Family in the Original Timeline. Jin Wuyo had devoted her entire fortune to marrying into the prince's residence, yet despite her wealth, the third prince ultimately failed in his quest for the throne. This had little bearing on Jin Wuyo, for within mere months, she quietly perished in the depths of the third prince's courtyard, never having participated in the struggle for power. How unbecoming the third prince appears! Jin Wuyo clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, a flicker of anguish dancing in her eyes. She loathed the fact that she was not a man. She is akin to a child clutching gold bricks in the marketplace. Numerous noble families in the capital wish for their second sons to take her as a concubine. Why not accept her? Me? I am a woman. How can I take her in? We have just established our sect and require initial capital. If you were to bring the Jin family under your wing, they could manage the mundane affairs. That hardly seems appropriate. It would be no different from the third prince, making unjust claims to another's wealth. Such behavior lacks integrity. Very well. Wait until the crown prince has completed his current tasks, then publicly recruit individuals. By that time, who knows how many people the Jin family will demand to present before the crown prince for this singular opportunity. Fong Ruotang was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly contention over a family fortune? My dear master, times are changing. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, aside from mortals, who still values gold and silver? In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones are the currency of exchange. One wonders if this world possesses any spiritual veins. Without them, it cannot develop. Having heard news from a young nobleman eager to claim her, Jin Wuyo spent nearly 20,000 taels in a single day merely to obtain an entrance ticket. Her purpose for being here was to offer her entire fortune, seeking a chance to serve as a maid by the side of the national master. Now, not only had the opportunity arisen, but the circumstances exceeded her expectations. Managing the affairs of a sect? The national master was akin to the moon in the heavens, oblivious to the struggles faced by merchants. If such an opportunity truly existed, it would be worth any cost, even to the point of bloodshed. Jin Wuyo immediately knelt before Fong Ruotang, pleading for mercy. Fong Ruotang, taken aback, poked at her small mirror. Can you manipulate others? Why is it that as soon as you speak, Jin Wuyo proposes to exchange her entire fortune for a chance to remain by my side as a maid? Is being my maid truly so desirable? Fong Ruotang still had yet to comprehend her own allure, unaware of the significant attraction she held for others. The small mirror responded with a series of murmurs, but Fong Ruotang paid no heed, instead lifting Jin Wuyo up and presenting her to the crown prince. Crown prince? She is the sole daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan. She offers her entire fortune, seeking to serve as a maid by my side. As our sect opens, will we not need individuals to manage our affairs? Would her family suffice? The crown prince had just learned the entirety of the situation from Fong Ruotang's heartfelt expression. Not sparing a single glance for Jin Wuyo, he remained fixated on Fong Ruotang. If you wish to keep her, then do so. If not, let her depart. Your happiness is paramount. Other matters will be handled by others. The crown prince exhibited no anger, his voice devoid of inflection, yet everyone present sensed his displeasure. Particularly Jin Wuyo, who faltered and knelt. Fong Ruotang attempted to assist her, but the crown prince preemptively grasped her hand. Do you wish to keep her? I am amenable. Fong Ruotang had always possessed a keen ability to discern the affections of others. Jin Wuyo, before her, bore no malice, rather. Fong Ruotang felt a compelling urge to assist her, fearing a dire fate awaited should she refuse. Perhaps it was the warning from the small mirror that echoed of Jin Wuyo's tragic end in her original timeline that swayed her. Then let it be. Ah? Fong Ruotang was momentarily bewildered. Was the court not also in need of grain and silver? She had assumed the crown prince would not decline. Perhaps we should accept her? Fong Ruotang cast a glance, her eyes shimmering with tears, finding Jin Wuyo's expression one of utter despair. The crown prince fixed his gaze upon Fong Ruotang. Suddenly, he turned to the others present, raising his voice in warning. This is a singular opportunity. Should anyone dare to exploit the national master's kindness again, I shall not be lenient. Fong Ruotang fidgeted, her fingers tracing the crown prince's palm. The crown prince felt his composure falter, the arm that held her hand growing numb as he returned her playful grip. I can discern the nature of those around me, and with this small mirror's presence, I shall not be deceived, Fong Ruotang whispered timidly into the crown prince's ear. The crown prince inclined his body to listen, his attention drawn to her crimson lips. A fleeting shadow passed through his gaze as he enveloped her hands with his own. He understood that with the small mirror's presence, Fong Ruotang could not be misled. However, once this door was opened, others would inevitably seek to follow. Under the weight of such temptation, it was impossible to eradicate these desires entirely. The crown prince had no intention of permitting such thoughts to flourish, yet he also did not wish to burden Fong Ruotang with the ensuing complications. Very well. Pursue what you love, and let me bear the burdens you wish to avoid. The crown prince displayed a lack of principle in front of Fong Ruotang. Furthermore, he could not entirely take her place. Indeed, I possess a remarkable ability to read people, Fong Ruotang proclaimed, her eyes brightening with a smile. The crown prince gently toyed with her small hand, then turned his cold demeanor toward the kneeling Jin Wuyo, issuing a command. Within 3 months, relocate the main enterprises of the Jin family to the capital. You may seek 2 additional allies and aside from the head of the household to manage affairs. Each of the 3 families may send 1 representative to study within the sect. Jin Wuyo's pupils dilated in shock. Such extremes of joy and despair were unparalleled. One moment she was in the depths of despair, the next she soared to unprecedented heights. She had never anticipated such fortune would befall the Jin family, not only elevating their status, but also allowing them to ally with 2 other families. Such an opportunity had yet to be discovered by the noble families of the capital. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. National Master, thank you. Jin Wuyo demonstrated her discernment, clearly recognizing the hierarchy. The crown prince was evidently pleased. Fong Ruotang remained unaware that in a short while, Jin Wuyo would discover her path forward. She only knew that the delicacies from the Jinqiu building had arrived and a new play had begun upon the stage. Chapter 56. A friendship of mutual endeavor. More than half a month has elapsed since the last spring outing at the garden. During these days, Jin Wuyo has been diligently visiting at the same time each day, always appearing before her after her afternoon nap to offer her greetings. Miss Jin has arrived. Yes. Let her wait a moment. I will be out shortly. Fong Ruotang changed into a lovely dress and went to meet her. Master Guasher. Meeting daily. Each encounter steeped in respect. Fong Ruotang has mentioned more than once that such formalities are unnecessary, yet Jin Wuyo remains steadfast in her ways. And Fong Ruotang has chosen to let her be. Yesterday, our shop received a new batch of soft smoke gauze. I inspected the goods and found them quite satisfactory, so I brought a few rolls. With summer approaching, they would be perfect for making tents to ward off pesky mosquitoes. What do you think, Master Guasher? Quite good. Fong Ruotang replied, her interest somewhat muted as she had just awakened. She did not respond verbally, but the exchanged glances between Tao Hong and Xingbai behind her indicated that Jin Wuyo must have overheard their earlier conversation, prompting her thoughtful gesture. They had merely mentioned that with summer on the horizon, it was time to prepare new tents, unaware of Jin Wuyo's attentive nature. In contrast to the gauze, gourmet delicacies were far more enticing, especially those she had yet to sample. I happened to pass by Baobaya's and saw that the pine nut and lily pastries had just come out of the oven, so I bought a box for you to try. Baobaya's is renowned as the most prosperous pastry shop in the capital, with eager servants and maids queuing each day before the doors even opened. It was indeed fortuitous to have acquired a box of freshly baked pastries, especially ones that Fong Ruotang had recently taken a liking to. I just woke up and happened to feel a bit hungry. Fong Ruotang's eyes brightened. Seeing this, Jin Wuyo's smile became even more radiant as she began to unpack the pastries. The box still held a hint of warmth, suggesting the taste remained unaffected. Delicious. Fong Ruotang exclaimed after taking a generous bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she devoured 3 pieces in quick succession. Xingbai promptly offered her a cup of tea. Miss, moisten your throat. Fong Ruotang took a sip from Xingbai's hand and continued to indulge in the pastries. The box contained only 6 petite pieces, and having finished her share, Jin Wuyo brought up a more pressing matter. The Zhuang and Ding families have sent their representatives. However, more than one from each family has come, as they are uncertain which child would be suitable. They wish for Master Guisher to make a selection. Would you like to meet them? Certainly. Where are they? They are waiting at the entrance. If Master Guisher wishes to see them, I can have them come in right away. Very well. Fong Ruotang consented. Jin Wuyo immediately instructed Chuanfin to summon them. The hospitality of the Prime Minister's residence could not allow guests to linger outside, yet it remained uncertain whether the 6th Miss would receive visitors. Thus, the guests were settled in a side hall of the outer courtyard. Before long, representatives from both families arrived, and upon a quick glance, it was evident there were over 10 of them. Greetings, Master Guisher. A group of individuals greeted respectfully, and Fong Ruotang subtly gestured for them to rise before handing the spirit-testing stone to Jin Wuyo. Jin Wuyo had previously tested it and found her spiritual roots to be quite mixed, indicating a lack of innate talent. Though she felt disappointment, it was fleeting. After all, with her status and even this limited talent, she had already secured a qualification to enter the sect, which was an opportunity in itself. Let us give it a try. Fong Ruotang didn't engage them further, as she was inquiring about their backgrounds through her small mirror. Are there any among them with undesirable character traits that should be eliminated first? Do you see that young girl in the pink dress? The girl in pink looked down at her attire and then around, realizing she was the only one in pink, and her expression shifted dramatically. Had she already earned a notorious reputation among the spirit beings? Is she of dubious character? Not exactly. She is on the brink of death. According to the original timeline, she has less than a month to live. The pink-dressed girl sighed in relief, only to be immediately overcome with despair. Has she contracted a grave illness? Not quite. She has been murdered. Fong Ruotang's eyes widened as she scrutinized the young girl in pink, noticing her expression of impending doom for reasons unbeknownst to her. What is wrong with her? She lacks spiritual roots and will not be selected. Oh, quite tragic. Come here. Fong Ruotang felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the girl's tear-streaked face, realizing that merely not being selected should not warrant such a sorrowful countenance. She feared the words she was about to deliver would be too much for her to bear. Little did Fong Ruotang know. The girl in pink was already resonating with her unspoken thoughts, her face reflecting the weight of despair. Master Guisher, her name is Zhuang Fuer. The sole legitimate daughter of the Zhuang family, Jin Wuyo interjected, casting a warning glance at Zhuang Fuer. Wang Fuer wiped her tears and stepped forward. Forgive me, Master Guisher, for my ungraceful demeanor. As she recalled a friend who had met a tragic end, Zhuang Fuer lost her composure. Fong Ruotang, already sympathetic towards her, could not bring herself to reproach her, yet she felt compelled to speak, for it was not right to let her remain in ignorance as if watching a tragic performance. I possess some skills in fortune-telling. Upon observing your features, I sense a recent death calamity. The one who wishes you harm is someone connected to you by fate. You. Fong Ruotang began, her words trailing off, unable to continue as her facade crumbled. Never mind, let me be direct. You have a good friend who witnessed your fiancé keeping a mistress and stood up for you. Consequently, you broke off your engagement. Enraged, your former fiancé hired someone to tarnish your friend's reputation. You must have thought there were no bandits along that road and have been investigating this matter. Suspecting your former fiancé? Yes. Wang Fuer nodded, choking back tears, finally able to drop her fade as tears streamed down her face like an unending string of pearls. Stop your private investigations. Your former fiancé has caught on to your little schemes and is plotting to kill you both. It is as if you two were destined to save one another, yet those who mean to harm you remain unscathed. Master Guasher, can you help me? He is the son of the governor. He holds power while I am but a commoner. I cannot touch him, yet he has caused my friend's demise. I must avenge her, no matter the cost, even if it means my own life. Will you assist me? Suddenly, Zhuang Fuer knelt before Feng Ruotang, her desperation palpable. Speak properly. Master Guasher will decide. Jin Wuyo rushed forward, pulling Zhuang Fuer up. Stop that. You might hurt yourself. Feng Ruotang was taken aback, surprised by the girl's earnestness. With just a few blows, she had drawn blood from her forehead, a testament to her fervor. Now that I am aware of this matter, I will certainly find a way to assist you. I cannot stand by and watch you suffer in vain. What a beautiful friendship these two young ladies share. A mutual endeavor, yet tragically, they now exist worlds apart. Chapter 57. The prince's first kiss. The Jin and Ding families were not particularly gifted, yet among the less fortunate. Xiao Jingzi managed to select two young men. Feng Ruotang felt a hint of surprise. It seems this is my first time accepting male disciples. Disciples? They are merely underlings. With such mediocre talents, how could they be worthy of your guidance? Once the sect is established, you can leave them to Shirshir. But Shirshir is only 12. Can she really manage them? These two young men appeared to be past the age of maturity. Shirshir possesses exceptional talent and is your first disciple, making her the rightful senior sister of the sect. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount, regardless of age. Very well, I suppose I won't concern myself with them. Originally, Feng Ruotang intended to hand them over to the prince, but now she was content to leave them with Shirshir. As long as she wouldn't have to teach them personally, something she was ill-equipped to do. Having finalized her selections, Jin Wuyo instructed them to leave, retaining only Zhuang Fuer in the room. Before long, Zhuang Fuer's eyes were swollen from crying. Fortunately, she had sent someone to inform the prince, who arrived swiftly. She immediately relayed the sister's plight to him. The prince, already aware of the trivial matter during his journey, had brought along an official from the Eastern Palace and promptly tasked him with addressing the situation. Wang Fuer followed the official out, leaving only the prince and Feng Ruotang in the hall. Xiao Jingzi suddenly spoke. How long has it been since you undertook a task? Do you even remember? Feng Ruotang blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt. Xiao Jingzi was quite persuasive, and she had grown accustomed to relying on him. Xiao Jingzi recognized the underlying issue and slyly presented her with numerous tales from her past life, primarily strategies for winning hearts. Each time Feng Ruotang became engrossed in reading, he subtly influenced her thoughts, gradually leading her to accept the presence of the prince and his companions. After much effort, he had finally convinced her to cooperate. However, among the dignitaries in the capital, aside from the prince, the others had been dispatched on errands, and the prince himself was busy, making their meetings infrequent and never in private. It was also the emperor's fault for not attending court daily, now holding court every 3 days. What do you want me to do? Feng Ruotang felt a bit embarrassed for having taken so much from Xiao Jingzi. He frequently mentioned the rare cleansing elixir, lamenting that it was a pity to waste it, especially since the most talented in her family was her second brother, while the others were rather lacking. Yet Xiao Jingzi assured her that once the two realms connected, they would be able to acquire spiritual treasures to cleanse her family's roots. It was for this reason that Feng Ruotang had agreed to assist with tasks, not due to Xiao Jingzi's persuasion, but out of her curiosity for affectionate gestures. How about you kiss him? Surely, you wouldn't refuse. Naturally, Zhuang Fuer's minor troubles were not significant enough to warrant the prince's visit. He had come to escort Feng Ruotang to Jin Yutong to view a new collection of jewelry, as his subordinates had informed him of the arrival of exquisite new pieces. Previously indifferent to such matters, the prince now had his men keep a close watch on valuable items, gathering them for the Eastern Palace before presenting them to Fong Ruotang. Unbeknownst to her, her personal treasury had expanded by threefold in a short time, filled with gifts from various sources, aside from the prince himself. Yet now, the prince was in no hurry to depart. He leisurely awaited the young maiden's initiative. Kiss him? Fong Ruotang's gaze flickered, and she unconsciously bit her soft lower lip. An innocent gesture that stirred something within the prince. Dear brother, may I steal a kiss from you? Even with her typical lack of awareness. Fong Ruotang now felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks flushing as she dared not meet the prince's gaze. The prince, unable to suppress a gulp, lowered his head to meet her gaze, silently providing his answer through action. In her first kiss, Fong Ruotang was pure and innocent, merely pressing her lips to the prince's, before quickly pulling away. Yet the prince's reaction was intense. He immediately grasped her slender waist and murmured, "Little six, that is not how one kisses." Huh? Fong Ruotang's luscious red lips, paired with her Na'vi gaze, were irresistibly enchanting to the prince. "Let me teach you, shall I?" he coaxed softly. Before Fong Ruotang could respond, he leaned down to capture her rosy lips, and with a gentle gasp from her, he skillfully pried open her mouth, seeking the warmth of her delicate tongue. The prince, already restrained, feared that his initial fervor might overwhelm the young maiden in his embrace. Yet she showed no consideration for his restraint, writhing against him, her small hands igniting a fire that gradually consumed his reason, leading to increasingly fervent actions until she melted against him like spring water. For the first time in 20 years, the prince savored the sweetness of a woman's lips, longing to devour her entirely. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in 5 different locations, 5 individuals experienced a sudden explosion of sweetness that surged to the heavens. Those with less self-control bent over, protecting themselves to avoid embarrassment. No more kissing, no more. Fong Ruotang covered her mouth, playfully protesting, her eyes accusingly narrowed at the prince, her little tongue sore from their encounter. The crown princess? Fong Ruotang tilted her head, suddenly recalling the prince's betrothal, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice. Did you not promise to marry the daughter of the Li family? No, the engagement has been dissolved. When did this happen? How was I unaware? The prince chuckled lightly, ruffling Fong Ruotang's hair. From the moment he realized he was destined to love her, he could not bear to withhold anything from her, whether she married him or not. The title of crown princess would always belong to her. He would ensure it remained for her, never allowing another woman to take her place. Otherwise, how could he ever hope to win her heart? He had not anticipated that happiness would arrive so abruptly. The young maiden seemed to have suddenly agreed to undertake tasks. Had she perhaps begun to develop feelings for him? Would that not cause her distress? Fong Ruotang felt a pang of worry. She did not wish to hurt other girls, nor had she ever aspired to be the crown princess. Her expressions were vivid. And just as she was about to inquire about her feelings, the prince felt as though he had been doused with cold water, choosing not to press the issue further. Be my crown princess, or join the Tianyi sect. I will let her choose, should she opt for the latter. It is far more enticing than being a mere crown princess in the mortal realm, is it not? The prince perceived Fong Ruotang's thoughts and articulated his reasoning. In truth, the qualifications for entering the Tianyi sect were a recompense for the dissolved engagement. However, the other party had accepted it without reservation, for no one was foolish. Is that so? Then all is well. Fong Ruotang felt reassured. She understood that the prince would not be limited to having only one woman by his side, allowing her to kiss him without any burden. Yet, causing another girl to be cast aside due to her actions was a different matter entirely. As such, women typically faced grim fates post-engagement. However, if the choice was made willingly, it would differ entirely, akin to her elder sister, who was now happily entwined with Yushin. That seemed quite fine to her. Chapter 58. Madness after intoxication. The crown prince held the soft and delicate warmth of Fong Ruotang in his embrace. While he could not compel her to agree to marry him immediately, it did not hinder their closeness. However, Fong Ruotang, turning her back on him, eagerly began to negotiate points with Xiao Jingzi, even pushing the crown prince's head away, deeming him an obstruction. The crown prince, though somewhat helpless, indulged her, holding her securely in his arms, patiently waiting for her discussion on points to conclude, which allowed him to calm the fervor within him. A new collection of exquisite jewelry had arrived at the Golden Jade Hall, and upon hearing it was quite impressive from those below, he offered to take her to see if anything caught her fancy. That sounds delightful. Fong Ruotang, having just reaped a bounty from Xiao Jingzi, was in high spirits as they exited the estate and boarded the carriage. Inside, the crown prince could not resist kissing Fong Ruotang once more. After all, he was a 20-year-old youth, and this was his first encounter with the opposite sex. Once he took the plunge, despite his usually aloof demeanor, he felt like a frenzy-stricken beast, yearning to have her constantly by his side. "Shall I ask father to issue a decree for our betrothal?" the crown prince inquired, burying his face against Fong Ruotang's neck, his prominent nose nuzzling against her. He pressed her for an answer once more, undeterred. Before Fong Ruotang could respond, Xiao Jingzi interjected with a shrill outcry. No, absolutely not." "Why ever not?" the crown prince questioned. "By marrying the crown prince, you would become a crown princess." "What of Princeton and the others? As a minister's wife, you could flirt with those of higher rank, but once you become the crown princess, the future mother of a nation, would they dare pursue you? What would happen to your missions then?" The crown prince's expression darkened. He had forgotten the device's purpose. It would not only unite him with Fong Ruotang, but also connect her with others. He was usually as calm as a still pond, but now irritation crept in, bordering on madness. Why could this device not focus solely on bringing him and Fong Ruotang together? What did others matter? Did they possess greater power than him? Did they care for her as he did? Am I not allowed to undertake missions solely with my elder brother, the crown prince? Fong Ruotang questioned. You need broader horizons. Have you forgotten the tales I showed you? 1 is too few, 2 is not enough, 3, 4, 5, 6 is just right, Xiao Jingzi encouraged, oblivious to the dangers that lurked. The crown prince is destined for the throne and will be preoccupied with state affairs, unable to accompany you daily. However, should you include 5 others, they would surely find time to keep you company, preventing your solitude, wouldn't they? Xiao Jingzi had transformed from yesterday's self to a master manipulator. Moreover, if you refuse, I shall truly withhold everything from you. I mean it. If you push me, I might resort to self-harm. Xiao Jingzi threw a tantrum in Fong Ruotang's mind. Fong Ruotang glanced at the crown prince, noting his darkened expression, and leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. Brother crown prince, have you forgotten? I do not intend to marry. The crown prince gazed deeply at Fong Ruotang. Moments ago, she had nearly relented. He could sense it. Had it not been for Xiao Jingzi's interference, he believed that, given time, she would become his crown princess. Brother crown prince, are you not happy? Fong Ruotang asked anxiously, prompting him to quickly suppress his emotions. No, merely a touch of sadness, he replied, reluctant to blame her. She was still young and could hardly comprehend such matters. It was all Xiao Jingzi's influence. Otherwise, she would not entertain such rebellious thoughts and would surely aspire to be his one and only crown princess. He recalled how vehemently she had resisted undertaking those missions, how she opposed entanglements with all 6 of them. Do not frown. I am a celestial being with the responsibility of saving all lives. I cannot marry. Fong Ruotang pecked the crown prince's cheek like a woodpecker. The crown prince, resigned, found her playful words amusing, yet he would not let slip this opportunity so easily, gently tapping his own lips. If you kiss here, I shall not be sad. With pursed, rosy lips, Fong Ruotang complied, and the crown prince swiftly grasped her waist, turning the tide, appearing as though he wished to devour her whole. By the time they disembarked the carriage, Fong Ruotang's lips were swollen, forcing her to don a veil, vexed as she pinched the crown prince's side. He felt no pain, her small hands could not budge his firm muscles, and he had captured her hands, rendering her unable to escape. After selecting a few pieces from the new jewelry at Golden Jade Hall, the crown prince took Fong Ruotang for a meal. Upon entering their private room, they overheard voices from the adjacent chamber. The Tan family claims to be a noble household. Yet their daughter is nothing but a lewd harlot, arriving on her wedding night without a trace of blood. The drunken voice was imbued with a grotesque hatred. The Tan family is shameless, sending such a worn-out creature to me, thinking I would accept this insult? Xiaos, do elaborate. Another voice chimed in excitedly, clearly relishing the drama. The man named Xiao, evidently inebriated, unleashed his grievances, spewing vile curses at his new bride, the daughter of the Tan family. This Tan wench is so promiscuous. Why not let my friends have a turn? Suddenly, a particularly crude male voice chimed in. Fong Ruotang, eavesdropping, wrinkled her small brow in discomfort. Fine. Let South go to my place. I will have her kneel and serve you all. After all, she is a shameless whore. The Tan family dared to deceive me, so I will make their daughter a plaything for 1,000 men. A group of drunken men, emboldened by malice, plotted their vile intentions. Fong Ruotang lost her appetite. Her small face contorted in displeasure. The crown prince raised a hand and gently tapped her forehead. Young lady, do not frown. If you dislike this, I shall send someone to intervene. Fong Ruotang, who had been so absorbed in eavesdropping that she had forgotten her knowledgeable companion, swiftly summoned Xiao Jingzi in her mind. Tang Weiing simply did not bleed on her wedding night. Then did she lose her virtue before marriage? Fong Ruotang asked cautiously, her tone probing. Upon receiving a negative response, she immediately adopted an indignant tone to confront the crown prince. I just asked Xiao Jingzi. Miss Tan did not lose her virtue before marriage. That man named Xiao is utterly shameless, bullying a newlywed bride. The crown prince tapped his fingers, pondering the device's words. He did not fully grasp why there was no blood, yet it was evident that some circumstances eluded his understanding. Chapter 059. Small and unyielding no. We must go and see, otherwise Miss Tan will be in dire straits. I cannot stand by and watch a young lady fall into a pit of fire. As Fong Ruotang spoke, she reached for the prince's sleeve, and he, complying with her request, rose to his feet. I have noticed your particular concern for those women, whether it be Chao Yuendi or Li Shiyun, as if you cannot bear to see them in distress, the prince remarked. Fong Ruotang shot him a sharp glance and huffed. As a man, you naturally do not understand the hardships faced by women. I possess the means, and upon encountering such circumstances, if the character of the other party is not flawed, I shall extend my hand to assist. In truth, she did not fully comprehend it either. She merely echoed the sentiments of her elder sisters, believing that following their words could not lead her astray. The prince appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting Fong Ruotang to articulate such thoughts. Puffing out her small chest, she wore a proud expression. The prince's gaze shifted downward, momentarily flickering, before he feigned nonchalance and averted his eyes. If we do not act now, it may soon be too late. Suddenly, a young girl's voice rang out at the door. Her small head adorned with a yellow flower bobbing in and out, creating a rather amusing sight. Fong Ruotang hurriedly stepped outside to meet her. The girl stood a head shorter than Fong Ruotang and appeared to be of similar age to Li Shiyun. Greetings, Your Highness and esteemed National Master. I am Tan Yurao, daughter of the Minister of Justice. The gentleman you just encountered, young Master Xiao, is my brother-in-law. Fong Ruotang gasped slightly, her mouth agape in surprise as she looked up at the prince. The prince lowered his gaze, meeting Tan Yurao's eyes. He had no knowledge of the minister's daughter's name. However, with this girl's reminder, he recalled the recent alliance between the Minister of Justice and the Xianping Marquis, for which he had even sent a congratulatory gift. National Master. My sister is innocent. Can you help save her? There is no one else who can. Tan Yurao's pale face was taut with anxiety, her grip on the handkerchief tight. Behind her stood two anxious maids, their expressions mirroring her distress as they looked imploringly at Fong Ruotang. Fong Ruotang nodded. I believe your sister is innocent. The prince and I are on our way there. I will go with you. Tan Yurao interjected immediately. Fong Ruotang, initially intending to dissuade her due to her youth, reconsidered upon seeing the unwavering worry in her eyes. If the situation were reversed and it were her own sister in peril, she would crawl through fire and brimstone to support her. Very well, you may accompany us, Fong Ruotang declared, tugging at the prince's sleeve once more. The prince remained noncommittal. He had finally managed to carve out some time to accompany Xiao Lu, but he certainly would support her quest for justice. Moreover, the heir of Xianping Marquise had brought shame upon manhood. A flicker of disdain crossed the prince's eyes as he recalled the distasteful image of men who willingly donned the green hat of infidelity. The Xianping Marquise was abuzz with commotion. Young Master Xiao Ziqing appeared as if he had just been fished out of a river, and several other men bore similar disheveled appearances, cornered at the entrance of the young mistress's courtyard. In front of them, matrons and maids brandished wooden sticks, their faces contorted with fury as they seemed eager to devour Xiao Ziqing alive. A woman, presumably the wife of the Xianping Marquise, stood before him, her eyes red-rimmed, clutching a handkerchief as she berated him. Having taken but a few sips of horse urine, you can no longer distinguish east from west. How could I have borne such a wretched spawn? She had just rushed over upon receiving news from her daughter-in-law's messenger, who informed her that her son, intoxicated, had brought men into her quarters to create a ruckus. Initially, she had been skeptical, for although her son lacked exceptional talent, he was not one to act recklessly. Arriving in haste, she overheard her son insulting his wife, calling her a harlot and threatening to share her with his companions. She nearly fainted at the shocking revelation, promptly commanding the matrons to restrain the drunken fools and drench them with water until they regained their senses. Xiao Ziqing, your disgraceful insult towards my sister means that our Tan family will not rest until justice is served. I have informed my father, and he is on his way. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, we shall not let this matter rest. Tan Yurao, who had been trailing behind the prince and Fong Ruotang, suddenly surged forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Xiao Ziqing. Meanwhile, Tan Weiying, who had been weeping in the courtyard, immediately emerged upon hearing her sister's voice, calling out, "Yurao, what are you doing here? Sister, are you unharmed?" Tan Yurao rushed to her sister's side, noting how much her sister had withered in just a few days since her marriage, appearing more haggard and unwell. Enraged, she began to berate Xiao Ziqing. Having witnessed her son bringing men into the inner courtyard to drink and speak nonsense, she had anticipated trouble and immediately dispatched someone to inform the Marquis. "Your Highness, esteemed National Master," the wife of the Xianping Marquis said. Pinching her palms, she stepped forward to greet them, quickly adding, "The family has produced an unworthy descendant, and I beg your forgiveness for the embarrassment caused. He has committed a grave error, and I shall not argue further. Whatever punishment is deemed appropriate shall be administered, even if it means sending him to the Dali Temple for retribution." She could not fathom how the eldest daughter of the Minister of Justice could engage in such behavior. And even if she had, the current circumstances demanded discretion. Furthermore, should she feel indignant, was there not the National Master present? A few cleverly chosen words in his presence would suffice. Fong Ruotang snorted, momentarily disarmed by the Xianping Marquis' wife's humble demeanor, yet she remained displeased. "Your son is making baseless accusations." On her way here, she had inquired of Xiao Jingzi why Tan Weiying had not lost her virtue before marriage, yet had not bled on her wedding night. Xiao Jingzi, a veritable encyclopedia, promptly provided her with the relevant information. The hymen, referred to medically as the vaginal flap, is an annular structure surrounding the vaginal opening, naturally possessing an aperture to facilitate the monthly flow of menstrual blood. Each individual's configuration varies. Most women experience bleeding upon their first sexual encounter due to the physical trauma of youth. However, given the unique circumstances of this household and Xiao Ziqing's role, it was evident that the newlywed wife had not been harmed, hence the absence of blood. Thus, her lack of blood is attributed to your inadequacy. Not a loss of virtue, Fong Ruotang declared loudly, her voice resonating throughout the courtyard, stunning all present. The prince rubbed his temples, having anticipated the tumult that would ensue after hearing Xiao Jingzi's explanations on their way here. Indeed, do not stir up trouble. This is not a sight for the faint-hearted. Chapter 060. The grace of the Prince Fong Ruotang squirmed like a pig ready for the new year. The crown prince, using both hands, firmly held her in his embrace, watching her struggle until her little face flushed with embarrassment, a sight both infuriating and amusing. After all, this was their domestic affair, and it was inappropriate for us to intervene. Must marrying him entail enduring his humiliation? Fong Ruotang was displeased with the crown prince's indifference. The crown prince gently massaged the nape of her neck to soothe her, guiding her aside. What do you wish to do? Tell me, and I shall assist you. Nevertheless, Fong Ruotang was an unmarried young woman, and it was not suitable for her to meddle in such matters, as it could easily attract unwarranted gossip and possibly lead to blame. Miss Tan was innocent. Young Master Xiao must publicly admit his wrongdoing and seek her forgiveness, ensuring that her innocence was not tarnished. The crown prince raised his hand to caress the corners of Fong Ruotang's reddened eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Very well, do not be angry. I shall resolve this. The crown prince, who was naturally dispassionate and indifferent to his own affairs, would certainly not interfere in the matters of others. However, seeing Fong Ruotang so agitated, he realized her anger was misdirected. Yet, the manner in which to address this situation was a delicate balance. He was not as naive as Xiao Lu, unaware of worldly affairs. Ultimately, the resolution depended on Tan Yue's perspective. As long as she wished to continue residing in the Xianping Marquis's household, this matter had to be approached with care. Fortunately, Lord Tan arrived promptly. With a dignified demeanor shaped by years and high office, he first greeted the crown prince and the state master before striding directly towards young Master Xiao, delivering a swift kick without a word. Father, Tan Yue exclaimed, stepping forward, her face a portrait of anxiety and worry. The crown prince's brow furrowed as he glanced at the young girl still securely held in his embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let us depart. It would be inappropriate for us to remain and witness further developments. Just a moment longer. I wish to see more. Fong Ruotang protested, still caught up in the excitement of the escalating situation. The crown prince, half embracing her, escorted her out of the Xianping Marquis's residence, not intending to diminish her enthusiasm, but rather to spare her potential disappointment should she remain until the end. Once Tan Yue is divorced, I shall have Xiao Jing select a suitable husband for her, one who possesses a sound mind and respects his wife. As they approached the Prime Minister's residence, Fong Ruotang remained preoccupied with this matter. The Crown Prince noted her preemptive understanding of the likely outcome and hesitated to disclose his own conjectures. However, he was unprepared for the rumors that erupted the following day throughout the capital. The notion that Fong Ruotang had, in fact, already lost her virginity became widely circulated, inciting opposition from numerous conservative scholars who blamed her for the previous day's events, directing their ire towards her. These individuals seized the opportunity to tarnish Fong Ruotang's reputation, even accusing her of promiscuity and asserting that her dramatic display was merely a pretext for future indiscretions with men. They claimed she harbored ill intentions, inciting women to divorce, with the likes of Chao Yueti and the 5-1 sisters preceding Tan Yue, thereby increasing the number of women shrouded in scandal, rendering her subsequent liaisons with men inconspicuous. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had prepared for such eventualities. To uphold Fong Ruotang's virtuous reputation, he maintained vigilant oversight of public sentiment. Before the slanderous remarks against her could gain traction, his people swiftly intervened, apprehending those responsible. It was at this juncture that the Crown Prince made a significant decision, allowing new information to be disseminated. By the next day, the gossip had transformed. As Fong Ruotang, as a celestial envoy, received a few attendants, what was the issue? Which celestial being did not have a few young male and female acolytes? Fong Ruotang merely had 6. What was the harm in that? The crown prince's face darkened as he listened to his subordinates report the situation, who, at that moment, felt as if the crown prince towered over them like a giant. Yet, for reasons unknown, a hint of sympathy flickered within them. Days passed before the matter reached Fong Ruotang's attention, by which time the populace had largely accepted this narrative. After all, throughout history, the ruling class had perfected the art of deceiving the masses. Most commoners lacked independent thought. They listened to whatever the authorities dictated and perceived only what they were shown. The lower-class citizenry harbored few thoughts, as long as they could survive. The manner of their existence was of little consequence. Furthermore, the grain Fong Ruotang had provided had genuinely reached the hands of those farmers around the capital, with some already having sown it into the fields. Thus, in this male-dominated era, the crown prince's proclamations gained considerable traction. Yet, he himself felt no satisfaction. The atmosphere in the Eastern Palace had been stifling for several days, with the servants moving cautiously, fearful of incurring the crown prince's ire and facing dire consequences. In stark contrast, Fong Ruotang radiated delight. The crown prince is rather enamored, isn't he? Standard procedure, one grows accustomed to it, Xiao Jing remarked nonchalantly, contemplating indulging in a post-event smoke if circumstances allowed. Then, I must treat the crown prince better henceforth. Simply appoint him as your esteemed lord, after all, with his demeanor. If he is not great, who is? Fong Ruotang blushed, her face aglow with joy. Fong Xingtang rolled her eyes, playfully poking Fong Ruotang's forehead, chiding. I did not come here merely to witness your infatuation. The crown prince's actions are utterly reckless regarding my well-being. You have no idea that during my outing today, I encountered 2 young ladies who subtly expressed their willingness to serve alongside me for the rest of their lives. They even suggested that as celestial beings descend, we must not show favoritism, urging me not to monopolize the rest of my life, but rather to learn from the crown prince. It is quite absurd. Fong Shangtang possessed striking features, her beauty exuding an alluring intensity. When venturing out, she typically maintained a modest demeanor, portraying an image of grace and virtue. However, before Fong Ruotang, she lifted her chin high, resembling a blooming rose adorned with thorns. Look at you, so blissfully amused, Fong Shangtang teased. Yet she felt genuine happiness for her sister. Whether her sister found one companion or several mattered little to her, as long as it brought her joy. The constraints of decorum paled in comparison to the radiance of her sister's smile. After all, their household had long since deviated from convention, otherwise, they would not have disregarded societal judgment, resolutely deciding to keep her in the household as a daughter despite Fong Ruotang's afflictions. Chapter 61. The Crown Prince's former fiancé, what do you think? Fong Shangtang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Fong Ruotang was lost in a silly grin, pondering the Crown Prince. Fong Shangtang recalled that her sister had no current affiliations with the Injunwang and that the Crown Prince had already made his intentions clear. Changing her words, she asked, Do you wish to marry him and become the Crown Princess? No, I do not wish to marry, Fong Ruotang asserted, shaking her head with conviction. She glanced at the collection of novels her small mirror had gathered, which advised her to be a woman who neither rejects, commits, nor takes responsibility. This way, she could engage with both the Crown Prince and her brother Ziki simultaneously. In the future painted by her small mirror, Fong Ruotang found great beauty. Throughout her life, the notion of marriage had never been part of her reality, and now she felt no inclination to become the Crown Prince's sole consort. What do you think about the Crown Prince suggesting you gather several young attendants to serve you? Fong Shangtang pressed on. I don't know, Fong Ruotang replied, her mind not equipped for such intricate matters. She simply felt content in the present, appreciating how the Crown Prince treated her with more affection than her own family. She delighted in their time together. Seeing no clarity emerging from the conversation, Fong Shangtang ceased her inquiries, reassured that with their watchful eyes, her sister would not fall prey to any misfortunes. A couple of days later, Fong Ruotang received gifts from both Junwang and Minister Yi, each sending a box brimming with treasures. Minister Ye's gifts included delightful trinkets of folk origin, many of which Fong Ruotang had never encountered before and was unsure how to utilize. The items from Junwang were dazzling, opulent jewelry, fine fabrics, and playful curiosities. Both gentlemen wrote her letters, briefly outlining their circumstances and inquiring about hers, specifically asking what she had been doing at a particular hour days prior. Fong Ruotang perused the letters, feeling perplexed. Fong Shengtang, witnessing the entire scene, felt a wave of sympathy for the Junwang and his companions. I hope they possess resilient hearts, she mused. When the young prince's letter finally arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, Fong Shengtang had already grown weary. However, unlike the others, the young prince did not inquire about Fong Ruotang's activities at that specific time. Instead, he berated the crown prince. Intrigued, Fong Shengtang pressed for details and gleaned some insights, yet sensed something amiss. How did the crown prince's kiss become common knowledge? Surely, even in the capital, such information couldn't have spread. Fong Ruotang's guards, numbering no fewer than 20, were all loyal to the crown prince, leaving no room for outsiders to infiltrate. It was inconceivable that the crown prince himself would boast about such a personal matter. How overly discreet he must be, Fong Shengtang thought to herself, amused by the unfolding misunderstandings. As for Fong Ruotang, she was oblivious to her elder sister's ramblings and, eager to leave, urged, "Sister, shall we not go?" Fong Shengtang looked at her beautifully dressed sister, raising an eyebrow and teasing, "We could refrain from attending. After all, the Li family is hosting a banquet, and one cannot predict its quality." "No, I want to go," Fong Ruotang protested, fearing her sister might genuinely leave her behind. She showered her sibling with sweet words. Fong Shengtang, unable to suppress her laughter, allowed Fong Ruotang to cling to her arm for a while before composing herself and stating, 5 years ago, the emperor arranged for Li Mingyu to be the crown princess. Had the crown prince not delayed the marriage, she would have long since wed into the Eastern Palace. Her invitation for your outing may be a blessing or a curse. Fong Shengtang harbored reservations about Fong Ruotang meeting Li Mingyu. Although Li Mingyu was astute and would not act against the interests of her family, the fear remained that she might express her disdain through cold remarks, a prospect Fong Shengtang found intolerable. After all, the crown prince's proposal was not something the prime minister's residence sought, nor was it Fong Ruotang's desire to have the crown prince withdraw. Fong Shengtang, protective of her sister, wished to shield her from any humiliation. "I want to play." Fong Ruotang dismissed such concerns. Her desire to enjoy life outweighed everything else. Although she did not excel in music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry, she relished attending banquets to witness others engage in artistic pursuits. Moreover, her small mirror often shared intriguing tales during these gatherings, which she adored. With summer upon them, the invitation to row on the lake was an opportunity she simply could not miss. "Very well, stay close to me," Fong Shengtang conceded. Knowing she could not dissuade her sister, she cautioned their younger sister, "Xiao Lu cannot swim, so keep a watchful eye on her. If she were to fall into the water after a few drinks, it would be quite a disaster." "I will keep a close watch," Fong Wantong assured, smiling softly despite the reproachful look Fong Ruotang cast her way. Fong Ruotang, who had previously been in poor health, had never tasted alcohol until a few days prior when the sisters sampled some homemade fruit wine. To their astonishment, she became tipsy after just a sip. Yet her fondness for the drink lingered, leaving her yearning for more. Upon arriving at the lake, they found Li Mingyu already awaiting them. The Li family's boat was grand, hosting a sizable gathering. While Li Mingyu did not recognize Fong Ruotang, she was acquainted with Fong Shengtang. Upon sighting Fong Ruotang, she greeted, "You must be Miss Fong Lu." "I am Li Mingyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your reputation." Li Mingyu was poised and gracious. Fong Ruotang observed her for a moment, astonished, and whispered to her small mirror, "She does not despise me." Fong Ruotang was not oblivious to the implications. Her sister feared that Li Mingyu's presence might overshadow her. "Such beauty and grace, how could she not admire you?" If she does not, she is indeed blind, foolish, and daft. Li Mingyu's smile faltered. She had not uttered a word, yet found herself chastised by the voice of the mirror. In this world, it is impossible for anyone to dislike you. Those who do are simply unworthy, the small mirror continued its persuasion. Fong Ruotang, never one to dwell on heavy thoughts, embraced this newfound confidence. Straightening her posture and beaming with joy, "You are right." Li Mingyu regarded Fong Ruotang with a complex expression, understanding the crown prince's dissatisfaction with this marriage arrangement. Yet she was curious to see the object of his affection. It turned out the crown prince was drawn to simplicity. Chapter 62. Paranoid Affections Ahem. Fong Xingtang delicately coughed into her handkerchief, subtly urging Li Mingyu to temper her gaze. The look of someone staring blankly was rather displeasing. She conceded that their little Lu was a bit naive, lacking the wisdom cultivated in noble ladies from prestigious families, yet she was by no means foolish. Purity and goodness are indeed rare treasures. Li Mingyu immediately softened her gaze, her face adorned with a bright smile as she spoke gently. "I have long admired the national master. His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned he could offer me an opportunity to join the sect. So I couldn't contain my eagerness and came ahead of time. I hope the national master won't take offense." "No offense taken," Fong Ruotang waved her hand dismissively. "She admires me." "Indeed. What discernment she possesses." "Absolutely." Upon hearing Fong Ruotang's rapid thoughts and the spirit's cooing tone akin to that of a child, Li Mingyu's smile became somewhat stiff. Her father had told her that the spirit was akin to the national master as servant, a claim she had doubted. After all, how could a divine being lack a modicum of pride? It now seemed that not only did it lack pride, but it also possessed a somewhat servile demeanor. Perhaps I should give her a token of introduction. After all, she is affiliated with my sect, and since I lost my position as the crown princess, it would be fitting, especially since she likes me and I find her appealing as well. What shall you gift her? A youth-preserving pill? Girls adore such things. And it would be particularly significant for her, given that her destined partner is 6 years younger than she. 6 years younger? Does she eat so well? Fong Ruotang's thoughts suddenly veered off, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Mingyu. As someone from ancient times, she understood the dynamics of female A and male O relationships. Realizing the nature of the stories that Xiao Jingzi often shared with her, 10 out of 10 were condemned for being licentious. Li Mingyu stiffened. Her face flushed as she considered her age in contrast to the other parties, feeling as if the sky had fallen upon her. Li Mingyu's romantic storyline is quite thrilling. I'll show you. Yes, yes. Fong Ruotang's eyes gleamed with excitement, her face turning crimson. Li Mingyu's toes curled against the ground. Torn between the desire to know who her destined partner was and the embarrassment of discovering such things in a public setting. After all, she had her pride to consider. "Sister, I like you. Don't look for anyone else. I will grow up." Fong Ruotang was engulfed in darkness, only able to hear the soft, clingy voice of the young boy and the sound of wet slurping. She was no longer the naive observer who had only seen pigs run but had never tasted pork. Vivid images flashed through her mind. "Ah, this?" Fong Ruotang's face turned pale as she gazed at the flushed and mortified Li Mingyu. Had they already reached that stage? Li Mingyu sensed the scrutinizing glances from all around and hastily covered her face with her handkerchief, shaking her head frantically. She hadn't tea, it wasn't tea her. Not really. Li Mingyu was drunk, and she was unaware. Ah? Fong Ruotang's enthusiasm for gossip was instantly extinguished. What a despicable man. Taking advantage of someone in their vulnerable state. He coming, and he brings with him his obsessive and fervent affections. Xiao Jingzi suddenly shrieked, prompting Fong Ruotang to scan her surroundings. Where? Then she spotted a delicate youth, as if stepping out from a painting, approaching with a jug of wine. Though still young, the young master stood as tall as Li Mingyu, with porcelain white skin and exquisitely defined features. A red mole beneath his right eye added a hint of allure to his otherwise innocent appearance, striking yet not garish. This. Oh! At such a tender age. He can harbor no ill intentions. He merely adores his sister immensely. He is blameless. You are such a superficial admirer. Sister. Yan Yan bit his plump, red lip. His enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at Li Mingyu with unspoken words. Long before arriving, he had heard tales of the National Master's prowess and suspected his secret would not remain hidden. He was unafraid of being discovered, even relishing the notion that the revelation might be beneficial. How else could he bridge the 6-year gap between them? Yet, he feared his sister would disdain him. Yan Yan? Li Mingyu called out in confusion, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She had never imagined that the destined partner the National Master spoke of would be him. At first, she thought her joining the Tianyi sect had delayed her marriage, and it would be years before she encountered her fated one. Now, learning that he was already by her side, she was taken aback. She didn't even have time to be angry with Yan Yan for taking a misguided path. Only a swirling mix of emotions remained. Had she somehow given him the wrong signals, prompting him to stray? Here you go. Fong Ruotang slyly leaned closer to Li Mingyu and handed her a youth-preserving pill. Ahem, by the way, I am the National Master and possess the skill of fortune-telling. As you know, Li Mingyu maintained a stony expression. No, she did not wish to know. You may not believe me, but I must say, you and the Crown Prince are not fated. Your true match is the one before you. Yes, indeed, it is the one you have raised. Fong Ruotang grinned foolishly. Primarily, this young boy was simply too handsome. He resembled a delicate porcelain doll, making it hard to imagine how breathtaking he would be in adulthood. Thank you for the gift. National Master, please take a seat. I have heard that you enjoy fine cuisine, so I arranged for some exceptional chefs to prepare today's feast. Do come and taste. I hope you like it. Li Mingyu and Fong Ruotang struggled to communicate across a divide. General Liu has been busy with engagement matters lately. A joyous occasion has been scheduled for next month. The formalities and ceremonies must be completed in 3 months, which is quite pressing for families of their stature. Yes. Yes. Fong Ruotang nodded vigorously, excitedly explaining, let me tell you, General Liu's situation is quite similar to yours. However, hers involves a genuine lamb, while yours is more akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, so do be cautious. Yan Yan tilted his head, casting a complex glance at Fong Ruotang. Nervously, he called out to Li Mingyu again, sister. The familiar call, once sweet to her ears, now carried an undercurrent of something else. It dawned on her. TSK. This little brat was trying to charm her. Yan Yan's eyes lit up. Perhaps his sister would not blame him for harboring fantasies. In fact, if he secretly drew closer to her, she did not reprimand him. Could he dare to dream of more? With a smirk, Yan Yan lowered his gaze, his mind swirling with daring thoughts. Once seated, Fong Ruotang was encircled by noble ladies introducing themselves. She had little interest, her attention fixated on Li Mingyu and Yan Yan, noticing how, despite his tender age, he resembled a captivating sprite. His delicate fingers would often brush against Li Mingyu's, causing her, as an observer, to blush fiercely. Ultimately, she resolved to recruit Yan Yan into the Tianyi sect. She wanted to witness their romance unfold in real time, as it would surely be as thrilling as the tales she cherished and could not afford to miss. Chapter 063. The malicious individual Li Mingyu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. In the past, she had dismissed Yan Yan's little antics, thinking it was only natural for a child she had raised to be affectionate towards her. However, at this moment, when Yan Yan called her name and habitually hooked her little finger, a chorus of shrieks erupted from across the room. Her transition from initial embarrassment to a state of numbness occurred in mere moments. Yan Yan, undeterred, reached out once more. With pursed lips, he lowered his head to stifle a laugh. Even in this mischief, he playfully tapped Li Mingyu's palm, causing her to instinctively release her grip and flush crimson. Where had it all gone awry? Li Mingyu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, her expression brightened as she asked in delight, "Does the Grandmaster mean that Yan Yan can join me in the sect as a disciple and cultivate together?" Indeed, by entering the Tianyi sect and gaining celestial affinity, they would no longer be mere mortals. If they did not cultivate together, their lifespans would inevitably diverge. Feng Ruotang, enamored with beautiful things, remained blissfully unaware of how her eagerness to join brought immense joy to those present. In an instant, Li Mingyu no longer felt any shame. Was it merely about letting the Grand Master observe her and Yan Yan's development? Look closely. She hailed from the Li clan, raised from a young age with the standards of a future princess consort. She held no particular affection for the prince. Her ambition was to ascend to that position for the benefit of her family. Following the Grand Master's emergence, the prince had sent a letter to withdraw his proposal, accompanied by the emperor's decree. The Li family, fearful of displeasure, received it with utmost respect. Recently, the prince had sent her another message, offering her the opportunity to join the Tianyi sect. Although she was uncertain as to why, she seized the chance and packed her belongings. Now, upon encountering the Grand Master, she began to comprehend the reason behind the prince's favor towards her family and the personal benefits extended to her. It was likely due to the girl before her. So innocent, she must have been well protected. The prince was nipping any potential backlash regarding their broken engagement in the bud, leaving no opportunity for anyone to attribute the matter to the Grand Master. After all, compared to being a mere princess consort in the mortal realm, cultivating in a sect was evidently far more alluring. Others could only envy her fortune, wishing they could take her place. Grand Master, I have heard that you can read fortunes. Might I inquire if my fiancé and I share a destined connection? Suddenly, a noble lady interjected, contemplating that her romantic journey must be convoluted and extraordinary to capture the Grand Master's attention, thereby securing her own opportunity to be favored. Even someone like Chao Yuandi could forsake her purity. Who wouldn't he secretly envy Chao Yuandi's flawless skin that set her apart from ordinary folk? Isn't that so? Indeed. Yes. It is a destined connection. Congratulations. Feng Ruotang offered a warm smile. The expression in the eyes of the lady across from her flickered with disappointment as she muttered, "It is a destined connection then? That's good, that's good." Feng Ruotang failed to notice her dismay. Yet the others present quickly disowned the reason behind it and began inquiring about their own romantic fates. They all yearned to be like Li Mingyu, catching the Grand Master's eye and embarking on a path of prosperity. Perhaps they too possessed a mysterious lineage akin to Li Shiyun, who was now unequivocally the esteemed eldest disciple of the Tianyi sect. With each unfolding event, perceptive individuals noted Feng Ruotang's preferential treatment towards women, which inadvertently influenced many, elevating the status of those previously overlooked within their families. After all, no one could predict who might become the next Li Shiyun. Feng Xingtang's expression darkened, disdaining such materialism. Though she wished to intervene, her younger sister tugged at her sleeve, softly urging, "Let Xiao Lu be. Look how much fun she is having. We can watch from the sidelines. Nothing will go awry." Turning her gaze, Feng Xingtang observed Feng Ruotang, who was acting like a little rogue. Although the answers were provided by the small mirror, she seemed unaware of where she had learned such behavior, grasping the hands of the young ladies one by one, claiming she was reading their palms. It was absurd, almost laughable, yet impossible to look away. That one harbors a high level of malice towards you. Someone should apprehend her and execute her. The small mirror's voice suddenly rose in pitch, unmistakably filled with indignation. Is there really someone who dislikes me? Why would you desire the approval of such trash? But I am so beautiful. Why wouldn't she like me? Didn't you say everyone would adore me? My dear, you cannot expect every individual to be sane. There will always be those who are not quite right in the head, and the one before you certainly fits that description. Feng Ruotang regarded the 16 or 17-year-old girl before her, who bore a hint of baby fat. The girl had been silent, evidently harboring dislike for her. She believes you are responsible for General Hua's death. If not for you, he would not have suffered such a gruesome fate, enduring 3,000 cuts before dying. Fong Ruotang's eyes widened. No one had ever disclosed to her the extent of General Hua's tragic demise, yet she felt no sympathy, merely thinking it served him right. She immediately glared at the girl across from her, haughtily declaring, "General Hua betrayed his country for the sake of an enemy princess. Do you realize how many lives would have been lost if he had escaped to the enemy's realm? He commanded an army of 100,000. The girl's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, revealing her fear and resentment, emotions so palpable that Fong Ruotang could see right through them. Fong Shangtang promptly shielded Fong Ruotang, calling out to Yusheng, who appeared at once, his gaze landing precisely on Fong Shangtang. "Quickly apprehend her and deliver her to His Highness the Prince. This person may be an accomplice of General Hua." The fate of General Hua was no secret, yet it had not been publicly punished. After all, he commanded an army of 100,000, and the court feared potential rebellion from his subordinates. Thus, while secretly resolving the issue surrounding General Hua and his faction, they also dispatched personnel to the borders to manage those soldiers. Has she betrayed the country like General Hua? Fong Ruotang could only stare in disbelief. She felt she was naive enough, yet there was someone even more foolish present. General Hua could have been her father. Fong Ruotang lamented with exasperation. She even encouraged Li Mingyu to contend with you. Li Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. Having invited someone who harbored malice towards the Grand Master was already unsettling. Did this involve her as well? Is that true? Indeed. But Li Mingyu regarded her as a friend, oblivious to her ill intentions. Primarily, the girl did not dare to be too overt. She merely hinted at it. And Li Mingyu paid no attention, for she herself was not disgruntled by the engagement's dissolution, but rather pleased to have gained an opportunity for cultivation. Wow! Li Mingyu truly cares for me. She has good taste. Indeed. Chapter 064. Blame the National Master for giving too much. Li Mingyu felt a sting of sarcasm. She believed herself to be short-sighted, unworthy of her family's nurturing. How could she have overlooked such a simple provocation? Gritting her teeth, she realized that they aimed to use her as a pawn to endanger her life. If she did not retaliate decisively this time, she would no longer be worthy of the surname Li. A flash of murderous intent crossed her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a small boy stood behind her. His eyes dark as ink, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, the Crown Prince arrived suddenly. Fong Ruotang sprang to her feet and dashed onto the deck, spotting another grand ship docked alongside theirs. The Crown Prince, clad in royal robes, stood on the deck, gazing at her with gentle eyes. "Crown Prince brother!" Fong Ruotang exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand. As she saw the servants from both ships setting up a bridge, she prepared to ascend. The Crown Prince's expression shifted slightly. With a few light steps, he leapt onto their ship first. Fong Ruotang seized the hem of the Crown Prince's attire, her little mouth babbling indignantly. Is she insane? Not only does she fancy an older man who could be her father, but she also disregards the safety of the nation, lacking any proper sense. Humph. You must teach her a lesson. The Crown Prince raised his left hand, signaling for someone to approach. Take her away for a thorough investigation. The young girl was genuinely alarmed, speaking rapidly. "National Master, do you wish for the Crown Prince to kill me?" "No, it cannot be. You are a celestial envoy. Your duty is to save the people. How can you take a life? Is it not enough that you caused General Hua's demise? Do you wish to see my end as well?" Fong Ruotang furrowed her brow, crossing her arms defiantly, adopting a spoiled demeanor. "You dislike me and wish to harm me. I shall have Crown Prince brother take care of you." Humph. Do not moralize me. I possess no morals. Crown Prince brother, punish her severely. Do not let her off lightly. Fong Ruotang emphasized to the Crown Prince, throwing him a challenging glance. Raised in a sheltered environment, Fong Ruotang was blissfully naive. Yet often cruel, loving deeply and hating fiercely, she was devoid of any gray areas. "You shall not appear before me again." The crown prince, observing the girl's angry demeanor, stroked her head, his own eyes glinting with a similar ferocity. Anyone capable of inciting such fury in his little girl possessed remarkable resilience. He hoped her spirit would match her boldness and not fade away too swiftly, for that would be rather dull. As the person was taken away, Li Mingyu stepped forward to apologize, realizing that this outing had been organized by her, with the guests she had invited. Crown Prince brother. It has nothing to do with Miss Li. Fong Ruotang's temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. Upon seeing Li Mingyu and Yan Yan kneeling before the crown prince, she sweetly tugged at the crown prince's hand, bending slightly to whisper in his ear the love story of those two. In stark contrast to Fong Ruotang's innocent joy, Li Mingyu, kneeling on the deck, felt her face turn pale. She had no time to inquire whether Yan Yan's kiss had occurred before or after the engagement was broken. In her fear, she began contemplating where she might bury her shame, while Fong Ruotang had already begun discussing Yan Yan's potential admission into the Tianyi sect. The crown prince did not cast a glance towards Li Mingyu, instead reaching out to smooth Fong Ruotang's slightly disheveled bangs caused by her playful antics. "Do you like them very much?" "Yes," she replied eagerly. "All right, I understand." Fong Ruotang tilted her head, puzzled by what the crown prince had grasped. The anxious Li Mingyu, the following day, comprehended the implications of his words. She and Yan Yan were taken to a courtyard next to the prime minister's residence by the crown prince's men. The escorts spoke little, but they were horrified to find themselves in the presence of the emperor, for Li Mingyu had previously met his majesty. Soon, she discerned the current situation, especially as the emperor looked at her with appreciation and remarked, "You possess keen insight." As the favored daughter nurtured by her family, endowed with intelligence and wit, Li Mingyu quickly grasped the insinuation behind his words. She had broken off her engagement with the crown prince without causing a stir, rather. She had established a rapport with his beloved, gaining her affection in the process. It was precisely this that had afforded her the present opportunity. Li Mingyu's gaze flickered, elevating Fong Ruotang's status in her heart. She silently thanked the cold and unyielding crown prince for keeping them apart for 5 years, preventing any emotional entanglement, thus allowing her to remain rational post-engagement. Otherwise, she shuddered at the thought of what might have been. "Elder sister Mingyu, you should first test your spiritual roots." Li Mingyu was 6 years older than her, one hailing from the main family residing in the capital, and the other from a collateral branch. They had not interacted much before, but each was aware of the other's existence. Li Mingyu, cautious not to overstep, smiled as she held the spirit-testing stone, saying, "Since I have entered the sect, I shall abide by its rules. There is no need to call me elder sister. Just call me Mingyu. From now on, I too shall address you as senior sister, like the other disciples." Li Shiyun paused for a moment before returning the smile. Humans are indeed creatures of habit. She had not accustomed herself to such treatment before. Mingyu actually possesses dual spiritual roots. What remarkable talent! Li Shiyun exclaimed, praising her before urging Yan Yan to test his roots as well. "It's a heavenly spiritual root." Li Shiyun gasped, "Wait, I shall summon the sect master." In recent days, the grand courtyard had seen many visitors sent by the crown prince to cultivate alongside her, yet apart from her. None with heavenly spiritual roots had been sent. "Huh, you lad are fortunate," the emperor remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Mingyu felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that Yan Yan might have inadvertently displeased the emperor, risking the hard-won opportunity. Despite his tender age, Yan Yan maintained his composure, respectful yet not obsequious. Fong Ruotang, who happened to be at the Prime Minister's residence, quickly approached through a small gate between the two estates, her face brightening as she exclaimed, "A single lightning spiritual root. Your future is limitless." As she spoke, Fong Ruotang presented a bamboo slip containing the lightning cultivation method to him. "Here, for you. I have high hopes for you." Is she looking forward to imprisoning him in a small dark room? Let us not go there. Fong Ruotang rubbed her hands together, clearly intrigued. Li Mingyu felt numb, glaring at Yan Yan, certain that something had gone awry. She could not believe that the child she had raised so diligently was turning out to be so, regrettably. While Li Mingyu has dual spiritual roots, her talent cannot compare to Yan Yan's. Otherwise, had she rejected him, Yan Yan might have darkened and imprisoned her, which would have been far more entertaining. But now it is no longer feasible. Yan Yan's superior talent allows for a direct takeover. Li Mingyu, please, act like a human. Yan Yan, undeterred, not only felt no embarrassment, but instead gazed at Li Mingyu with bright eyes, the implications of his gaze causing her to blush. Do not worry. As we proceed, if Li Mingyu still does not accept Yan Yan once the passage is opened, we shall seek treasures to cleanse her spiritual roots. At that time, she will transform into a single spiritual root, enhancing her strength. She will flee, and he will chase. She will have nowhere to escape. And you will surely enjoy the spectacle. Little mirror, you are truly wonderful. As long as you are happy, my lord. Li Mingyu. I find myself with a hint of anticipation. Numbly, Li Mingyu resolved to follow the script laid out by the national master. For who could refuse the treasures capable of cleansing one's spiritual roots? After all, she could not refuse. Was she merely to play the jester to amuse the national master? If such divine artifacts could be wielded by others, what was stopping a mere mortal like her? For the sake of her future, playing the fool was nothing to be ashamed of. It was truly the fault of the national master for being overly generous. Li Mingyu wiped her face, abandoning herself to the whims of fate. Chapter 065. The small mirror and the little classroom. Yan Yan sensed Li Mingyu's thoughts, and happiness bubbled within him like effervescent joy. The Grand Master was truly remarkable. From now on, the Grand Master would hold the second most important place in his heart. Anyone who opposed the Grand Master would be his enemy as well. He was determined to grow swiftly, to protect his sister, and to serve the Grand Master, becoming a steadfast foundation upon which the Grand Master could rely, so as not to betray the Grand Master's kindness. When Feng Ruotang gifted Yan Yan a spatial ring, his emotions reached their zenith, and he felt that the Grand Master was the best person in the world, second only to his sister. Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Ruotang asked, rubbing her arms as she felt the weight of Yan Yan's gaze, which seemed peculiar. She had not forgotten that the small mirror had described him as a mad dog, merely adorned with a beautiful exterior and tethered by a leash, thus appearing somewhat normal. After all, how many children, witnessing their families slaughtered and their kin tortured at the tender age of 5 or 6, could remain psychologically sound? What does he mean by that? Unaware of any malice, on the contrary, his affection was soaring, almost surpassing that for Li Mingyu. Feng Ruotang's eyes sparkled. Does he admire me too? Indeed. No wonder he and Li Mingyu are a pair. They both possess exquisite taste. Very well. I unilaterally decide to bind them together. Feng Ruotang wore a blissful smile, her expression revealing her thoughts without the need for eavesdropping on her inner voice. Yan Yan was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze, a gentle smile blooming in his eyes. Oh, how delightful this sect leader was! Li Mingyu caught sight of Yan Yan's joyous demeanor, and her heart suddenly ached painfully. Though Yan Yan smiled often, his expression rarely reflected genuine happiness. He lived as if behind a mask, only occasionally allowing himself to be a bit more carefree in her presence. Sister? Yan Yan was keenly aware of Li Mingyu's gaze. Tilting his head to meet her eyes, his smile still intact but filled with inquiry. Li Mingyu gently shook her head. Watching the bright smile that belonged to his age spread across his face, her thoughts drifting away. If her presence could keep him this happy, perhaps she could. Yan Yan's eyes flickered, his smile becoming even softer and more endearing, expertly concealing a streak of possessiveness. There was no rush. He would ensure that she willingly fell for him. In the midst of their banter, a servant from the Prime Minister's residence arrived to inquire. Sixth Miss, the heir of the Xianbing Marquis has come to visit. The First Madam has sent me to ask if you would like to meet her. Feng Ruotang frowned, expressing her disdain. No. Tell my aunt to leave. She is not welcome in my home. Li Mingyu, astonished, asked. Did she do something to harm the Grand Master? No, but I dislike her. Fong Ruotang was not one to hide her sentiments and immediately began recounting the disgraceful incident that befell Tan Yuya on her wedding night. Finally, she pouted and said, I told my elder sister that I disliked Tan Yuya, and she agreed, saying that we must respect others' destinies, for some are unworthy of salvation, and it is best to watch them rot in the mire. Fong Shangtang promptly relayed the information she had gathered to Fong Ruotang, fearing that she might be naive and easily deceived. Fong Ruotang, not understanding, could not fathom that there would be those who would mock her for meddling. Thus, Fong Shangtang held an intense aversion towards the oblivious and foolish Tan Yuya. Fong Ruotang also looked down on Tan Yuya's self-deprecation, and after hearing a few more words from her elder sister, her disdain turned into outright dislike. She did not wish to look at her even once more. She hails from the Ministry of Justice? Or is she the legitimate daughter of a noble family? Li Mingyu was astounded. Could there be such foolishness in the world? A noble daughter who should have access to the best resources could not possibly be such a simpleton. Yet, she had encountered this rare anomaly. When her own affairs became public, she wished she could vanish into the ground, yet when discussing others' matters, she was so intrigued that she felt like pulling out a snack to share with Fong Ruotang, to amuse her, to express herself openly, to elaborate further. What was the Tan family's reaction? Fong Ruotang asked. I don't even know, Li Mingyu replied, at a loss for words. Li Mingyu, engrossed in the conversation, began to fidget, searching her person until a porcelain-white hand produced a paper bundle, which she handed over to Fong Ruotang to share. Fong Ruotang's eyes lit up, and she offered a look of appreciation before sharing the news the small mirror had conveyed to her. On this day, the relationship between Fong Ruotang and Li Mingyu underwent a qualitative leap as they quickly drew closer through their shared gossip, becoming intimate friends. When the Crown Prince received the news, he held no objections. After all, he possessed a certain ability to judge character, which was why he had granted Li Mingyu an opportunity to enter the sect. However, it was prudent to issue necessary warnings in advance. Li Mingyu rolled her eyes at the Crown Prince, feeling he was overthinking the situation. With a charming, soft-spoken girl who could tell stories and guide her in cultivating immortality by her side, there was no need for rivalry or men. Fong Ruotang had become her idol. She felt she could not spend a single day without Fong Ruotang, and if she did not hear a story from her each day, it felt as if something was amiss. The two were becoming a picturesque sight. As the sun rose, they would gather together, cracking seeds and sharing idle chatter, causing the ladies of the Prime Minister's residence to become enamored and soon join in. This led to a significant increase in sales at the nut shop frequented by the Prime Minister's household, showcasing the prowess of these women. Allow me to tell you a tale of a deep and tumultuous romance. Share it with them, for they have surely never encountered such grand tales. And one of you may have a personal connection to this individual. You may guess who it is. The small mirror-esque classroom was once again in session. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled, and she stifled a giggle, feigning profundity under the eager gazes of those around her. With a playful hum, she began her enthralling narrative, instantly lifting the spirits of her audience, who eagerly began to guess, for such gossip, especially involving familiar faces, held an irresistible allure. Chapter 66. The Grievous Annihilation of a Family Indeed. This person is Yan Yan's sister, Xiao Jingzi proclaimed loudly. Fong Ruotang, having been enlightened by Xiao Jingzi's revelations, was already aware of Yan Yan's tragic background. His family had been slaughtered, leaving him with deep-seated vendettas. How could it be that another sister suddenly appeared? Li Mingyu's smile faded, and the sunflower seeds in her hand lost their allure, all the while secretly relieved that Yan Yan, being exceptionally gifted and burdened with heavy responsibilities, had no time to indulge in idle chatter with them. During the massacre, Yan Yan had switched clothes with his nurse and hid in a rice vat to escape, while his sister, Yan Yan, was out meeting her lover at night and was not present at the estate. Was this something a respectable young lady would do? The Yan and Qin families held significant power in Tongzhou. 7 years ago, when a silver mine was discovered in Tongo, the Yen family insisted on reporting it to the court, whilst the Qin family resolved to mine it privately. The disagreement led to the Yen family being annihilated overnight by bandits. Fong Ruotang smacked her lips, her smile now vanished, looking towards Li Mingyu, who wore a serene expression, and discreetly continued to inquire of Xiao Jingzi. Are you implying that the Qin family annihilated the entire Yen family? Indeed. Does the term tragic romance refer to the relationship between a daughter of the Yen family and a son of the Qin family? Was the daughter unaware that the Qin family had slaughtered her kin? Initially, she was unaware, but later learned the truth. After enduring a series of torturous emotional and physical trials, she is now pregnant with the child of her enemy and is nearing her time of delivery. Fong Ruotan? This tale of love was the most bewildering she had ever encountered amidst countless convoluted stories. It felt as if she had been force-fed something utterly distasteful. Thus, she furrowed her brow throughout, repeating Xiao Jingzi's words, while the others surrounding her appeared even more disturbed, having to endure the account twice. A hush fell over the gathering. Fong Ruotang ground her teeth, unable to contain herself. What does Yan Yan think about this? I do not know. Xiao Jingzi, being non-human, could probe the past and predict the future, yet could not fathom the human heart. Moreover, the human heart is ever-changing. Is it merely a trivial family annihilation? Fong Ruotang was perplexed yet profoundly shaken. To her, no one surpassed her family. They bestowed upon her endless affection and care. Who would dare harm her family? She would exact vengeance. And, to engage in romance with the perpetrator? It was akin to flaying alive. Li Mingyu? Fong Ruotang gazed at Li Mingyu, gesturing for her to decide. Li Mingyu, with her head slightly bowed, suddenly smiled softly and inquired, "The court must be quite interested in the silver mine, especially given the current scarcity of silver and grain." Although the Li family maintained a cordial relationship with the Yen family, and her mother had been close friends with the late Lady Yen, it would take years, perhaps even decades, for the Li family to strategize the downfall of the Qin family. However, if the crown prince intervened, it would be a matter of mere moments. Thus, even if Yan Yan blamed her for meddling, she cared not. She simply wished to swiftly resolve the matter and bury the past. Yan Yan was only 12 and should not be perpetually shackled by the weight of blood-soaked vengeance. He deserved a bright future. Surely, Yan Yan's uncle and aunt would approve of her intentions from beyond. The silver mine. Fong Ruotang's eyes lit up, and she promptly summoned a maid. Quick! Go fetch the crown prince. Cui and Shu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of resignation and indulgence. Only their sixth child would summon the crown prince as if calling forth a familiar spirit, expecting him to arrive promptly, and would complain if he was delayed. Row. When the crown prince arrives, could you possibly persuade him to involve Xiao Yan in this matter, along with Yan Yan? Li Mingyu furrowed her brow, suppressing her malice, and suggested, shouldn't Xiao Yan handle this himself? After all, she is his last remaining family. Fong Ruotang non-committally acquiesced. Thank you. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Li Mingyu's eyes. Having witnessed Yan Yan ensnared in a tempest of blood, she could not fathom Yan Yan's sister, nor dare to imagine the anguish Yan Yan would endure upon learning the truth. Yet, some matters, no matter how daunting, must be confronted. Steeling herself, she said, "The crown prince will arrive shortly. I shall fetch Xiao Yan." Go on. Fong Ruotang waved her hand, feeling the weight of the romantic tale was too burdensome for her taste. What was Yan Yan thinking? Initially oblivious was one thing, but upon discovering that the enemy was responsible for her family's slaughter, how could she entangle herself with him? Once Li Mingyu departed, the remaining individuals began an animated discussion. Fong Ruotang raised her hand. I know. Xiao Jingzi mentioned that this is what they call love-struck ignorance, where love eclipses all else, nothing else matters to such individuals. Love reigns supreme. The women of the Fong family, they could neither comprehend nor respect such a notion. Just the thought of having such a descendant made them wish to drown her in the nearest toilet. Yan Yan arrived even before the crown prince. While the women of the Fong family had already retreated to the Rongshaotang under the leadership of the matriarch. After all, this was not an occasion for merriment. It was inappropriate for the entire family to remain and witness another's suffering. Thus, only Fong Ruotang sat alone, continuing to eat and drink. Upon seeing Yan Yan, she scrutinized him for a moment, noting his ghostly pallor and vacant gaze. Do not be disheartened. At least you now know who the culprit is. Though your sister has strayed from the path, your sister Mingya is a true gem. Fong Ruotang pressed a handful of sunflower seeds into Yan Yan's hand. Observing his continued dazed state, she retreated to a corner to eat in silence. She could not find the words to comfort him, feeling that he needed Li Mingyu more than anything. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Li Mingyu whispering something into Yan Yan's ear, after which he suddenly embraced her waist, burying his face in her abdomen. In the hall, they were the only three present, and the silence amplified every sound. Fong Ruotang heard Yan Yan's stifled, agonized breaths, accompanied by the tremors of his body. Fong Ruotang? Should I leave? She felt utterly at a loss, convinced that her presence was preventing Yan Yan from expressing his pent-up resentment, anguish, and bitterness. Thankfully, before she could linger on this thought, the crown prince arrived, and Fong Ruotang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, conveying the grievances between the Yen and Qin families to him, with particular emphasis on the silver mine. The mine could not be exploited privately. It must be reported to the court upon discovery. The Qin family had committed the capital offense of extermination and would not be spared by the crown prince. As for Yan Yan's personal vendetta, the crown prince stated, "Once the culprit is apprehended, I will leave it to your discretion. Some enmities, even the act of annihilating one's enemy, may not alleviate the pain within. Merely witnessing the downfall of the foe does not allow one to easily move on." Yan Yan belonged to Fong Ruotang, as long as he remained loyal to her. The crown prince would gladly facilitate his endeavors. "Thank you, your highness." Yan Yan was in a poor state not due to the revelation of his family slaughterer, but because of his resurrected sister. He could not comprehend it, feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him, with no outlet for his pent-up emotions, like magma poised to erupt beneath a volcano. Li Mingyu, sympathizing with Yan Yan's sorrow, quickly led him away, her eyes reddening as she did so. Chapter 067. The prince's grand melee when facing Fong Ruotang alone. The prince instinctively reined in his imposing aura, transforming into a gentler version of himself. There's nothing significant to discuss in court tomorrow, so you need not attend the morning assembly. Stay at home and rest well, he advised, wishing to spare her the burden of an early rise. Why? Fong Ruotang blinked, her curiosity piqued. After the recent adjustments to the assembly schedule, she no longer found early mornings troublesome. In fact, she began to relish attending court. Each session allowed her to unearth the misdeeds of others, making her feel remarkably capable. With a gentle grip, the prince held Fong Ruotang's small head in his large hand, his thumb tenderly caressing her temple. You mentioned you've never participated in a hunt and are unfamiliar with the thrill of galloping on horseback. I have arranged for a gentle little white horse to be delivered to you tomorrow morning. I hope you will like it. In a few days, I will take you to the hunting grounds." Her eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect. The little mirror interjected, "You mustn't speak of the prince in such a manner. He harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes for you to see the little white horse he has gifted you at the earliest opportunity." The little mirror continued, "Indulge him if you must. Sooner or later, you will find his possessiveness too much to bear." A flicker of mischief danced in the prince's eyes. "Huh. And you still call him your majesty? How dare anything spoil his goodwill? Isn't it true that the Tao of Heaven has grown weak? The world is nearly in shambles. Yet it retains such audacity? But I cannot ride." Fong Ruotang fretted, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. The prince dismissed her concerns with a reassuring smile. "Fear not, I shall be by your side to teach you. What if I fall off?" "I don't want to. I fear pain," Fong Ruotang whined, her demeanor adorably petulant. The prince, however, found her antics utterly endearing. Unable to resist, he leaned down to lightly brush his lips against hers. His voice husky as he promised, "I will protect you." Fong Ruotang wrapped her arms around his, swaying playfully. "You are truly wonderful, elder brother. I adore you the most." He raised an eyebrow, feeling a touch of immunity to her flattery, but his lips curled upwards nonetheless. If only her sweet words were not so liberally distributed to all those who cared for her, it would have been even more delightful. He had only overheard her express such sentiments to Prime Minister Fong, Miss Fong, and Commander Fong, and even to the little mirror. Who knows how many others she had confided in without his knowledge. Now, within the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, the prince, though captivated by the young lady's charm, refrained from any overt displays, aware that she had no inclination towards marriage with him. Their relationship necessitated restraint. Indulging too much would only lead to complications. He had always preferred dining out with company, but today he opted to remain at the Prime Minister's residence, wary of allowing any indiscreet individuals the chance to encounter them. Prime Minister Fong accompanied him personally. The prince felt it unnecessary, yet he understood the impossibility of refusing. However, as he cast a glance at the silhouette concealed behind the screen, he resolved that certain individuals should not linger in the capital. They were a nuisance. Prime Minister Fong, a seasoned tactician, observed the love-struck prince with a hint of pride. His grandson had learned to navigate the complexities of courtship with the finesse of a cat playing with a mouse. Ahem. The Duke of N has been persistently sending invitations these past few days, the old minister remarked with exasperation. Caught in the middle, he found himself in a precarious position. Among those vying for attention, only Deputy Minister Yi was somewhat manageable. The rest were formidable opponents, and he felt he could scarcely endure the pressure of being caught in their rivalry. Did the prince not possess a conscience? The prince cast a fleeting glance towards the women behind the screen and, lowering his voice, calmly instructed, "Tomorrow at the assembly, find them some tasks to keep them occupied outside the city." Prime Minister Fong wished to applaud the prince's ingenuity, but was also compelled to speak from the heart. This time, it wouldn't be easy. Today, the Grand Princess had sought him out. Could he afford to disregard the Duke of An's wishes, let alone the Grand Princess? She was determined to see them united as family, even willing to deliver the Duke of N to him on a silver platter. What could he do? He was unable to refuse. After all, who could decline a duke willing to take on the role of a consort for his granddaughter? Certainly not him. The prince, observing the wavering resolve of Prime Minister Fong, let out a huff, feeling an unusual sense of indignation. He had never endured such treatment before. By the end of the meal, the prince had barely touched his food, feeling entirely sated. As he departed, he maintained an impassive demeanor in front of Fong Ruotang, discussing plans for her to learn horseback riding at the estate the following day. Realizing Fong Ruotang's imminent departure from the capital, Prime Minister Fong resigned himself to the situation. After all, as the prince had said, his granddaughter was practically celestial. What harm was there in having a few more attendants by her side? Sighing, he acknowledged that the rumors he had set in motion were now difficult for him to accept. Upon his departure, the prince ordered increased security measures. That night, he received word from his shadow guards that Fong Ruotang's small courtyard had seen 3 unexpected visitors within a single night. The prince couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. The following morning at court, he observed the Duke of N and his companions, their expressions a mix of confusion and resentment. The Duke of N did not relent, particularly the young prince, who taunted him. "Prince, do not overstep. Little Ruaruo is not solely yours. This is what the spirit has explicitly stated. Do you wish to claim her for yourself?" The prince simmered like a dormant volcano, aware that even his considerable influence was challenged by 4 adversaries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been compelled to arrange for Fong Ruotang to leave the capital for a few days. She will be the prince consort. I hope the young royal uncle understands his place and refrains from actions that would invite ridicule from the world. The prince stood firm, his chest puffed out, unwilling to yield. The young prince laughed mockingly. Ask little Ruario if she would consent to marry you." The prince's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on his rival. The young prince, carefree and defiant, would not budge. Prime Minister Fong, intently scrutinizing his tablet, vowed to focus on his task. He was not foolish enough to charge in recklessly, unlike the young prince. The prince's allies might offer him some leeway due to his relationship with Fong Ruoteng, but they would not cease their conflict for his sake. "You cannot forever confine her and prevent us from seeing her," the Duke of An coolly pointed out. The prince cast a dispassionate glance at those who sought to claim his beloved, even disregarding the silent heir. Each contestant was formidable in their own right. "Let your abilities speak for themselves," he retorted. "Very well, I shall observe how domineering you can be," the young prince replied, smirking as he stepped aside. Some matters seemed trivial until the moment of contention arose, altering their significance. Initially, there existed only a faint longing and gentle concern, but once the prince intervened, everything changed. The other four, even Deputy Minister Yi from humble origins, were all favored by fortune. They would not tolerate such indignities. The more they were pressed, the more fiercely they would fight back. In the court, the five of them became embroiled in a chaotic dispute, completely unaware that Fong Ruoteng had been coaxed out by the little mirror. She was now leading her newly acquired little white horse, merrily making her way toward the palace gates. However, her excursion was cut short as chaos erupted on the streets. Unfazed by the commotion, she approached to witness the unfolding spectacle. Just then, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, a vibrant voice filled with excitement ringing in her ear. "I've got you." Chapter 68. General Hua Fong Ruoteng was momentarily stunned, urgently calling in her heart. Little mirror, there is a bad person." The young man cast a glance at the adorable figure in his arms, feeling the urgency of the situation. He whistled, and his companions immediately shielded his escape. Although Fong Ruoteng felt a hint of panic, it was not overwhelming. She was bewilderedly led to a secluded residence. The youth who had kidnapped her set her down and stood before her. With an air of pride and recklessness, his demeanor was sharp as a drawn sword, emanating a faint scent of blood and hostility, distinctly different from the noble young masters of the capital. Yet, even this audacious youth seemed to have the sun favoring him, as golden rays cascaded onto his shoulders, bestowing upon him a halo of light. As Fong Ruoteng assessed the young man, he, too, scrutinized her. She resembled an untamed sprite, akin to a celestial fairy soaring freely in the sky. Her beauty was not crafted from wealth or lineage, but was instead a natural vivacity that was indescribably enchanting. Particularly when her bright, contrasting eyes gazed at him, he found himself unwittingly captivated by her pure beauty. Was this the one he was destined to love? This clean, exquisite, spirited little darling. It seemed he had fallen for her at first sight. Enchanted, the young man extended his calloused hand, hardened from years of wielding a sword, and earnestly asked, "May I kiss you?" Despite the phrasing of his inquiry, his tone was assertive and possessive. Fong Ruoteng's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned. The young man chuckled softly, leaning in to kiss her. His kiss was as intense as his presence, first nibbling her lips before savoring the moment. While Fong Ruoteng acknowledged the striking beauty of the proud youth before her, she also understood that such liberties should not be taken lightly. Just as she was about to resist, her vanished little mirror chimed in. "Let him kiss you. Let him kiss you. He is your man, Hua Zhiga." Is he really General Hua? Fong Ruoteng was taken aback, forgetting to struggle. This was Hua Zhiga's first kiss, and lacking experience, he acted somewhat recklessly. Noticing Fong Ruoteng's distraction and the unconscious frown on her brow, he gradually softened his approach, as if relishing a sweet and tangy hawthorn candy. Meanwhile, the political atmosphere in the court grew increasingly tense. The crown prince once again entrusted important tasks to the Prince of An and his companions, who, rather than accepting the orders, engaged in heated disputes, suddenly shifting their expressions and covering their mouths. Apart from the crown prince, the other four instantly grasped the reason. The young prince was in a dire predicament. Deciding to abandon all decorum, he knelt, shielding himself from unwanted attention, and scoffed, "The crown prince is quite skilled, having thwarted us, allowing General Hua to rise above." The young prince was infuriated. The crown prince clenched his fists, slightly turning away. Without an edict, how could he enter the capital? The young prince, with a sardonic smile, fell silent, as if indicating a shared disgrace. The crown prince's cold gaze shifted to the other four, who clearly possessed secrets unknown to him, compounded by the sweet torment of his own body's reactions. He glanced at the disinterested emperor, who seemed revitalized at the prospect of dismissing the court. "Father, let us adjourn," the crown prince proposed, prompting the emperor to spring to life, eagerly departing. The other ministers, sensing the atmosphere, followed suit, careful not to appear overly curious. "Speak," the crown prince commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The young prince turned away, deliberately opposing him. Having a close relationship with the Prince of An and the crown prince, he was clearly venting his frustration, believing it more acceptable to endure humiliation together rather than allow someone absent from the capital to gain advantage. Among the five, young Master Rome, known for his ascetic nature, maintained his composure, offering an explanation. "If I am not mistaken, we six share a certain resonance, particularly when it comes to kissing Miss Fong Lu." The crown prince's eyes flickered, his expression shifting dramatically. "So, when you kissed little Lu, you all reacted?" The young prince chuckled maliciously. The crown prince, engulfed in rage akin to a man betrayed, felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword against his companions. Damn it! How long will Hua Ziga continue to kiss her? The young prince's physical reactions intensified, veins bulging at his temples. Alas, he was but a novice in matters of affection. And over the past 2 months, he had faced multiple emotional upheavals due to the crown prince, igniting his body like a matchstick, unable to withstand any provocation. However, as a crown prince, he understood boundaries and etiquette, being mindful of Fong Ruotang's reputation as a maiden, which kept his actions in check. In stark contrast, Hua Ziga was utterly unrestrained. Fong Ruotang found herself breathless from the kiss, her small hands pushing against Hua Ziga's chest, struggling to create distance, only for him to cling to her like an unyielding adhesive. Just a bit longer, he murmured, his voice sticky and insistent, enveloping her in his embrace, leaning closer as if he were an affectionate canine drawn to its beloved. Fong Ruotang swiftly covered Hua Ziga's mouth, playfully admonishing him. "No more kisses. My lips are swollen. If you continue, it won't look good." "Humph. If you do, I shall be angry." The charmingly defiant manner only served to excite Hua Ziga further, and he couldn't resist planting several kisses on her delicate hand before clasping it tightly. Fong Ruotang looked at Hua Ziga with curiosity and heartache. "If I am not even the crown princess, why would I agree to be your general's wife?" A crack appeared in Hua Ziga's typically confident facade. What should he do? The little darling had a point. "What must I do for you to agree to come with me?" Upon realizing who he was, Fong Ruotang felt a surge of courage. Moreover, she stealthily observed Hua Ziga, recognizing the predatory glint in his eyes that mirrored the way he regarded the elder sister in her life. Chapter 069. The Crown Prince arrives. Fong Ruotang furrowed her delicate brows, pouting in displeasure. "If you won't listen to me, I don't want you." Hua Ziga felt an ominous premonition wash over him. "Regardless, the little mirror mentioned I have 6. Having you is neither too much nor too little. You may leave." Cradled in Hua Ziga's embrace, Fong Ruotang could not discern the distinctions between different kings, tilting her chin high and waving her hand at him. "Hua Ziga, calm down. Don't be angry." "No, I am quite upset and need to vent." He leaned down and gently bit Fong Ruotang's lips, aware of her delicate nature. He applied just enough pressure while softly warning her, "Do not say such things again. I do not appreciate it." Fong Ruotang, intending to swat his head away, inadvertently slapped his face instead. Hua Ziga turned his face with the force of her gesture, lightly touching the spot she had struck. It did not hurt. Yet an odd sensation stirred within him. Little girl, one must not hit others. He took her tender hand, cradling it gently. Does your hand hurt, Fong Ruotang? The little mirror suddenly chuckled in her mind. So delightful. Fong Ruotang nodded in agreement, hands on her hips, and chided, if you continue to ignore me and bully me, I will tell my brother the Crown Prince, and he will have your head. Hua Ziga paused. He did not take her words to heart, as he had long since learned about her circumstances, including her extraordinary intellect. How could he hold anything against such a pure-hearted little one? Yet, her trust in the Crown Prince troubled him. You have a good relationship with the Crown Prince? Hua Ziga's eyes flickered with a wild intensity, as if to say that if she uttered something he disliked, he would unleash chaos. Fong Ruotang pouted, feeling wronged. I am not close with my brother the Crown Prince. I am close with you. You cannot compare to him at all. When my brother kisses me, it feels wonderful. When you kiss me, it hurts, and you bite me. Hua Ziga's wild demeanor froze. Did the little one just criticize his kissing skills compared to the Crown Prince? Surely not. I am inexperienced. It was my first kiss with a girl. With practice, you will find it enjoyable. The Crown Prince must be different. He has surely kissed others before and knows how to please you. Hua Ziga's face turned crimson, unwilling to concede defeat. Fong Ruotang glared at him indignantly, retorting, no way. The little mirror said the Crown Prince is pure, and you could not have kissed anyone else. If you touched others, you would feel disgusted. Hua Ziga scoffed, dismissing her words, yet he refrained from arguing further. In matters of intimacy with Fong Ruotang, the six of them shared a common experience. In other aspects, if there were similarities, what was truly impossible? No. Hua Ziga suddenly scooped Fong Ruotang into his arms, seating her on his arm, and coaxed, wait a little longer. We shall leave the city. Humph. Fong Ruotang turned her face away, unwilling to believe he could take her out of the city, and stubbornly declared, I am hungry. I will send someone to buy food immediately. You just wait here obediently. Hua Ziga set her down and took a few steps toward the door, snapping his fingers to summon someone. He did not inquire about her preferences. He had memorized her likes and dislikes after careful investigation. Fong Ruotang comfortably spread a handkerchief on the steps and sat down. Little mirror, did you know Hua Ziga was coming? Did you lure me out of the residence? Indeed. You did not inform me? Fong Ruotang felt a twinge of anger. The little mirror fidgeted. If you do not undertake a task, they will act on their own. Should we refuse? What if you tell the Crown Prince? With his possessiveness, how could Hua Ziga sneak you away? Fong Ruotang, I would definitely tell my brother the Crown Prince. So next time, continue. The little mirror trembled with excitement, having achieved another level of intimacy, perfection. Meanwhile, it secretly kept an eye on the others, curious which one would be so proactive next, fully supportive of them. You are making me angry. The little mirror's earlier joy was abruptly shattered, and it implored, please do not be upset. I know Hua Ziga will not harm you. That is why I chose to remain silent. Just consider it a little adventure. No, I am still quite upset. Fong Ruotang crossed her arms, her little lips pouting high, resembling a soy sauce bottle. Do not be disheartened. Eat some fruit, will you? The little mirror skillfully attempted to placate her. Fong Ruotang, not wanting to endure the pangs of hunger, accepted the ethereal fruit the little mirror offered, gradually enhancing her vitality. In the realm of cultivation, no one would go to such lengths. The investment was vast and the time required long. Humph. Fong Ruotang, though not truly angry, continued to enjoy the fruit while playfully warning, if you ever do this again, I shall not speak with you. That will not occur again, should anything like this arise. I shall certainly inform you in advance, all right? That is much better. Fong Ruotang felt satisfied, munching on a small red fruit whose name eluded her, her lips glistening. This is mine. Hua Ziga. Do I appear to be someone who craves such things? Have I truly fallen to the point of coveting the little one's snacks? Just as Hua Ziga was about to clarify his position, a subordinate arrived, announcing that the Crown Prince had brought people and they needed to retreat immediately. Hua Ziga swiftly scooped up Fong Ruotang, who leaned back forcefully, her entire body stiffening, causing him to hastily shield her with both hands. You. Hua Ziga wanted to admonish her that this was unwise, as it could lead to injury. Fong Ruotang's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I do not want to go with you. You are a bad person, trying to make me suffer. I refuse to go. I cannot endure such hardship. Hua Ziga's lips moved. You shall not suffer. I will. I will not go. I will not go. Seeing the redness in Fong Ruotang's eyes, Hua Ziga felt a pang in his heart as he helplessly embraced her to soothe her. All right. If you do not wish to go, then do not cry. What do you want? I shall comply with your wishes, but you must stay by my side. Really? Fong Ruotang tilted her head, glancing at Hua Ziga with skepticism, before taking another bite of the red fruit. Hua Ziga, truly. Upon their first meeting, how could he bear to see her in distress? Witnessing her tear-filled eyes felt like a dagger to his heart. As they grappled with each other, the crown prince and his entourage arrived. The moment he laid eyes on Fong Ruotang, with her tear-streaked cheeks as she nibbled on a fruit, he erupted in fury. Did you harm her? Chapter 070, a minor selection. It was inconceivable for Hua Ziga to acknowledge that within the prince's sphere of influence, his escape was nearly impossible. Yet, in the face of a rival, he could not afford to show weakness. The prince charged directly at him, and Hua Ziga met him head-on, their fists colliding with fierce intensity. Meanwhile, the young prince, displaying remarkable cunning, maneuvered himself in front of Fong Ruotang, showering her with concern and warmth. As they paused their altercation, Fong Ruotang leapt into the prince's embrace, tugging at his garments, and began to voice her grievances against Hua Ziga. He bit me and wanted to take me away, and he didn't even feed me. Brother Prince, you must help me punish him, strike him hard. Hua Ziga's previously arrogant demeanor faltered as he processed her words, even taking a moment to clear his ears, incredulous that such a statement had come from his beloved. What had their earlier affectionate exchange amounted to? Was it mere folly? The prince cradled Fong Ruotang with one arm while gently ruffling her fluffy little head, a gesture meant to soothe her. His gaze then turned to Hua Ziga, icy as a winter's chill. General Hua, your unauthorized presence in the capital warrants an explanation. Does it not? Do not hastily assign blame. I have submitted a request for guidance. Hua Ziga shrugged nonchalantly, embodying a rogue's charm, yet the aura of a seasoned warrior, steeped in the bloodshed of battle, clung to him, making him appear both defiant and untamed. You have abandoned your post, violating military regulations. Fong Ruotang, with wide, innocent eyes, scrutinized him. Do you wish to marry me? Indeed. I have amassed a considerable dowry. If you do not wish to marry me, I shall marry you instead. What do you think? Fong Ruotang felt a flutter of excitement. The notion was rather appealing. No one had ever proposed marriage to her before. She mused that remaining in the Prime Minister's residence with an additional occupant was hardly a burden, especially since he would bring his own provisions. The Prime Minister's house was vast, with countless empty rooms. Allocating one for him seemed quite trivial. Most importantly, marrying him would fulfill the task assigned by the little mirror. Observing this scene, the prince felt his heart skip a beat and immediately called out, "Seize him and throw him into the dungeon, awaiting judgment." Hua Ziga did not even spare the prince a glance. His focus remained on Fong Ruotang as he coaxed, "Your brother prince intends to imprison me. You." Before he could finish his words, the prince gently pressed his hand against Fong Ruotang's lips. He has wronged you. Let us not show him any pity, shall we? Fong Ruotang's little face puffed up, glaring at Hua Ziga, nearly forgetting her grievances. Humph. She turned her head defiantly, signaling her refusal to come to Hua Ziga's aid. Hua Ziga chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable fire. The young prince, standing nearby, found himself both amused and infuriated. What is this? Am I not worthy of a name in this little drama? You two are far too dismissive of me. His indignation was palpable. Hua Ziga regarded the young prince with a critical eye, pausing briefly before scoffing, unconvinced of any threat. A grown man with such a delicate appearance? He doubted Fong Ruotang could ever be attracted to him. Feeling slighted, the young prince sought to rally Fong Ruotang as support, but she offered him not a glance. No loss, I've sent someone to feed the horses. The prince found this quite gratifying, as the anger ignited by Hua Ziga dissipated somewhat. Shall we not go riding? It is quite late, and I am hungry, Fong Ruotang pouted, casting another glare at Hua Ziga, the true culprit behind her displeasure. Hua Ziga simply smiled, unfazed by her temper, as he reveled in the fire that simmered in her eyes directed at him. The prince furrowed his brow, recognizing the challenging nature of General Hua. He had heard tales of Hua Ziga's formidable reputation on the battlefield, akin to a madman, and now he realized that, even off the battlefield, he was no less formidable. Such individuals were often obstinate, intent on pursuing a singular path. The thought of the young girl in his arms being pursued by such a man reignited the prince's suppressed anger, mingled with a sense of frustration. Let us dine first. After our meal, if you wish to ride, I shall take you to the estate for a couple of days. With the rival momentarily sidelined, ensuring the well-being of his cherished companion took precedence. In unison, Hua Ziga and the young prince declared, I shall accompany you. After exchanging glances filled with disdain, they both averted their eyes, yet neither would yield to the prince. Hua Ziga, eager to secure Fong Ruotang's affection, was resolute in preventing the prince from taking her away for the night, as it would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. The prince dismissed the two men, no longer insisting on imprisoning Hua Ziga, for such an endeavor would prove futile. He would merely emerge from confinement the following day. The Hua family's army, numbering 30,000, would stir chaos should anything happen to General Hua. Moreover, the prince gazed down at the innocent face of the girl in his arms. He was reluctant to admit it, but he had to accept that all 6 of them would likely remain by her side, unless someone chose to withdraw voluntarily, which appeared highly improbable given the current circumstances. Having secured his companions, the prince led the way to a restaurant where the various factions, including the Rong heir, soon received word of their gathering, arriving almost simultaneously. The 7 of them settled into a spacious private room. Fong Ruotang glanced around, taking in the silence. No one among the 6 men spoke, save for the little mirror, whose excitement echoed through the room. Are you not thrilled to see these 6? Each is a handsome gentleman, catering to every taste. Even if you find none appealing, they can be transformed. Fong Ruotang marveled at the 6 men before her. They can change? Indeed. Their mannerisms, attire, and style can all be altered. Just voice your desires, and they will comply. With curiosity sparkling in her large eyes, Fong Ruotang observed the men, who all had their gazes averted, their expressions inscrutable. It was beyond her prowess to decipher their thoughts. Now that they are all present, choose one to indulge in your desires. But I have heard that the first time can be quite painful. I am reluctant. You would not wish to regret your decision, would you? Your family's spiritual roots are lacking. Without my generous supply of spiritual stones, they cannot even draw in chi. We had an agreement. You would complete your tasks, and I would guide you to find rare materials for crafting spiritual elixirs to enhance their roots. You haven't forgotten, have you? Very well. I shall choose the youngest. Who do you think is the youngest? Her unexpected question caused all 6 men to suddenly lift their gazes. Hua Ziga, who had felt assured of his position, now hesitated. Was this not a declaration that he was the youngest among them? Such a matter struck at the heart of a man's pride. Hua Ziga's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 071. Waiting in line for a hug. Who do you hope is the smallest among them? The Crown Prince, of course. Oh! So, the one you wish to cuddle with is the Crown Prince. The teasing laughter of the little mirror echoed, and Fong Ruotang did not object. The Crown Prince felt a flicker of joy, albeit slight, especially with the subsequent quip from the little mirror. Indeed, congratulations, it is the Crown Prince. He is the smallest. The Crown Prince. He was incredulous. No way. Next time, we shall go to the restroom together and compare. The Crown Prince's face darkened. The young prince could not contain his laughter and burst into a fit of giggles, pounding the table. I'm sorry, I can't help it, ha 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 ha, he exclaimed, as he laughed uncontrollably. Fong Ruotang, curious, asked, "What are you laughing at?" The young prince wiped away the tears from his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. Ha ha ha." There was no denying the camaraderie he shared with the crown prince, having grown up together, almost as if they were two peas in a pod. However, the crown prince had always put on a fade, appearing cold and aloof. Seeing him make a fool of himself was too tempting an opportunity to pass up. Forget about him. When are you planning to sleep with the crown prince? Tonight? We just happen to be going to the manor. Upon hearing this, the young prince's laughter vanished, as if someone had clutched his throat like a rooster about to be caught. His smile did not disappear but merely shifted. The crown prince did not believe he was the smallest, yet he soon accepted this notion. A little stigma was inconsequential compared to the tangible benefits at hand. After all, with her sentiments, whatever transpired between them today would be known by all tomorrow, and he did not want Fong Ruotang to be belittled by others. Yet, it seemed the situation was spiraling out of control. His meticulous care for Fong Ruotang's reputation did not imply that others shared his sentiments. The crown prince was not a man of indecision. He quickly resolved to lift his hand and gently pat Fong Ruotang's little head. "After we finish eating, I will take you to the manor for a few days. There's a hot spring there that you will surely enjoy." The crown prince had never been intimate with a woman, but after training, he found solace in the hot springs, believing that a woman would undoubtedly feel the same relief. "Sounds wonderful," Fong Ruotang replied with longing. The prime minister's residence also had a hot spring, but in the past, her health had been poor, and she could barely last a teacup's worth of time before gasping for breath. Each time she soaked, at least 4 or 5 maidservants would stand guard nearby, every one of them on high alert, and she never had a moment of indulgence. This time, however, she resolved to soak until her skin wrinkled. "I want to go too," the young prince interjected, turning to the crown prince. "With me around, you cannot engage in any mischief." Fong Ruotang tilted her head toward the young prince. "How does he know I want to do something mischievous? Is he trying to protect the crown prince's innocence?" The young prince rolled his eyes. "Is it not possible that I am protecting your innocence?" The crown prince, being a man, had only the right to take advantage. "Let us ignore him. I will make sure they are all unconscious." "Wow, you have that capability?" "Just add some drugs, it will be sufficient." All right. The dynamic was playful, with the crown prince remaining nonchalant while the other 5 men wore grim expressions. "Choose me." Hua Ziga boldly stepped forward and lifted Fong Ruotang with ease, as if cradling an infant, without breaking a sweat. The crown prince's brow furrowed, and he set her down. Hua Ziga shot a challenging glance at the crown prince, tightening his hold on Fong Ruotang. Perhaps it would be wise for General Hua to set down Little Six, lest he incite the ire of the others. If something were to happen to her, it would be your fault. Everyone present was a prodigy in their own right. Regardless of how they presented themselves externally, they all shared a domineering nature akin to Hua Ziga, never willing to relinquish what they desired. At that moment, remaining calm and enjoying their meal was already a test of patience. Should Hua Ziga stir trouble, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, in such a confined space, if chaos ensued, Fong Ruotang, although unharmed, would surely be frightened. He was certain he was not alone in wishing to avoid such a scene. Hua Ziga paused, glancing down at the innocent little darling in his arms. She seemed oblivious to the current tension. Unfazed, she even playfully patted his chest, reproaching him with a charming pout. "Why are you holding me so tightly? It's uncomfortable." Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, Hua Ziga would have undoubtedly snapped their neck. "Next time, please don't do that." Fong Ruotang scolded him playfully, while Hua Ziga, a towering figure, squatted before her, coaxing her gently. "I just want to give you a hug." Fong Ruotang pondered for a moment, then pouted, "But you must hug me gently." "All right." Hua Ziga's eyes sparkled as he leaned in, carefully enveloping her in his arms. Aside from the crown prince, who remained displeased, the others wore contemplative expressions. It seemed that straightforwardness was the most accepted approach for Fong Ruoteng. The young prince, though playful, merely sought to entice her rather than being as direct as Huo Zhige. The others were even less forthcoming, but they had not anticipated that Huo Zhige's suggestion would lead Fong Ruoteng to agree. In hindsight, they had misjudged her. They should not have viewed Fong Ruoteng through a conventional lens. She was on a mission, albeit one she was reluctant to undertake, yet she did not resist their affection. "Little Ruario, if he can hold you, surely you won't deny me a hug?" The young prince opened his arms, his smile as charming as ever. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. Huo Zhige instinctively tightened his grip on Fong Ruoteng, who tugged at his hair in protest. Sensing her reluctance, Huo Zhige's proud demeanor faltered, his expression turning pitiable as he lamented, "But I haven't hugged you enough." Fong Ruoteng, like a stern overlord, pushed him away, declaring, "No more hugs for you." Huo Zhige felt wronged but remained silent, casting a surreptitious glare at the young prince, contemplating how to deal with him. "Come on." Fong Ruoteng was wholly focused on her task, her heart devoid of any sound, her face betraying not an ounce of shyness. The young prince, momentarily stumped, felt an odd sense of disquiet, yet could not resist the allure, stepping forward to gently embrace Fong Ruoteng, as if cradling a fluffy cloud, her sweetness and fragrance overwhelming his senses. Before he could fully savor the moment, Fong Ruoteng callously pushed him away, coldly stating next. Seeing that no one else moved, she tilted her head. "Aren't you all going to hug?" The remaining 3 men fell silent. Prince Anjuan chuckled softly, rising to stand before her. No, little six. You cannot show favoritism, do you understand? Otherwise, Brother Ziki will be upset. "But you didn't hug me," Fong Ruoteng pouted, dissatisfied, feeling that he was not cooperating with her point-accumulating scheme. Prince Anjuan gently tapped the tip of Fong Ruoteng's petite nose. Brother Ziki isn't avoiding a hug. He's just saddened that little six did not want to be the first to hug him. Not sad. When Prince Anjuan embraced Fong Ruoteng, he stood while she sat, wrapping her entirely in his arms. The little darling patted his back soothingly, her small face nuzzling against his abdomen. Prince Anjuan stiffened. The thin fabric of his garment could not shield him from her warm breath. Just as he was about to shift away, he felt a strong pull from behind, yanking him back. Chapter 072. Each relies on their own abilities. Refrain from harboring such vile thoughts. As Huo Zhige made his move, a warning voice echoed simultaneously. Fong Ruoteng was propelled forward, and the Duke of An could only be thrust away by the force from her back. Fong Ruoteng, in a state of panic, collided with the Duke's abdomen, yet her legs struck the ground with a thud. Ugh! The Duke of An let out a soft grunt, while Fong Ruoteng's voice broke through the air with a pitiful wail. "Wah, my legs, it hurts so much." Xiao Ruario, Miss Fong Lu. Aside from Huo Zhige, who stood frozen in shock, the other 4 individuals rushed forward with alarmed expressions, surrounding her with anxious concern. "Don't move, let me see. The Crown Prince's voice was slightly hurried, yet his hands remained steady. After examining her knees and shins, he sighed in relief, saying, "No bone injury. It's nothing serious." Fong Ruoteng pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she protested. "It hurts, it really hurts. My leg, it must be broken." The Crown Prince gently removed her shoes and socks, rolling up her pant legs, only to be taken aback by the alarming bruise that marred her fair skin. How could it be this severe? The Duke of An, still supporting Fong Ruoteng, tightened his grip as he noticed the bruise on her leg. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes, tearing away his usual gentle facade as he cast a cold, scornful glance at Huo Zhige. "Are you satisfied now, you brute?" Huo Zhige felt a surge of defiance, yet the sight of Fong Ruoteng's tear-streaked face filled him with guilt and regret. He hadn't meant for this to happen. "Next time, General Huo, be more careful," remarked Yi Shilang, who considered himself merely a bystander in this affair, reluctant to engage in a predetermined fate. "Not everyone possesses the courage to charge forward. knowing they are destined to wear the green hat of betrayal. However, his feet, mind, and now even his mouth seemed to have their own intentions. Upon witnessing Fong Ruotang's injury, a fire ignited within him. Simultaneously resenting the Duke of N for being incapable of protecting her and lamenting Hua Zhiga for his lack of foresight. He wished he could incinerate both men to eliminate the source of his ire. The medicine is a bit cool. The ever-distant Rong Shizi was the first to produce some medicine, applying a small amount gently on Fong Ruotang's delicate leg. She flinched slightly, her eyes reddening as she looked at him with a tearful, pitiful expression. It hurts. Soft, gentle, as if she were being coy. Rong Shizi's hand paused momentarily. The young prince, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, attempted to intervene, but Rong Shizi's gaze remained fixed on Fong Ruotang's face as his hand deftly dodged away. Lowering his eyes to suppress his emotions, he assured, "I will be gentle." "All right, but please be lighter." Fong Ruotang sniffled, extending her slender leg toward him. A fleeting change flickered in Rong Shizi's eyes as his cool, fragrant fingers delicately massaged her leg. After evenly applying the medicine, he remarked, "This medicine works quickly. Just bear with it a little longer." "Wah, it still hurts. Could you blow on it?" Fong Ruotang innocently requested. In her home, whenever she felt unwell, her family would blow on her sore spots to alleviate the pain. Rong Shizi stiffened, while the young prince leaned closer. "Let me." He pushed against Rong Shizi, trying to take his place, but Rong Shizi remained unmoved. Suddenly, he lowered his head, gently grasping Fong Ruotang's calf and blowing softly. Whoosh! So cool. Though the tears in the corners of Fong Ruotang's eyes had yet to dry, a smile reappeared on her face. Her leg's injury, though appearing grave, was merely a result of her tender skin, which bruised easily upon impact. After all, the nourishing care she received daily had not gone to waste. Her flawless complexion was the product of years of diligent upkeep. "Get up and walk a bit. Let's see if it still hurts," Rong Shizi suggested, cautiously lowering her leg and stepping back a couple of paces. The crown prince, pursing his lips, displayed no discernible emotion. He bent down and lifted Fong Ruotang, placing her back in position. "Rest for a while. We want to go horseback riding today. Once your leg heals, we shall return." Fong Ruotang frowned, clearly reluctant. Yet upon seeing her pitiful little legs, she had no choice but to comply. "It's all your fault." "I'm sorry, I promise there won't be a next time." Hua Zhiga quickly stepped forward, raising his hand in a solemn oath. Fong Ruotang turned her little face away, pouting in anger, indicating that she was not easily appeased. Hua Zhiga took her hands and placed them on his face. "Don't be upset. You can hit me. Please calm down, all right?" Though still angry, Fong Ruotang's hands instinctively tugged at his cheeks, pulling them apart, and then poked his nose, eventually bursting into laughter. "Pig nose, ha ha ha, you look so silly." Hua Zhiga secretly sighed in relief. As long as the little darling was no longer angry, all was well. With rivals surrounding him, inciting her anger would surely lead to his downfall. "You can pinch me a bit more, and if you're not angry anymore, how about that?" Hua Zhiga's shameless demeanor astonished the 5 others present. This person truly had no shame. "Why did you pull on Brother Ziki earlier? Were you trying to hit him?" Fong Ruotang poked Hua Zhiga's cheek with her finger. Hua Zhiga looked at her with a pitiful expression. "He was hugging you, and I got jealous." "No jealousy allowed." "I'll hug you again next time." "If I don't, how will I earn points?" Hua Zhiga stammered, realizing he had just upset Fong Ruotang and deciding to let it go for the moment. "What should I do?" "I hope this doesn't jeopardize my mission." Fong Ruotang's troubled voice echoed in her mind. Little Mirror immediately offered a solution. "Next time, let us try to keep a distance. Avoiding any encounters with those 6 individuals, we can work on our tasks separately." "Indeed, Little Mirror, you're so clever," the Crown Prince and the others observed, pondering how Fong Ruotang planned to isolate them given that all 6 were in the capital. It was a bold claim, one daring to speak while the other dared to believe. Recalling their initial roles, the Crown Prince sighed, realizing it was time once again to showcase their acting prowess. As Fong Ruotang entered the estate, the Crown Prince spoke. "Shall we have a discussion?" Hua Ziga boldly retorted. "Discuss? What shall we discuss? Whether His Highness the Crown Prince is magnanimous enough to step back. If not, I see no reason for discussion. Everyone relies on their own abilities." The Crown Prince remained unfazed, not even acknowledging Hua Zhiga's insolence, having just been schooled by Fong Ruotang. It seemed the lesson had not been sufficient. "There is nothing to discuss. However, I hope General Hua will be more discerning next time and consider the circumstances before acting." The Duke of An wore a cold smile, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Hua Ziga scoffed, but did not retort. He waved his hand dismissively and strode away. The remaining 5 had nothing left to discuss either. What was there to talk about? Coexistence? None were willing. The Crown Prince twirled the ring on his finger, narrowing his eyes slightly. The young prince, with a cheeky grin, cautioned, "I suggest you ease off a bit. You've already taken the lead, monopolizing the most significant place in Xiao Ruario's heart. Don't push your luck too far. Let us not reach the point where, as Little Mirror suggested, we all end up in trouble." Chapter 73. Lady Hua. The Crown Prince cast a glance at the young prince, his eyes radiating an aura of lethal intent that failed to intimidate the latter. The young prince maintained his smile, though his expression grew colder. "As a leisurely member of the royal family, what do you suggest I use to incite a rebellion?" he retorted. From the moment he had sensed Fong Ruotang's thoughts, he had deduced the situation. The essence of rebellion lies in military power, and the young prince was solely focused on becoming the Prince of Peace, having never even entered the court to serve. What could he possibly use to revolt? Just fervor? There must surely be someone aiding him in this endeavor, and that person was Hua Zhiga. Yet, he pondered on the nature of their agreement in the original timeline. The Crown Prince gently twirled his ring, observing Hua Zhiga's arrogant demeanor, and found it hard to believe that such a person would agree to coexist with the young prince. In the presence of his beloved grandmother, Hua Zhiga tempered his haughty demeanor, approaching her with the endearing charm of a dutiful grandson. The stern expression on Lady Hua's face softened slightly. Despite the uproar surrounding Fong Ruotang, she had refrained from sending a letter to the frontier. Hua Zhiga could not comprehend why Lady Hua chose to remain silent. The Hua family possessed their own network of information. After all, they commanded an army of 300,000. Wary of a day when the cunning hare would die and the hunting dog be cooked, should the current ruler betray them. Not every matriarch was willing to sacrifice her son for favors. Lady Hua struck her dragon-headed cane with determination. "Are you foolish, grandmother? I am deeply infatuated with her and hope you will not stand in my way," Hua Zhiga replied, his gaze resolute, filled with an unwavering determination. When he first received intelligence from the capital, he had scoffed at it. Who was he? He was the proud young general of the Hua family, destined to command an army of 300,000. Would he really share a woman with another? Women only served to hinder his sword's swiftness. Until that one moment he empathized with the Crown Prince while pursuing a band of fleeing enemies. He struggled to describe the sensation, but at that instant, he felt more exhilarated than if he had severed 100 enemy heads. He was utterly captivated. This woman was meant to be his. In truth, his sole purpose for coming to the capital was to catch a glimpse of the woman he had longed for in dreams. Yet, upon seeing her, he realized he could not leave. His heart raced, and an inner voice proclaimed that he was destined for her. "What of your dreams? What of avenging your father, uncles, and elder brother? Have you forsaken the glory of the Hua family?" Lady Hua lamented. "You are the only son of the Hua family. How can you be so enamored and disregard the family's future?" "My grandfather also approves of me," Hua Zhiga replied, his brow furrowed. He was aware of the calamity looming at the frontier, and he did not believe that his grandmother could remain oblivious to the whispers circulating in the capital. Every family was exerting their utmost to curry favor with the Chancellor's residence, seeking Fong Ruotang's affection. Hua Zhiga cast a deep gaze at Lady Hua, knowing that the battle of the past had claimed his father, several uncles, and brothers, leaving her with profound sorrow. Yet, the battlefield was a place where one either perished or triumphed. The deaths of their adversaries were equally numerous. Both sides yearned for vengeance. But vengeance was not sought in this manner. Lady Hua, exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you now disregarding my counsel? Have you grown wings, willing to forsake your family for a woman?" "Grandmother." Hua Ziga raised his voice sharply. Then, in a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. "Have you forgotten? I was always a useless child. My good behavior for years must have led you to some delusion. I respect you, revere you, but I also hope you will not meddle excessively in my affairs. If so, would you prefer to treat me with the same indifference as in my childhood?" Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. Lady Hua clutched her chest and fainted. Hua Ziga coldly observed her collapse before summoning the housekeeper to fetch a doctor. The Hua residence was in chaos, unbeknownst to outsiders. Meanwhile, many eyes were fixated on Fong Ruotang's situation. Perhaps due to the medication, her calves appeared serious, yet she felt no pain. Upon learning that someone sought to meet her for divination, she eagerly approached. In the hall, the Chui and Shu families were receiving guests. "Your Excellency, I apologize for the intrusion," said Minister Meng. Fong Ruotang recognized the visiting official. He served in the Hanlin Academy and had once been favored by the emperor for his excellent calligraphy, often drafting edicts and expounding on doctrines for the emperor. However, the emperor was now wholly focused on ascension, delegating most affairs to the crown prince, yet Minister Meng remained in the prince's good graces. "What brings you here?" Fong Ruotang inquired with curiosity, for although his position was modest, he had been present at every morning court session and should have addressed her sooner. Understanding Fong Ruotang's character, Minister Meng spoke candidly without hesitation. Behind him, his mother interjected, "Yes, yes. These two children are stubborn. The old woman simply wishes for the national master to mediate on their behalf. Are you suggesting a union between the two families?" Fong Ruotang's lively eyes darted between Minister Meng and the woman accompanying him. The woman's appearance was unremarkable, her larger frame not conforming to contemporary beauty standards. Yet her eyes were pure and captivating. "Little mirror, are these two fated to be together? What should I say?" Fong Ruotang was no stranger to such matters. Having become the foremost matchmaker in the capital, frequently consulted by families seeking her insights, she enjoyed being part of such lively affairs. "They are not fated. In the original timeline, they did not end up together," Little Mirror replied. However, Minister Meng harbors deep affection for his sister-in-law, remaining unmarried for her sake. "Fong Ruotang, your eldest son is not deceased, so you..." "Fong Ruotang, are you unwell? Must you speak with such heavy breaths? All right, what should I say now? You come here." Fong Ruotang was dissatisfied with Little Mirror's teasing manner of speaking, but she communicated as instructed. She regarded the entangled fates of these individuals as mere stories, unwilling to interfere in their romantic entanglements. Instead, she curiously observed the Meng family trio, eager to learn of their decisions. Chapter 74. The Awakening of Fourth Sister. Indeed, she was alive, not merely existing, but had also taken a spouse and borne children. Fong Ruotang, fearing that old Madame Meng might not fully grasp her words, reiterated her point. Old Madame Meng's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "You have children already. Are they grandsons or granddaughters?" "At long last, our eldest has descendants." Fong Ruotang tilted her head, puzzled by old Madame Meng's sentiments. Observing Sister Meng's pale complexion and her precarious state, she found it odd. How could Sister Meng, with her strength, support two scholars? In the original timeline, why could she not leave the Meng family and live anew? Her thoughts were constrained, despite her capabilities. Her mind was occupied with filial piety, supporting her in-laws and raising children. Moreover, she was a child bride bought with a sack of grain. Fong Ruotang reflected. It was somewhat tragic. Yet, she found it difficult to summon any sympathy. Clearly, She possessed the means to break free from the Meng family's grasp and thrive elsewhere. Why then did she choose to remain suspended from this crooked tree? Sister Meng had originally been purchased as a child bride for Meng Darren. After all, a sack of grain could exchange for a wife, amounting to acquiring one without monetary expense. How then did she become Sister Meng? Because Sister Meng could earn money. Meng Darren was more gifted in studies than Meng Dage, and fearing that if Meng Darren married Sister Meng, she would cease to support Meng Dage's education, old Madame Meng and Meng Dage insisted on the union. In truth, neither of them registered the marriage with the authorities, and there were no records, after all. Both old Madame Meng and Meng Dage believed Sister Meng unworthy of him, still hoping for a prestigious marriage for him. Such was the nature of a concubine. Fong Ruotang's eyes widened. When her elder cousin turned 16, her aunt arranged a similar situation for him, yet at that time, he was wholly focused on martial arts, preoccupied with thoughts of combat, and had no interest in such matters. However, Fong Ruotang had learned about concubines from that incident. Earlier in the year, when her aunt inquired if fifth brother wanted to select a concubine, she had eagerly observed the proceedings. For reasons unknown, the more she became involved, the more resistant fifth brother grew, ultimately leading to the matter being dropped. Upon hearing this, Sister Meng rolled her eyes and fainted. Meng Darren's attention had already been on Sister Meng. He felt both gratitude and pity towards her. Although his feelings were not romantic, he believed that his current success was largely due to Sister Meng's sacrifices. He was uncertain if, in the future, when conflicts arose between them, he could steadfastly side with his new wife. Thus he refrained from causing harm to other virtuous young women, which delayed his marriage. I thank you, esteemed National Master, for your candid revelations. Should there come a time when you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. For now, I must escort my mother and sister home, Meng Darren said, his expression inscrutable. Fong Ruotang could not discern his decision. Oh, go on. Quickly find a doctor for your sister. Fong Ruotang's gaze shifted back to old Madame Meng, just in time to catch her disdainful expression towards Sister Meng. Alas! Sister Meng's plight was truly unfortunate. As soon as she departed, she remarked with a sigh. Cui added, who can deny it? Men fear entering the wrong profession, and women dread marrying the wrong man. She is but a drifting weed without roots. Shu sighed softly. Second Master Fong is a man of conscience. I hold no grievances against him. Yet, in the quiet of the night, as I sleep alone, I occasionally ponder that in my next life, I would wish to be a man, determined to live differently and explore the vast world beyond. And Fong Ruotang gazed at Cui with admiration. Your words are truly profound. Cui raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What have I said that is so remarkable? Your thoughts are more advanced than those of the sages. Surely, you would never wish to marry off fourth sister to endure suffering, would you? Fong Ruotang blinked innocently, her expression obedient. Cui paused, her smile fading. Has Little Force spoken to you about this? If she does not wish to marry, why does she not come to me herself? A hint of displeasure flickered within Cui. Fong Wanong, now 17, had once been betrothed, but her fiancé had passed away after just 2 years. The marital fates of the daughters of the Fong family had seldom been smooth. Yet now, due to Fong Ruotang's influence, nearly every family in the capital with eligible sons had extended an olive branch to her. Recently, she and Shu had been overwhelmed with proposals, having identified several promising families, eagerly awaiting further meetings. Despite their efforts for Fong Ruotang's marriage, she was behind the scenes encouraging her to voice her opinions. Given the current situation, when fourth sister expressed her disinterest in marrying for the next 2 years, could she not see the writing on the wall? She could have her own thoughts, but she must not impose them on Fong Ruotang. Fourth sister did not say anything. I discerned it myself. Fong Ruotang proudly puffed out her chest. She envies me and gazes at me with sparkling eyes, I noticed. Cui scrutinized Fong Ruotang for a moment, assuring herself that it was not Fong Wantong's influence that prompted this, and then smiled broadly. You can see that? And you underestimate me, don't you? I've grown quite clever. I am no longer the child I once was. Very well, very well. Cui affectionately ruffled Fong Ruotang's hair, observing her snuggling against her shoulder with a charming demeanor. Her heart softened. I will inquire with your fourth sister. If she truly feels this way, I shall not pressure her, all right? Aunt, I knew you were the most formidable. Whatever I desire, you can help me achieve. I truly admire you. You are the most impressive person in our Prime Minister's residence, Fong Ruotang exclaimed, showering Cui with compliments that left her beaming. Shu, observing from the side, chuckled slyly. What? Your aunt is extraordinary, yet I, as your mother, am not? Mother is indeed impressive. You both are the most remarkable people in my life. Your presence gives me immense comfort, Fong Ruotang sweetly flattered, often leaving her family in a dizzying state. Yet, it was this very charm that fostered harmony within the Prime Minister's household. No one could bear to see her in a chaotic environment. Fong Ruotang then approached Fong Wantong, eager to share her accomplishments. Startled, Fong Wantong, filled with both trepidation and joy, asked, Did Mother truly say that? Indeed. If Aunt has promised me, she will surely follow through, Fong Ruotang said, lifting her chin. Feeling like a wonderful younger sister capable of alleviating her elder sister's worries. Fong Wantong embraced Fong Ruotang, her eyes glistening with tears. Little Six, thank you, truly. Previously, she had lived in this small world, dreaming only of marrying a good man. However, after hearing numerous stories lately, she realized that even seemingly virtuous men could become grotesque over time. Unlike her elder sister, who was stunningly beautiful, or her third sister, who was exceptionally intelligent and could captivate the hearts of men, she lacked the pure kindness of her sixth sister, which naturally drew the best offerings from those around her. Her biological mother and elder sister were kind, but since she became aware, her stepmother taught her to bide her time and to prioritize her elder sister's needs in all matters. This instilled in her a gentle nature that avoided conflict. Yet deep within, she harbored insecurities. She would never possess the radiant smile and pride characteristic of a legitimate daughter. Now, thanks to Little Six, the world had been reshuffled, presenting her with a new path. Though her talents were modest and her roots tangled, she still wished to try. She recognized Li Shiyun's choice. Only by becoming strong could she face the storms of the future without fear. She aspired to take control of her own destiny and live independently, unbound by others. Chapter 075, like training a dog concerning Fong Wantong's reluctance to marry. After an in-depth conversation with her, the Cui family, having confirmed her intentions, ceased their efforts to find her a suitor and acquiesced to her choice. The elation that ensued left Fong Wantong in tears of joy, culminating in her nearly emptying her small treasury that very night, transferring all her possessions into Fong Ruotang's storeroom. However, the ever-frugal Fong Ruotang declined, not due to disdain for her sister's belongings, but rather because among the sisters, excluding the still youthful 8th and 9th sisters, Fong Wantong's storeroom was the smallest. On the surface, she possessed all the seasonal garments and ornaments one could expect, yet the disparity stemming from their different maternal backgrounds was undeniable. The following day, the Crown Prince arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, leading a small white horse. Upon hearing the news, Fong Ruotang joyously sprinted from the courtyard, racing through the garden towards the front yard. The Crown Prince, observing the approaching figure, softened his usually aloof demeanor, extending his arms wide as Fong Ruotang leapt into his embrace. She dashed forward, bending low to slip beneath his arm, and seized the horse's neck from behind. Little White, I've missed you so much. Did you miss me? Her sticky voice echoed behind him, momentarily blanking the Crown Prince's mind as he steadied his hands. Did you name it Little White? Of course. It's all white, so it should be named Little White. The Crown Prince remained noncommittal. Fong Ruotang exclaimed with delight. Crown Prince brother, did you make the saddle for me? Yes, do you like it? I do. I also adore the large red gemstone on the whip. Fong Ruotang grinned at the whip the Crown Prince held. Its ornate design perfectly matched her aesthetic. Even the saddle and stirrups were adorned with gems and pearls, elevating the value of the little white horse. "Does your leg still hurt?" Upon seeing her run towards him, the crown prince presumed it was no longer painful. Yet he inquired nonetheless. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Crown Prince brother, are you going to take me riding?" Fong Ruotang's face lit up with anticipation. The crown prince wished to do so as well, but recalled the 5 ravenous wolves in the capital. "Let us first ride around the estate today, shall we? Once you are accustomed to riding, I will take you to the countryside to play." His suggestion tempered Fong Ruotang's enthusiasm, yet any opportunity for enjoyment was better than none. Consequently, the entire Prime Minister's residence bore witness to a remarkable scene. The typically stoic crown prince, under the sun, wore a gentle smile as he led Little White around the garden with Fong Ruotang, bringing her unrestrained joy. Oh, how delightful! Their harmonious atmosphere, however, was short-lived, for Hua Ziga arrived, perched ominously on the wall. His presence was soon accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle outside. The crown prince's commanding presence was unmistakable, as Hua Ziga scoffed and vaulted over the wall. Fong Ruotang blushed, her excitement spilling forth. "You're amazing! You jumped down from such a high wall. Can you leap up to that eaves?" Hua Ziga paused, assessing the eaves before nimbly springing up. "Wow, you're incredible!" Fong Ruotang clapped her hands, her small face alight with excitement as she urged Hua Ziga to jump onto a tree. Under her sugary encouragement, Hua Ziga performed like a trained monkey, and amidst her praises, a foolish grin broke across his face. "Foolish dog," the crown prince muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Hua Ziga's ability to amuse Fong Ruotang so effortlessly. He longed to assert his own capabilities, but ultimately refrained, burdened by the weight of his princely image and choosing not to engage in such childish rivalry. "Shall I take you out to play? I know many delightful spots," Hua Ziga proposed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Fong Ruotang, his joy nearly spilling over. Fong Ruotang's heart raced at the prospect. She tilted her head, clasped her hands together, and pouted adorably. "Crown Prince brother, please let me go out to play, will you?" Hua Ziga's demeanor shifted suddenly, his temper flaring as he retorted. "Why must you ask the Crown Prince to play outside? What right does he have to control you?" "Because Crown Prince brother will protect me." Hua Ziga hesitated, recalling the intelligence he had received and Fong Ruotang's unique situation. Yet he remained obstinate. "I can protect you. I am stronger than he is." The crown prince scoffed lightly, though Fong Ruotang, perched on the horse, did not hear him, while Hua Ziga, the embodiment of martial prowess, caught every word. "Do you dare to challenge me?" "Whoever loses must withdraw," Hua Ziga declared defiantly, chin raised, issuing a challenge. While the crown prince was indeed a formidable warrior, he was slightly outmatched compared to Hua Ziga's specialized skills. "Xiao Lu, if the general insists that I never see you again, will you agree?" Fong Ruotang gasped, her eyes wide with shock. "Why?" "Because he wants to challenge me, and I cannot defeat him. If I lose, I will no longer be able to see you," the crown prince stated plainly, his tone devoid of complaint. However, Fong Ruotang disagreed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hua Ziga. "You're wicked. You bully crown prince brother, and when let us meet. I dislike you like this." Hua Ziga's heart raced, and he paled, retreating a step, his usual arrogance dissipating. The crown prince clicked his tongue, recalling how Fong Ruotang had recently schooled him in manners, and now Hua Ziga was rushing headlong into a similar lesson. He thought it best for Hua Ziga to confront the harsh realities of his aspirations. After all, with the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders, the crown prince could not be present for Fong Ruotang at all times, nor could he continually indulge her whims. Yet, he was also the one with the most information regarding the little mirror. A prosperous world would benefit Fong Ruotang's recovery, compelling him to take action. "How dare you?" The crown prince's ire surged, but was swiftly quelled upon witnessing Hua Ziga's pallid countenance, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. "Yesterday, He had intended to discuss matters with Hua Zhiga, hoping to impart his insights, but since Hua Zhiga refused to listen, it was perhaps best for him to learn through experience, even if it meant hitting a wall repeatedly. His little girl was certainly not someone easily won over. Chapter 76. The Display of Praise. Do not look at me that way. As Hua Zhiga met Feng Ruotang's gaze, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, not wishing to frighten her. Yet, he could not suppress the heavy breaths that betrayed his inner turmoil. The Crown Prince remained unperturbed, having anticipated this moment. The young girl possessed a character akin to that of a child of 7 or 8, adept at discerning the hearts of others. Children often resort to tears and tantrums to achieve their desires, gradually testing the boundaries of those around them, and she was no different. In this instance, she was probing Hua Zhiga's limits. Upon realizing his affection for her, she felt emboldened to act out. Aware of her immaturity, the Crown Prince perceived no fault in her childlike behavior. He simply tempered his occasional urge to indulge her whims. It was not that he disdained her spirited antics. Rather, as the Crown Prince, he had to uphold the dignity of the royal family. The young girl was oblivious to the nuances of decorum, and he could hardly bear to chastise her in private, let alone in public. Having observed her personality, the Crown Prince concluded that the best approach was to maintain a balance of intimacy and authority. Are you upset because I do not allow you to replace your brother? The Crown Prince? But why? You are uniquely you, is that not enough? Feng Ruotang blinked her innocent eyes, expressing confusion. My brother will protect me. You will soar and amuse me. You are irreplaceable, is that not wonderful? Her soft tone brimmed with innocence, her little face scrunched in perplexity. The Crown Prince managed a slight smile, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Hua Zhiga, previously on the verge of losing control, relaxed his grip and, unable to hide his smile, inquired, So, am I irreplaceable to you as well? Indeed. Feng Ruotang beamed, her eyes sparkling like stars, filled with the image of Hua Zhiga. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, his spirits lifted, even casting a challenging glance at the Crown Prince. Such a fool, the Crown Prince thought. Are you no longer angry? Feng Ruotang leaned forward, her fragrant presence enchanting Hua Zhiga. If you are not upset, can you take me up with you? She stretched out her hands, her eyes glistening, softly requesting a hug. At this moment, Hua Zhiga felt a genuine calm wash over him. What fault could such a sweet child possess? The Crown Prince was indeed unique in his own right, and Hua Zhiga was no less extraordinary. With clarity restored, Hua Zhiga swept Feng Ruotang off her feet, bringing her into the courtyard where they leapt and played, eliciting peals of laughter from her. The Crown Prince pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated by his inability to handle Feng Ruotang. She is far too cherished, which is not ideal. Shall we venture outside? The Crown Prince asked, observing Hua Zhiga once again provocatively holding Feng Ruotang before him. After all, whether it was 1 wolf or 5, there was no difference. He would not deprive the young girl of her joy out of fear. Feng Ruotang immediately patted Hua Zhiga's shoulder, signaling him to halt. Yes. Shall we go to the village? I want to bring Shaobai along. Realizing it was getting late, and they were unprepared for departure, she suggested they wait a few days instead. The Crown Prince's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone bore a tenderness that could not be overlooked. Feng Ruotang understood that this serious Crown Prince held a deep affection for her, and she pouted in displeasure. But I want to ride Shaobai today. Then I will lead the horse for you to ride around the streets. It will be a perfect opportunity to see if there is anything you wish to buy. He offered. You are the best, brother Crown Prince. Feng Ruotang's eyes sparkled with joy, and she smiled sweetly at him. Humph. Hua Zhiga scowled, unable to accept any male attention directed toward Feng Ruotang. She poked his cheek playfully. Do not sulk. Today I shall have brother Crown Prince lead the horse, and tomorrow I will let you do so. Please do not be angry. Hua Zhiga, is that what he truly desires? As they walked alongside the horse, Feng Ruotang's cheerful demeanor shone through, her legs playfully nudging the horse's belly as if to urge it to move faster. Look, The Grand Master has arrived. Someone shouted as they reached the bustling market, and soon the crowd echoed the call. Grand Master, Grand Master. Since Fong Ruotang had regained her health, she had developed a fondness for venturing outdoors, and the townsfolk recognized her. They would enthusiastically greet her, kneeling in reverence, yet they never intruded upon her space. Thank you, Grand Master. My fields are now full of sweet potatoes, and when they bear fruit, I shall bring some for you to taste. Here are some eggs from my chickens, please have them. Grand Master, this is my homegrown radish, and my homegrown cabbage. Very well, I shall accept them all. Fong Ruotang waved her hand, exuding the charm of a sovereign mingling with her subjects. Peach Hong, give them the silver. No, no, Grand Master. We do not want silver. This is merely a token of our goodwill, nothing of value, the crowd insisted, their voices harmonizing. Fong Ruotang frowned, her expression turning stern. If you refuse the silver, then I shall not take your vegetables. I shall never accept them again. Grand Master, my wife has set up a longevity tablet for you at home. Wishing you a lifetime of prosperity. Indeed, indeed. You all take care as well. Fong Ruotang waved her delicate hand, grinning widely, revealing her small teeth. Now, disperse, disperse. The townsfolk were well aware of Fong Ruotang's nature. Despite her esteemed position as the Grand Master, she was a sweet and innocent girl. Most importantly, unlike the aloof scions of noble families, she did not look down upon the common folk. Coupled with her introduction of 3 new grains and the Crown Prince's fervent endorsements, she had garnered immense respect and admiration among the populace. Moreover, she never accepted even a thread from the commoners. Returning any offerings they attempted to leave at the Prime Minister's residence. As time passed, the townsfolk ceased bringing fruits and vegetables to the Prime Minister's door. Yet they still made a point to visit her. Whenever the Grand Master instructed her servants to distribute silver, they would swiftly flee. Adore me, if you will. Fong Ruotang noticed Hua Zhiga's fervent gaze upon her, and her lips curled into a proud smirk. I take great pride in you, Hua Zhiga sincerely complimented. Not merely to please Fong Ruotang. In the midst of the praises, Fong Ruotang straightened her small frame, a look of pride adorning her face. Chapter 077, Street Fortune-Telling. A young girl, dressed as a maid, waved her hand vigorously, calling out to Fong Ruotang with all her might. Following the sound, Fong Ruotang turned her gaze and curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" The girl was not the first to halt the National Master in the street. Yet she understood the rules and knelt at a distance without approaching too closely. Honorable National Master, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. As my wedding day approaches, I find myself filled with trepidation which compelled me to disturb your leisure. I hope you can forgive me. Not at all, not at all. Please speak your mind. Fong Ruotang replied amiably. She had a penchant for indulging in lively gatherings, and among the common folk were those who were either astute or desperate, all seeking her counsel. She resolved the issues she could on the spot, and for those beyond her capacity, she summoned her elder brother, the Crown Prince, to take them into his care. After all, the small mirror she possessed acted much like a demon-revealing mirror, exposing the various specters and spirits before her. Fong Ruotang found amusement in the entangled grievances of these individuals, though her elder sister had urged her to temper her delight in others' misfortunes. She understood that deriving amusement from someone else's sorrow was unseemly, thus she always offered a few words of guidance when approached for help. This amiable demeanor only enhanced her reputation among the populace, and according to feedback from the small mirror, the power of faith she received was steadily increasing. The girl continued, I am to be wed soon, yet my fiancé has lost 2 wives before me. I wish to inquire whether he truly brings misfortune to his spouses, and whether my fate can withstand such a union. With a blink, Fong Ruotang instinctively felt a sense of displeasure at the mention of misfortune. Madame Xia has used this very notion to manipulate my 3rd sister's marriage. What misfortune? Your fiancé is merely a scoundrel. After you marry him, it won't be long before you meet your end, not due to any curse, but rather from a contagion. The small mirror interjected before Fong Ruotang could ask further. What sort of contagion? Fong Ruotang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Because of the unfairness of it all. This vile disease does not manifest in men, yet it claims the lives of women. You must warn her against the marriage, otherwise, should she perish, she would do so burdened with this wretched contagion, a most tragic fate. Fong Ruotang looked upon the girl, who was already on the brink of despair, with sympathy. Coming from a modest background, it was unlikely she would be marrying a widower who had lost 2 wives to death. Though the girl could not hear Fong Ruotang's inner thoughts, her expressions were transparent, revealing her emotions at a glance. Your fiancé is not a good man. He does not bring misfortune, he merely carries a loathsome disease that will take the life of any woman he marries. You would do well to reconsider this union. As Fong Ruotang spoke, the surrounding commoners began to comprehend the situation. It was uncertain whether the girl's notoriety or her fiancé's reputation drew such attention. But several individuals nearby were already aware of the matter. Look over there at the tea house to the left. Do you see that seemingly happy family? The small mirror nudged Fong Ruotang to observe. Some officials' families in the vicinity could hear her thoughts and turned to look, while the majority of ordinary citizens continued their discussions regarding the scoundrel. The woman is soon to perish, her husband and son will soon follow in vengeance, and the 3 of them will meet their fates together. That beautiful lady is too conspicuous, someone has taken notice of her, and she may be abducted and harmed. Her husband and son will fail to save her, and will also seek revenge, leading to their collective demise. How tragic! I must warn them about the identity of the abductor. I will have the Crown Prince deal with him. The uncle of the Minister of Revenue. The small mirror divulged the identity and then provided the name. Fong Ruotang furrowed her brow and conveyed this to her elder brother, clenching her small fist in determination. This villain must be dealt with. The Crown Prince must ensure he pays for his crimes. Very well. The Crown Prince remained composed. Such injustices were commonplace and failed to provoke his ire. However, he was displeased that such abhorrent affairs had come to Fong Ruotang's attention. Did you see that family of 3? Please go and speak with them. Fong Ruotang summoned Tao Hong, providing detailed instructions. Although they had already intervened on their behalf, it was prudent to offer a warning to prepare them for possible dangers. After all, she knew well that beauty often led to peril. Without the strength to match, one must remain humble. Precious flowers require not only careful nurturing but also suitable soil. Did that elderly lady see? In her youth, her husband was a libertine. And when he failed to produce a son, she seduced her brother-in-law to bear children. She executed her plan quite astutely, Fong Ruotang remarked, observing the elderly woman described by the small mirror, whose kind visage belied her decisive nature. Look, look, there is a formidable young woman over there, hailing from humble origins, who proclaims she will never be a concubine while simultaneously accepting gifts from a noble scion and has opened an inn. Fong Ruotang tilted her head to observe a modestly dressed yet beautiful woman, her ambitious eyes betraying her dissatisfaction with her current lot. A noble scion? Who? It couldn't be someone I know, could it? Fong Ruotang asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Half right, it is indeed a brother. But with an additional courtesy name, Fong Ruotang. If you dare speak to me in such a manner again, I shall not converse with you for an entire month. The small mirror immediately acquiesced. I apologize, I did not mean to offend. I simply thought such expressions were quite atmospheric, as those storytellers often do. Fong Ruotang pouted in discontent, but, upon reflecting on her elder cousin, wore a frown of concern. How could my elder cousin be so foolish? The farmer's daughter, who swore never to be a concubine, will return in 3 years with a pair of twins to become one. A concubine is still a concubine. How could she be elevated? Guess. Fong Ruotang. You may as well perish. Ho Jiga, go and apprehend her. Fong Ruotang glared coldly at the farmer's daughter, who was merely an onlooker. Humph. Her elder cousin was so kind to her, yet this woman sought to usurp her place. Her elder cousin was not blameless either, allowing such behavior to flourish. This was truly infuriating, leaving her spirit utterly deflated. Chapter 078. The Rise of the Concubine. What are you doing? Let me go. The peasant girl, who had been engrossed in the play, suddenly found herself seized, her panic causing her to struggle desperately. Fong Ruotang, observing from a height, looked down at her with eyes brimming with disdain. Humph. Shameless, wanting to take advantage of my elder cousin. Let us see if I agree to that. In Fong Ruotang's upbringing, she was indifferent to men taking concubines, as it was commonplace among her uncles. However, she was fiercely protective and could not tolerate the thought of her beloved elder cousin suffering any indignity. She did not mind if her elder cousin took a concubine, but she could not accept the idea of a favored concubine overshadowing his legitimate wife. Lord National Master, I believe you are mistaken. I do not know your elder cousin. I am but an ordinary commoner. How could I possibly know such esteemed individuals? The girl's eyes flickered with desperation as she pleaded for mercy. Humph. Shumingchang is my elder cousin. Fong Ruotang retorted sharply, silencing her as she led her to the shufu. A throng of onlookers followed, akin to a detachment of guards, whispering and pointing at the peasant girl. They were unsure of the exact circumstances, but it was evident that whatever had provoked the National Master's ire was indeed egregious. The townsfolk, with their simplistic reasoning, felt that supporting the National Master meant supporting everything he stood for, and they were not shy about expressing their disdain for the girl, some even tossing vegetable scraps in her direction. Fong Ruotang took no offense. Those she disliked should be equally scorned by her companions. To her, any semblance of friendship between her loved ones and those she detested was a betrayal. Upon arriving at the shufu, the peasant girl appeared utterly disheveled, small and helpless. Yet, the townsfolk, armed with the finest produce from their homes, hurled it at her, inadvertently enhancing her pitiable demeanor. Fong Ruotang, with a dramatic toss of her head, strode boldly into the shufu. The doorman, upon seeing her, promptly announced her arrival, greeted by welcoming smiles. The young lady has arrived. Please come inside. I shall summon the matriarch and others to the main hall. The doorman was perceptive. Typically, as a junior member of the family, it was her duty to pay her respects. However, given the current tumultuous situation and the presence of the crown prince, it was clear something significant had transpired. There's no need to trouble my grandmother. Simply bring my aunt and elder cousin here. I have matters to discuss with them. Understood. The doorman dispatched a servant to relay the message to the rear courtyard. By the time Fong Ruotang reached the main hall, refreshments had already been laid out. The crown prince pinched her puffed-up cheeks. Do not be upset. If you truly dislike her, you can simply dispose of her. Hua Ziga, somewhat brusquely, brushed aside the crown prince's hand, turning Fong Ruotang around to gently wipe the spot where the crown prince had touched her. Is such a trivial matter worthy of your anger? The crown prince, known for his magnanimity, cast a sidelong glance at him, neither chastising him for his possessiveness nor acknowledging his derision. The peasant girl, held down by Tao Hong, knelt on the ground, tears brimming in her frightened eyes as she shook her head in denial. Fong Ruotang scoffed, expressing her discontent. You two are so foolish. If I were to kill her now, she would merely become the unattainable ideal in my elder cousin's heart, forever lingering between him and his wife. I shall not grant her that opportunity. To ensure they understood her point, she elaborated on the concept of the unattainable ideal. The crown prince and Hua Ziga quickly grasped her meaning, and the crown prince affectionately ruffled her hair. Our little six has grown wiser, Fong Ruotang, with a proud lift of her chin, declared, indeed. I feel so much smarter now, hee hee. It is the nature of unattainable desire that memory beautifies what is lost, deepening affection. Hua Ziga, a man capable of commanding armies, was certainly not a fool. Observing the crown prince's demeanor, he narrowed his eyes, as if something flickered in his mind, just out of reach, when the matriarch of the shufu and her eldest daughter-in-law arrived, though they were dressed appropriately. It was clear they had not put on any special adornments in haste. Hearing from the doorman about Fong Ruotang's displeasure, they hurried over. What's wrong? Has someone bullied you? Lady Shu warmly grasped Fong Ruotang's hand, noting her visibly irritated demeanor, pondering who would dare to offend her little six. Her gaze discreetly darted to the corner where the peasant girl was being restrained, connecting the dots from the doorman's words. And, let me tell you, my elder cousin is truly wicked. He has been keeping a concubine outside, which I discovered, and I have brought her here. Fong Ruotang huffed, pointing at the terrified peasant girl in the corner. The expression on her elder cousin's wife shifted, her gaze toward the peasant girl tinged with curiosity rather than animosity. She sought to understand what kind of woman could entice her husband to disregard propriety and their family's long-standing ties. As a woman raised under the strictures of propriety, she did not demand her husband's undivided devotion, but she valued her status and rights as the legitimate wife, which were not to be challenged. Lady Shu felt a sense of inevitability. The issue indeed lay with her eldest son. Just as she finished speaking, the lively voice of Shumingcheng echoed from the entrance. Little Six wished to see me? There was no need for you to come in person. Did you miss your elder cousin? Shumingcheng, being a decade older than Fong Ruotang, felt no need for formality in their relationship, speaking to her with familiar warmth. Fong Ruotang quickly approached him, crossing her arms and glaring up at him indignantly. Elder cousin, you have truly disappointed me. Shumingcheng was taken aback, glancing at his mother and wife, both wearing troubled expressions. What happened? Did I do something to upset you? He asked, bending down to gently coax her, sharing a knowing glance with his wife, urging her to assist in soothing Fong Ruotang. Chapter 079. The astute Hunter Wei's wife, Shumingcheng, was quite content. Not only did she manage the household with utmost care, but after marrying him, she also maintained a close relationship with her cousin, Xiao Lu, whom he cherished. In the past, a mere glance from him would convey his intentions, yet this time she turned her face away, resolutely refusing. Shumingcheng was taken aback, realizing that the situation might be more serious than he had presumed. After a moment's contemplation, he wondered if it was due to the recent attention he received as Xiao Lu's cousin, which had perhaps led him to become rather complacent. However, he had never acquiesced to anyone's requests. Cousin, do you recognize this person? Fong Ruotang inquired, pointing at the farmer's daughter who had curled up in a corner. Shumingcheng focused his gaze and replied candidly, "Isn't that Miss Lu?" He then realized the gravity of the current situation, raising an eyebrow at Wei. You cannot tell me you've forgotten Miss Lu. A year ago, after drinking with Shangfeng, I nearly drowned in the river, and it was Miss Lu who saved me. Later, you even sent her money as a token of gratitude. Do you not recall? Wei was momentarily astonished, dredging the memory of the timid girl from a year ago. But she struggled to connect that recollection with the enchanting figure before her. She did remember the incident, as not only had she met her husband's savior, but also provided her with money, fabric, and food. Sixth sister claims she is your mistress. Wei tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her heart instinctively racing. She decided to give her husband a chance to defend himself. That's unjust, Shumingcheng exclaimed, then feigned anger as he turned to Fong Ruotang. Is this truly how Sixth sister perceives me? Fong Ruotang looked at him with curiosity, sensing no deceit. But that's what the little mirror told me. It is an artifact, and its words are never wrong. Shumingcheng was bewildered. I assure you, I have no such intentions. Miss Lu used the money you gave her to open a small tavern. I happened to pass by once and saw someone drunkenly causing a ruckus. Upon recognizing the person, I lent a helping hand. Miss Lu mentioned she has no background and is vulnerable in this capital city, hoping that, given her past assistance to me, I might occasionally visit her tavern to lend her some credibility. I thought it was no trouble. About once a month, I would dine there with colleagues, as it was a convenient gathering place. However, I've been there more frequently recently, 3 or 4 times this month, since colleagues tend to invite me there. I believed it would be beneficial for Miss Lu, given her past state. Having been Shumingchen's confidant for nearly a decade, Wei could discern the truth in his words. Furthermore, his candidness suggested sincerity. Despite his masculine demeanor, It was evident to Wei that Miss Lu was subtly ensnaring him. It had even escalated to the point where others misinterpreted their relationship. Otherwise, how could those who lavished attention upon Xu Mingcheng coincidentally choose to drink at Miss Lu's tavern? Moreover, since consuming the cleansing elixir you provided, I have been home cultivating my skills, only attending unavoidable social gatherings. If you doubt me, inquire with your elder sister-in-law. Yet, I cannot explain why most of my recent engagements have been at Miss Lu's tavern. At this juncture, Xu Mingcheng began to piece together the situation. He had not previously considered its complexity. He looked toward Wei, apprehensively asking, "Sixth sister is young and naive, but you must understand, I have no need for a mistress." Correct? Wei found herself nodding, albeit with difficulty. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Feng Ruotang was not mistaken, and thus turned her gaze toward her. Feng Ruotang was equally perplexed and hurriedly prodded the little mirror in her mind. Currently, Miss Lu has only just cast her net, and your elder cousin has yet to be ensnared. However, according to the original timeline, it won't be long. Look at how he is oblivious to the fact that even those around him believe there is a connection between them. By the time he realizes it, he will be trapped, and it will be but a moment before he is consumed. Feng Ruotang sighed with relief, as she truly did not wish for her dear elder cousin to become a victim. Yet, she swiftly grew angry, relaying all that the little mirror had conveyed. She then scolded, "Elder cousin, how could you be so foolish? A man must safeguard his reputation while out in the world. Why can't you learn from my second brother? He has no women around him, leaving no opportunity for those with ulterior motives." Upon hearing the full backstory, Xu Mingcheng broke into a cold sweat, immediately anxious, as he explained to Wei. "Though I am uncertain why I would commit an unforgivable error in the original timeline, I can assure you that I harbor no ulterior motives toward Miss Lu. Please believe me, I am not that despicable. I simply wish to cultivate my abilities and, when the time Sixth Sister foresees arrives, be capable of providing a good life for you and the children." A thorn pricked at Wei's heart, leaving her uncomfortable. She realized that had it not been for Feng Ruotang's sudden interference, Xu Mingcheng would have found it impossible to escape this predicament. After all, a patient hunter would not let slip the prey they had set their sights upon. This Miss Lu's scheming is too profound. Could it be that her earlier act of saving your elder cousin was also feigned? Not at all. It was genuine. However, after meeting your elder sister-in-law, she became envious and harbored desires to replace her, thus meticulously plotting against your elder cousin. Feng Ruotang grimaced, believing Miss Lu to be untrustworthy, while acknowledging her elder cousin's foolishness. Not foolish, merely a hunter concealing their true intentions. If it were you, and your savior opened a small tavern, requesting only that you dine there once a month, would you refuse? Feng Ruotang pondered. Given her current dining habits, she likely would not refuse. Ah, then it is not entirely your elder cousin's fault. It is all Miss Lu's doing. Feng Ruotang's innocent remarks alleviated some of Wei's distress. Sixth sister, I heard you came here, even skipping Master S lessons. Did you come to find me? Third cousin Xu Minglang appeared, grinning widely, his presence announced before he arrived. Oh! Your tool-like cousin has arrived, the little mirror quipped sarcastically, issuing a warning. I told you, if you associate with him, I will no longer provide you with any favors. Feng Ruotang rolled her eyes. You truly are a sycophant to the crown prince. I fail to comprehend why you do not bind them to your tasks instead of clinging to me. The sovereign's decisions are beyond my comprehension, however. You must not associate with this tool-like cousin. Do not refer to him as tool-like. I had no intentions of pursuing him after you stated he could not open a marketplace. Feng Ruotang and the little mirror began to bicker. The crown prince and Hua Ziga observed the exuberant youth rushing toward them. As Xu Minglang caught sight of their scrutinizing gazes, he felt overwhelmed by pressure, simultaneously hearing the little mirror's thoughts. He had long been aware of the situation, as during his initial meeting with his cousin, the artifact had warned her of his intentions. Each subsequent encounter had rendered him cautious, but he could not discern its motives. Did it truly believe he could conquer 6 opponents, outmaneuver the crown prince, and win the heart of a beauty? The little mirror overestimated him greatly. He had no illusions regarding his own capabilities. How infuriating. Now, in front of the main subject, he was incurring enmity. He could only express his gratitude. Chapter 80. He likes me too. Her expressions were as if inscribed with words, and the Shujia family had grown accustomed to them over the years. Although she had gained spiritual wisdom, her wit remained unremarkable. The crown prince had grown used to it, but for Hua Jiga, who had only heard tales, witnessing it firsthand was irresistible, leading him to burst into laughter as he swept Fong Ruotang into his embrace, playfully kneading her cheeks. "What kind of treasure are you?" Fong Ruotang looked up in confusion, bewildered by Hua Jiga's antics, yet soon accepted his behavior, continuing to seek answers from the little mirror. The little mirror spoke ambiguously, evading the question. Fong Ruotang narrowed her eyes, pretending to be fierce. "If you don't tell me, I'll abandon you. Go find your master. After all, you belong to him." The little mirror responded with uncertainty. "Can't you use a different approach with him? In the original timeline, he never married or had children. To save you, he was silenced." Silenced? By whom? The little mirror glanced around the pristine white space, clearly unable to meet Fong Ruotang's gaze, but still reluctant to look directly at her. "Are you going to tell me or not? The one who holds you is the one responsible." The little mirror whispered. "Isn't Hua Jiga fond of me? How could he do something I dislike? Does he truly not care for me?" Fong Ruotang pondered deeply, casting doubt upon Hua Jiga's affections. At that moment, Hua Jiga's expression shifted, his hands freezing in place. Could this deduction be erroneous? Was it not possible that he loved her deeply? Why had it turned into indifference? Hua Jiga felt a surge of defiance, his eyes glowering at Fong Ruotang. Fong Ruotang pushed him away, her small face twisting as she declared, "You don't genuinely like me, you would harm my cousin." The onlookers gasped. "Is that something you should say?" "Oh, since the subject is Fong Ruotang, then it's permissible." It was not in her nature to remain silent. Xu Minglang had just heard that he would be killed, and his neck felt a chill. Now, seeing Hua Jiga's distressed expression, he felt a sense of vindication. "Serves you right for abandoning humanity. How dare you threaten me? Cousin, deal with him," Xu Minglang subtly signaled to Fong Ruotang. Fong Ruotang, however, was oblivious. For Hua Jiga cradled her small face with both hands, his gaze earnest and devoted. "You may question everything, but never doubt my feelings for you. I exist for you. Remember that." Fong Ruotang rolled her big eyes, haughtily asking, "Will you harm my family in the future? Just so you know, if you do, I won't let you like me anymore." "I won't." Hua Jiga, piecing together the information he possessed, could surmise why the original timeline led to violence. Without the little mirror in that reality, Fong Ruotang's innocent nature and fragile constitution would undoubtedly falter under the pressure of 6 men vying for her. Furthermore, in her name, they had even waged war. Based on his current understanding of Fong Ruotang, although she lacked common sense in trivial matters, she had never erred in significant issues. In the original timeline, she would certainly have rejected him, prompting him to act out of rage against those attempting to take her from him. However, Hua Jiga glanced at the crown prince, convinced that he was not the only one willing to take action. The crown prince raised an eyebrow, realizing they shared the same thought. Yet without the little mirror's revelation, he would not take ownership of the situation. "Then I shall allow you to continue liking me. However, if you harm my family, I shall not let you off easily," Fong Ruotang asserted with a youthful yet fierce demeanor. Hua Jiga felt a pang in his heart, tenderly caressing her adorable face, and solemnly replied, "As long as you do not reject my presence, I will not lose control." "All right, just be obedient," Fong Ruotang replied, entirely unaware of the underlying threat and pleased with his compliance, nodded approvingly as if he were an adult. Hua Jiga smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. When Fong Ruotang departed, she did not forget to remind Wei Shi, "Remember to deal with that Lu fellow. We must eliminate him before he becomes a nuisance." Fong Ruotang's innocent demeanor belied her deadly intentions. Those present found nothing amiss. They were all privileged individuals. And secretly terminating a commoner was hardly more challenging than squashing an ant. With a mischievous grin, Fong Ruotang remarked, "No need for the eldest cousin. Let us raid the eldest cousin's treasury. If he lacks silver, he won't be able to drink with other women." Wei Shi chuckled, believing that this little cousin was indeed worth her weight in gold. Xu Mingqing pleaded, Bye. Whatever you wish to purchase, I shall procure for you. Can we let this matter slide? I truly feel innocent." Fong Ruotang haughtily snorted, departing from the Shu residence with an air of triumph, 3 carriages trailing behind her. In addition to the gifts prepared for Fong Ruotang, there were also presents for the Shu family and the Chancellor's residence. The following day marked the Grand Court Assembly. On her way to the court, Fong Ruotang yawned and cast a few glances at her grandfather, who was feigning exaggerated sighs. "Grandfather, your jealousy is glaringly obvious. Am I that transparent?" Chancellor Fong touched his face, feeling the burden of age. He had to walk to the Great Hall. While his youthful granddaughter could ascend to the palanquin at the palace entrance, and he had to serve her like a doting grandfather. "Quite evident," Fong Ruotang replied, rolling over to cover her mouth, pretending not to notice. Chancellor Fong was in good health. Once they reached the Grand Hall, Fong Ruotang took her place on the exclusive throne reserved for the national advisor. "I'm a bit tired. Let us watch a funny video." "Certainly." The ministers present in the Grand Hall were taken aback by the little mirror's sycophantic tone, still struggling to adjust to this reality, which shattered their illusions of immortals. Soon after, the emperor arrived, and the ministers promptly engaged in state affairs, while Fong Ruotang secretly giggled, stifling her laughter with various small gestures. Chancellor Fong stood below, multitasking. As he observed his granddaughter's beaming smile, he couldn't help but internally lament, "Though you are the foremost person in Daeong, could you not show a bit more restraint? Consider our humble thoughts. Your demeanor makes us feel truly insignificant." It was only due to the abundance of political matters that the attending ministers managed to suppress their gazes from drifting towards Fong Ruotang. However, when the young master of the unremarkable stepped forward to present his case, Fong Ruotang uttered an intrigued "oh," her eyes sizing up the youth standing at the center. "Did he not send me numerous gifts?" "Indeed. He arrived with cartloads, his enthusiasm rivaling that of the crown prince." "He likes me too?" Such thoughts were the sole reasoning occupying Fong Ruotang's mind. The young master of the unremarkable stiffened, suddenly feeling the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes upon him, particularly from the 6 individuals designated by the national advisor, whose eyes seemed to burn with envy. Chapter 081. The irritable little mirror, your affection for the emperor is quite apparent, and he is grateful for your elevation. Eh? I do not harbor any fondness for the emperor. He is utterly incompetent, Fong Ruotang instinctively retorted. The emperor paused, taken aback by her words. Despite donning the visage of a young man, he was undeniably handsome, and his years of wielding power bestowed upon him a commanding presence that others lacked. It was the first time someone had openly expressed disdain for him within the Grand Hall, and he felt an urge to engage in a debate. Why was he deemed unworthy of admiration? Clumsy and frivolous, seeking out Shiryun for duels daily, yet never winning a single match. Shiryun is nearly capable of flying with her sword. Does he not realize his own standing? Li Shiryun, even in this realm devoid of spiritual energy, managed to establish a solid foundation in just 100 days. The little mirror had been quite generous in nurturing her as Fong Ruotang's direct disciple, allowing her to progress at an astonishing rate. The emperor's face flushed with indignation as he cast a disapproving glance at Fong Ruotang, receiving a roll of her eyes in return. His lack of skill compelled him to seek Shiryun's guidance, yearning for improvement. It was another frustrating day of feeling belittled. How vexing it was that not only was Shiryun superior to him, but also the recently emerged Yan advanced faster in his cultivation. He resolved to dedicate himself to training post-court session, believing that the affairs of state had hindered his progress. He could not afford to be outdone. The young master of the unremarkable, Wei Xian, is another sycophant, more so than even the crown prince and the others. Do not speak ill of my brother the crown prince. They are not sycophants, they are, battle wolves. Fong Ruotang recalled a line from a novel the little mirror had shown her. A chuckle escaped the lips of an undisguised courtier, and soon, as if a switch had been flipped, laughter rippled through the assembly. The crown prince, known for his stoic demeanor, remained unperturbed, and the 5 others, including Huajiga, remained equally unfazed, for they were not mentioned by name and thus could evade ridicule. Fine, call them battle wolves if you must. But Wei Xian is a sycophant in every regard. Wei Xian's face turned crimson, overwhelmed with shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He thought of a certain enchanting figure and quietly rebutted in his heart. He was not a sycophant, merely deeply devoted. The maiden he admires is Zhao Jin'er, the legitimate daughter of a 5th-rank family. Her birth mother perished during childbirth, and she was raised by her stepmother, who had a daughter merely 2 years her junior. It is easy to imagine that her life was not particularly pleasant. 2 years ago, Zhao Jin'er met Wei Xian. Although he was nothing more than a frivolous young master at the time, his esteemed lineage led the Zhao family to treat her kindly, and thus she became somewhat confused regarding their social standings. I can hardly contain my laughter. Zhao Jin'er has completely forgotten the days when she wore ill-fitting, tattered clothes and struggled to find enough to eat. She dares to look down upon Wei Xian, deeming him unworthy of her regard. Yet she has not set aside her pride and begins to curse. The little mirror spoke rapidly, leaving Fong Ruotang momentarily bewildered. Zhao Jin'er has the right to like or dislike anyone. Indeed, but she cannot have it both ways, stringing Wei Xian along while being embarrassed by his affections. No matter how frivolous he may be, he is not someone she can dismiss lightly. Moreover, as the youngest legitimate son of the Yangyi Marquis, he will inherit a share of the family estate, supported by a beloved ancestor and protective brothers. Even if he is merely passing time, his life is certainly easier than hers. Oh, she still covertly mocks Wei Xian, impatiently dealing with him while using his name to associate with other noble sons. That foolish boy still cannot see through her, eagerly attempting to please her. Wouldn't you call that being a sycophant? Fong Ruotang blinked and nodded. Indeed, that is a sycophant. Wei Xian's face burned with humiliation, nearing tears. He could hardly believe that Zhao Jin'er regarded him with such disdain in private, if that were the case. What did his gifts over the past 2 years amount to? Coincidentally, among the young men is Wei Xian, and among the young women is the 4th princess. Upon hearing this, the emperor, concerned for his daughter, set aside his earlier feelings of vulnerability and listened intently. The 4th princess is enamored with a young man from a 5th-rank family as well. It seems that these noble youths and maidens have an affinity for philanthropy, and the 4th princess has taken a liking to an unacknowledged illegitimate child. The princess was once rescued by him during an outing, which is quite remarkable. A princess who has ventured beyond the palace gates only a handful of times in her life was saved by someone who managed to bypass the multiple layers of guards. No wonder the order of heaven appears weak. It is utterly absurd. The little mirror clearly disapproved of this pairing, incessantly criticizing without allowing Fong Ruotang the opportunity to interject. The 4th princess is also quite the character. With her status, she could command legions to do her bidding with a mere word. Yet, after being saved by this illegitimate child once, she has fallen for him, pursuing him with fervor. How amusing that he, in turn, has grown arrogant, believing himself to be of great importance, and complains that the princess's affection is suffocating, jeopardizing his future. Fong Ruotang tilted her head, her large eyes filled with questions. There were far too many absurdities to address. Unsure where to begin, she finally chose a point to dispute. Isn't that so? The 4th princess is indeed foolish. Her affection has elevated this illegitimate child to the status of an unattainable nobleman in the capital. He has been lauded to the heavens, yet he resents the princess's pursuit, forgetting entirely that it is her affection that has adorned him with golden edges. Otherwise, in this capital teeming with nobility, he would hardly be acknowledged, let alone attract the attention of any young lady from a prestigious family. Oh, by the way, the illegitimate child fancies his cousin, who once looked down upon him. How laughable. There are so many fools in the capital, both in appearance and intellect. I know of many such cases. Next time I see the main characters, I will point them out to you. Very well. Fong Ruotang was utterly taken aback by today's gossip. She found it difficult to respond, especially since the little mirror had monopolized the conversation. Yet, upon reflection, the behavior of these two self-serving individuals was rather nauseating. Indeed, those consumed by love should be paired with others equally infatuated. The little mirror sighed, remarking on yet another day of absurdity. Truly, only the affections between her master and the esteemed adult were sweet and worthy of admiration, all else was mere folly. Fong Ruotang, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting that Wei Xian and the fourth princess are fated for each other? These two fools are unworthy of such a fate. They are but pawns in someone else's game." Fong Ruotang. Today, the little mirror is particularly irritable. It appears there is a serious aversion to foolishness. Fortunately, she is clever, and that is why the little mirror holds her in such high regard. Chapter 082. The Emperor's Joy. Once again Fong Ruotang recalled the numerous gifts bestowed upon her by Wei Xian and, with a humanitarian spirit, offered a gentle reminder, "You know I have an eye for fortune. I perceive that your romantic path is fraught with challenges. You must not wed a woman of the Zhao lineage, otherwise your future will be mired in despair. It would be wise to heed your family's counsel and refrain from making unilateral decisions regarding your marriage. After all, it was inconceivable for the esteemed Marquis's family to propose to a girl of a mere fifth-rank official, especially one who had lost her mother. Furthermore, the notion of Zhao Zhen'er leveraging her connection with Wei Xian to ascend to even greater heights was nearly impossible. Ultimately, she would come to realize that her best choice remained Wei Xian, whom she would marry with a condescending attitude, as if bestowing him a favor. Perhaps it is akin to the emotional manipulation depicted in tales. Contemplating Wei Xian's future, her heart sank. Wei Xian gazed at Fong Ruotang with gratitude, believing his gifts were not in vain. Even the spirit of the artifact seemed disinterested in rescuing him, yet the Grand Master had offered him guidance. He resolved to gather more intriguing items to present to the Grand Master. "Your Majesty, please keep a vigilant eye on the fourth princess's marriage." Fong Ruotang sighed, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at the Emperor, urging him to be mindful and not to lose himself solely in the pursuit of immortality. The Emperor, decisive and commanding, praised Wei Xian for his adept handling of the recent task, subsequently bestowing marriage upon Wei Xian and the fourth princess. Fong Ruotang was taken aback and hurriedly glanced at her small mirror. "Oh, that's rather unexpected. Not everyone is as fortunate as you, Garen. A princess and a marquis's legitimate son should possess at least a modicum of political acumen. Given that their marriage is already settled, no great upheaval is likely, as both have families to protect. Could the Emperor personally grant such a union and allow for any disruption? Then they." Fong Ruotang quietly observed Wei Xian, who was kneeling to receive the decree. "Pay no mind, they are two infatuated souls. On their wedding night, a single slumber will likely lead to a shift in affections, and they may seek new partners." Fong Ruotang. Wei Xian. Who does she look down upon? Is his affection so shallow? It is merely because he has entrusted his first experience to her, and she is his wife. He respects her for that, not out of mere fickleness. Wei Xian felt indignant, but could not articulate his feelings. Fong Ruotang, however, paid little attention, as her small mirror began to converse with another individual. "Do you see that androgynous youth? He is Gu Jiren, the youngest son of Lord Gu, and he is soon to meet a tragic fate." Gu Jiren. That sounds rather feminine. Gu Jiren, fair-skinned with delicate features, appeared more attractive than most women, his fox-like eyes now gazing anxiously towards the Grand Master. The name was inconsequential. "I believe I can still salvage my fate. Perhaps you could first discuss my impending calamity, so I might avoid it." Gu Jiren's brows, unlike the typical sword-like brows of most men, were slender and slightly furrowed, evoking a sense of fragility that was hard to resist. In the original timeline, he will encounter a group of drunken men at the docks in a few days who will mistake him for a woman and attempt to take advantage of him. Fong Ruotang asked with trepidation, "So, does that mean he was taken advantage of?" The small mirror. Is that the crux of the matter? Gu Jiren's pale complexion flushed, resembling an enticing peach. The courtiers could not help but glance at him, subconsciously thinking that with such a bashful demeanor, it was no wonder he was misinterpreted. Oh no, he was saved in the original timeline. Fong Ruotang sighed in relief, her eyes widening again. Have I not told you to refrain from such remarks? The small mirror. Today's joy has vanished again. You saved him, he adores you, and later, in an attempt to rescue you, he meets his demise. Do not inquire who the perpetrator is, just observe the 6 most outstanding young men in court. The killer is among them. Fong Ruotang's gaze swept over the crown prince, young Master Rong, the young prince, as well as the Injun Wang and Minister Yi. Finally settling on Hua Zhigo. Is it Hua Zhigo? This time, it is not him. Then who could it be? Surely it's not the crown prince. Right? The small mirror. If anyone dares to call you foolish again, I shall be furious. It is certainly not the crown prince. He is far too kind-hearted to commit murder. Fong Ruotang muttered. The court officials. Would you care to reflect on the absurdity of your words? Just 2 months ago, there was blood at the market, now caked in mud, and numerous vacant official positions await the upcoming September examinations to fill them. Could it be Ziki? No, he is too gentle and cheerful. He wouldn't harbor ill intentions. Young Master Rong is even less likely. My elder sister once remarked he is as serene as a monk. How could he kill? He only knows how to save. Is it Minister Yi? No. He didn't dare resist, even after being cuckolded. He must be too easy to bully to commit murder. I have it. It must be the young prince, right? After all, he is of royal blood and could kill as easily as slicing vegetables. The small mirror. Aside from the young prince, do you possess an 800-meter thick filter for the other 5 young lords? As the young prince bore the brunt of the world's disdain, the other 5, including the usually aloof young Master Rome, could not suppress their laughter. Xiao Ruorio, the young prince, suddenly called out to Fong Ruotang, his face lighting up with a smile. Do I look handsome when I smile? He was a man who loved to smile. How could he harbor any ill intentions? Fong Ruotang stared at the young prince, his smile reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers, yet she could not deny that he was indeed exceptionally handsome. However, she was too anxious to appreciate his looks and urgently signaled him with her eyes. Truly, what a bold character to dare defy the emperor. In the grand hall, the emperor is present. He dares to show off like this. If the emperor reprimands him, I shall come to his aid. After all, he has been quite kind to me, but that old schemer will surely seize the opportunity to trick me out of my elixirs. The young prince froze. The emperor's countenance darkened, his posture straightening as he exuded an aura of authority, reprimanding the young prince for his lack of decorum in the grand hall. Fong Ruotang pouted, interrupting the emperor's scolding. Do not chastise him. He is under my protection. You, take this, and we shall call it even. She stood up, tossing a small vial towards him. The emperor's expression softened, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. What is this? Foundation Establishment Pill. You desired it after witnessing Shershur's advancement. Did you not? Keep it. You can use it directly when the time comes. The emperor accepted it with satisfaction, yet his appetite grew insatiable as he inquired. Is that all? Gunan Chung has committed a grave offense in the hall and deserves to be punished severely. Fong Ruotang, with a distressed expression, poked her small mirror once more and ultimately presented the emperor with a ring containing 10,000 spirit stones. Use them sparingly. Fong Ruotang found caring for the emperor more challenging than nurturing Shershur and Yan Yan combined, primarily because investments in Shershur and Yan Yan yield quicker results. However, the emperor, despite sharing the dual spiritual roots with her second brother, somehow seemed akin to a gold-devouring beast, consuming many good things without noticeable progress in cultivation. Even lagging behind her second brother. Well, Since the Grand Master has spoken, let this matter pass. But do not let it happen again. The emperor maintained a stern demeanor, acknowledging the performance with a nod, casting a glance at Gu Nancheng that conveyed both praise for his efforts and encouragement to continue striving. Today's court session was indeed worthwhile. The young prince's face darkened. This emperor truly knows how to save his own skin. No wonder the small mirror incited Feng Ruotang to call him an old schemer. Chapter 083. The allure of talent. The emperor was immensely pleased with the bountiful harvest. However, upon observing Gu Nancheng's somber expression, he contemplated for a moment and decided to lend him a helping hand, lest this troublesome youth become so discontented that he might upend the table and refuse to cooperate again. After all, how else could he exploit these 6 individuals to his advantage against Feng Ruotang? The Grand Master had shown considerable favor towards the young prince, as one must protect their own. The emperor raised an eyebrow at the young prince, saying, Gu Nancheng, remember the significance of the Grand Master's regard for you. The emphasis on significance stirred a mix of irritation and delight within the young prince, whose face gradually broke into a radiant smile. By now, they had come to understand the capabilities of the little mirror. Beyond its vast storage space filled with countless elixirs, it also contained innumerable spiritual veins and even possessed the ability to pilfer treasures from other worlds, truly a marvel of omnipotence. His discontent was not rooted in the spiritual stones, but rather in the emperor's scheme to use him as a pawn against Feng Ruotang, especially considering the smug demeanor of that little man. Were it not for the emperor, he would have unleashed his frustrations. However, today the emperor proved somewhat useful. He had always believed that Feng Ruotang regarded only the crown prince with respect, never considering them worthy. Yet he was utterly unprepared to discover that in Feng Ruotang's eyes, they were indeed allies. The young prince gazed deeply at Feng Ruotang, causing her to shudder slightly. She rubbed her arms and inquired of the little mirror, Is the young prince foolish? His gaze is quite unnerving. Could it be that he is casting you a secret glance of affection? The mirror suggested. Feng Ruotang clicked her tongue in disbelief. Is this truly a secret glance? She then attempted to mimic the young prince's gaze, causing him to freeze in place, while the mirror averted its eyes in embarrassment. Stop it. The crown prince is watching you closely. If you continue, he might summon a physician, thinking there's something wrong with your eyes. Feng Ruotang complained. Thank you. But you shouldn't force me into the spotlight when it's not the right time, replied Feng Shangtang. This child deserves a reprimand, remarked Feng Chengtang. Upon returning home, he intended to inform his eldest granddaughter to properly discipline Feng Ruotang, for she had stripped away all their family's modesty. Unaware of the impending trouble for her, Feng Ruotang continued to fidget, her features contorting in a chaotic manner. It seems this art of seduction requires a touch of talent. She rubbed her small face, feeling a bit defeated. Please stop fidgeting. You look like a performing monkey. Can't you see everyone is laughing at you? Feng Ruotang abruptly looked up, realizing it was true. She puffed up her cheeks indignantly, murmuring her discontent. Have they sorted out their own family matters? How dare they mock me? Come on. Let's deal with them. Over the past 3 months, the vermin in the court had been largely eradicated. Those who remained, despite their flaws, were within the emperor's and crown prince's tolerable limits. Thus, the ministers were no longer afraid of death, yet they dreaded leaving behind a tarnished reputation far worse than death itself. Wow, could it be? At his age, he has a penchant for his wife's dainty feet. Ugh, I feel nauseous. He didn't wash his hands after, well, you know. Hurry, let me see who he shook hands with today. I hope the crown prince and the others haven't done so. Panic ensued among the officials. Feng Ruotang pointed out a few names, and the mentioned officials turned ashen, frantically wiping their hands on their garments while casting resentful glares in one direction. The official being glared at retreated, muttering about being busy. My goodness. This is astonishing. He has slept with his own pet. Feng Ruotang incredulously glanced at the little mirror and then at the indicated person, her large eyes filled with confusion. Is it what she thought it was? Oh! It was during a drunken stupor. I thought it was something more scandalous. The mirror's voice dripped with disappointment for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, a certain minister had already covered his face, wishing to escape. Regret washed over him. Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have indulged in corruption with the other greedy officials. Better to end it all than to endure the humiliation he faced now. Though his body remained, his spirit had withered away. Here's a scoundrel. Who? The 8th person counting back from your grandfather, the one with 2 whiskers. Fong Ruotang looked up and, having formed a judgment, declared, he certainly appears to be a lecher. The main issue is that he has a virtuous and generous wife who continually brings him concubines. Externally, she never confronts them, yet whenever he spends a few extra nights with a concubine, she immediately arranges for another to join the household. Consequently, he now has over 20 concubines, leading everyone to believe he is a womanizer. Fong Ruotang, sensing a misalignment in the mirror's words, inquired further, so he isn't truly lecherous? He's much like most men of his time, neither virtuous nor infamous. He married well, and his wife seeks to maintain her reputation for being generous, which is why she continues to bring in concubines. However, she fears he might develop genuine feelings for one of them, thus the harem keeps expanding. Each time a new concubine is introduced, she hypocritically complains about the previous one as inability to hold the master's heart, which is quite laughable. Now, his chambers are filled with so many beauties that he can hardly afford to keep up. Fong Ruotang clicked her tongue. No wonder my grandmother said, marry a wise wife, it truly holds merit. The officials under scrutiny had already turned crimson with embarrassment. He considered himself a reasonable man, and though he had a weakness for beautiful women, he could not indulge nightly. He had often communicated to his wife about moderation, yet she continued to generously acquire concubines, all for her own good name. But what about his own reputation as an official? Frustration boiled within him, yet he secretly relished the situation, deciding he must intervene next time before a new concubine entered his household. As for those already in, whether he engaged with them or not, they were now his concubines. Yes, his concubines meet untimely ends, and after each night spent with him, the mistress feeds them concoctions to prevent pregnancy, the most harmful kind. What a benevolent and generous mistress! Fong Ruotang blinked a few times before turning away, utterly disdainful. With such an official still standing on the court, it's quite remarkable, she scoffed. After all, with such a burdensome wife, how could a man charge forward? He was likely stuck in the inner chambers all day. The minister, feeling mocked, flushed with shame, lowered his head, even using his sleeve to cover his face, yet another victim of Fong Ruotang's sharp tongue. Under the relentless onslaught from both Fong Ruotang and the little mirror, the ministers hurriedly fled the court, no longer surrounding Fong Ruotang as they once did. She strode confidently ahead. What are you all doing? Didn't you want to learn to ride? We can accompany you, the young prince beamed, his eyes captivatingly alluring. Unfortunately, his charms were wasted on the blind, as Fong Ruotang, surprised, asked, are you all going together? What should I do? How can I separate them to prevent jealousy? Fong Ruotang urgently prodded the little mirror for advice. The little mirror pondered, do I appear to have the authority to make decisions for my master? In the void, the little mirror grasped its chin in contemplation, suspecting that perhaps its recent displays of omnipotence had led to some misunderstanding. Chapter 084, Exclusivity or Coexistence, Why Not Take the Opportunity to Indulge in a Little Rest? The little mirror, determined to fulfill the task entrusted by the master before his reincarnation, constantly sought to bring them together. Rest? And leave the other 5 standing guard at the door? Have you considered the absurdity of your suggestion? Fong Ruotang's delicate face, flushed with a blend of anger and embarrassment, resembled a ripe fruit. She may not possess great intelligence, but that did not imply she lacked modesty. The very thought of engaging in intimacy with one while the others listened intently at the door sent shivers down her spine. Could she not discreetly entangle herself with each of them in turn, in a manner shrouded in ambiguity? Why must it be so overt? What if they were caught? How about we make a grand gesture? W what? Fong Ruotang's voice trembled, sensing that the little mirror's next proposal would be anything but prudent. What if we invite all 6 of them to the hot springs at the estate? Fong Ruotang, have you lost your mind? Is it not obvious that I am merely trying to ease your shyness? Once a bond of shared bathing is established, you'll find it easier to be open. Besides, it's merely a physical form. There's no need to be bashful. What will others say? If it's unacceptable, then so be it. Look at you. Getting all flustered and resorting to insults. Fong Ruotang. Her heart felt weary. She cautiously glanced up, only to find the 6 individuals opposite her avoiding her gaze, their faces tinged with a rosy hue. Especially Yi Shiling, whose originally gentle features now appeared shy and bashful, prompting Fong Ruotang to steal a few glances. It was not that the young prince's alluring beauty lacked appeal, nor was the serene heir to the throne devoid of charm. Yet she could not help but recall the peculiar preferences of General L, realizing that sometimes one must admit that certain inclinations do have their reasons. What would Yi Shiling look like when he cries? Fong Ruotang's body trembled at her own thoughts, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. And she mentally scolded the little mirror. Do not dare show me such ridiculous stories again. I have no desire to make a man weep. What were you just thinking? Are you angry out of embarrassment? Be quiet. The Crown Prince had to concede that the competitive edge of the other 5 was unmatched. In the original timeline, without the celestial elixir provided by the little mirror, he had struggled to suppress the 5. This time, it seemed even more implausible. Noticing that the young lady had cast a lingering glance at Yi Shiling, the Crown Prince smirked. It appears our little lady has quite eclectic tastes. In contrast to the Crown Prince's tumultuous emotions, Yi Shiling felt a flicker of hidden delight. His hand moved faster than his mind, lightly brushing against Fong Ruotang's fingertip before retracting it as if it were an accidental touch. Fong Ruotang, engaged in a secretive discussion with the little mirror akin to a student sneaking a glance at inappropriate literature, was startled at the slightest noise, her eyes widening in alarm as she instinctively took 2 steps back. Why you? Don't come any closer. Yi Shiling smiled innocently, his tone almost apologetic. Did I frighten you? I assumed you were merely silent, so I thought a gentle touch would be less alarming. I didn't expect it would scare you. Fong Ruotang clutched her fingertip, feeling as though the spot where he had touched ignited with warmth, especially given the atmosphere and the presence of the Crown Prince. Her heart raced with a sensation akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Oh dear! The little mirror had diligently tutored her each night. Yet despite witnessing countless tales of women adept at juggling multiple suitors, she still struggled to emulate their calm composure. And no, it's nothing. Fong Ruotang's voice was faint, avoiding the gaze of Yi Shiling and the other 5. Being a mistress was indeed a formidable challenge. In her heart, she silently beseeched the little mirror to devise a solution. However, as an ethereal spirit, the little mirror possessed no understanding of romance. All its knowledge stemmed from tales, most of which featured crude encounters. Thus, confronted with such an innocent scenario, it found itself at a loss. What use are you? Realizing that the little mirror was of no assistance, Fong Ruotang resolved to take matters into her own hands. She declared loudly, I am not going, and then fled as if pursued by hounds. The little mirror was left dumbfounded. What a splendid opportunity. Why are you running away? I am going to purchase a residence. What? Why on earth would you buy a house at this moment? I wish to acquire 6 houses, 1 for each of them, so that I may only play with them within, thereby avoiding others. The little mirror. You intend to keep 6 at once? My lady, how fittingly ambitious of you. Is that not a good plan? This way, they will not encounter each other. It took me a long time to devise the solution. The little mirror refrained from dampening her enthusiasm, though it thought this could lead to a swift downfall, couldn't it? But as long as Fong Ruotang took the initiative, any mishap could be addressed later. After all, she would be confronted by 6 men all demanding to know her choice. There was no escape. Thus, the little mirror began to propose questionable ideas. Fong Ruotang was astonished. No other world has kept me this occupied. Just say it's a good idea. Isn't that a bit too cramped? Will I have no time to rest? Not at all. If they are too far apart, you will spend your days traveling back and forth, which would be exhausting. That just seems somewhat reasonable. Exactly. So, let us buy them together. Fine. I shall follow your lead. Their discussion was hardly discreet, and the crown prince and his 5 companions trailed behind at a distance, clearly hearing every word of her plan. It seemed she could not escape the fate of being a hidden jewel, yet she had not anticipated the company of these 5 gentlemen. Calmly chuckling, the Anjouan prince remarked, "From now on, we shall all be neighbors. Do visit often. Oh, and you there at the front, remember to adhere to the schedule and not encroach upon my time. Thank you for your cooperation." The Anjouan prince's nonchalant demeanor left the other 5 utterly stunned. Are you not enraged? Have you lost your mind? The young prince stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had escaped the Anjouan prince's lips. This individual, who cherished his possessions fiercely, had surprisingly taken the first step toward coexistence as if a divine revelation had struck. With an unwavering smile, the Anjouan prince declared, "Then you may withdraw. I shall not yield. Either you concede and allow me to claim this prize, or you accept a shared existence. There is no alternative." The Anjouan prince threw down the gauntlet, seizing the moment before the others could respond. "This is my stance. Consider it well. Now, with little sister Lou absent, I shall take my leave." Chapter 085. The Rise of the Prince of Anjouan. The Prince of Anjouan leisurely strolled along the palace walls, unhurried, until he turned the corner where the other 5 could no longer see him. Only then did he quicken his pace to catch up with Fong Ruotang. He could not afford to wait for those 5 old rogues to react. "Xiao Lu, wait!" The prince called out to Fong Ruotang, who had just boarded the carriage. "There is indeed a matter at hand." "What is it? Can I assist you?" The prince furrowed his brow, prompting Fong Ruotang to take the initiative. "There is a hunting ground at the estate, and the animals are breeding too rapidly. I wish to invite you to accompany me in hunting some game to help control their growth. Would that be acceptable?" Fong Ruotang's eyes brightened at the prospect. "You want to take me hunting?" "Indeed. Just the 2 of us, if you will." "Absolutely," Fong Ruotang exclaimed with delight, entirely oblivious to the fact that a hunting ground overrun with game was beyond the capacity of just the 2 of them to manage. "Yes, of course." The prince had sought a purebred horse for Fong Ruotang, one that was gentle in nature, expending considerable resources to procure it from the tribal lands. It was said that this mare was initially intended for the tribal chief's 6-year-old princess to practice riding. He had no intention of providing her with an inferior steed out of jealousy, for he believed Fong Ruotang deserved nothing but the best, regardless of whether it was a gift from him. The Prince of Anjouan discreetly quickened his steps, and once they reached the Prime Minister's residence and mounted the fine steed, he finally felt at ease. As Fong Ruotang sat atop the horse, she glanced back at the prince, then gazed down the long road ahead. "Brother Ziki, I think I shall play at the hunting ground instead." "Very well." The prince whistled, and the horse that had been led by attendants rushed toward him. He patted the horse's back and said to Fong Ruotang, "Brother Ziki will take you. Let the attendants lead the mare to the hunting ground." "All right." Fong Ruotang obediently complied. The prince supported her waist and lifted her onto the horse's back, then mounted behind her. With a command, the horse galloped forward at a steady pace. Fong Ruotang was initially startled but soon burst into joyful laughter. "Is this what it feels like to gallop? No wonder my older sisters always seem so happy while riding. Shall we go a bit faster?" "Yes, please." The prince urged the horse, and it accelerated, accompanied by Fong Ruotang's cheerful laughter. In that intimate moment of holding his little sister, the prince dared not entertain any improper thoughts. After all, on the galloping steed, he could not afford to be careless, fearing that an exuberant Fong Ruotang might tumble off. After a while, concerned that it was Fong Ruotang's first ride and her body might not handle it well, he swiftly transferred to the carriage following them. "I think I can still go on," Fong Ruotang protested, reluctant to stop her play. "Your skin is delicate, and this is your first time riding. The inner thighs are most prone to chafing. Moreover, once we reach the hunting ground, You'll need to learn to ride. We should conserve some energy, shall we? All right. I will listen to Brother Zeke. Though her enthusiasm was dampened, she complied, especially since the prince had made ample preparations, including her favorite snacks in the carriage. However, after only 2 pieces, her restlessness led to the emergence of the little mirror, its voice reminiscent of a scorned lover. With such a splendid opportunity for solitude, are you not going to take some action? Do you not owe me that? Fong Ruotang paused mid-bite, contemplatively gnawing on the pastry while stealing glances at the prince, her large eyes brimming with unspoken thoughts. Hearing the little mirror's coaxing, the prince chuckled knowingly, waiting for Fong Ruotang to take the initiative. What is Brother Zeke thinking about, to smile so charmingly? Certainly thinking of you. Hurry, go and cover his mouth. I cannot bear to see him so joyfully smiling. Fong Ruotang, are you going to betray me? What are you talking about? Our relationship is so good. Would I betray you? You underestimate me. I certainly would not. We are the best of friends. I knew you cared for me the most. Enough with the idle talk. Let us act quickly. Such an opportunity is rare, so you must be proactive, understand? Fong Ruotang pouted, yet after some contemplation, she hesitantly moved closer to the prince. However, she could not resist the prince's cooperation. He slightly lowered his head, leaning closer to the pastry, and asked, Brother Zeke just held the reins without cleaning his hands. Can Xiao Lu feed him? The prince took a gentle bite, frowning as he said, This is not very tasty. Is it? Fong Ruotang looked at the 2 identical pastries. The prince smiled softly, as if afraid of startling her, and coaxed, Perhaps yours is tastier. Could you let Brother Zeke have a taste? Here, you eat. Fong Ruotang hesitantly extended her hand. The prince smirked, taking the pastry into his mouth. Do not waste. Why did you lick my hand? Fong Ruotang's face flushed crimson. The prince chuckled lightly, countering, Is it not permissible to lick? Let him lick. Let him lick wherever he desires. Fong Ruotang recoiled, blushing with embarrassment, thinking, That is such a strange sensation. Indeed, yours does taste a bit better. Really? Fong Ruotang was simple-minded, easily led astray. She glanced at the pastry in her hand, finding no discernible difference, and skeptically took a bite of the one the prince had just eaten. The prince's gaze darkened, his throat unconsciously bobbing as he fixated on Fong Ruotang's luscious red lips. Is that so? I think the piece that Xiao Lu has eaten is sweeter. Fong Ruotang took another bite, still unable to detect any difference. Only after finishing a piece and noticing the crumbs on her fingertips did she mimic the prince's earlier action and lick her fingers. Strange, why does it taste different? She murmured softly, unconvinced, and licked once more, cleaning her fingers of the pastry remnants. Xiao Lu. The prince suppressed his voice, his gaze blazing with desire as he longed to embrace Fong Ruotang, but he refrained, knowing that the other 5 would soon catch up. Fong Ruotang tilted her head, not understanding why the prince suddenly made such a request. However, with task points at stake, she did not refuse. As she reached out, the prince eagerly lifted her entirely and placed her on his lap, burying his handsome face into her neck. Fong Ruotang found it slightly ticklish, instinctively recoiling as she shifted uncomfortably in his embrace. The prince tightened his grip around her slender waist, warning in a husky voice, Do not move. Chapter 86. The fight begins. The fiery spirit of youth is easily provoked when the girl he adores shifts and wriggles upon him. Even a man as stoic as Princeton would stir to life, let alone during the stillness of the night when such thoughts often linger. No matter how dignified a man may be, he too must change his sheets from time to time. Ever since Prince and met Fong Ruotang, such occurrences have become increasingly frequent. However, Fong Ruotang felt uncomfortable. She shifted her small hand beneath her, prompting Prince then to tense, burying his face in her ear as he breathed heavily. Realizing her predicament, Fong Ruotang froze. Under the relentless tutelage of a small mirror, she was no longer an innocent girl. Though she had yet to experience intimacy, she had certainly encountered various forms of temptation. Initially caught off guard, the moment she grasped the situation, and with Prince An's heavy breaths in her ear, she could no longer feign ignorance. Her small face flushed crimson, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Prince An, sensing her intent, swiftly grasped her hand, his voice hoarse as he implored her not to pull away. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Fong Ruotang felt as though she might ignite. Her large eyes glistened, and her lips trembled on the verge of tears. She had not intended to grasp him, yet Prince An's conflicting commands only tightened his hold, rendering her unable to escape. Can you not be consistent in your words and actions? Fong Ruotang lamented inwardly, while her small mirror erupted in excitement. Goodness, I must exclaim. Prince An has truly come into his own. Go for it. I have high hopes for you. Fong Ruotang called out to her brother Ziki, her voice echoing through the winding paths, a mix of surprise and embarrassment flooding her, as it was her first encounter with a man's body. To Prince An, however, her exclamation served as encouragement. He grasped her neck gently, turning her face towards him and capturing her long-desired lips with his own. As his body responded fervently, it was evident that the moment Fong Ruotang touched him, the others had already sensed the shift. Indeed, just as Prince An anticipated, the five who were pondering coexistence suddenly realized the situation. Even the astute crown prince could not help but scowl, cursing under his breath. The five men, in unison, decided to investigate Fong Ruotang's whereabouts, for each had discreetly assigned someone to protect her, making it effortless to ascertain her location. Fong Ruotang, feeling uncomfortable under Prince An's kiss, struggled to adjust her position, but he misinterpreted her movements. In an instant, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, demanding fervently. Reclining upon the soft blanket, Fong Ruotang parted her lips slightly in comfort, even playfully extending her soft tongue to tease Prince An's, both savoring the sweetness of the pastries they had just consumed. Only by genuinely kissing the person beneath him did Prince An realize the exquisite pleasure of the moment, gradually succumbing to it. He was aware that the Crown Prince and the others were approaching swiftly. Men might possess an innate talent in such matters, and within mere breaths, Prince An had transitioned from naivety to a proficient fervor, kissing Fong Ruotang to the point of disorientation. The Crown Prince and his companions arrived swiftly, almost colliding at the city gate and then galloping towards him. To Prince An, their arrival felt too hasty. The other five, riding in tension, wore expressions of anger, their eyes blazing. Get off! The Crown Prince commanded, though he restrained his tone, not wishing to frighten Fong Ruotang. However, the sound of his sword striking the carriage window was notably loud. Fong Ruotang, still dazed, let out a soft whimper, her eyes glistening and her lips slightly swollen. A clear testament to Prince An's affection. It seems the Crown Prince and the others anticipated our hunting trip and came after us. It's fine. You stay in the carriage while I speak with them, Prince An said, reluctantly caressing her swollen lips, wishing to shield her from the gaze of others in her current state of disheveled beauty. Having comforted Fong Ruotang, he noticed his own disarray. The ever-dignified Prince An, rather than tidying himself before descending from the carriage, jumped down with a hint of bravado. Well, that was quite a swift arrival, he proclaimed, appearing well satisfied. A direct provocation in the eyes of the other five. They did not need to ask, they already knew what he had been up to, as their bodies had long since informed them. You touched her? The Crown Prince pressed, his voice low but filled with intensity. This shared experience was unlike any before. It was not merely a kiss, but a connection that elicited pleasure from a sensitive area, which explained why even the usually aloof young Master Rong had felt compelled to be present. Does the Crown Prince think so little of me? That I would take my beloved's innocence in such a place? Prince An's unspoken words were clear. Fong Ruotang deserved the finest, even in moments of intense desire. He would not disrespect her in such a manner. However, the future held possibilities worth exploring. Having shared a bond with the Crown Prince for many years, there was a measure of trust, reciprocated by the others. Well, who would have thought that beneath those thick eyebrows lies a cunning and unscrupulous character? The young prince chuckled, Realizing that among the six he was regarded as the most notorious, yet he remained the purest at heart. Previously, he had heard tales of Prince Anne's grandeur. But now it seemed those rumors were not entirely credible. "You are quite the character," remarked Minister Yi, leisurely joining the conversation. Young Master Rong remained silent as always, serving as a mere backdrop, while Hua Zhiga, true to his nature, clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Prince An. The Crown Prince approached the carriage, lifting the curtain to reveal Fong Ruotang, who appeared like a startled rabbit. His anger diminished slightly, but upon seeing her swollen, glistening lips, he closed his eyes tightly to suppress his rage. "Come here," he commanded, his tone restrained. Fong Ruotang trembled and cautiously approached, sweetly calling out, "Crown Prince brother." Her delicate voice served to soothe his tumultuous emotions. Suppressing his own bitterness, he thought, after all, she is but a fragile girl, unable to resist. What can she do? The blame could only fall on Cui Shirshiu. Yet, not blaming did not equate to a lack of jealousy. The Crown Prince slowly pressed his thumb against Fong Ruotang's lips, leaning down to erase the traces of other men, their warmth and sweetness igniting a storm of emotions among the other five. "Are you even human?" the young prince shouted in outrage. Hua Zhiga's fist abruptly shifted direction, aimed at the Crown Prince's back. Chapter 087, "You are all concubines." The Crown Prince lifted Fong Ruotang, evading the fierce punches of Hua Zhiga, deliberately asserting his claim by pecking at Fong Ruotang's red lips before the eyes of the other five. Like an ostrich, she clung to the Crown Prince's neck, curling up into a ball and softly whimpering, "Please do not fight. Rest assured, we are not fighting, merely testing our skills." The Crown Prince reassured, his single hand securing Fong Ruotang while the other gently stroked her head to soothe her. Upon hearing this, Fong Ruotang cautiously raised her head, only to be met with Hua Zhiga's furious, reddened eyes. "Don't be angry," she stammered, her voice tinged with trepidation. Hua Zhiga, confronted with her fear, struggled to contain his emotions, simmering like boiling water. The Crown Prince frowned, commanding Hua Zhiga to take his anger elsewhere. "As a Crown Prince destined to rule the world, I shall not allow a mere general to lose control before me." He was determined to protect Fong Ruotang, regardless of the connections these five men might have with him. Though he had privately inquired about the reasons behind their shared sentiments, their backgrounds mattered little in the face of his resolve to shield Fong Ruotang from Hua Zhiga's outbursts. Rivalry was permissible, but it must not unfold before her eyes. Even though the Crown Prince had momentarily fallen behind to allow Dukan to gain the upper hand, he swiftly regained his composure, refraining from causing a scene in front of Fong Ruotang, for he understood that she was oblivious to such matters. Hua Zhiga, his temper flaring, found it difficult to suppress his emotions, but upon seeing Fong Ruotang's tear-filled eyes, he abruptly calmed down. "I am not angry with you. I apologize for my behavior in your presence. It will not happen again." Fong Ruotang, feeling a surge of affection, stole glances at Hua Zhiga and, seeing him revert to his familiar self, playfully admonished, "You must not be so fierce in the future. You frightened me just now. And no more hitting, understood?" With a tender pout, she made her demands. Hua Zhiga touched his face, hoarsely acquiescing. "Very well, I will not strike anyone. At least not in your presence," he silently added. With Hua Zhiga subdued, the others naturally refrained from displaying their more ferocious sides before Fong Ruotang, who preferred the illusory harmony they crafted. "Shall we still go hunting?" Fong Ruotang inquired nervously, fearful they might cancel her eagerly anticipated outing. "Of course." Hua Zhiga pinched her cheek, finding her delightful oblivion endearing. He felt a pang of jealousy as he witnessed her affection for other men, yet she seemed more focused on their impending adventure. "You're pinching too hard," she mumbled, her delicate hands reaching up to retaliate against Hua Zhiga's face. He surprisingly relished her playful assault, perceiving it as a sign of their intimacy, willingly extending his neck for her to squeeze, unconcerned about how he might appear. "Enough of this, let us set off." The Crown Prince lightly interrupted their playful banter. lifting Fong Ruotang onto his horse and galloping ahead. The other 5 promptly followed suit. The hunting grounds, a gift from the late emperor, were originally royal hunting grounds, later replaced by a larger venue, leaving this smaller one to the princess. Having grown up alongside Dukan, the crown prince was well acquainted with these grounds. Racing ahead, while mindful of Fong Ruotang's comfort, adjusting her position to sit sideways in his embrace. "Who do you find more comfortable to kiss, Dukan or me?" the crown prince unexpectedly queried. "Gah?" Fong Ruotang squeaked in surprise, cautiously assessing the crown prince's expression, which remained fixed ahead as if he had not spoken. As she contemplated evading the question, the crown prince suddenly leaned down, lightly brushing his lips against hers. "Whom do you prefer to kiss?" "You, of course." Fong Ruotang gazed into his clear eyes, striving to convey her sincerity, fearful he might doubt her honesty. Such inquiries were within her grasp. As for any repercussions later, well, that was a matter for another time. The present moment was what mattered. "Is that so?" The crown prince's lips curved into a smile. Fong Ruotang puffed out her cheeks, retorting, "If you do not believe me, why ask? I trust you, naturally. That is what I wanted to hear. I am closest to you, and I surely enjoy the kisses you give me." With that, she puckered her lips and planted a firm kiss on his. Considering the feelings of the 5 behind them, the crown prince felt buoyed, his demeanor brightening. "You must remember these words today. Always remain closest to me, understood?" "Absolutely." Fong Ruotang nodded earnestly, her expression resolute. The crown prince, thoroughly content, dismissed the presence of the others, for as long as he was there, they were all mere concubines. The group hastily arrived at the hunting grounds, where Hua Zhige's mood darkened once more, yet this time he refrained from violence. Swiftly taking Fong Ruotang from the crown prince's arms, he realized that battling with his rivals was futile. His focus needed to be on Fong Ruotang, much like the crown prince, who had reaped the benefits along the way. "Time is short. Let us rest at the manor tonight and set out hunting at dawn." Dukan proposed as the host. The crown prince offered no objections, and neither did the others, aware that Fong Ruotang could not ride well. Their journey had primarily been to accompany her for amusement, and her experience at the hunting grounds would undoubtedly be lacking. Moreover, before hunting, she needed to learn to ride, if only to manage a few steps on horseback. The 5 were preoccupied with finding ways to ensure Fong Ruotang enjoyed herself, but one among them had a different idea. "I shall keep watch over the little darling tonight. She must be frightened in this unfamiliar environment. You can accompany her hunting tomorrow. Let us all rest well tonight." The crown prince and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their plans disrupted. "What do you think?" Hua Zhiga, disregarding the displeasure of the others, focused solely on Fong Ruotang, who blinked in response, wanting to express her discontent. Yet the little mirror chimed in, "Congratulations, sir. You are on the verge of achieving the remarkable feat of one person keeping watch while 5 stand guard. Are you deliberately seeking revenge on me?" The little mirror denied it, continuing to encourage, "Why not ask them? They might just agree. We must boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify. It's better to risk 1,000 than to fear one. If it succeeds, wouldn't we be happy? You 7 living harmoniously is far more significant than anything else." The little mirror mused, conjuring a spectral cigarette, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Chapter 088. Refusing the request for a warm bed. Fong Ruotang's face turned pale. She dismissed the ghostly words of the little mirror. She poked Hua Zhiga's cheek and declared, "I do not want anyone to guard me. I wish to sleep alone tonight. You must not disturb me." This should at least be a challenge for a long time to come. If not, perhaps she could consult the emperor for guidance next time. He is experienced and might possess some secrets. Fong Ruotang's eyes flickered, filled with bashfulness. Moreover, in her theoretical knowledge, though the Sea Queen had interactions with 3, 4, or even 6 brothers simultaneously, those brothers were unaware of each other's existence. The Sea Queen was also a master of time management. She, too, must learn diligently, perhaps purchasing a residence to conceal them separately. However, She must not allow them to perceive her intentions. Ignore this madman. The prince even gently struck Hua Zhiga's hand and then moved to seize Feng Ruoteng. Hua Zhiga's hand felt slightly numb, yet it did not hinder his ability to grasp her. He merely wished to avoid a struggle over her, allowing her to release her grip as she felt injured. I had the servants tidy up your room. You should lie down for a while. Once you feel rested, we shall go learn horseback riding. The Prince of An's actions today were not impulsive. Feng Ruoteng had long harbored a desire to learn to ride. This endeavor was meticulously planned. He had deliberately expressed a stance of coexistence in the palace to intimidate the other five. He believed they sensed the impossibility of monopolizing her. Yet no one wished to confront such a matter. By exposing the situation, the five would surely fall into a brief entanglement, requiring a space for calm reflection, as this was not solely about him. Indeed, the five had fallen into his trap, and he successfully led Feng Ruoteng away. Although a slight mishap occurred, causing the other five to follow like a persistent adhesive, the outcome, though less than ideal, left him quite satisfied. A separate room for her had long been prepared, and even in the estate, there was no slight to Feng Ruoteng. Every item in the room was sourced from the princess's residence, not inferior to what she used at home. Many items were even those she was accustomed to, such as the warm tea brewed from her favorite leaves, and the meals in the kitchen were tailored to her tastes. Once Feng Ruoteng closed the door, she hurriedly sought the little mirror. What should I do? What should I do? Does the crown prince know that Ziqi kissed me? Do they know that I am involved with both of them simultaneously? By the way, the crown prince seemed to know about Hua Zhiga kissing me last time. Are they outside secretly discussing me? Feng Ruoteng had opened the door to a new world, feeling that engaging in this task could be enjoyable. Yet, in her mind, such matters must be approached discreetly. To flaunt them before the six main characters would be too presumptuous. In contrast to Feng Ruoteng's timidity, the little mirror was fearless. So what if they know? Why fear? They would not dare take action against you. You must understand, those favored are emboldened. But this feels rather unfair, doesn't it? Relying on their affections to act recklessly while leaving them no dignity? There are no buts, my lady. March forward boldly. All will be well. Really? Absolutely. All right. But I think we should be cautious. The crown prince seemed displeased just now, and Hua Zhiga even struck someone. They're merely struggling to accept it for now. With time, they will become accustomed to it. The little mirror was quite straightforward, but also wary of Feng Ruoteng's potential resistance to the task, so it reassured her. However, if you wish to take it slow, that's fine. After all, we plan to purchase residences, right? Once we each have our own, they will certainly not discover your involvement with 6 suitors. That's true. As Feng Ruoteng contemplated the future arrangement of the 6 men in 6 separate homes, she relaxed again, firmly deciding that a cautious approach was the best strategy. The previous scene had nearly terrified her. Thankfully, her cleverness had averted the crisis. Feng Ruoteng's thoughts within the room were clearly heard by the 6 individuals not far from the door. It must be said, this girl's insensitivity was truly remarkable. Discussing matters. This time the crown prince no longer disdainfully turned away, but silently followed. In the side hall, the 6 either sat or stood. The crown prince spoke first. The war between Daong and Baelong, as well as Shizhou, is imminent. I believe you are all already aware. Do any of you have thoughts on the matter? Whether it was the Baelong spies attempting to assassinate Feng Ruoteng, or the Baelong princess employing beauty as a stratagem to seduce the generals of Daong, or even the prince of Shizhou wishing to incite turmoil in Daong through Rinlingshan. All these unforgivable actions would serve as justifications for Daong to mobilize its forces. Hua Zhiga scoffed. Is the crown prince implying we are to be dispatched? Your intentions are rather transparent. Do you think we have no temper? The crown prince ignored Hua Zhiga's provocation and turned to young Master Rong. And you? What answer do you expect from me? Young Master Rong's voice was cold and indifferent, appearing disinterested, yet his presence here spoke volumes. You were the first to arrive when the Baelong spies attacked Xiaolu. I believe you harbor a deep-seated animosity toward the Baelong people. General Hua possesses an army of 100,000 soldiers and is keen to have you take command. I am aware that you have diligently trained year-round, never once slacking. And I know your influence is considerable. I trust that your expedition will not tarnish your ancestral reputation. I will provide supplies and resources from the rear to ensure your logistical support. Are you willing to proceed? Young Master Rong fell silent for a moment, gazing at the Crown Prince, and then spoke coldly. Does this expedition concern Miss Fong Lu in any way? Although it was a question, he already knew the answer. Otherwise, the impending drought would hardly be an opportune time for military action. According to the Little Mirror, the 3-year drought would commence next year. Yet a drought does not form overnight. This year's summer arrived earlier than usual, and the crops were already faring worse than previous years. Most critically, this realm does not consist solely of their Daong dynasty. There are 2 rival dynasties nearby, and various nomadic tribes surround them. Reports from spies indicated that Bailiang had already diminished its food production due to drought last year, and this year's situation would be even more severe. Clearly, natural disasters were not solely a concern for the Daong dynasty. The more lives Fong Ruotang saved in this world, the more merit and faith she would gain, hastening the restoration of her true self. However, Daong would not engage in unprofitable ventures. It could not sacrifice resources to save the citizens of other dynasties. Thus, it would be prudent to conquer these regions, making future management more convenient. The audacity to make such bold decisions was made possible by the 3 new grains provided by Fong Ruotang, granting Daong the strength to dominate this realm. What does it mean to act for Miss Fong Lu? Hua Ziga, who had been lazily leaning against the doorframe, though present, was uncooperative. Yet upon hearing that the matter concerned his darling, he immediately stood upright, his demeanor turning serious. Chapter 089. The 6-person conference prior to this. Hua Ziga had not been in the capital, and with Fong Ruotang surrounded by the Crown Prince and others, the information he received was largely common knowledge. The more secretive matters were known to him only in vague detail. Hua Ziga scoffed. Are they saying this now just to get rid of me? What's so peculiar about Fong Xiaolu? Isn't she perfectly fine? His emotionally charged remarks were ignored by the other 5, who were unsure how to respond. After all, they couldn't directly say that Fong Ruotang was a bit naive. Had a more sensible person been in her position, with her ability to navigate social circles, she would have been locked away long ago by the Crown Prince alone, rather than being excused endlessly. Oh, and according to Xiao Jingzi, we 6 are like devoted admirers, pursuing Fong Ruotang throughout countless lifetimes, hoping to win her over while she is in a fragile state of mind. However, due to her incomplete spirit, we have yet to succeed. Until this lifetime, when her spirit can finally support Xiao Jingzi's attachment, we decided to leave Xiao Jingzi within her spirit, allowing her to reincarnate. Hua Ziga furrowed his brow, listening quietly. It was quite esoteric. Had it been someone else speaking, he might have considered it mere fantasy or even nonsense. Yet he knew that these 5 individuals would not just about Fong Ruotang. Ah, no wonder I felt an immediate fondness upon meeting her. It turns out this adorable one is the enchanting figure I have pursued through lifetimes without success. Hua Ziga suddenly broke into a smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the challenges, in this lifetime, he had made remarkable progress, at least having the opportunity to stand before her and savor this sweetness. Yet, as this realization struck him, his smile abruptly faded. The Crown Prince was not entirely aware of the situation either, but he confidently stated that Xiao Jingzi had called upon the 6 of them as her masters. Hua Ziga raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze gradually darkening. Xiao Jingzi, while serving his purpose, also possessed such capabilities. It was clear that he would have a backup plan for the future. When Hua Ziga voiced his request, the Crown Prince and the others looked at him as if he were a fool, while Rong Shizi, who had also been summoned to the battlefield, began to scrutinize him, wondering which village he had come from. The young prince retorted angrily, "Oh, come off it. You're the 2nd person to get close to Xiaoru. Are you dissatisfied? What grounds do you have for discontent? I have grievances that are far greater." Despite having a better chance of winning, these seasoned individuals, particularly with the Crown Prince and Ziki as comparisons, made him seem somewhat naive. Your incompetence is your own affair. I am not as cowardly as you. Hua Ziga cast a disdainful glance at the young prince. Once again, that look ignited the young prince's fury, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage Hua Ziga in a fierce confrontation. In Junwang placed a hand on the young prince's shoulder, urging him to save face. You cannot win. It would be a disgrace. The young prince's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of green and white flashing across his face. Are you his brother or mine? What are you talking about, my little uncle? In Junwang, with the gentlest tone, delivered the sharpest cut. Hua Ziga clicked his tongue, expressing his displeasure. You, an elder of lesser standing, are trying to compete for her attention? Is there no shame? The young prince, incensed, replied, We were born on the same day, month, and year. You call me an old man? Hua Ziga, understanding how to provoke the young prince, cast him a lofty glance, clearly regarding him with disdain. Primarily, as a martial general, Hua Ziga could not appreciate the young prince's delicate and somewhat flamboyant appearance, akin to a pretty boy incapable of bearing a burden. Especially when he smiled, he bore a striking resemblance to a mischievous rabbit from the Nefeng Pavilion. Had the young prince known Hua Ziga's thoughts, he would have been compelled to retaliate, regardless of the risk of being pinned to the ground. The Crown Prince's remark was directed not only at Hua Ziga, but also at Rong Shizi. The two fell into contemplative silence, with Hua Ziga refraining from immediate rebuttal. Having experienced a kidnapping before, he understood that the Crown Prince was confident Fong Ruotang would not leave the capital. I will grant you time to consider, but I hope you will not keep me waiting too long. The Crown Prince's current reassignment was motivated by personal interests, yet not entirely so. Rong Shizi's ancestors had fought alongside the founding emperor, and after several dynasties, the status of the Rong family had become a thorn in the side of successive emperors. In a bid to protect his kin, Rong Shizi's great-grandfather had voluntarily surrendered military power, retreating into seclusion for nearly 50 years. Rong Shizi had never witnessed the glory of the Rong family, having only heard tales from his ancestors. Thus, he surely yearned to revive the family legacy, viewing this as an opportunity. The most significant reason was that the Crown Prince had learned from Xiao Jingzi that the 6 of them were the most formidable men in this realm. His insistence on sending them to battle was not solely for sentimental reasons. Rather, their direct involvement could swiftly resolve issues and shorten the duration of conflict, which was crucial. His primary motivation for war was to consolidate the territories of the 3 nations, to elevate Fong Ruotang's reputation, and to earn the faith of the people, rather than allowing them to suffer in the flames of war, which would be counterproductive. Very well, I shall agree to your request. Rong Shizi did not hesitate long. He was uncertain if the other 4 felt as Hua Ziga did, captivated by Fong Ruotang at first sight. But he recalled the first time he met her when she was very young, right after he had become engaged to Miss Fong. As he stepped through the gates of the Prime Minister's residence for the first time. Chapter 090. The affection of young Master Rong. A little girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, dressed like a glutinous rice dumpling, with 2 small flower buns adorning her head and a pair of rabbit-like eyes gleaming with mischief, boldly approached him after shaking off her maids. With an expression of feigned authority, she admonished him to treat her elder sister with greater kindness, threatening that if he failed to comply, she would haunt him in the afterlife. She declared that her heart was frail, destined for an early demise, and vowed to become a formidable ghost to protect her sister, insisting that he must be good to her. Otherwise, she would devour him. As the little one wept and issued her fierce ultimatum, he found himself both amused and heartbroken. Eventually, Prime Minister Fong arrived and had her carried away, prompting his curiosity about the little girl, which stirred a sense of pity within him. At the age of 16, his engagement to Miss Fong was formally arranged. On the day of his visit, the tearful little girl did not appear to caution him, which left him somewhat disappointed. Following the passing of his parents, the wedding was postponed indefinitely. Not wishing to burden Miss Fong, he penned a letter inquiring about the possibility of breaking off the engagement. But she expressed her willingness to wait. A few months ago, at the gates of the Weiyuan Marquise, he encountered the now-grown little weeper. Listening to her reluctant words directed at him, which struck him as both amusing and exasperating. In that moment, recalling the words of a little mirror, he suddenly realized that, even before his mind could recall that she was his beloved from a past life, his heart had already recognized her, causing him sleepless nights filled with longing. Yet, the little girl had labeled him with disdain, resisting him until Miss Fong took the initiative to break off the engagement, rendering him the abandoned suitor. Only then did the little girl glance at him, albeit with trepidation about her elder sister's potential resentment. Freed from the constraints of the engagement, he refrained from immediate action. Based on his understanding of the little girl, if he were to show her kindness, she would not only remain unimpressed, but likely develop an aversion towards him, believing he had quickly shifted his affections and betrayed her sister. Fortunately, with the little mirror's presence, he anticipated a day when the little girl would approach him on her own, thus he remained patient. This is also why, despite being present whenever Miss Fong required assistance, young Master Rong never sought to ingratiate himself with her. In the brief span of time, unbeknownst to anyone, young Master Rong pondered extensively. Their conversation could not continue as Miss Fong arrived, her presence announced before she entered, accompanied by her thoughts. "What are you all doing?" she wondered, feeling apprehensive about their serious demeanor, fearing they might be arguing over her. "On a daily basis, in the upper realm, they have fought fiercely for you on numerous occasions." A voice chimed in. "Alas, it is my charm that is to blame." Miss Fong's self-absorbed thoughts echoed as she feigned concern while her lips betrayed her amusement. "Let us dine first. I have summoned your maidservants, and they shall arrive shortly." As she took hold of Little White, Princeton had not anticipated this turn of events. He had intended to care for Miss Fong alone to deepen their bond. However, with the presence of the other 5, he decided it prudent to summon Miss Fong's 2 maidservants to attend to her needs. "Very well. Wuyo should be here too. Call her as well," Miss Fong casually remarked, not foreseeing the extent of the ensuing commotion. An observant and playful peer soon appeared by Miss Fong's side, bringing laughter and joy, which she found delightful. In fact, her time spent with Li Mingyu had diminished, primarily due to Li Mingyu's own obligations, as she had to keep a close watch on Yan Yan, who had recently gone mad. Caught between fearing Yan Yan's unpredictability and not daring to obstruct his quest for vengeance, Miss Fong found herself in the role of a worried caretaker, much to Yan Yan's delight. Ever since the Crown Prince had entrusted Yan Yan's enemies to him, every encounter with Yan Yan left Miss Fong feeling as though she were facing a villain from a play, the scent of blood growing stronger with each day. One day, Li Mingyu approached her, troubled, revealing that Yan Yan had brutally delivered Yan Yan's unborn child, savagely mutilating it before the eyes of both Yan Yan and the enemy, akin to the atrocities inflicted upon his own family years prior. After their meal at the stables, the Crown Prince and his entourage each led a horse, flanking Miss Fong. "Whom would you like to teach you to ride?" he inquired. Miss Fong, with her singular focus, reflexively asked, "Isn't Brother Crown Prince going to teach me to ride?" The Crown Prince's eyes sparkled with delight, though his typically stoic demeanor masked his emotions. He softened his tone, asking, "Young Master Rong is soon to head to the frontier to engage in battle with the Western Zhou. Would it be permissible for him to accompany you in riding?" The Crown Prince's generosity caught young Master Rong's attention. His expression remained tranquil, yet inside he anxiously awaited an answer, his gaze fixed on Miss Fong's riding boots. "Did you not say he is to be my future brother-in-law, and it would be inappropriate to ride together?" Miss Fong blinked innocently. "The engagement has been called off." "It is of no consequence," the Crown Prince replied. Miss Fong bit her lip, glancing towards young Master Rong, who had yet to cast a single glance in her direction, nervously poking the little mirror. "Young Master Rong seems so aloof. Will he truly teach me well? Surely he won't be impatient and bully me?" He may tease you, but he certainly won't be impatient, came the reply. It appeared that the confidence he had instilled in Miss Fong was insufficient. Otherwise, why would she question her own enchanting allure? I speak of serious matters. Refrain from jesting. But I am speaking of serious matters, the little mirror retorted, sensing Miss Fong's annoyance and choosing not to provoke her further. Or you could simply ask him directly. That would suffice. While Miss Fong conversed with the little mirror, the Crown Prince and his companions chose to remain silent, their glances sharp as daggers directed at young Master Rong, silently chiding him for his pretense of indifference. With everyone present, his cool demeanor seemed a mere guise to entice the innocent Miss Fong. Young Master Rong, will you teach me to ride? She asked. Certainly. Young Master Rong suppressed the fluttering of his heart, exerting effort to maintain an air of calm, concealing his exhilaration. At last, she had approached him. Did this signify that she no longer resisted his past identity and could regard him as an individual in his own right? Chapter 91. Mutual discontent. Why should young Master Rong be the one to teach? Is his horsemanship superior to mine? Hua Ziga, dissatisfied, turned his horse's head and blocked Rong's path as he approached Fong Ruotang. He provocatively eyed young Master Rong. You need not worry, I shall handle this. Young Master Rong, not wanting to complicate matters for the little one, refrained from initiating anything. He wished to avoid giving her the impression that he was a villain. After all, regardless of whether the engagement was called off by Miss Fong, they had shared a bond for several years. He feared that too swift a declaration of his feelings might frighten her. Fong Ruotang remained oblivious to the tension between the two. When young Master Rong looked her way, she confidently asked, What are you staring at? Won't you teach me? Hua Ziga chuckled, thinking, Indeed, he won't teach. I shall. I am a young general accustomed to battle on horseback. My skills far surpass theirs. Fong Ruotang seemed swayed by his words. Young Master Rong replied calmly, His style is too wild. It is unsuitable for a novice like you. You might fall off. I don't want your instruction then. Upon hearing the possibility of falling, Fong Ruotang immediately rejected Hua Zhiga's suggestion and nervously inquired, You won't let me fall, will you? Never. I shall protect you. Let us head that way. Young Master Rong, appearing unconcerned, was not one to be trifled with. After being blocked by Hua Zhiga, he deliberately nudged his horse against him. Hua Zhiga's expression soured instantly. The Crown Prince warned in a low voice, Do not lose your temper. Am I losing my temper? Hua Ziga retorted, particularly irked by young Master Rong's intention to take Fong Ruotang aside. Will you continue this emotional display? The Crown Prince said, his brow furrowed, showing signs of displeasure. Just moments ago, were you not opposed to attacking Bai Liang? As soon as Hua Zhiga finished speaking, the Crown Prince skillfully blocked his path with his horse. Not only him, but the young prince, Princein, and Minister Yi also ceased observing and became involved. Enough. We are here to amuse Miss Fong, not to cater to your whims. Do you understand? What are you to lecture me? Hua Zhiga's anger flared towards Minister Yi. The latter's previously soft and amiable expression turned icy. It appears your Hua family army has grown too complacent, birthing someone as simple-minded and brutish as you. What did you say? Hua Zhiga seethed. His temperament was not mild, after all. A young man who witnessed bloodshed daily on the battlefield found it hard to remain calm and gentle amidst the chaos of death and loss. Moreover, he was accustomed to resolving disputes through physical confrontations. In the military, brothers with differing opinions would settle their disagreements in the training arena. The victor's word would prevail. This approach rendered Hua Zhiga, newly arrived in the capital, seemingly reckless before the other five. I do not care about your grievances. Today you shall endure. If you ruin Miss Lu's enjoyment, I shall have your skin. Princein spoke softly yet menacingly. Hua Zhiga scoffed derisively. You think you are worthy? Try me. Princein replied with a chilling smile. Due to Hua Zhiga's earlier abduction and forced kiss with Fong Ruotang, the other four in the capital were united against him. However, they tacitly agreed not to display their unsavory side before Fong Ruotang, a rule Hua Zhiga chose to disregard. Not only was Hua Zhiga enduring the presence of these four, but they too were striving to ignore him, otherwise it would result in an endless cycle of conflict. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Fong Ruotang waved at them, her face alight with joy, clearly enjoying herself immensely. The men, on the brink of confrontation, instinctively broke into smiles upon seeing her, even Hua Zhiga, who, despite promising Fong Ruotang not to fight, looked at her with a stiff expression. Though unable to display a genuine smile, the fierce emotions had dissipated. The young prince waved back, his smile radiant, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. You? You think you can look down on me? At least I care for her more than you do. I prioritize her preferences, while you merely seek to show off. Hua Zhiga inhaled deeply, choosing not to retort. His nature was such that, unlike the others in the capital who aimed to please Fong Ruotang, he instinctively reacted against anyone who challenged him. Despite having suffered a setback earlier and resolving to focus his efforts on Fong Ruotang, his temper was not easily contained when provoked. Do not presume to control me, Hua Zhiga warned the crown prince. The crown prince remained non-committal, understanding that as long as Fong Ruotang was sufficiently engaged, he could manage the others. Even the aloof and proud young Master Rong now obediently accompanied Fong Ruotang on horseback. In contrast to the charged atmosphere on one side, the other side brimmed with cheer. Fong Ruotang's face beamed with pride as she excitedly asked, "Am I not impressive? Do I not have a talent for riding?" "Indeed, you are remarkable," young Master Rong replied, his demeanor unchanging. Both he and the crown prince appeared serious, yet in their interactions with her, there was an unmistakable sense of endearment. Hidden laughter sparkled in young Master Rong's eyes. This was only the second time he had conversed alone with the little one, and she radiated joy, possessing an innate ability to uplift spirits. "Are your inner thighs sore?" Young Master Rong seized this opportunity, maintaining a respectful distance and refraining from rushing to deepen their bond. His naturally reserved nature, coupled with the awareness that Fong Ruotang's understanding of him was still shallow, guided his actions. He believed that if he sought to grow closer, she would not object, influenced as she was by the constant chatter of her little mirror. Yet, subconsciously, he felt that this was not the kind of relationship he truly desired. "Just a little," Fong Ruotang gestured with her fingers. Young Master Rong softened his tone. "Let us play again tomorrow, shall we? If you injure yourself today, you won't be able to hunt in the forest tomorrow." "All right." After a moment's hesitation, Fong Ruotang agreed. For the hunt the next day was what she anticipated most. "My brother the crown prince said you are going to war. Then tomorrow I shall catch you a rabbit. Once you are well fed, you will have the strength to fight your enemies." "Yes." Listening to Fong Ruotang's innocent words, young Master Rong's lips curled into a smile, and the coldness of his demeanor melted away like the winter snow in early spring. In a moment of impulsiveness, he asked, "As we depart from the capital, be it 3 to 5 years or merely 1 or 2, will you still remember me?" Chapter 92. A desire to witness the crematorium. "Ah!" Fong Ruotang exclaimed in astonishment, completely oblivious to the fervent heart of young Master Rong. Instead, she regarded him as one with a rare curiosity. "You actually dare to utter such words? My elder sister always insists you should become a monk. You are as emotionless as a block of ice. Do you genuinely wish for me to remember you?" Her candidness left young Master Rong feeling somewhat abashed. Caught between conflicting emotions, he felt both ashamed for failing to fulfill his duties as a fiancé, which had led to his betrothed harboring grievances, and embarrassed that he had once nominally belonged to another girl, preventing him from forming a pure and sincere bond with Fong Ruotang. "If you desire for me to think of you, I can certainly do so. However, you must think of me even more than I think of you. After all, I must not be at a disadvantage." "Young Master Rong, is that truly possible?" "I assure you, I shall not let you suffer losses." "Very well, I shall think of you and remember you always, but you must also recall your own words. Should you cause me any loss, I shall not spare you in the future." Fong Ruotang's fierce demeanor brought to young Master Rong's mind their first encounter, where she had come for her elder sister's sake, and now it was for her own. A secret delight surged within him. May I write to you every day? Every day? Fong Ruotang fretted, resolutely declining. If you write to me daily, must I do the same for you? That seems rather unfair. Young Master Rong felt a pang as he realized the little girl failed to comprehend that his intention for ongoing correspondence was to foster a deeper connection. Fong Ruotang scrutinized him suspiciously for several moments, ensuring his words were sincere before she cheerfully agreed. All right, that sounds fine. Young Master Rong finally felt a sense of relief. Fong Ruotang muttered, You are just like my elder sister, trying to compel me to practice my calligraphy, aren't you? Unable to restrain himself, young Master Rong lightly brushed her cheek with his cool fingers. I do not intend to force you. In time, you will understand. Very well. Fong Ruotang was somewhat skeptical of his reassurances, yet she was carefree, typically setting aside matters she couldn't comprehend. As twilight approached, Jin Wuyo arrived, accompanied by the sisters from the Fong family and several individuals from the neighboring residence, including Li Shiyun and others. The procession was quite grand, with several carriages illuminating the dim area. Fong Ruotang immediately spotted Fong Shengtang being swept off her carriage by Yuxing and excitedly waved her small hand, calling out, Elder sister. Fong Shengtang looked up and, upon seeing Xiao Lu, broke into a radiant smile, her beauty striking. Fong Ruotang mischievously nudged young Master Rong and, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, Seeing my elder sister, do you now regret not cherishing her? You have missed your chance, for Yuxing treats her exceptionally well. Young Master Rong, so my efforts this afternoon were in vain. Xiao Lu, we have arrived. Li Mingyue alighted from her carriage, joyfully exclaiming. Fong Ruotang sneakily observed the crown prince. Two exes bringing the current partner to crash the scene. Is this the legendary battlefield of love? How thrilling! Fong Ruotang's excited tone revealed her intention to stir up trouble. The crown prince. Li Mingyue. Fong Shengtang. Is it possible that this is merely your own imagined battlefield? They had barely interacted, so how could it be a battlefield? Was the cultivation lacking in enjoyment? Or was the current partner lacking in excellence? Disregarding the intense feelings between Fong Shengtang and Yuxing, even Li Mingyue and Yan Yan, despite Yan Yan's youth, were quite entangled. Li Mingyue had no spare thoughts to ponder over her former fiancé, whom she scarcely remembered. Young Master Rong followed suit, nodding as he departed without offering any excuse. Fong Ruotang watched their retreat in disbelief, extending her hand in a gesture of longing. How could this be? It was not as she had envisioned. I wished to witness the crematorium. You should temper your enthusiasm. Be careful, or they may set you ablaze, leaving only ashes. Nonsense. While I cannot speak for others, my elder sister would never forsake me. Take a good look at your elder sister's gaze before you speak. Fong Ruotang hesitated and then noticed a pair of enchanting eyes filled with daggers, a cold smile gracing her lips, which only emerged when she was about to reprimand Fong Ruotang. What were you thinking when you looked at me and young Master Rong? And nothing at all. I certainly did not wish to see you two squabbling. Fong Shengtang laughed in exasperation. Really, you are my elder sister. How could I enjoy your drama? That is simply impossible. Truly, trust me. Fong Ruotang affectionately blinked her sparkling eyes and nuzzled her fluffy head against Fong Shengtang, who playfully poked her forehead. This shall be the last time. After contemplating, she realized that the worst fate certainly would not be hers. 6 men all wished to team up with Fong Ruotang. She scrunched her nose in disdain, pulling the modest Li Shiyun closer and lifting her chin. I want to team up with Sure. Li Shiyun's eyes lit up, and she smiled gleefully, whispering to Fong Ruotang, I will ensure we secure first place. Well done. I have faith in you. Fong Ruotang gave Li Shiyun a thumbs up, breaking away from the others to enter the woods with her. However, the others would not allow it, and ultimately, the entire group set off together in grand style. Chapter 093. The Arrival of the Monster. A rabbit. Fong Ruotang exclaimed with excitement. Li Shiyun had just knocked an arrow, and in an instant, another arrow flew from behind, striking the rabbit's head and pinning it to the nearby tree trunk, its eyes wide open in death. I am evidently more formidable than your choice. Would you care to join my team? Absolutely not. Fong Ruotang huffed, turning to the hesitating Li Shiyun with a commanding tone. You must hit every single prey you see next, do you understand? Li Shiyun glanced at the 6 eager men and the other onlookers, then reluctantly whispered. Since there's no competition anymore, it doesn't matter who hits it, we'll roast all the prey together later. It does matter, you must hit the most. Fong Ruotang insisted. If Li Shiyun scored fewer hits, it would reflect poorly on her judgment. She could not afford to lose. Fong Ruotang shot a fierce glare at Hua Zhiga, refusing to accept the prey he offered, pouting her lips and riding past him on her steed. Having just learned to ride, Fong Ruotang's speed was not impressive, and the group advanced at a snail's pace, remaining on the outskirts without spotting many animals. After a while, a wild chicken appeared in their sight, prompting Fong Ruotang to tilt her head and signal Li Shiyun with her eyes. Then, from the corner of her vision, she saw an arrow fly by. Who was that? Who shot? It was I. Do you have a problem with that? Fong Shengtang replied with a teasing smile, clearly enjoying the chance to provoke Fong Ruotang. Fong Ruotang pouted, watching helplessly as Yuxing dismounted and claimed the wild chicken she had her eye on. Ask your elder sister if she can bear to see you with young Master Rong. Little Mirror, witnessing her master's plight, was eager to retaliate. Fong Ruotang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fong Shengtang's smile froze, then he lazily remarked, with so many people gathered, it's quite boring not seeing any prey. Let us change our route, Yuxing, and enjoy ourselves. Li Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. Yan Yan tugged at her sleeve and sweetly suggested, Sister, shall we go our separate way too? I want to hunt a fox for you. Li Mingyu readily agreed, wishing to distance herself from the crown prince. Although Fong Ruotang was currently oblivious to jealousy, what if she suddenly became aware of it one day? The most pressing concern was that the crown prince would be wary of her. Hey, take my 4th sister down another path, Fong Ruotang ordered, pointing at Hua Zhiga, who had initially snatched the prey she desired. Hua Zhiga had no idea who Fong Ruotang's 4th sister was, but she was simply one of the few young women among the group. No, I'm fine with my fellow seniors. We'll entertain ourselves, Fong Wantong quickly declined, clearly uninterested in this matter. Fong Ruotang, dissatisfied with her 4th sister's lack of cooperation, puffed her cheeks in annoyance and glared at her swiftly retreating figure. Then are the 6 of you going a different way? She asked, but no one responded. Her lips curled higher in displeasure. Little Mirror had another idea. Tell them to have a competition. Whoever wins gets a kiss from you. Have you forgotten? We must be discreet. We can't let them catch on to my schemes. Little Mirror replied. All right then. As long as you're happy. After all, I'm not the one being made a fool. Then how about gifting a sachet you make yourself? That won't do. Who would want a sachet made from chicken feet? You might not know what Minister Yi has done with your sachet. What did he do? Cough. Minister Yi, leaning against his horse, suddenly coughed, his handsome face reddening, interrupting the conversation between Fong Ruotang and Little Mirror. Seeing his discomfort, Fong Ruotang asked with concern, What's the matter? Minister Yi, his hand weakly forming a fist